Having nearly mastered video editing, I can finally embark on a side venture during my spare time. It is the height of summer I in the stifling, dimly lit rental apartment. Even with a fan blowing, the heat remains unbearable. To make matters worse, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes is utterly irritating. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Yang declared, "Once I secure a contract with the website and enjoy an additional stream of income, I will undoubtedly move out of this dreadful place. If things progress well, the pressure of future mortgage and car loans will be significantly alleviated." Having just graduated from university this year, Su Yang initially envisioned a bright future, anticipating a monthly income of 7,000 to 8,000, as his teachers had suggested. However, the harsh reality is that in the expensive Changshui city, his salary is a meager 3,500. Moreover, the workload is overwhelming, requiring him to work overtime and shoulder blame daily. After deducting expenses for food, housing, utilities, and daily necessities, he is left with only about 1,000 to 1,500 each month. Throughout the year, he barely manages to save any substantial amount. In light of the looming responsibilities of marriage, mortgage, and car loans, he seeks a way to ease the burden. Moreover, he yearns for a better quality of life and a healthier physique. Thus, he contemplated online part-time work that he chose video editing as his project. This genre of videos enjoys considerable popularity online. Additionally, it aligns with his field of study. "I'll go sign a contract with the website tomorrow. Good night, world." After a long day of video editing, Su Yang felt exhausted. He powered off his second-hand computer. Yet, the eye-catching title on the screen remained visible. Top 15 iconic scenes from One Piece. However, just as Su Yang was about to lie down, the screen, which had been dark, suddenly illuminated. This jolted Su Yang awake. "Oh my, what's going on? Why did the computer turn on by itself? It can't be infected with a virus. I haven't watched any short videos recently." He glanced at the screen. A line of text reading "dimensional short videos" appeared against a highly futuristic backdrop. Just as Su Yang was puzzled, a mechanical voice suddenly emanated from the computer. "Editor Su Yang, congratulations. You have been selected as the Dimensional Short Video Transmission representative. Through this channel, your videos can be disseminated into the worlds of corresponding dimensional characters. Rewards for your videos from these characters can be cashed out, becoming real income for you. For your initial upload, you will receive a creation bonus of 50,000 yuan. For subsequent uploads, you will earn 1,000 yuan each time. Will you upload your work to the corresponding dimensional world?" After reading, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. 50,000 yuan for uploading a video? He found it hard to believe such good fortune existed. Su Yang promptly closed the page and clicked the shutdown button. Yet, the screen lit up again. The Dimensional Short Videos page reappeared. Su Yang was astonished at, "Is this virus really that powerful? It can restart even after being shut down? Will you upload your video work and commence your journey with Dimensional Short Videos?" Furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he clicked yes. He was curious to see what this mysterious Dimensional Short Videos was all about. As long as there was no identity verification involved, uploading a video posed no risk for him. Uploading in progress. Upload successful. Beginning review. Review successful. Video successfully entered the One Piece Dimensional World. Congratulations, Editor Su Yang. You have successfully completed the upload task. The creation reward is being issued. Listening to the voice from the computer, Su Yang smirked. Could it really be 50,000 yuan? If this turns out to be true, I would strike it rich. He remained skeptical about the illusory 50,000 making its way to him. Establishing connection with Su Yang's bank account. Connection established. Funds successfully transferred. The reward of 50,000 yuan has been issued through the bank channel. Hearing this from the computer, Su Yang was taken aback. Is this for real? It established a connection without his authentication. What kind of virus is this? It's terrifying. However, before he could comprehend further, his phone, resting on the table, rang out. A message from a certain bank popped up. You have received 50,000 yuan in your account, ending in 87 by 4 on September 14th at 23:34. Your balance is 51,207.12 yuan. Staring at the message, Su Yang's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Is it really true? The 50,000 has arrived? No way, this can't be happening. Su Yang was stunned. Does this mean I could actually receive tips from other dimensions and earn money from it? No. I need to check with the bank's customer service to ensure this money is legitimate. I don't want to get entangled in any illegal activities. Suppressing his excitement, if the money is legitimate, he would dive headfirst into this short video editing venture. If it's not, that he would promptly report it to the authorities. Perhaps he might even earn the title of Best Citizen. After consulting with customer service, Su Yang's excitement could no longer be contained. The $50,000 he received was from the Dimensional Short Video Transmission Company, and the funds were legitimate. This meant that he actually had 50,000 yuan. He had truly earned money. Editing a video takes him 3 to 5 days. He could produce 6 to 10 videos in a month. Even without tips, he would still earn 6,000 to 10,000 a month. Excellent. Su Yang made up his mind. He would pursue this venture, filled with excitement. Su Yang drifted into a peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, his video had already stirred tremendous waves in another dimension, the world of pirates. In the year 1522 of the Sea Garden calendar, 2 years had passed since the Marineford War. The world had gradually returned to a semblance of calm. Former Marine Admiral Sengoku had stepped back, training the next generation. Yet, while basking in the sun and overseeing the training of new recruits, the sky suddenly darkened, and a storm brewed. Before Sengoku could react, a transparent screen enveloped in a mysterious aura materialized before him. What is this? Sengoku immediately became alert. This screen had appeared directly in front of him. This is the Marine headquarters. The individual capable of creating this screen must possess incredible power. Even Vegapunk would struggle to match such prowess. He reached out to touch it. To his astonishment, he was able to pass his hand through it. This left him even more alarmed. What kind of high technology is this? It can project images without the aid of a den mushi. But he was not the only one witnessing the screen simultaneously. Screens appeared before powerful individuals across the globe. Kaido exclaimed, Hey, could this be a Marine invention? When did the Gorosei develop such a terrifying device? Confronted with the sudden appearance of the screen before him, Kaido felt uneasy. It was as if an uninvited guest had intruded into his secret space, and there was nothing he could do about it. Restless individuals abound. Big Mom, Blackbeard teach, and to his astonishment, Blackbeard discovered he could perceive other formidable figures of the seas. He beheld Kaido, Sengoku, and a multitude of other powerful beings. However, before he could continue his exploration, a mechanical voice resonated from the screen. This light screen enables real-time broadcasts across the 4 seas, enhancing your viewing experience. Blackbeard understood at once. No wonder he could see Sengoku and Kaido. The voice continued, "Welcome to the Dimensional Video Montage. The excitement is about to commence. Enjoy your viewing." Following this announcement, images began to manifest on the screen. Official production of Dimensional Short Videos, editor Su Yang's work. A compilation of the 15 most ostentatious moments in the pirate world. The following characters are ranked in no particular order. The text on the screen instantly captivated the attention of all those before it. Ostentatious moments? What could that possibly be? It sounded rather amusing. One wondered which individuals would make the list. Yet, Sengoku and Kaido wore grave expressions. Where on earth did this originate? It was imperative to investigate. The sudden emergence of this screen before them, without any warning, left them deeply unsettled. It sounds intriguing. Perhaps we should take a look, a mere after-dinner diversion, they mused. Ha, come, let us drink. The red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, appeared remarkably carefree as he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Beckman, I assure you, I am definitely not on that list, wouldn't you agree?" Shanks spoke with such confidence, for he possessed a self-awareness that prevented him from ever seeking ostentation. How could he possibly be included in such a ranking? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Beckman, observing this, reluctantly nodded. Shanks might indeed be absent from the list, yet he knew with certainty that he himself would never appear on it. Just then, as a stirring score played, the video commenced, highlighting the 15 most ostentatious moments in the pirate world. First-ranked moment. If you wish to fight us, you might want to acquire a few more warships. Stand down, Kizaru, if you wish to live. Character introduction. He is the right-hand man of one of the 4 emperors. He possesses immense intelligence, yet remains remarkably unassuming at this juncture. Some had already deduced the identity of the protagonist in this notable moment. "Beckman, is that not you?" Shanks exclaimed in surprise, embracing Beckman and laughing heartily. "Did you see? Even this mysterious entity acknowledges your flair for ostentation. Truly, you are remarkable, my dear brother." "Beckman, keep it up, haha," in response to Shanks' teasing. Beckman's eyes darkened with a murderous intent. What an affront. He harbored serious doubts regarding the creator of this video, suspecting a deliberate intent behind it. Such a cruel twist. To feature him first in the presentation. Even if he had been ostentatious, could they not have placed him further down the list? Must he be first? Where would he hide his face henceforth? A yawn escaped Su Yang, lost in slumber, as he unconsciously sneezed. As the scene transitions, after the introduction of the characters, the corresponding impressive moments begin to unfold. At a certain port in the East Sea, chaos erupts. Bang! Boom! A fierce melee ensues. We see a youthful Beckman, wielding a flintlock like a toy, effortlessly toppling foes as if it were mere sport. No one stands a chance against him. At this moment, Beckman strikes a flamboyant pose with his hands on his hips, proclaiming, "If you wish to challenge us, you'd better summon a few more warships." This lot isn't even enough for a warm-up. Observing this spectacle, Beckman covers his face with his hand, a visage of despair. How will he ever recover from this? It's nothing short of public humiliation. Ha ha ha, brother Beckman, I never noticed before, but now that I see it, you truly excel in showing off. Loki, standing nearby, bursts into laughter, his teasing unmistakable. Beckman's expression darkens further. Yet, the video is far from over. The scene shifts to a tumultuous battlefield. Based on the Navy headquarters building in the frame, one can deduce the location. This is Marineford. Sengoku voices the location. Haha. I truly had no idea about the previous scene, but Beckman certainly put on a show at Marineford. Wouldn't you agree, Kizaru? Garp gazes at Kizaru, who is trimming his nails, his mouth full of sunbae, utterly satisfied. It's evident that Kizaru's face twitches. To be a mere backdrop, while others flaunt their prowess, is somewhat disheartening. The footage continues, revealing Beckman suddenly perched atop a pirate ship's mast. A cigarette dangling from his mouth, menacingly pointing at Kizaru in the distance, boldly declaring, "Don't move, Kizaru, unless you wish to meet your demise." Kizaru feigns fear, raising both hands. How terrifying. Beckman of the red-haired pirates. And so, he watches as Luffy is rescued. The scene gradually fades away, concluding the first segment. The corresponding closing remarks appear. Creator of iconic moments. Beckman, reason for inclusion. Don't let my usual modesty fool you. When it comes time to show off, I do so without hesitation. This video creator is incredibly talented. This reason for inclusion absolutely cracks me up. Garp, laughing uncontrollably, points at the screen. Kizaru. Why so cowardly? You wouldn't deliberately let my grandson escape, would you? Kizaru immediately raises his hands in surrender. No, no, no. How could that be, Vice Admiral Garp? The enemy is simply too formidable. Under Sengoku's wise gaze, Kizaru feels a twinge of apprehension. Over here with the red-haired crew. Ha ha ha, Beckman. Your reason for inclusion is too amusing. Wait, let me have a good laugh first. Shanks, radiating joy, claps Beckman on the shoulder while holding his stomach in laughter. Completely oblivious to Beckman's murderous glare. Shanks, you must not make the list. Otherwise, I shall have to have a serious talk with you. Beckman remarks ominously, eyeing the laughing Shanks, plotting to mock him should Shanks find himself on that list. The red-haired man waved dismissively, exclaiming, "How could it be? A person of my character could never make it onto such a list. It is utterly impossible. I do not seek to boast. There is no way I would be featured." Eagerly, he added, "Indeed, it is reasonable that I am not on the list." What a splendid display of humility from the usually understated, yet undeniably impressive Beckman. It is no wonder he has made the cut. I am genuinely impressed by this turn of events. Mr. Beckman, your aloof persona has shattered in my eyes. The audience across the seas is abuzz with commentary. Quite intriguing. However, such an ostentatious list could never include me. I belong on a list of true champions. On the Island of Ghosts. Kaido took a deep swig of his drink and remarked, "Mr. Beckman, congratulations on unlocking the achievement of ostentation. Please select your reward." At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated from the shimmering screen, announcing, "Reward 1. Restore your Captain Red-Haired's severed arm. Reward 2. Beckman attains immortality." Upon hearing this, the crowd at sea exchanged doubtful glances. Is this truly feasible? Whether it be restoring a severed limb or granting immortality, these are feats beyond the current realm of science. The sudden appearance of a screen proclaiming such miraculous capabilities was hardly convincing. The truth of the matter would soon be revealed through experience. An icy voice emanated from the screen, seemingly irritated by the audience's skepticism. I shall witness this for myself. Many powerful figures thought, for they could hardly believe such wonders could come to pass. Kaido pondered, if all this can indeed be realized, then Beckman, what will your choice be? You must not choose the restoration of Red-Haired's arm. He touched the wound on his chest, his countenance darkening. A one-armed Red-Haired is formidable enough. I shudder to think how powerful he would be with both arms. Sengoku, too, wore a furrowed brow. Without a doubt, they would opt for the restoration of Red-Haired's arm. If it could truly be achieved, the seas would once again be turbulent. Sengoku felt a headache coming on. If this screen speaks the truth, Beckman, you must choose to restore the captain's arm. Yes, restore the captain's arm. The core members of the red-haired pirates asserted resolutely. Of course. Beckman glanced at the others. Do you think I would choose to possess immortality for myself? It is clear to any discerning individual that restoring Red-Haired's arm is the more advantageous option. Just as he was about to make his choice, Red-Haired intervened, saying, Beckman, I have never felt that my lost arm has hindered me. He placed a reassuring hand on Beckman's shoulder and smiled. Having one arm has its advantages, were it not for my loss. My swordsmanship would not have reached its current pinnacle. I wagered that lost arm on the emergence of a new era, and it was worth it. That is a matter of great significance. Restoring my severed limb would complicate things. Moreover, Red-Haired suddenly sat down and declared with an air of authority, there is yet to be born a challenger on these seas who could match me with both arms. At his words, the entire world seemed to tremble. The recent display by the red-haired captain was broadcasted live, reaching across the vast ocean. To my astonishment, I had thought Beckman was adept at showmanship, only to discover that their captain surpassed even him in this regard. I would bestow upon this performance a remarkable score of 99, reserving 1 point solely to prevent any arrogance. Such audacity is truly impressive, and I find myself thoroughly convinced. It is infuriating how skillfully he executes this act. Indeed, he has succeeded in captivating us all. The audience across the seas can only express disbelief that such a master of bravado like the red-haired captain did not make the list first. It seems utterly unjust. One could speculate that the red-haired captain, unaware of his imminent recognition, spoke in jest. How clever. I had not considered that possibility until now. He truly is the king of ostentation. Indeed, how could someone so adept in such theatrics not be acknowledged? Surely, he will regain his severed arm in due time, which emboldens him to flaunt his prowess so brazenly. In the midst of this, the war state, Sakazuki, Beckman, are you certain you won't recover your arm? What if this screen can indeed make it happen? Beckman's face twitched. This red-haired fellow never fails to impress with his bravado. Red-haired, of course. Beckman sighed. I choose to embrace immortality. Beckman, congratulations on attaining immortality. As the words fell, a blinding light enveloped Beckman, invigorating him with a newfound vitality. Yet, beyond that, no other changes occurred. Is that all? Beckman shrugged, deciding to test the effect. He took a small knife and made a deep incision on his arm. Normally, such a wound would require several days to heal, but to his astonishment, the wound began to heal automatically, without a single drop of blood. His gaze sharpened as he plunged the knife into his own heart. In that moment, Beckman felt no fear of death, only pain coursed through him, yet he could sense his heart mending. Within half a minute, the fatal injury was completely healed, not even a scar remaining. This scene was witnessed by the entire world, leaving countless individuals in utter shock. Immortality has truly been realized. Is this for real? How could such a power exist? I must also make my mark on this list. Beckman's first-hand experience has validated the might of this screen. Immortality. This is akin to divine intervention. Investigate and uncover the origins of this screen. Its presence will undoubtedly gravely impact the governance and authority of our world. We must seize control. While the masses rejoiced in the rewards, the highest ruler of the world government, Imu, perceived a grave threat and commanded the 5 elders to ascertain the origins of this screen. Yes, the 5 elders respectfully acknowledged the command. They too were eager to unravel the mystery behind this extraordinary phenomenon, for such a divine entity must not be allowed to exist. This is a thing more terrifying than ancient weapons, destined to shake their dominion. It can render one invincible. How dreadful. Review of the top 15 memorable moments in the pirate world. Second moment. Do you ask if I can throw a punch? Character introduction. He is one of the supernovas, a member of the worst generation, possessing formidable strength. His grandfather is a Marine. His father belongs to the Revolutionary Army. He participated in the Marineford War with a bounty of 400 million. He is young and ambitious, aspiring to become the Pirate King, the freest person on this vast sea. The scene continues to unfold. As he gazes at this introduction, Carp's eyes widen in astonishment. Wait, could this person be referring to Luffy? When did my adorable grandson Luffy start acting so grandiose? Beside him, Sengoku rolls his eyes, exclaiming helplessly, Carp, your grandson truly has potential. Carp, haha, indeed, I share the same sentiment. Sengoku, Luffy has made the list too. How splendid. The Straw Hat Pirates. Upon seeing this introduction, Chopper leaps up in excitement. Luffy has actually made the list. How miraculous. Sanji takes a puff of smoke, expressing disbelief. He nods in agreement. Zoro acknowledges as well. Luffy may seem naive and simple-minded, yet he is surprisingly adept at showing off. Ho ho ho, let us witness the moment of Luffy's display of bravado. Brook's spirit nearly transcends his body in excitement. He immediately frightens the timid trio, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, into a tight embrace. The text gradually fades away. The scene begins to play. Luffy stands with a somber expression on a bustling street. It is night, with the moon shining faintly. Before him, a figure darts swiftly, brimming with elasticity. What golden land? What Sky Island? The era of pursuing dreams has come to an end, you disgraceful pirates. The tone is dripping with disdain, and Luffy's expression darkens further. The screen suddenly goes blank, leaving only Luffy's not-so-tall, but exceptionally resolute silhouette. Do you ask if I know how to throw a punch? Narration. Eliminate him, Bellamy. That kind of person doesn't even deserve to exist in reality. Narration. Roaring laughter. The darting figure is a man named Bellamy, with a grotesque visage, boasting, farewell. Straw Hat Brat. At that moment, Straw Hat Luffy suddenly turns to face the man, Bellamy, and unleashes a punch. Bang. The very Bellamy who had just been boasting is instantaneously defeated by a single blow. Without any resistance. There is no twist in the tale. The abrupt transition from extreme motion to utter stillness is so sudden. Yet, it is profoundly shocking. In the scene, those who were previously shouting now stand in stunned silence. All that remains is Bellamy, his eyes rolled back, his face contorted, sprawled helplessly on the shattered wooden floor. Creator of the memorable moment, Straw Hat Luffy. Reason for ranking. My indifference does not grant you the freedom to act recklessly. If you do, a single punch will incapacitate you. Goodness, I never imagined this side of Luffy. It's phenomenal. I can't believe I missed such a spectacular moment. Usopp wears a heartbroken expression. Luffy, you truly are remarkable. Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration, a picture of reverence. It must be said, quite handsome indeed. Sanji lit a cigarette, offering a fair assessment. It's no surprise that Luffy exudes such charm even in a brawl. I can only imagine the amusing expression on Bellamy's face at this moment. Only the legendary Robin could utter such cunning remarks. Luffy chuckled, I truly feel a bit embarrassed by all this. He covered his hat and raised his hands high, proclaiming, I shall become the Pirate King. Brothers, our next destination is Fishman Island. The Straw Hat crew evaded the Navy's pursuit, diving into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh and Boa Hancock stood guard. Rayleigh remarked, Roger, you have a worthy successor. Boa Hancock replied with a gleeful expression, Luffy is indeed remarkable. The man I admire is truly handsome. She appeared lost in her infatuation, immersed in her fantasies. Carp, you rascal, truly. Sengoku had nothing left to say. This monkey D. Luffy, appearing so innocent, unexpectedly dazzled everyone with his boldness. What do you think? My grandson is quite impressive, isn't he? Carp beamed with pride, utterly oblivious to the fact that a certain admiral's face had darkened with fury. Far away in the New World, someone seethed, damn it, you've stolen the spotlight again. Straw Hat Kid, don't get too cocky. I will certainly secure my place in the rankings of grandiose displays. How could it be helped? After all, I am quite the sight to behold. Cavendish sighed, both frustrated and hopeful. Luffy made the list too, splendid indeed. Shanks grinned with pride, embracing Beckman. I told you. Betting my arm on him was no mistake. He has ushered in a new era of freedom on the seas. Beckman nodded in agreement. The Straw Hat Kid is intriguing. But if he wishes to lead a new era, he has a long road ahead. Big Mom scoffed, dismissing Luffy's potential. Once arrogant. Bellamy only smiled upon witnessing this scene. Back then, I was indeed blind to my own limitations. But now I have a clear goal and will no longer belittle the dreams of others. The visage of Doflamingo appeared before him, a symbol of his mental fortitude. It was time for rewards, and one wondered what kind of reward Straw Hat Luffy would receive. Anticipation began to swell among the crowd. Brook chimed in. If only I could catch a glimpse of Nami's undergarments as well. Yo-ho-ho. Nami shot him a piercing glare. Straw Hat Luffy, congratulations on unlocking the achievement of grandiose displays. Please select your reward. Following tradition, Luffy's rewards began to materialize. Reward 1. A permanent pointer to the final island. Wow. As soon as this reward was announced, the entire world fell silent. Such a reward exists? Hey, this is utterly outrageous. Is the new Pirate King about to emerge? Not just ordinary pirates. Even the Yonko were astounded, some even breaking into a sweat. Monkey D. Luffy, if he were to truly opt for the Eternal Pointer, would not the seas descend into chaos? The mere thought of a new Pirate King emerging sends shivers down even Admiral Akainu's spine. What an annoyance. What is the origin of this luminous screen? How can such phenomena even occur? He clenched his fists in frustration. This screen will undoubtedly plunge the entire ocean into disarray. Yet, at this moment, the most alarmed are the leaders of the world government. Upon reaching the final island, the secrets of their concealed century of blank history will be laid bare. When that time comes, the foundation of their dominion will crumble, and the seas will revert to chaos. This is a scenario they cannot allow. Investigate thoroughly. I demand to know who is responsible for this screen. It must not be permitted to disrupt the seas along with its puppet master. As the command was issued, the voices of the 5 elders trembled with fear. They were genuinely afraid. As for Luffy, the second reward was announced. The resurrection of his deceased brother, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Port Gas d'Ace. Boom. The revelation of the second reward ignited excitement, not just in Luffy, but in the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. Ace can come back to life. Garp's eyes widened in disbelief as he crushed the Sun Bay in his hand. Ace's death remains an everlasting ache in his heart, a lifelong regret. Despite being one of the strongest, Garp was helpless under the weight of justice, watching his grandson perish at the hands of Akainu. How tragic. Garp, please calm down. Upon witnessing Garp's distress, Sengoku adopted a grave demeanor. If Garp were to lose control, few within the Marines could restrain him. Resurrecting Ace? Luffy, who usually wore a playful grin, now wore a face of shock, his pupils constricting sharply. Luffy, you must understand how to choose. Zoro approached with a serious expression. Do not let us down. Sanji lit a cigarette, equally solemn, as he gazed at Luffy. Stay strong, Luffy. Follow your heart, and make the right decision. Usopp exclaimed. This is fantastic. We can reach the final island directly. Chopper cheered, yay. Luffy is going to become the Pirate King. Nami, in disbelief, murmured. Is the Pirate King truly within reach? However, upon hearing their words, Sanji, who had always treated Nami with utmost respect, suddenly shouted, What nonsense! The title of Pirate King is not something bestowed by others. The Pirate King is the freest person upon these seas. Zoro added, If it relies on the charity of others, what kind of Pirate King is that? Without enduring the trials of the journey, what significance does being Pirate King hold? Our goal has never merely been to see Luffy become the Pirate King. If that is all you aspire to, we might as well disband right here and forget our dreams. Their sudden seriousness startled Usopp and Nami, leaving them in shock. They looked at the two with a hint of trepidation, Zoro and Sanji. However, Zoro paid them no mind and patted Luffy on the shoulder, encouraging him, Go on, Luffy. Make amends for your regrets. Luffy, with tears welling in his eyes, gazed at the two. Zoro, Sanji, you. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, revealing a faint smile. Luffy, we are comrades, are we not? Luffy sniffled and then turned to the others. Robin said, Luffy, we have always believed in you. Frankie urged, Make your choice, Luffy. Brook chimed in with a hearty laugh, while Nami, Chopper, and Usopp apologized. We're sorry, Luffy, we have been selfish. Witnessing this scene, Luffy's eyes brimmed with tears. Thank you, everyone, I am so grateful. He sobbed deeply, bowing to his crew, overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, at Carp's location, He pondered anxiously. Luffy, what will you choose? The tension was palpable. Whether to resurrect Ace or obtain the eternal pointer, both options were incredibly tempting, making it a daunting decision. One represented a dream, the other a brother. Such a dilemma. Revive Ace, please. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates prayed fervently, while Blackbeard alone wished for Ace's resurrection to be thwarted. In a moment of clarity, Luffy made his choice. Revive Ace. Upon hearing Luffy's decision, Carp at the Marine headquarters let out a long sigh of relief, as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing into his chair. Sengoku, observing this, shook his head. Carp, are you prepared for what is to come? Fire Fist Ace is a pirate, and we Marines are inherently adversarial. If he is resurrected, it will undoubtedly stir chaos across the seas, and we cannot allow him to wreak havoc. He warned, next time we meet, we will show no mercy. Carp nodded solemnly. If he dares to cause trouble, I shall personally apprehend him. Just then, the image on the screen abruptly shifted to Ace's grave. With a resounding crash, a slender yet powerful arm emerged from the grave, shattering the tombstone. Flame Pillar. Accompanied by a determined voice, a towering inferno erupted. A handsome, freckled boy appeared amidst the flames. Fire Fist Ace had returned. Where am I? What is happening? Ace, bewildered by his own resurrection, thought to himself, didn't T.I. die? A screen materialized before him, revealing that his brother, Straw Hat Luffy, had chosen to resurrect him as a reward, granting him rebirth in this world. The screen was a conduit from a dimensional short video dissemination channel, and Ace would soon learn the details from his comrades. As he absorbed this information, Marco's ecstatic face appeared on the screen. Marco, what is going on? Ace urgently inquired. In the Marine Admiral's chamber, Sakazuki's eyes gleamed with a destructive light as he declared, Fire Fist Ace. I can defeat him once, and I will do it again. Pirates are inherently wicked. And Blackbeard, one could say he is in a frenzy. That cursed Straw Hat has chosen to resurrect Ace. It's utterly detestable. The revival of Ace does not cause him the most anxiety. What truly unsettles him is the possibility of another individual appearing on the list, one who might have the option to resurrect Whitebeard. And if that person were to choose that reward, just the thought of it sends Blackbeard into despair. Although he is currently one of the 4 emperors with immense power, he still feels a sense of trepidation when faced with Whitebeard. How splendid it is that Ace has returned. Hooray! Over here with Luffy. Seeing Ace alive once more has filled Luffy with overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, Fire Fist Ace, alongside Marco, has gathered some understanding of the unfolding events. This implies that if someone appears on the list and can opt to revive Dad, we could reunite once more, correct? Upon hearing this, Marco nodded. Theoretically, that is indeed the case, but the actual implementation is exceedingly difficult. We cannot guarantee that the next individual on the list will choose to resurrect Dad. Marco wore an expression of lament, tinged with helplessness, for they remain unaware of who might make the list. Fire Fist Ace clenched his fists tightly, casting a reluctant glance toward the grave of Whitebeard, murmuring, Is there truly no way? Blackbeard absolutely cannot be resurrected, absolutely not. Observing the scene before them, the various powerful figures began to stir restlessly. The revival of Fire Fist Ace is monumental news. Moreover, this light screen indeed possesses the power to resurrect the deceased. It is overwhelmingly potent. If they were to make the list themselves, perhaps they too could receive some unexpected rewards. This heightened their eagerness to discover what rewards the light screen might offer. Highlighting 15 iconic moments in the pirate world. Third iconic moment. I have killed 56 individuals, all of whom were as foolish as you. Character introduction. He is the notorious leader of the mountain bandits from Windmill Village. His bounty stands at a mere 8 million berries. Yet he once clashed with the future 4 Emperor, red-haired Shanks, leaving Shanks in a rather embarrassing predicament. The light screen continues to broadcast, yet this time, the formidable figures of the seas find themselves scratching their heads. Who is this? A man of such prowess, and they have no recollection? He had a confrontation with red-haired Shanks, yet his bounty is only 8 million berries? Could he be a hidden master? Again, it's an affair from the East Blue. Must that cursed sea never find peace? It is indeed unusual for someone from the East Blue to have bested Shanks. Although they do not know who this mountain bandit king is, their anticipation for this figure has reached its zenith. Only red-haired Shanks, with a sigh, remarks, Oh dear, I didn't expect this old tale to resurface. It seems I am in for some embarrassment. He feigns indifference, though perhaps there is a hint of helplessness. Others may not know who the Mountain Bandit King is, but he remembers all too well. That fellow is the one who caused Shanks to lose an arm. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy fixed his gaze upon the ostentatious protagonist of the third-ranking scene, his fists clenched in determination. The fact that such a formidable figure as Shanks had lost an arm to this pirate king was indeed a testament to his prowess. Sanji spoke with a grave expression, while Zoro nodded in agreement. The scene commenced. Within the tranquil tavern sat the red-haired pirates alongside a menacing man, the very embodiment of the pirate king, who was berating Shanks and his crew, declaring, "The alcohol is all gone, yet it appears the pirates are well-fed and well-watered. Are they merely drinking water?" Upon hearing this, Shanks, seated at the counter, looked up with a smile. "My apologies. It seems we've consumed all the wine." He then offered an unopened bottle from his side to the pirate king, saying, "I have one more here. If you don't mind, this one is for you." However, the pirate king rejected the gesture, instead shattering the bottle with a punch, splattering both Shanks and the young Luffy. The onlookers were left in shock. The pirate king arrogantly proclaimed, "Do you even know who I am? One bottle of wine isn't enough to rinse my mouth." He then brandished his bounty poster, glaring at Shanks. "Behold, my head is worth 8 million berries. I have slain 56 foes, all of whom were as insolent as you. Mark my words. Behave yourself from now on." He believed that with such an exhibition of bravado, Shanks, being a mere small-time pirate, would naturally bow in deference. Yet, Shanks, unfazed, knelt down to tidy up the spilled drink and shattered glass, asking, "Excuse me, Masuno, do you have a cloth? I'll clean this up." This nonchalant demeanor infuriated the pirate king, who felt disregarded. Unable to tolerate such insolence, he unsheathed his sword and smashed the remaining dishes on the table, declaring, "Do you take pleasure in cleaning? This chaos is what warrants your attention." He anticipated Shanks would retaliate, thus providing him the opportunity to teach the pirate a lesson. However, Shanks remained silent, offering no chance for the pirate king to unleash his wrath. "Coward!" The pirate king scoffed, feeling disenchanted. To be such a cowardly man was truly disappointing. He departed with his crew, but not without a final taunt. "Farewell, you timid souls." Thus, the scene concluded. Is that all? TSK, 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 Shanks' patience is remarkable. Had it been me, the pirate king would have been reduced to mere fragments. Ha ha ha, the pirate king's bravado was truly excessive. If the opportunity arose, I would indeed relish the chance. Despite my bounty being a mere 8 million, I have insulted an emperor. How enviable. After witnessing the pirate king's pretentious display, the strong warriors of the seas were left disillusioned. They had anticipated a hidden powerhouse, only to realize that it was Shanks' remarkable temperament that allowed such arrogance to flourish. Their expectations had been in vain. On the Navy's side, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. If there were indeed a pirate of equal caliber to the red-haired Shanks on the seas, chaos would surely ensue. Fortunately, he is merely an ignorant fool, blissfully unaware of his own insignificance. Otherwise, they would find themselves utterly perplexed on how to respond. No wonder Luffy and Shanks share such a close bond. They have known each other since childhood. The recent scene revealed the youthful Luffy, and if memory serves me right, the individuals who clashed with Beckman earlier were indeed part of this pirate crew. Upon further reflection, it is indeed true. Ha ha. It appears that Shanks possesses a past that remains unknown to us. Meanwhile, in the distant East Blue, within the stronghold of the mountain bandits, a similar light screen appeared. That fellow, could it be that he is one of the 4 emperors? No way. Are you certain there is no mistake? Boss, how could there be an error? Did you not just witness it on the screen? It clearly stated the 4 Emperor Shanks. The infamous pirate king is currently drenched in cold sweat from fear. The mere thought of having provoked such a person fills him with dread. How could he have ever mocked them as cowards? It is no wonder they effortlessly dispatched the hundreds of men he brought along and boldly proclaimed their desire to confront them, insisting that at least a warship accompany them. It turns out they weren't boasting. They genuinely possess such power. Ha ha ha. Look, he has begun to feel fear. Though I wish to call him a naive fool, I must concede that his act was executed so flawlessly that it is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to replicate. Truly deserving of the title of Pirate King. On the light screen, the voices of the audience from all corners of the seas resonated, broadcasting the recent actions of the Pirate King in real time. Hearing this, the Pirate King felt a swell of pride. See how the strong of the sea are praising him. He couldn't help but chuckle, declaring, "Though I may be weak, my bravado is immense. Who else could insult a emperor and still walk away unscathed? Only I." However, the scene on the light screen suddenly shifted to the red-haired pirates. Shanks, as if he could see the Pirate King, maintained his gentle smile. Yet his gaze was piercing enough to instill dread. "Machino, I leave you in charge, Pirate King. You ought to be a sensible person." The Pirate King nodded vigorously. Fearing to speculate whether Shanks could indeed see him, he simply knew that if Shanks wished to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant beneath his heel. This moment was likewise broadcasted. "Ha ha ha, a slap in the face at lightning speed. Why the cowardice, brother? Weren't you quite brave just moments ago?" The audience across the seas couldn't help but tease him. To this, the Pirate King conceded, acknowledging that one must still be cautious in the face of danger. Third scene creator, Pirate King. Reason for ranking. Do not be deceived by my lack of strength. I excel in bravado. The images on the screen continued to flow, and the audience had little to say. What more could be said? The Pirate King had exhausted all his bravado. They were far more eager to see what rewards the Pirate King might receive. Congratulations, Mountain Bandit King, on unlocking the achievement of iconic scenes. Please select your reward. Upon hearing this, everyone from the four seas perked up, eager to discover what reward awaited the Mountain Bandit King. Reward 1. Become the greatest bandit leader of the East Sea, but refrain from committing heinous acts. Reward 2. Double your strength, but your activities will be confined to the East Sea. Without a moment's hesitation, the Mountain Bandit declared, "I choose the second reward." What a jest! To be bound by restrictions on wrongdoing. What meaning would life hold then? Though he was hardly a villain, as he often paid for his purchases, the thought of constraints dulled his enthusiasm for banditry. Is this all the reward entails? I expected something grand, akin to what Monkey D., Luffy, or Beckman received. Clearly, the nature of the rewards varied according to the individual, and such personalized offerings only heightened the anticipation of the formidable figures across the seas. I am certain to be among the ranks. After all, a dashing man such as myself deserves no less. Cavendish tossed his hair confidently. He envisioned that once he made the list, he would be rewarded with the title of the most handsome man in the world. "Boss, I am certain you will make the list," remarked Lucky Roo of the red-haired pirates, gazing intently at Shanks. In response, Shanks waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible. I am far too low-key and serene to be listed." He then turned his gaze to the screen, pondering who the next individual to be ranked would be. A countdown of the top 15 iconic scenes in the pirate world. 4th place scene. I was just about to borrow a flame. Character introduction. He is a top-tier chef who would never allow his hands to be stained with blood, yet he becomes entranced by any woman he encounters. He is infatuated with all women, yet adheres strictly to the code of chivalry, never harming them. He hails from a mysterious lineage, a true prince. Upon reading the introduction of this fourth character, everyone was taken aback. Who is this? Why do we not recall him? Hey, that description sounds a lot like you, Sanji. Usopp remarked uncertainly aboard the Sunny. What do you mean sounds like? Be confident, Usopp. Who else but this lecherous chef would become transfixed by women? Zoro interjected disdainfully, casting a disapproving glance at Sanji. Who are you calling lecherous, Mosshead? Sanji retorted, irked. Huh, am I mistaken? Aren't you that way? A lovesick, lecherous chef? Zoro raised an eyebrow, sneering at Sanji. TCH, you're just jealous that I made the list while you did not. Directionally challenged swordsman. I'm on the board. And you are not. Sanji's retort left Zoro momentarily speechless. So what if I'm not on the list? Do you not understand that significant figures usually make their appearances later? Zoro replied, his tone lacking conviction. Honestly, can you two stop bickering? Nami exclaimed, exasperated by the duo. Their deep friendship was evident, yet they often found themselves in playful disputes for no reason. Who was trying to compete with him? Zoro and Sanji turned their heads away, leaving Nami in utter despair. On the luminous screen, the scene began to unfold. At this juncture, salvation was no longer an option. The god of the sky, Enel, wielder of the rumble fruit, was enveloped in crackling lightning as he delivered a death sentence to the gravely injured Usopp, who lay on the ground. Usopp, Nami, who yearned to rescue him, felt her pupils constrict to their smallest as hopelessness consumed her. Just as Enel unleashed his lightning, poised to strike the despondent Usopp, a figure suddenly emerged, hooking Usopp with a foot and sending him flying beside Nami. Nami was piloting the specialized aerial vehicle, the Waiba. Go. The savior of Usopp produced a cigarette and placed it to his lips, wearing a look of serene relief. Divine judgment. The lightning roared forth, vast and inexorable, obliterating everything in its path like a beam of annihilation. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp seized the opportunity and propelled the Waiba into flight. As the lightning dissipated, Enel sensed Nami and Usopp's movements and, with an air of arrogance and confidence, proclaimed, "What if you evaded? Are you not aware of my attack range? Merely this, and you cannot escape my grasp." However, his expression shifted to confusion as he observed the direction of the recent attack. A man in a tattered, charred suit stood precariously. "Oh, Enel, the god, I have one last word." No, before that. The man was none other than Sanji, trembling as he raised the cigarette to his lips. "Apologies, I merely wanted to borrow a light." With that, he grinned widely and exhaled a great cloud of smoke. In that moment, this battered form and simple utterance resonated profoundly. Enel raised an eyebrow. "And then, what follows?" Sanji smiled. "Soon, you shall weep in despair." With those words, he knelt and then collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Ah, how fleeting was his charm. After putting on such a show, he could hardly maintain it for 3 seconds. My heavens, Sanji, you truly have a flair for the dramatic. How splendid. Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly enthralled. Ah, Sanji, you are so manly. I admire you so much. Chopper leapt onto Sanji, his face brimming with adoration. Yo-ho-ho, Sanji is a true man. My scalp tingles with his might. Though I lack a scalp, yo-ho-ho. Brook continued to enliven the atmosphere. Frankie was moved to tears. Super. Do you see, Green Algae Head? Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend. Relishing the admiration, Sanji shot a proud glance at Zoro, a defiant smirk gracing his face. TCH, collapsing after showing off. How can one be so vain yet so flawed? Zoro's precise words struck Sanji's defenses. Curse this damned screen. Must they not omit that part? Sanji grumbled internally. Now everyone knows the truth about my fleeting charm. If only I had crew members like that. I truly envy the 2 individuals protected by Sanji. Their affection is undeniably pure. Ah, Sanji, I am in awe of you. Though your charm may fade after 3 seconds, I must declare that you are extraordinarily handsome, Sanji. This is the essence of true masculinity. In the face of widespread admiration, Sanji maintains a calm demeanor. Even as his hand trembles while holding a cigarette, he feigns composure, stating, "It is only natural. This is my chivalric spirit. I shall never allow harm to come to a lady." At the Navy headquarters, whispers of his mysterious lineage as a true prince arise. What does this imply? Sengoku keenly perceives this, suggesting that this individual hails from an extraordinary family. Thus, Sengoku feels compelled to investigate further, as this knowledge may illuminate the true threat posed by the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, a man with green hair and sunglasses, bearing a resemblance to Sanji, grins widely. Yet, there is a hint of malevolence in his smile. In East Blue, at the Bartai restaurant, a tall man with a chef's hat and a beard, possessing a limp, gazes at the shimmering screen with a benevolent expression. "As long as you are safe, my boy." Behind him, a multitude of chefs cheer, as expected of Sanji. Ha! He remains as conceited as ever. Kaido remarks, "The Straw Hat Pirates have already had 2 individuals listed. Should more join their ranks, it would indeed be a headache. This sea does not require so many prodigies aboard a single vessel." Initially dismissive of the Straw Hat Pirates, Kaido now believes it prudent to pay attention to this new generation at sea. Similarly, other formidable figures have also taken note of the Straw Hat crew. After 2 years, the Straw Hat Pirates have once again captured the attention of the strongest, now recognized as a significant threat. Fufufu, the Straw Hat crew is truly amusing. Are they about to turn the world upside down once more? Doflamingo, ever the instigator, laughs with delight. I wonder if I might find my name among the ranks of this pretentious list. If so, it would be quite a joy. Having witnessed the miraculous abilities of the screen, it is likely that no one would wish to miss the chance to be recognized and rewarded. Blackleg Sanji, what reward shall you receive? Although uncertain, it is widely understood among the powerful of the sea that rewards correlate with the individuals involved. For someone like Blackleg Sanji, who is emerging prominently, the reward should indeed be enticing. 4th place scene creator, Blackleg Sanji. Reason for ranking. I uphold chivalric principles, yet I also indulge in flamboyance. Congratulations, Blackleg Sanji, on unlocking the achievement of creating ostentatious scenes. Please select your reward. Upon hearing these words, Sanji suddenly feels a surge of anxiety. That reward must appear, please. If Beckman received a reward for restoring his severed arm, I fervently pray for a similar boon. As long as I receive this reward, I shall be indifferent to all else. He silently implores. Perhaps the screen has understood his heartfelt wish. Or perhaps the luminous curtain simply delights in mending regrets. Taking on the role of a dream weaver. Reward 1. Discover the path to all blue and fulfill your lifelong aspiration. Reward 2. Restore the broken leg of the benefactor. Redfoot Zeph, in gratitude for his nurturing kindness. Upon glimpsing the second reward, Sanji smiled and, without hesitation, opted for the latter, restoring Zeph's leg. It had been his long-held desire. Sanji, you rascal. Redfoot Zeph could hardly have anticipated Sanji's resoluteness, forsaking his own dreams to mend the old man's leg. A beam of white light enveloped them, and Zeph felt a tingling sensation in his severed limb. Miraculously, the previously necrotic area surged back to life as fresh tissue began to sprout rapidly. In less than a minute, his leg was restored. He regained a robust and healthy limb. Just as Zeph's leg healed, the luminous curtain shifted to reveal the Straw Hat Pirates. You lad, why trouble yourself over this old man? Zeph remarked, observing Sanji's astonished yet proud expression, feigning helplessness. This scene was, of course, broadcasted live. The onlookers anticipated an emotional reunion between Zeph and Sanji. However, the men of the sea are always distinct. Sanji scoffed, "TCH, old man. Do you intend to limp for the rest of your days? Now that your leg is healed, it won't hinder your culinary prowess." Among men, there is no need for expressions of gratitude. Such sentiment is utterly nauseating. Sanji feigned disdain, appearing as if he wished to avoid Zeph entirely. Yet, it was this very attitude that made Zeph chuckle. Now that's more like your style, Sanji. Just ensure you don't slack off. If you can't find all blue, don't come back empty-handed. Hearing this, Sanji rolled his eyes and stylishly exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you even need to say that, old man Zeph? All right, I'm off. We're nearing our destination. Take care of yourself. Zeph nodded. You too. In conclusion, as if recalling something, he added, of course, if things don't go well out there, the Baratai will always be your home. Sanji waved dismissively, rest assured. I will make a name for myself before returning. After a brief silence, he continued, be cautious and avoid conflicts. At this, a smile crept across Zeph's face. Do you even need to say that? Zeph would not fully grasp the meaning behind Sanji's words until certain events unfolded. Hurry up and play the next one. Let us move faster. The curiosity of the masses had been thoroughly piqued, eager to discover who would create the next memorable scene. Aboard the Straw Hat Pirate ship. Green Algae Head, don't get your hopes up. It's impossible for you. Sanji teased, casting a sidelong glance at a slightly expectant Zoro. You should be grateful that you weren't mocked for your 3 seconds of bravado. Zoro shot Sanji a disdainful look in response. He gazed at the luminous screen before him and thought, if you truly possess a spirit, I implore you to grant me a place on the leaderboard. The rewards displayed on the screen often fulfilled the unspoken regrets nestled within the hearts of many. Luffy resurrected his brother Ace, and Sanji salvaged Zeph's severed leg. If Roronoa Zoro were to find himself on that list, there was someone he yearned to revive as well, his childhood companion, Kuna, whom he had always aspired to surpass. Equally determined to become the world's greatest swordsman, Kuina's fate remained a significant regret in Zoro's heart. As the screen presented its narrative, the people across the 4 seas were enveloped in uncertainty. Is this referring to Mihawk? They wondered. It must be him. Who else could bear the title of the world's greatest swordsman? They had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof Mihawk was also a man of considerable bravado. Eager anticipation filled the air as they yearned to witness his display of arrogance. Ah, Mihawk, this is utterly delightful. I never imagined I would witness him in such a light. Doflamingo exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. In ordinary circumstances, acquiring news of Mihawk was a rare luxury, let alone witnessing him flaunt his prowess. He mused that after this video, Mihawk's cool demeanor would likely plummet. Ha ha ha, it seems Mihawk has indeed made the list. I must observe this closely. Shanks chuckled, envisioning the opportunity to share amusing anecdotes when next they crossed paths. As the text faded, the scene shifted to the ocean, where a large ship was navigating the waves. However, this vessel appeared somewhat dilapidated, and its crew wore expressions of sheer terror, glancing back as if pursued by a monstrous entity. What could be chasing them? The waters resembled those of the East Blue. Suddenly, A blinding sword wave cleaved through the ship with such ferocity that even the spectators felt a chill. The vessel was severed in two, and the pirates aboard, filled with frustration and rage, shouted towards the source of the attack. What have we done to deserve this relentless pursuit? Yet, the architect of their plight, Mihawk, merely cast a casual glance in their direction and replied nonchalantly, I was merely passing the time, and you happened to be in my way. Seated upon a small raft, he exuded an air of superiority, seemingly relishing the display of his might. The onlookers could not contain their laughter, exclaiming, Ah, what a simple yet profound way to pass the time. Is it truly that effortless for the strong to flaunt their prowess? I never anticipated that Hawkeye would possess such an air of arrogance. He exudes an overwhelming aura of superiority. Yet, even more unexpected was the moment when a phrase floated across the screen. The reason Hawkeye struck this ship was that someone witnessed him rowing with a black blade, just a jest. As the words drifted by, the crowd fell into a brief silence, followed by uproarious laughter. Indeed, it makes perfect sense. I mean, how could Hawkeye possibly destroy someone else's vessel without cause? He is certainly not aimlessly seeking trouble. Even if his path was obstructed, there would be no need to rend the ship to pieces. It's clear that a dark secret was seen by others, prompting him to silence any witnesses. The assembly erupted in laughter, engaging in fervent discussions. Hawkeye's aloof persona had undeniably crumbled in their minds. At this moment, within the castle of Clayacana Island, Perona, the ghostly princess who had been brought here by the tyrant Kuma and had settled in, gazed at Hawkeye, who was clad in a white shirt and solemnly savoring red wine. Is this true? She inquired. Before them, a luminous screen displayed the unfolding events. Why bother with such trivial inquiries? Hawkeye replied coldly, yet the glint of menace at the corner of his mouth indicated that some answers were already glaringly evident. Perona quickly grasped the implication, offering a friendly smile before hastily departing, fearing that Hawkeye might turn his blade upon her. Meanwhile, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Zoro clutched the railing tightly, fully aware of the impending confrontation. The scene revealed Hawkeye boarding the shattered vessel, and then a figure emerged before Mihawk, Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye, allow me to gauge the disparity between us. I am prepared for death, Zoro declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes ablaze with fervor, embodying the ferocity of a wild beast. Utterly oblivious to fear. Is it true? The pirate hunter is this audacious, challenging Hawkeye? Some murmured. Surely, one must recognize their limits. Can he truly dare to challenge Hawkeye? Is it not premature? It seemed akin to attempting to crack a stone with an egg. After all, it was evident that Zoro, at this moment, was still not formidable enough. Yet, Hawkeye regarded Zoro as challenged with nonchalance, proclaiming haughtily, Oh, pitiful weakling, if you were truly a top-tier swordsman, even without engaging in battle, you should discern the chasm between our strengths. To dare draw your sword against me, should I commend your courage or lament your ignorance? In response to Hawkeye's skepticism, Zoro unsheathed his sword, calmly asserting, It is because of my ambition. I have made a pact with someone. He shall become the pirate king, and I shall ascend to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Upon hearing this declaration, the onlookers were compelled to marvel at Zoro's audacity. Indeed, he exhibited remarkable courage, albeit a tad unrealistic. Upon hearing these words, Hawkeye's expression remained unchanged as he unsheathed the small dagger hanging from his neck. I am unlike the foolish beasts that exert their full strength merely to hunt rabbits, he declared, disdain evident as he shrugged nonchalantly. Unfortunately, I possess no smaller blade than this. The implication of his contempt was unmistakable. The audience, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment. My heavens, this arrogance is simply astounding. Ha! There truly is no smaller knife than this. How utterly insulting. Indeed, those who ascend to renown possess an unparalleled ability to boast. The scene continued, with Zoro showing no sign of anger in response to Hawkeye's derision. Drawing all of his swords, he charged at Hawkeye with unwavering resolve. Observing this, Hawkeye maintained his indifferent demeanor, a frog in a well. Come and witness the vastness of the world. Then he struck. Zoro's full might was effortlessly neutralized by that diminutive dagger, and he found himself pierced through the chest by Hawkeye's blade. Is the disparity truly so great? Zoro pondered. Weakling, what burden do you carry, and what do you yearn for at the pinnacle of strength? Hawkeye remained as proud as ever, yet soon he recognized Zoro as potential. Have you already cast aside the fear of death? He mused, observing Zoro, who, despite having been defeated, spread his arms wide with a beaming smile, declaring that being struck in the back was a swordsman's disgrace. It was then that Hawkeye genuinely felt Zoro's extraordinary spirit for the first time, igniting within him a sense of admiration. "I shall remember your name, long-lost warrior. Reveal it to me." Zoro grinned, his voice deep and filled with excitement. "Resonant, Roronoa Zoro." Hawkeye replied, "Then, in accordance with the code of swordsmen, I shall draw my supreme blade, the black sword Yuru. I will send you to the depths of the sea with it." With that, he struck, leaving a long gash across Zoro's chest. "I am Dracul Mihawk. It is too soon for you to seek death. Understand yourself, comprehend the world, and grow stronger." As Zoro was rescued, Hawkeye made no move to intervene, instead issuing a challenge. "Roronoa, no matter how many years pass, I shall await you in the position of the strongest. Continuously hone your formidable willpower, transcend this blade. Surpass me, Roronoa." The scene concluded here, yet all who witnessed it were deeply moved. How curious it felt. While it seemed Hawkeye was merely posturing, it was, in truth, a lesson imparted to his disciple. The impact was profound. Roronoa's tenacity was remarkable, and it was no wonder he was among the supernovas. Upon reflection, Hawkeye revealed a fascinating side of himself. Yet, that one line, "Unfortunately, I possess no smaller blade than this," was the peak of arrogance. Roronoa Zoro, humph. What of Hawkeye's acknowledgement? "I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Roronoa Zoro, I shall remember you." Hawkeye, brace yourself. Your position shall soon be mine. Many aspiring swordsmen, not just Zoro, yearn to become the world's preeminent swordsman and challenge Dracul Mihawk. Thus, upon the broadcast of Zoro's confrontation with Mihawk, numerous swordsmen began to stir with anticipation. Defeating the infamous pirate hunter Roronoa would undoubtedly be a splendid opportunity to gain renown. As the screen shifted, viewers were captivated by the unfolding scene. To their surprise, it continued. How intriguing. The backdrop resembled the fierce battle at Marineford. Standing resolute on the battlefield was Mihawk, confronted by two peculiar figures clad in stockings, exuding an oddity. "Mihawk, do you remember us?" they exclaimed, their faces a mixture of excitement and animosity. However, Mihawk merely cast a disdainful glance their way, coolly declaring, "I never concern myself with nameless individuals." This statement incited the duo's fury, prompting them to charge at Mihawk. In an instant, he drew his sword, sending both adversaries crashing to the ground. With an air of indifference, Mihawk remarked, "I do not bother to remember the faces of mere insects." Once again, he showcased his nonchalance, contrasting sharply with the defeated foes sprawled at his feet, further highlighting his extraordinary prowess. Truly, he is the great swordsman, exuding an undeniable pride that renders even the smallest of insects unworthy of his attention. I never imagined I would witness Mihawk's theatricality firsthand. It appears that formidable figures are not as aloof as we envision. Mihawk, with his striking features and cool demeanor, surprises us all with his unabashed bravado. This video has completely transformed our perception of him. Is this still the same unrivaled swordsman, as fierce as an eagle? No. He is evidently a man addicted to showmanship, radiating an aura of superiority. Mihawk will find it challenging to maintain his aloof facade after this. I am genuinely curious about his current expression. Shanks, with his red hair, couldn't contain his laughter, recognizing his friend for the playful tease he is. Typically, one wouldn't dare label him as such, but now, everyone is aware of his penchant for theatrics. How amusing. I never anticipated this side of Mihawk. Doflamingo found the spectacle delightfully entertaining. Meanwhile, in the castle on Koreha Island, Mihawk watched the screen, his eyes gleaming with intensity. After a lengthy pause, he simply uttered, "Boring." With that, he rose and walked outside. "Come, my baboons, let us train," he commanded, unsheathing his black blade, charging at the unsuspecting primates without regard for their willingness. The baboons, bewildered and beleaguered, pondered what grievance they could have committed to deserve such torment. They found themselves overwhelmed and unable to escape the onslaught. Feeling both despondent and desperate, that day, onlookers in the surrounding seas witnessed an awe-inspiring spectacle as the ocean was cleaved apart, and the slain sea kings accumulated like mountains upon the surface, while the sky above was torn asunder, remaining irreparable for ages. A series of terrifying beams of light surged towards the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The earth trembled and the sky shattered. The man responsible for this chaos wielding a dark blade, remarked nonchalantly, "I apologize, everyone. I may have been a tad too forceful." Unfortunately, this scene was broadcasted live by a mysterious luminescent screen. Ha. He was flustered indeed. So, this is the true nature of Hawkeye. Who would have thought he could be so endearing? Alas, Hawkeye's illustrious reputation was on the brink of ruin. It was only upon hearing the voices of the masses that he realized he had truly embarrassed himself this time. He couldn't help but regard the screen, which even his observation haki failed to perceive, with increased vigilance. This contraption was perilously dangerous. The fifth iconic scene creator, Hawkeye Mihawk. Reason for inclusion. I am the world's greatest swordsman, yet this does not prevent me from being ostentatious. Upon this commentary, laughter erupted once more. This remark was simply exquisite. Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, congratulations on unlocking the achievement for ostentatious iconic scenes. Please select your reward. Reward 1. Ensure that everyone forgets your recent embarrassment. Reward 2. Learn the name of the man who will defeat you in the future and become the world's greatest swordsman. Observing this spectacle, the crowd unanimously concluded that Hawkeye would undoubtedly choose the first reward. Reputation, after all, is a valuable asset. Clearly, the first option was far more pragmatic compared to the second. A formidable warrior like Hawkeye could hardly afford to seek distant gains. Yet, it was inconceivable. The screen shifted focus to Hawkeye Mihawk, and all eyes eagerly awaited his response. I choose the second reward. To everyone's astonishment, Hawkeye Mihawk opted for the latter. The knowledge of who would eventually defeat him and ascend as the world's greatest swordsman. What? His choice left the onlookers dumbfounded. Did he not care for his reputation? His decision was utterly perplexing. Perhaps this was the resolve of a true warrior. Indeed, had Hawkeye Mihawk chosen the first reward, it would have reflected a lack of vision. The second option, however, showcased a more intriguing perspective. Now that's your style. Doflamingo chuckled wickedly. True strength lies in an indifference to the opinions of others. Embarrassment? Is that of any significance? Not in the slightest. I wonder who will be the one to defeat Hawkeye in the future? Blackbeard grinned widely, intrigued by who could possibly succeed Hawkeye. If he could learn this man's identity, he would certainly seek to cultivate a strong alliance with him. Such formidable power must be embraced. Blackbeard thought as much. Kaido and Big Mom shared similar sentiments. Even the Navy held this perspective. Anyone capable of defeating Hawkeye was undoubtedly worthy of their caution and attention. Could it be me? On board the Thousand Sunny, Zoro instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. Nervous yet filled with anticipation, as the luminous screen illuminated, Hawkeye found himself enveloped in a radiant glow. When the light faded, a knowing expression graced his face. Indeed, just as I envisioned, is that the man? Excellent. I shall wait here for his arrival. With that, he savored a sip of red wine. Then, the screen transitioned once more. Who could it be? I had hoped to discern the identity. How disappointing. My anticipation has been thwarted. Only Hawkeye Mihawk knew the answer. Many expressed their regret, believing they too would learn who the next world's greatest swordsman would be. In a hushed tone, Hawkeye murmured, "Roronoa Zoro, strive diligently, for I anticipate your arrival alongside that man, to defeat him, and ultimately conquer me, becoming the new world's greatest swordsman." The implications of this ranking have significantly heightened our pressure. Sengoku, seated solemnly, furrowed his brow. Beckman has attained immortality. Fire Fist Ace has resurrected, and now a mysterious future swordsman has emerged. According to the content of that luminous screen, 10 more will ascend to the ranks, undoubtedly bringing unimaginable turmoil to the seas. This presents a formidable dilemma for us in the Navy. In response to Sengoku's serious demeanor, Garp remarked earnestly, "This indeed poses a challenge. Yet, will any of our Navy personnel be among the remaining 10? Sengoku sighed at this. If only that were the case. How splendid it would be. I am eager to discover the identities of the remaining 10. He yearned for this knowledge so that the Navy could methodically devise appropriate countermeasures. Such thoughts mirrored the desires of the pirates. They have already glimpsed the dawn of a tumultuous upheaval. Fire Fist Ace has revived. Beckman has gained immortality. This will undoubtedly bolster the ranks of pirates, affording them greater operational ease. Therefore, everyone is fervently eager to learn the answers regarding the next 10. Hurry. Let us see the continuation. Countless spectators gazed at the screen, their hearts brimming with expectation. Yet, amidst this collective anticipation, the luminous screen astonishingly dissipated. Yes, it vanished. Panic ensued. Attempts to grasp it proved futile. It eluded their fingers, gradually fading before their very eyes. What is happening? A collective bewilderment swept over the crowd. Wasn't it meant to showcase 15 renowned scenes? Why had only 5 been revealed before it vanished? What a cruel tease. Just as my interest was piqued, you depart. Is this how one plays with people's emotions? I cannot continue to enjoy this. To think that it would only reveal half, and then abruptly cease? Could it be more frustrating? The crowd erupted in exclamations. This truly embodies the essence of a gentle arrival and a soft departure, with a mere flick of the sleeve. Not a single cloud remains. Can one play with such abandon? Sengoku and Garp exchanged silent glances. We must promptly consult Vegapunk to inquire if he possesses any insight into this matter. Vegapunk wields technology that surpasses 5 centuries of knowledge. If he too is left in the dark, there is truly no way out at this moment. The excitement within the world's governments is palpable. We must ascertain the origins and workings of this phenomenon. It appears suddenly and vanishes just as swiftly. It can endow individuals with various peculiar abilities, and even resurrect the deceased. This is utterly terrifying. Not only they, but even him feels the chill run down their spine, unable to sleep at night. How amusing, indeed. It is. Blackbeard rose with an uproarious laugh, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Since you refuse to let go, then it is opportune to obliterate Whitebeard's grave. I shall not allow you any chance of resurrection. Having witnessed Ace's revival, Blackbeard's foremost desire now is to level Whitebeard's tomb. Of course, Fire Fist Ace must also be dealt with. Allowing this individual to exist poses a threat. As for red-haired Shanks, it is time to depart. Blackbeard is undoubtedly restless and will likely make some moves. We cannot permit him to cause chaos and disrupt Whitebeard's peace. Shanks stood, seemingly foreseeing Blackbeard's intentions, and set sail. Whatever thoughts Shanks could conceive, Fire Fist Ace could not possibly overlook. Blackbeard, I shall not allow you to harm our father. Fire Fist Ace sat beside Whitebeard's grave. His expression stern. He had already informed Marco and the others of Blackbeard's potential actions, and they were on their way. Marine. Great news. Admiral Sakazuki, alarmed, received a report from a pale-faced colonel. The 4 emperors, Blackbeard Teach and red-haired Shanks, along with remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, have all mobilized. The new world is in upheaval. The colonel rushed into the admiral's office, panic-stricken. The mobilization of 1 emperor is sufficient to incite chaos across the world. 2 emperors would undoubtedly turn the situation upside down. Coupled with remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the colonel felt as if the sky were collapsing. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze piercing. Summon all officers of rear admiral rank and above to the conference room immediately. Inspector Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp were also summoned. We cannot allow these pirates to wreak havoc, he stated in a low voice, brimming with lethal intent. As long as I, Sakazuki, hold the position of admiral, I will not permit such turmoil upon these seas. Yes, the colonel hastily retreated. As this news spread within the Marine headquarters, it instigated widespread panic. The mobilization of 2 emperors is reminiscent of the Battle of Marineford. The chaos and terror that the battle brought to the world is well known to the populace. No one wishes to endure such an experience again. The world is in turmoil once more. How splendid. Don Quixote Doflamingo's delight grew with the news of the 2 emperors' movements. What? Blackbeard, red-haired, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates all mobilized? Sengoku and Garp, who were in punk hazard inquiring about the situation with the curtains, were also taken aback by the news, their expressions instantly turning grave. A turbulent time indeed. This is truly a world-class upheaval. Sengoku sighed, lamenting the chaos of the warring states, and promptly made his way to the conference room. However, as he traversed the corridor, the enigmatic voice emanating from the screen echoed once more. The first part of the compilation of 15 illustrious moments has concluded. The second and third parts are currently in production. Please stay tuned. Should you wish to view the videos earlier, feel free to bestow rewards upon the author. Gold, silver, precious gems, and rare treasures are all welcome. Your generosity fuels the author's creative spirit. Once the total rewards exceed 5 million, it will prompt the author to expedite updates. At that moment, a circular black portal materialized before him, fixed upon the wall of a corridor within the Navy headquarters. Those privy to this matter were not limited to Sengoku alone. All who had previously watched the short video were also aware. Rewards? Really? So, I must pay to watch a video? Well, I suspected it wouldn't be so simple. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Ultimately, it seemed the aim was to exploit our treasures. Some individuals were enraged, finding the screen's demands utterly disgraceful, while others voiced their outrage. It was expected to pay for viewing videos, especially when they occasionally revealed hidden information. The expense was justified. Sengoku, having once held the rank of marshal, weighed the pros and cons and made his decision. If spending money allows us to acquire more information, then investing a fortune is worth it. Naturally, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki concurred. His ironclad nature did not equate to foolishness. Purchasing information was indeed a worthy endeavor. He urged all Navy personnel to generously contribute, suggesting a modest donation of 100 berries each. Collectively, the vast number of powerful individuals at sea would soon amass the desired 5 million in rewards. How intriguing. I eagerly anticipate the continuation of the video. Doflamingo did not oppose the idea of rewarding the author. The mere first half had already stirred the seas. Once the entire video was unveiled, the upheaval would be monumental. For one engaged in underground dealings like him, this was an exhilarating prospect. He would not hesitate to contribute. Need rewards? Ha ha ha. This screen is quite amusing, akin to a merchant. Red-haired Shanks also welcomed this initiative. With wealth that spanned the seas, donating posed no significant challenge for him. It seems rather entertaining. Perhaps we should contribute a little as well. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy beamed with joy. Nami, however, glared at him, her expression resembling that of a miser. You dare, she warned, fists clenched. If you touch the money, I will not spare you. Observing her fierce demeanor, Luffy sensed that this matter might prove troublesome. At this moment, on Fishman Island, within Ryugu Palace. Is this what the outside world is like? How fascinating. The people out there are so powerful. I truly wish to explore. The mermaid princess, White Star, who could only remain nestled within the shell tower, gazed longingly at the luminous screen before her. Yet, in an instant, her expression soured as the reality of her confinement struck her. She could not venture outside. Thus, in her pursuit to further explore the world beyond, Princess White Star unhesitatingly rewarded several exquisite pearl necklaces. The entire ocean buzzed with discussions sparked by her generous offerings. Naturally, many illustrious figures were inspired to contribute. Admiral Sakazuki donated a tael of gold, yielding a contribution of 1,000 reward points. Marine Inspector Sengoku gifted a finely crafted iron sword, adding 200 reward points. The Yonko, red-haired Shanks, presented 10 pearl necklaces, contributing a remarkable 5,000 reward points. Meanwhile, the Yonko Blackbeard Teach made a donation. Just an hour later, as Sakazuki and the high-ranking officers of the Marine headquarters concluded their deliberations on how to respond to the movements of the two Yonko, the voice from the screen resonated once more. The 5 million reward points have been fully achieved. Any excess contributions will be automatically refunded. Congratulations to all on completing the reward task. Preparations for 15 grandiose scenarios are underway and will be updated within a day. Furthermore, users who have not participated in the rewards will be unable to continue viewing the footage, only able to hear the audio. Should they refrain from contributing next time, they will lose their viewing privileges entirely. As the dark halo vanished, its proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? No viewing without a donation? How stringent. Infuriating. Are they not coercing us into spending money? Countless individuals were incensed. Upon realizing that donations were necessary to continue watching, many pondered, even if I don't donate, someone else will. Some even smugly declared, only a fool would donate. Let the fools contribute while we reap the benefits. How splendid. This was precisely the sentiment of Van D. Duncan 9. He held admiration for White Star and was privy to her secret lineage. In the previous 5 videos, he had uncovered certain mysteries. He mused that if only the content related to White Star could be aired, it would greatly assist him in his endeavors. However, the realization that it would not be so simple did not deter him from indulging in the footage. After all, witnessing the rare appearances of formidable figures and discovering their little-known mishaps and secrets was nothing short of enchanting. When the necessity of donations was revealed, he scoffed at the notion. Ask me to donate. Not a chance. I can still watch without contributing. He took pride in his astute decision. Yet, unexpectedly, the screen swiftly delivered a harsh reprimand. No payment, no viewing. He could almost envision the screen's disdainful tone mocking him. You, a pauper, wish to watch. Dream on. This incited a deep fury within him, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Ah, this screen is indeed amusing. Doflamingo chuckled, acknowledging the brilliance of this business model. Without payment, one cannot access the videos, simply perfect. Yet, all of this bore little relevance to Su Yang's reality. Early in the morning, he was roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of his alarm clock. Habitually, he settled in front of his computer, moved the mouse, and prepared to shut it down for work. However, upon opening the screen, he was met with a glaring 999 icon amidst the trending short video page. What on earth? Is it possible I've been reported for copyright infringement? Su Yang felt a sense of foreboding. Having spent considerable time mastering video editing, he had never encountered such a predicament. Overnight, an influx of notifications had arrived. What else could it indicate but infringement? His mind could conjure no other explanations, and he felt a rising panic. I knew it. How could the rewards be so lavish? Directly 50,000, and a subsequent payment of 1,000 per video. Such fortune seemed implausible. Su Yang lamented his momentary greed that had led him down this irrevocable path. The thought of the consequences of infringement filled him with despair. After all, he could well be summoned for a chat by the authorities. Yet, even if he had infringed, he needed to understand the situation. Better to face the truth than remain in ignorance. Resolute, he trembled as he clicked on the 999 icon, swallowing hard, feeling his heart skip a beat. However, as the details of the 999 notifications unfolded before him, Su Yang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had anticipated a notice of complaint, but instead, it was a notification of tips. Naturally, the usernames of the benefactors were rather peculiar. By Sho Kaido tipped 4,000, Red-Haired Shanks 5,000, and Admiral Sakazuki 1,000. Moreover, the gifts ranged from the bizarre to the extravagant: fragments of atom, 5 pearl necklaces, and a tail of gold. This was hardly surprising, given that it pertained to a One-Piece video. It was quite normal for fans to use names from the series as their monikers. Simultaneously, a notification from the website's backend appeared. Congratulations, creator Su Yang. Your video, a recap of 15 iconic moments in One Piece, has reached a tipping value of 5 million. According to the revenue sharing agreement, you will receive 70% of the tips. Your earnings will be displayed in the backend, and you may withdraw at any time. Funds will be transferred within 2 business days. Wishing you continued success in creating exceptional works. Upon reading this message, Su Yang hurriedly accessed the backend, which had been established by the website without his prior consent the moment he uploaded his video. It had created an account for him and linked his bank card and personal information. 10, 100, million, 35,000 in total. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt his entire body tremble. 35,000. He thought he was dreaming. When had he ever seen such a sum? How could it possibly amount to this? Su Yang swallowed hard, feeling utterly bewildered. He merely edited a video. How could he have earned such a significant sum of money? Were those who bestowed gifts upon him all affluent individuals? Suddenly, an idea struck him. If video editing was so lucrative, did he even need to work anymore? Just a simple video could suffice to sustain himself. The enormity of it all felt surreal. He pinched himself hard. Ouch, that hurt. It appeared he was not dreaming after all. Su Yang remained in a daze for quite some time before a broad smile broke across his face. Ha ha. This is simply magnificent. He stretched out his arms, for the first time appreciating how fresh the morning air felt. Yet, he resolved that he still couldn't forgo his job. Let us consider it a means of socializing and expanding his network. He suppressed the urge to become a reclusive homebody, even though he had come into some wealth. After all, one cannot simply confine oneself to the 4 walls. Previously, he worked for a living, but now he could view it as a hobby. After all, one must have some interests, right? Otherwise, what was the point of all his diligent studying? He clicked to withdraw his earnings and then shut down his computer, heading out to work. He felt no oddity regarding why only his videos filled this short video platform. As he strolled down the street and sat in his car, Su Yang had never felt so elated. The sky could be so blue. The street could be so vibrant. The car could be so spacious. In the past, he rushed each day to catch the bus and head to the office, never having the inclination to notice the world around him. He wouldn't have the leisure to wait for an empty bus before boarding. But now, leaning against the car window, Su Yang felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. Arriving at the office, he clocked in precisely at 9 o'clock. He leisurely took his seat, and powered on his computer. His major was graphic design, complemented by his studies in video editing. "Hey, Su-young, did you finish the poster I asked you to do last night?" At that moment, a man in his 30s approached with a sullen expression. "Poster? What poster?" Su-young turned, intrigued. "What poster? Are you blind? Didn't you see the message I sent you last night?" "Su-young, do you even want to keep your job? If not, you can just leave." The man, named Su-chong, was Su-young's boss, sharp-tongued, miserly, and narrow-minded. Su-young raised an eyebrow and glanced at his phone, unable to suppress a chuckle. "You sent me a message at 2 in the morning asking for a poster? Please, Brother Chong, I'm not your personal servant, available 24/7. Moreover, that promotional poster isn't needed until Friday. Today is only Tuesday. What's the rush? Are you afraid you won't live to see that day?" Su-chong, incensed by this retort, shouted, "Su-young, what did you just say? Do you dare to insult me? Do you believe I can have you removed with a single word?" The words of Su-young astonished the surrounding crowd. They gazed at him in disbelief, puzzled by his audacity to confront Su-chong today. "What is wrong with you? Do you fancy yourself something special? Earning a mere $3,500 a month, do you expect to commandeer all my time? If you have urgent matters, do be quick about them. Do not wait until after work to discuss. And who, at 2 in the morning, is still awake to receive your messages? You demand something due on Friday as early as Tuesday. Are you on the brink of demise, unable to see that Friday will come? Understand this. The company is not my household, and I am not a machine designed to operate round the clock. I require rest. Thank you very much. Naturally, if my words are intolerable to you, that is of no concern. Pay my severance, and I shall depart immediately. However, should you refuse, I regret to inform you that I have committed no grave error, and you possess no authority to dismiss me." Faced with Su-young's calm demeanor, Su-chong found himself momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. What was happening? The usually courteous Su-young had exhibited such an unusual demeanor today. Although Su-young had previously challenged him, he had never before resorted to outright insults. "Why?" Su-chong stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. As his subsequent words lodged in his throat, "My dear boss, if you have no pressing matters, kindly refrain from disturbing my work. Please take your leave, no thanks necessary." Su-young flashed a grin before returning to his design work. The surrounding colleagues exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with excitement. What a relief. They too had longed to unleash their frustrations upon their boss. Day in and day out, they were fed grand promises while their worth was exploited, receiving no overtime pay and often subjected to harsh reprimands. They endured merely for the sake of financial necessity. But today, Su-young had accomplished what they had only dared to dream. "It's fantastic," they exclaimed. Su-chong, darkly glancing at the jubilant faces of his subordinates, felt his mood darken further. "Su-young, you will regret this. Your reckoning shall come," he declared furiously as he stormed into his office, slamming the door with force. Su-young shrugged. Let him be angry. "I'm so terrified," he thought. If pushed to the brink, he would simply acquire the company and have Su-chong work for him. "Su-young, you are incredible. How daring of you to stand up to the boss," one colleague exclaimed. "Indeed, you are a true role model for us." Another chimed in as they gathered around him, showering him with praise. To this, Su-young merely smiled, embodying a sense of humble achievement. At 6 in the evening, Su-young entirely disregarded Su-chong's murderous glare as he clocked out for the day. Upon returning home, he opened his computer and received a prompt from the website. "Please upload the video for a review of the top 15 iconic scenes from One Piece without delay." Upon reading the message, Su-young felt a sense of urgency and quickly began editing the video. With 15 iconic scenes, the compilation had exceeded 30 minutes, a length deemed excessive for viewer engagement. Thus, he astutely divided it into 3 segments, upper, middle, and lower, each lasting 10 minutes, neither too lengthy nor too brief, truly a perfect arrangement. At this moment, a notification arrived on his phone. Su-young glanced at his balance, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. A deposit of 400,000 truly instills a sense of security. Moreover, the speed of withdrawal was impressively swift. He initiated the process in the morning and received the funds by evening, a pace he found quite satisfactory. With over 300,000 credited, his momentum was significantly enhanced. In just half an hour, he had completed the video editing, thanks to the materials being prepared in advance. Otherwise, such quickness would have been unattainable. Editing finished, he exported and compressed the footage, then uploaded it. Upload successful, under review. A minute later, review approved. Of course, this was of no concern to Su Yang. He had stepped out to jog and enhance his physical fitness. In the world of One Piece, Blackbeard Tiki, shrouded in dark mist, wielded the powers of the dark fruit in one hand and the tremor fruit in the other, exuding an aura of unimaginable terror, akin to a formidable demon. Behind him stood formidable allies, Rain D, Shrew, the tyrannical king, and the Moonlight Hunter, Katarina Devon, among others. A horde of ferocious pirates, eager for battle, awaited the signal to commence, their numbers exceeding 50,000 at the very least. Opposite them, Shanks remained calm, flanked by his trusted comrades Beckman, Recru, and Jesus Burgess, forming a resolute line. To their side stood remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, the immortal Marco, and the Swordmaster Vista, all gazing with fierce animosity at the audacious Blackbeard, yet restrained by Marco's caution. That man is perilous. Marco positioned himself before the nearly agitated Ace. Having personally experienced the ferocity of Blackbeard in combat, he was acutely aware of Blackbeard's formidable strength, having fully inherited his father's prowess, supplemented by the inherent powers of the dark fruit. Few could challenge him across the seas. Marco yearned to charge and deliver a thrashing to Blackbeard. Yet he knew all too well that such an impulsive move would be futile. How cowardly you are, remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Are you so intimidated by Captain Tiki's reputation that you dare not act? Taunted some of Blackbeard's subordinates. This provocation incited outrage among the more radical members, including Fire Fist Ace, whose eyes blazed with fury. He longed to eliminate those adversaries, but was restrained by Marco's steadfast presence. Marco. Ace was utterly bewildered. The once fearless Marco now appeared so timid, allowing himself to be bullied without retaliation. Marco shook his head at Ace, his gaze drifting toward the red-haired Shanks. He had once suffered defeat at the hands of Blackbeard, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Whitebeard pirates. However, that did not imply that Shanks would meet the same fate, nor did it suggest that the combined forces of the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates would succumb to Blackbeard's crew. Teach, I have never underestimated you, neither in the past nor in the present. In the face of the arrogant Blackbeard, Shanks spoke with unwavering composure. But if you insist on desecrating Whitebeard's grave, then let us engage in battle. As he spoke, Shanks unsheathed his sword with an air of authority, declaring, "The griffin in my hand shall show no mercy." The tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Not far away, the Navy's formidable forces were observing every move of Blackbeard's crew. Marine Admirals Kizaru and Fujitora, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Marine hero Garp, and Chief of Staff Tsuru, along with numerous Vice Admirals, had gathered on 20 warships, with 80,000 elite Marines assembled for this confrontation. No faction could withstand such a formidable lineup, not even the Whitebeard pirates, while they still existed. Let the battle commence. After all, such chaos makes the world far more interesting. In the shadows, countless formidable figures like Doflamingo watched the unfolding drama. Many were spectating the imminent clash. Blackbeard laughed heartily, yet his gaze was razor-sharp, fixated on Whitebeard's corpse. He was determined to obliterate it, regardless of the cost. Since he refused to step aside, then we must fight. Blackbeard grinned, the powers of the tremor fruit swirling around his arm. At that moment, both Marco and Shanks felt a tightening in their expressions, warning their comrades to prepare for battle. However, just as Blackbeard was ready to strike, shimmering screens suddenly appeared before the crews of Blackbeard, Shanks, and Whitebeard, as well as the observing Navy personnel. This unprecedented spectacle sent shockwaves through the seas, leaving everyone astounded. Countless onlookers, utilizing various imaging devices, were witnessing the commencement of this monumental battle in real time. Yet, the appearance of these screens was entirely unexpected. Before long, the spectators found screens materializing before them as well. This phenomenon has emerged again, and at such a crucial moment? How intriguing. It feels as though these screens are deliberately interrupting the war. Many whispered among themselves, and amidst their murmurs, images began to unfold on the screens. Produced by Dimension Short Videos, edited by Su Yang. A compilation of 15 iconic moments in the pirate world, Part 2. The following characters will appear in no particular order, a familiar opening line, a familiar essence. I wonder which prominent figures will make their entrance this time. Truly, it is a moment to anticipate. What kind of tumultuous waves will the sea unleash after this broadcast? Let us commence. The audience can hardly contain their excitement. Scene of the 6th ranking. I am a man destined to be a member of the Pirate King's crew. How could I fear merely one of the 4 emperors? Character introduction. He is a former warlord of the sea, possessing both gallantry and a kind heart. He once wreaked havoc during the Paramount battle, risking his life to save Monkey D. Luffy. He stands as the guardian of Fishman Island, indebted to Whitebeard. And he has always taken pride in being a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon reading this introduction, many have already deduced the identity of this individual. Could it be that the Sea Knight Jinbe has surprisingly made it onto the list of the illustrious? Such bold words do not quite seem to align with his usual demeanor. Yet, they undeniably resonate with a powerful aura, disregarding even the 4 emperors. Many are incredulous that such a feat could be achieved by Jinbe, who is rumored to be quite low-key and humble. Regardless of whether the crowd believes it, the screen darkens, and the scene begins to unfold. The backdrop is a bustling wedding. However, the first man to appear sends shockwaves through the assembly. Monkey D. Luffy. How could it be him? He is being seized by a tall man with purple hair clad in black, forcefully slamming him towards the ground. Luffy struggles in vain to escape. That man is none other than Katakuri, the foremost of the 3 sweet commanders and the second son of Big Mom. The fact that he intersects with Luffy astounds many, eliciting expressions of disbelief. If Luffy and Katakuri are crossing paths, does that imply that Luffy will inevitably clash with the 4 Emperor Big Mom in the future? This conjecture sends chills down everyone's spine. It is utterly astonishing. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat crew witnesses this unfolding scene. Luffy's eyes sparkle. Oh, does this mean I will be facing off against a 4 Emperor? How exhilarating. He remains blissfully unaware of the concept of fear. However, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami are already pale with terror, utterly distraught. The 4 Emperors. They are going to confront the 4 Emperors. How can they possibly prevail? It's all over. Look, that man is one of the most notorious figures of this era, Capone Beach. Suddenly, someone points at a figure resembling a godfather on the screen, exclaiming in surprise. In the scene, Capone Beach gazes regretfully at the unfolding events, his thoughts unknown to anyone. Yet, his presence alone is enough to astonish. As he appears to be positioned alongside Luffy's crew, another lion-hearted man prepares to intervene to rescue Luffy, but the Sea Knight Jinbe acts first, toppling a cup of tea, then astonishingly seizing the liquid form to launch it forward. It crashes against Katakuri's attack, rescuing Luffy in the process. Katakuri immediately turns to Jinbe, calmly stating, "You owe me an explanation. Do not forget your identity, Jinbe. After the monumental battle atop the summit, you have now allied yourself with the Big Mom Pirates. Beneath the placid surface of your words lies a latent threat." However, Jinbe pays no heed to this, instead turning to the errant Luffy and stating, "Katakuri is a special paramecia-type user of the machi-machi fruit. He can escape if there is water, but under no circumstances should you confront him." This revelation exposes Katakuri's vulnerability to Luffy. Then, Jinbe shifts his attention toward the formidable figure at the center of it all, the Yonko, Big Mom. His composure is akin to that of a mountain unshaken by an avalanche. At this moment, all eyes are riveted on the scene. No one dares to divert their gaze. They sense that they are on the brink of witnessing a cataclysmic event in the making. The news of Jinbe's affiliation with the Big Mom Pirates has reached many in the New World. Yet, here he is, a member of Big Mom's crew, aiding her adversary. Monkey D. Luffy, how perplexing. It certainly appears that Jinbe is contemplating defection. Wait, could that imposing declaration from Jinbe truly be directed at Big Mom? How could that even be possible? Strangely enough, such a scenario seems plausible. With this speculation, excitement begins to ripple through the crowd. They intuit that this will become an event that reverberates across the seas. Meanwhile, Sengoku ponders the purpose of Big Mom's wedding. Who is she uniting with? Which formidable ally has she chosen to wed? His heart is heavy with concern, for he has heard naught of any recent activity from Big Mom. Yet, the scene unfolding before him is far from ordinary. Even Katakuri, one of the sweet commanders, has made an appearance, underscoring the significance of this wedding. In the scene, Big Mom appears genuinely astonished by Jinbe's arrival, followed swiftly by an eruption of fury. "Jinbe, what are you doing? Are you betraying me?" Her entire demeanor shifts, becoming akin to a ferocious beast, exuding an aura of despair and dread. The terrifying presence of a Yonko is palpable. At this moment, even from behind the veil of light, many tremble in fear. Suddenly, a figure rises, slamming his hands on the table. You imbeciles are truly a nuisance. The speaker is a middle-aged man with a distinctive goatee, golden hair, adorned in a black ensemble, and a golden helmet. He glares at Jinbei. Approaching him, you've chased after Sanji all the way here. Beside him, a young man with blue hair laments. The wedding is completely ruined. Following this, a green-haired man reclining with his hands behind his head remarks, this guy, Monkey D. Luffy, is still alive. He's as resilient as a cockroach. In response, another voice emerges. Dear members of the Vinsmoke family, rest assured, we will manage this situation. Approaching is a man with a long tongue, clad in a stylish yellow speckled suit, holding a lollipop cane, exuding an air of calm indifference toward the ruckus caused by Luffy. To everyone's surprise, Big Mom's eldest son, Perospero, with a bounty exceeding 700 million, is also present. This wedding is indeed far from simple. The Vinsmoke family is surprisingly set to marry Big Mom. What a headline. The clandestine power players are utterly thrilled. Such monumental news has come knocking at their door. It is simply perfect. They are acutely aware that the seas will undoubtedly be stirred once more due to this video. Yet at this moment, one individual stands frozen in disbelief. They are actually uniting with Big Mom, and I seem to be the central figure of that wedding? On board the Thousand Sunny, Sanji's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the golden-haired man on the screen, his glance sweeping over to the blue-haired youth and the green-haired one. Turmoil churning within him. How could he possibly forget? How could he forget the faces of these individuals, those who had inflicted upon him such painful memories? He could never forget. Sanji, you are a member of the Vinsmoke family. Usopp gaped in astonishment, unable to believe it. This is truly shocking. Nico Robin looked at Sanji, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Ha ha ha, Sanji, you're getting married in the future. Luffy, of course, paid no mind to the Vinsmoke family. He was far more interested in the fact that Sanji was actually getting married. And furthermore, the wedding is to take place within Big Mom's territory. How amusing this is. Sengoku, it all makes sense now. No wonder his bounty poster lacks a true likeness. He had suspected it. Others have clear photographs on their bounties, while Sanji only has a sketch. What a coincidence. So it turns out he belongs to the Vinsmoke family. That certainly clarifies matters. However, the Vinsmoke family's alliance with Big Mom is hardly good news. One Big Mom is already terrifying enough. Adding the warlike Vinsmoke family into the mix is truly spine-chilling. Continuing to watch may reveal even more information. Sengoku collected his thoughts and turned his gaze back to the screen. Big Mom's expression was dark, filled with menace. I could easily interpret this as an act of rebellion, couldn't I, Jinbe? Hearing this, all present felt a chill run down their spines. The wrath of the Yonko is not something to be taken lightly. Yet Jinbe, in the face of this royal fury, remained unfazed. Please, do consider it that way. Upon uttering these words, those watching were left in stunned silence. Jinbe's calmness is astounding. He stands before the Yonko Big Mom. In the scene, Big Mom smirked at his audacity. Quite bold, aren't you? Jinbe closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before opening them to declare, I wish to withdraw from the Big Mom Pirates and join the Straw Hat crew. With these words, shockwaves rippled through the entire sea, both within the screen and beyond. The former warlord of the sea, Jinbe, is actually opting to join the Straw Hat crew? It is simply astonishing. The Big Mom Pirates, naturally, also had a screen before Charlotte Linlin. Upon witnessing Jinbe's intention to leave, she smiled darkly. The luminous screen proves to be quite a nuisance, revealing my thoughts prematurely. I can no longer allow its presence. She indeed harbors intentions of forming an alliance with another faction. However, her true aim is not collaboration but rather conquest. The chosen ally for this union is none other than the notorious Vinsmoke family of assassins. Ordinarily, such news would send shockwaves across the seas. Yet now, it has been prematurely disclosed. Monkey D. Luffy, you say? Meanwhile, in another realm, Katakuri, the foremost of the three sweet commanders, opens his eyes. Gazing intensely at the image of Luffy on the screen, a fierce glimmer flashing within his gaze. Has Luffy's charm grown so potent that it could entice a formidable warlord into his ranks? Truly, he is my esteemed grandson. Aboard the naval vessel, Garp laughs heartily, seemingly overjoyed. Jinbe's potential allegiance to the Straw Hats is indeed astonishing. Blackbeard Teeth's visage is shadowed by an air of menace. Luffy's threat level is alarmingly high. He cannot be permitted to remain. Has he already begun to challenge the four emperors? Luffy, you have truly matured. Red-haired Shanks wears a countenance of satisfaction, tinged with nostalgia. In the visual tableau, upon hearing of Jinbe's impending departure, Charlotte Linlin grits her teeth, seething with fury. Yet, her lips curve upwards once more, now radiating a chilling intent. Very well, once you depart from my ranks, you may do as you please. However, her voice suddenly escalates. Since you intend to abandon my faction, we must settle this properly. You are well aware of my rules. Surely, you do not wish to bear the burden of disgrace for the rest of your days. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's decree is clear. Any who leave her pirate crew shall face punishment. As for the nature of the punishment, it shall depend on what fate they spin on the wheel of life and death. Severed hands, mangled feet, blinded eyes, or perhaps the forfeiture of years of life. Jinbe responds, I accept. As long as you promise not to harm others, I will forfeit as many years as you demand. He resolutely chooses to sacrifice his lifespan. This moment sends shockwaves through the audience across the seas. Is the consequence of exiting the realm of the four emperors truly this severe? Is this the might of the Sea Emperor, with a mere word determining one's fate, rendering even the warlords helpless? Just the thought sends shivers down the spine. Pirates of the first half of the Grand Line finally grasp what it means to be a true powerhouse. Even the warlords must adhere to their rules. They dare not act recklessly. In the wedding scene, upon hearing of Jinbe's decision, the gathered crowd is left astounded. Monkey D. Luffy exclaims vehemently, What are you saying, Jinbe? If you die, you can no longer be our comrade. Just moments ago, he witnessed Big Mom claim her son's life, resulting in instant demise. If Jinbe were also to have his lifespan extracted, would that not spell disaster? At this moment, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy watches the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed in concern. In the future, will I disrupt the four emperors' domain, only to have Jinbe perish due to his departure? His expression grows solemn, and he cannot help but clench his fists tightly. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. He remained oblivious to the moment he would disrupt Big Mom's wedding. His desire to intervene was futile. Such a sense of helplessness mirrored the despair he felt during the battle at Marineford. The images on the screen continued unabated, unaffected by the contemplations of Monkey D. Luffy at this moment. Upon hearing Jinbe's choice, Big Mom grinned widely. I adore longevity. She gazed at Jinbe, remarking, What tremendous resolve you possess, Jinbe. Rather than linger in a place you detest, would it not be better to embrace death? It seems I have indeed become a figure of disdain. But abruptly, her tone shifted, brimming with malice. However, I shall not extend my sympathy. An ominous energy surged from her, enveloping the entire wedding venue in a stifling atmosphere. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, declared, Very well, let us commence, foolish Jinbe. She leaned forward, arms outstretched as if to ensnare him, her eyes glowing with a hellish light, resembling the echoes from the depths of the underworld. Stay or life. A powerful aura erupted, causing the weak to instantly lose consciousness. Within the venue, it seemed only her frigid, deathly gaze remained, a soul interrogation imbued with the power to seize another's lifespan. Yet Jinbe remained unperturbed, responding, I choose life, with unwavering conviction and calmness. Is it truly impossible to intervene? Lamented the star, Smoker. Big Mom's soul interrogation had never failed. No one could withstand such a soul inquiry. Who would have imagined that the renowned sea knight Jinbe would meet his demise here? A murmur of despair arose. Hearing this, Big Mom grinned wider, reaching out towards Jinbe. Perish. Her hand transformed into an ethereal form, evidently aimed directly at his soul. However, Big Mom's expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. For Jinbe's lifespan did not float forth under her soul interrogation. She was unable to extract it. Jinbe stood resolute, while Big Mom's sons, who had come to witness the spectacle, gazed at him in shock, bewildered as to why his lifespan had not been claimed. Stay or life. Big Mom bellowed again, her authority more formidable than before. Yet, nothing transpired. One of her sons, drenched in sweat from disbelief, exclaimed, The soul hasn't emerged. Is this real? He shows no fear of mother at all. In response to Big Mom's astonished countenance, Jinbe stood firm and composed. Of course. I am destined to be a crewmate of the future Pirate King. How could I possibly fear a mere Yonko? With that proclamation, the spectators in the scene gasped in shock. Outside the scene, people across the four seas were equally astonished. His words resonated with profound weight, exuding both fervor and dominance. What did it mean to regard a mere Yonko as insignificant? They were the emperors of the New World, the sovereigns of the sea, a force capable of unleashing a tempest of bloodshed with a mere flicker of anger. What immense fortitude must lie within him! Only with such heroic spirit could one dare to speak thus before one of the four emperors. Truly magnificent. The pirates, drenched in sweat, swallowed hard, utterly captivated by Jinbei's imposing figure. A true man should be like this. In the scene, Jinbei knelt before Big Mom, declaring, "Since you cannot take my life, I shall return this cup to you." He retrieved a cup of sake from his sleeve and placed it before Big Mom, solemnly stating, "I hereby formally withdraw from the Big Mom pirates. Thank you for your guidance." With that, the scene concluded. Sixth scene creator, the sea hero Jinbei. Reason for inclusion. What of the four emperors? I am a crewmate of the Pirate King, unafraid of any formidable foe. The entire ocean surged with excitement. How splendid! I cannot contain myself. The fervor is overwhelming. For the first time in my life, I realized how remarkably a man can embody such charisma. Oh no, I can no longer suppress my yearning to set sail. I long to meet the sea hero Jinbei and behold his grandeur up close. Those who boasted before were mere pretenders, insignificant in comparison. But Jinbei is different. He dared to assert himself before a true four-emperor. Moreover, he succeeded magnificently. This is truly extraordinary. A formidable individual, deserving of respect, yet not one to be imitated. I am curious, what will Big Mom's reaction be upon viewing this footage, and how will the sea hero Jinbei navigate the aftermath? It is evident that the scene just displayed is an event that will transpire in the near future. Otherwise, such a significant occurrence within Big Mom's territory could not have gone unnoticed. Setting aside the remarkable ability of this screen to foresee the future, if Big Mom becomes aware of Jinbei's impending departure, what will her reaction be? Fury beyond measure. She could very well lay waste to Fishman Island. This is undoubtedly a plausible scenario. This madwoman, once enraged, is capable of anything. A spectacle is upon us. In this world, there is never a shortage of onlookers. At this moment, on Cake Island, Jinbei, as some anticipated, Big Mom's murderous intent was palpable, her rage unmistakable. You are doomed. The fury emanating from the four-emperor Big Mom shook Cake Island and the surrounding seas. Fishman Island. What an unwarranted disaster. Jinbei sat amidst the sea forest, his expression grave. He had indeed contemplated joining the Straw Hat crew, but certainly not at this moment. The screen revealed future events. Yes, he played a stunning role that rendered Big Mom powerless, earning him renown across the seas. But is this what he truly needs? No. Without Big Mom's protection, how can he safeguard Fishman Island? Joining the Big Mom pirates was his means to leverage the power of a four-emperor to deter wrongdoers and protect Fishman Island. Was it not? At present, Jinbei wears a wry smile, as it seems that individuals from the Big Mom pirates are already en route. My deepest apologies, King Neptune. It appears I have inadvertently entangled you in this predicament. Upon arriving at Fishman Island, Jinbei is met with the regal demeanor of Neptune, the Sea Knight, who expresses his regrets. Neptune waves his hand dismissively, stating, "This is not your fault. It is the fate of Fishman Island to endure such tribulations." Faced with the imminent arrival of the Yonko, he too is filled with trepidation. The entirety of Fishman Island is engulfed in chaos. The impending presence of the Yonko casts a shadow of despair, leaving no sanctuary for anyone to escape to. If there exists a glimmer of hope, it lies solely in the form of those two rewards. His sentiments towards the luminous screen are far from favorable, were it not for this projection. Fishman Island would not be on the brink of catastrophe, its populace in a state of panic. The scenes of turmoil on Fishman Island are broadcasted through the screen, igniting curiosity among countless viewers. They are aware that the rewards designated for Jinbei are approaching, and they yearn to discover what he might receive. Sea hero Jinbei. Congratulations on unlocking the prestigious achievement of a dramatic moment. Please select your reward, announces the luminous screen. Reward 1. Fishman Island is spared from this calamity, remaining safe and sound. Reward 2. Revive the legendary man who once protected Fishman Island, the Yonko Whitebeard. Boom. While the first reward elicited little reaction from the masses, the revelation of the second reward sent shockwaves through the ranks of formidable warriors, many of whom rose in astonishment. What nonsense is this? Why is there an option to resurrect that man? They exclaimed in disbelief. Is this a jest? Whitebeard's revival. This ocean would be turned upside down. Numerous powerful figures, especially within the Navy, could hardly contain their agitation. Sengoku's eyes trembled. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, returning to life would plunge the seas into uncontrollable chaos. After incurring immense casualties to vanquish Whitebeard during the Paramount War, the mere notion of his resurrection seemed absurd. If that were to happen, the 5 emperors would stand united, and the Navy would find itself powerless over the tumultuous waters. Yet, amidst the worry, there were those who rejoiced. Could it truly be that Father may return? The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, including Portgas D. Ace, were overwhelmed with disbelief and joy. Ace, in particular, had long harbored the hope that if he could be revived, then Whitebeard might also have the same chance. And now, it appeared to be coming to fruition. Would Whitebeard truly return? Shanks, the red-haired, pondered with shifting eyes, though he could not ascertain the outcome. However, he understood that if Whitebeard were indeed resurrected, the seas would be divided into 2 possible scenarios. Either an unprecedented peace, as Whitebeard possesses the strength to command respect, or utter chaos, with those opposed to him uniting against his resurgence. Yet Blackbeard found no solace in this development. This was no laughing matter. He was filled with anxiety. Whitebeard is truly about to be resurrected. If that happens, it would spell disaster. He absolutely must not be allowed to return. We must flatten this island immediately. Blackbeard felt a surge of panic within. Jinbei, you must not choose to revive Whitebeard. If he returns, he will command the Whitebeard pirates along with the red-haired pirates, and his crew will undoubtedly prove formidable. Whitebeard, a man whose terrifying prowess does not rely on devil fruit abilities, is a force to be reckoned with. The eyes of the world are fixed upon Jinbei on the screen. For the love of all that is sacred, do not resurrect our father. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates pray fervently for his non-resurrection, while Blackbeard also prays, his heart racing with dread. This is truly a headache. Sengoku's expression turned grave. He understood all too well that there was a significant chance Jinbei would choose to revive Whitebeard. And the reason? Quite simple. Whitebeard's resurrection would alleviate the crisis of Fishman Island. Facing the gazes of the entire world, Jinbei remained calm and resolute, declaring, I choose to revive Whitebeard. A choice that was both surprising and yet entirely expected. Crack. Blackbeard, upon hearing this, crushed the railing in fury, his face darkened with rage. Oh! Fire Fist Ace and the others erupted in excited cheers. Indeed, he has returned. Red-haired and Sengoku sighed in unison, their eyes drawn to Whitebeard's grave. Ho ho ho! What kind of upheaval will a Whitebeard stripped of his devil fruit powers bring about? Doflamingo is eagerly anticipating it. He is even more curious about the reactions of the other 2 emperors in the New World. Boom! A brilliant white light suddenly descended, enveloping Whitebeard's grave. An overwhelming vitality surged forth. The white light lasted only 10 seconds before vanishing. At that very moment, Blackbeard suddenly clutched his chest in agony, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. Yet his expression was one of sheer horror. How is this possible? My tremor fruit ability is being divided. His words shocked the crowd. His reaction was broadcasted across the sea. Abilities being divided? Such a thing is unheard of. It defies all logic. It is a well-known fact that the abilities of a devil fruit are passed on to the next owner upon the previous owner's death. The notion of an ability being divided has never been entertained. No one has ever encountered such a phenomenon. It should be impossible to discover. A transparent wave began to emanate from Blackbeard, coalescing into a mass. No matter how Blackbeard tried to resist, the light orb surged unimpeded, darting into Whitebeard's grave. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful and robust arm emerged, radiating a fierce aura. This single arm seemed capable of tearing the sea asunder and subduing all. How terrifying! Is this the might of the world's strongest man? Within the light, the ground trembled with a deafening explosion as Whitebeard's grave was shattered. And a giant with a crescent moon beard rose from within, his gaze piercing and fearsome. Cool, what is happening? I find myself alive once more. The venerable giant, Whitebeard, rises from his grave, his gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd. What a grand spectacle this is. What has transpired, my beloved sons? Whitebeard's eyes fall upon Ace and Marco, who are overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. His voice, though gentle, carries an indomitable authority that commands respect. As he stands, It seems as though the very heavens retreat, unwilling to confront him directly. Cool. Teach, you are here as well. Whitebeard's eyes, sharp as blades, fix upon Blackbeard. Teach. In that moment, those standing beside Teach feel their breath catch, as if the sky itself were collapsing upon them, the oppressive aura rendering them unable to remain indifferent. Blackbeard's pupils constrict in fear. Yet, as one of the four emperors, a being of considerable power, he could not be so easily silenced by Whitebeard's mere words. Haha, it has indeed been a long time, old man. I never expected to see you again. A dark mist swirls around him. A precaution against any sudden attack from Whitebeard. Ah, Whitebeard, congratulations on your return to the land of the living. You must treat me to a fine drink later, he says with a teasing tone as he approaches. Cool, there will be plenty of wine. However, could you enlighten me about what has transpired? How is it that an old relic of a bygone era like myself has returned? Has someone extraordinary emerged? I feel more invigorated than I did before the battle at Marineford. Whoever is responsible for this is no ordinary individual. Whitebeard draws forth the supreme blade, Samukikiri, from beside his tomb, letting it fall to the ground, inquiring further. The might of the world's strongest man has not diminished in the slightest. Yet his words astonish the world once again. Whitebeard has surpassed his former self. How can this be played out? The situation unfolds as follows. Red-haired Shanks briefly recounts the events to Whitebeard, merely a matter of a few minutes. Upon hearing, Whitebeard gazes at the luminous screen, his expression one of astonishment. Cool. I had no idea this small fragment of light held such immense power, capable of reviving one such as myself. Although Shanks only spoke for a few minutes, the content was utterly astonishing. Not only has he returned, but the fated demise of Fire Fist Ace has also been reversed. Very well, if fate has granted me resurrection, then I, a remnant of the bygone era, shall once again sail into the new age. Whitebeard is not one to linger in hesitation. He dismisses the notion of being unfit for this new era due to his past. Since he has been revived, he will once again protect his sons, young ones. Whitebeard addresses Ace, Marco, and the others with a commanding yet composed demeanor. Are you willing to continue this journey with me? Upon hearing these words, Ace and the others are filled with joy, responding in unison. Yes, Father. Their voices echo through the heavens. However, this moment was not broadcasted live by the luminous screen. The real-time transmission ended with Whitebeard's revival, leaving many ambitious figures profoundly disappointed. I had anticipated witnessing the subsequent actions of Whitebeard and his crew. However, one cannot deny that this is indeed a momentous occasion that stirs the very seas. The resurrection of Whitebeard. The Navy is bound to face considerable turmoil ahead. What course will Blackbeard choose this time, defeat or demise? With Whitebeard's revival, Blackbeard will undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. This outcome seems inexorably predetermined. Teach, it is time we settled our scores. At last, Whitebeard's gaze is fixed upon Blackbeard. The latter appears somewhat unsettled. Even in the absence of Shanks, the mere presence of Whitebeard is enough to instill panic within him. This man possesses unparalleled strength. Having experienced the might of the Tremor fruit, he is acutely aware of its formidable power. Teach, this time, I shall see where you attempt to flee. Fire Fist Ace's gaze is sharp, poised for action. Yet, he is halted by Marco, who urges, let our father deal with him. Our true enemies lie with those individuals. Marco's attention shifts towards Shiryu of the Rain and his cadre. Kings against kings. A most fitting confrontation. At this moment, the pressure on Shiryu and his allies is immense. The mere presence of Whitebeard has already caused them to hesitate, not to mention the looming threat of Shanks nearby. Two colossal figures. He hardly believes that his pirate crew holds any advantage. Not far behind, the Navy watches closely. Shiryu senses the dire straits they find themselves in. Alas, he cannot witness this battle unfold in real time. He envies the Navy, lamenting their proximity to the fray. If only the Navy could broadcast via transponder snail. Many warmongers are eager to witness this monumental clash. Regrettably, no channels exist. Fishman Island. The safety of Fishman Island is assured for now, yet we must remain vigilant. Jinbei gazes at King Neptune, speaking earnestly. Let us hope Newgate does not act rashly, leading to mutual destruction. Neptune is well aware. Whitebeard's revival is merely the first step in alleviating the crisis for Fishman Island. To fully ensure safety, Whitebeard must reach Fishman Island and declare with fervor, this island will henceforth be my domain. Only then can we truly dispel Big Mom's intentions for future retribution. Even Big Mom would be compelled to retreat in the face of Whitebeard's might. Meanwhile, above Fishman Island, the Straw Hat crew is rapidly approaching. Just as the war is on the brink of eruption, the previously dim screen flickers back to life, highlighting 15 iconic moments in the pirate world. 7th moment. Have you seen a beast that never bites, yet nothing happens? The sudden awakening of the screen captures the attention of many, though it bears little relevance to Whitebeard. Teach. Like a ferocious beast, he charges towards the Blackbeard pirates. Whitebeard. Blackbeard's visage contorts with rage as he confronts Whitebeard. Since Whitebeard will not relent, let it be a battle to the bitter end. Alas, it appears I can no longer continue watching. With a look of resignation, Marco leaped into the fray. Who will emerge as the victor this time? The Whitebeard crew may not be concerned with this battle, yet others across the seas are undoubtedly paying attention. Character introduction. He hails from the legendary East Blue, aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman. He is a fierce pirate hunter and an indispensable pillar of the Straw Hat Pirates. He is a member of the worst generation and has even earned the recognition of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Upon reading the introduction, many have already guessed his identity. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, with a piercing gaze, announced the name of the individual who made the list. What a perilous pirate crew this is. They have already claimed 3 of the 7 spots. Besides Sakazuki, a tense rear admiral remarked, Zoro, you've actually made the list. How impressive. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Usopp and the rest cheered with excitement. Chopper, in particular, idolized Zoro and rushed over, eager to become his disciple. Humph. What did I tell you, you culinary artist? It's not just you who can make the list. Zoro, upon realizing his inclusion, immediately sought to boast to Sanji. He felt that this display was nothing short of perfect, a splendid way to vent his frustrations. Huff, it's merely luck. What is there to be proud of? Sanji retorted, having previously experienced defeat at Zoro's hands. Now, with Zoro on the list, he found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Zoro had already achieved this honor, and any further comments would only serve to humiliate him. At this moment, his thoughts were more occupied with how he would find himself at Big Mom's wedding. Moreover, his entire family would be present. What kind of coercion could have compelled him to attend? Honestly, he would rather die than appear at Big Mom's wedding. Such a venture was incredibly perilous, given their current strength. Unless Sanji contemplated a potential scenario where the Vinsmoke family threatened him with Zeph, it must be so. Beyond that, he could conceive of no other means to force Zoro's compliance. However, now that he was aware of the situation, he could at least prepare for what lay ahead. In the East Blue, within a sword dojo, a group of children exclaimed, "Wow, Zoro-senpai is on the list. Ha, let us see how he shows off." They gathered excitedly before a glowing screen, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, a slender man wearing glasses and a perpetual smile quietly observed the scene. The screen began to display Zoro's impressive moments, set against a backdrop of ruins. Soon, astute viewers deduced that this was on the territory of the former warlord. Gecko Moria. How could one claim to have ambitions when they couldn't even protect their own captain? The opening scene was nothing short of shocking. Zoro, astonishingly, laid down his weapons and knelt before the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. What had transpired? How could the tyrant bear appear in the domain of Moonlight Moria? The implication of this remark suggested that Roronoa Zoro seemed to be pleading with the tyrant bear. The crowd was perplexed. Yet, some felt that as a swordsman, to kneel and beg was an utter disgrace. How disappointing. After witnessing his battle with Hawkeye, I had thought him a man of valor. Yet here he was, devoid of any backbone. Some scoffed, looking down upon Zoro's actions. Indeed, if it were me, I would choose to die rather than yield. What is there to fear in death? I would rather perish standing than grovel for survival. Others echoed this sentiment, asserting that a swordsman must possess honor and dignity. However, the majority believed that it was far too early to draw conclusions. This was merely the beginning. In the scene, Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King, could not possibly meet his end here. Please, let my life be a substitute for his. Zoro's expression was grave, completely devoid of fear or panic in the face of death. It was then that everyone realized that the tyrant bear was actually holding Zoro's captain, Monkey D. Luffy. The crowd suddenly comprehended. Zoro's kneeling was a sacrifice to save Luffy. Hey, wait a moment, you green-haired fool. At that instant, Sanji appeared, his clothes tattered and bloodied. hands in his pockets as he staggered forward. What will happen if you die? What of your ambitions, you fool? Under Zoro's astonished gaze, Sanji stepped in front of the tyrant bear, shielding Zoro. Compared to this feeble, green-haired swordsman, take my life instead. Although the Navy may currently underestimate me, I shall inevitably become a figure of great renown upon the seas. He proclaimed, I am prepared to die for them at any moment. Let me die here with honor. After uttering these words, he fell silent for a few seconds, his voice softening as he advised Zoro. Please send my regards to everyone. His words were laced with sorrow. I'm sorry, find a better chef. His final words. How touching. How could they be so resolute? Facing death without an ounce of fear, each considering the other's well-being? Is this what it means to be comrades? And what of the one who claimed Zoro lacked spirit? Come forth, for he is sacrificing himself to protect his fellow members. What does it mean to lack courage if you are willing to lay down your life for a companion? Many were moved to tears. How did they eventually escape their peril? Someone whispered that Roronoa Zoro had recently appeared in Sabaody Archipelago and ventured into Fishman Island. Evidently, he ultimately survived in the hands of the tyrant bear. The screen continued to display Zoro suddenly rising and knocking Sanji unconscious. He fixed a determined gaze on the tyrant bear. Come, take my life in exchange for Luffy and the others. Without a hint of hesitation, at these words, the previously silent tyrant bear finally moved. He grasped the unconscious Luffy, and with a push of his palm, he surprisingly extracted a massive red bubble from Luffy's body. Zoro's expression shifted to one of astonishment as Bartholomew Kuma elucidated. What has just been expelled from his body is pain and fatigue. I can spare your captain and all your companions, but under the condition that you must endure this heavy burden of negativity. Bring it on. Zoro replied without the slightest hesitation. Then, first, you shall experience the power of this negative attribute, Kuma proclaimed, as he conjured a small orb from the vast bubble, injecting it into Zoro's body. Boom. Just moments ago, Zoro's face had been tranquil, but now he was racked with agony, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Embrace this suffering, and your companions shall be safe. Kuma's voice was cold and merciless. Zoro took a few deep breaths, rose to his feet, as if steeling himself, and with a determined grit of his teeth, plunged into the enormous bubble. The scene abruptly faded to white, silencing every sound. Then, the focus shifted to the unconscious Sanji, who awakened in shock, immediately noticing 3 swords lying on the ground, but Zoro was nowhere to be found. Panic set in as he exclaimed, Green Algae Head. This is bad. I must find him quickly. As he turned, he spotted Zoro standing not far away, and his heart soared with joy as he rushed towards him. However, upon nearing, he was struck by a chilling realization. At that moment, the audience before the light screen collectively gasped, uttering the same words as Sanji. What on earth is this blood loss? A 10-meter radius around Zoro was drenched in blood, the ground soaked with crimson. He was bleeding profusely, his clothes tattered. Sanji, sensing the gravity of the situation, shouted, Hey, are you still alive, Green Algae Head? Where has that Kuma fellow gone? What is going on? Zoro, blood streaming from his mouth, trembled as he replied, and nothing happened. Witnessing this, the audience was left in stunned silence. How could he claim that nothing had occurred in such a dire state? It was a reckless display of defiance against fate. The scene once again faded to white, transitioning to a confined room blanketed in snow. 2 women were locked in a fierce battle. One, with sharp fangs, transformed into a snow witch, biting down on the shoulder of the other, who wore goggles, seemingly on the verge of severing her arm. Suddenly, a sword wave sliced through the snow, striking the snow witch's face. Ah! She shrieked, retreating in disbelief as blood streamed from her wound. Isn't that Lieutenant Dashki? Someone exclaimed in the naval headquarters, gazing at the screen showing the woman in goggles being rescued. Indeed, it was Lieutenant Dashki. How could she possibly be allied with a pirate hunter? The naval soldiers were utterly bewildered. What was the meaning of this? In the office of Sengoku, Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, scrutinized the scene on the screen, his brow furrowed. Why was Lieutenant Dashki, a member of the Navy, associated with a pirate hunter? The imagery on the screen suggested they were clearly on the same side. The implications were terrifying. The pirate hunters were formidable indeed. Admiral Kizaru, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor, gazed at the images displayed on the screen and remarked. Within the visuals, amidst a swirling blizzard, Zoro emerged like a deity of destruction, wielding the black blade, Shu Sui. As he advanced, he derided the injured Des Bones, saying, "You boasted so much, claiming you could handle the enemy, yet here you are, in such a pitiful state after all this time." Time's up, female marine. His singular eye radiated an aura akin to that of a demonic entity, unmatched in strength, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Such words only deepened Smoker's frown. What did Time's Up truly signify? In the footage, the Snow Woman, whose face Zoro had slashed, transformed into a stunning beauty clad in a tight-fitting top with flowing green hair. Someone recognized her. She was Monet, one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates. Monet, filled with doubt, stared at the blood on her hands, pondering, isn't that man known for sparing women? Yet his strike just now was clearly meant to kill me. Her body trembled. Zoro's aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. Zoro turned his gaze toward Monet, a menacing smile spreading across his face. Tell me, have you ever encountered a beast that can absolutely guarantee it won't bite? The cold light glinted off his blade, and a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. I certainly haven't. He charged forward toward Monet, who, paralyzed by fear, found herself unable to evade his approach. Zoro declared, one sword style. Monet, in terror, realized she was about to be struck down. Zoro swung his sword, and Monet was torn asunder, a primal growl escaping him. Great shockwave. It was a scene of profound visual impact, imbued with beauty. Yet, despite being split in two, Monet did not perish. As a user of the Snow fruit, a Logia type, Zoro's previous strike, devoid of haki, could not harm her. Struggling to rise, her expression twisted in fury, she exclaimed, "How dare you underestimate me?" She attempted to revert to her elemental form, but to her horror, Zoro's unenhanced strike had rendered her unable to recover. How could this be possible? The Snow Woman trembled, grappling with disbelief. The powerful figures watching this scene were equally perplexed, questioning the reason behind it. It is well known that only haki and sea stone are effective against Logia users. Yet Zoro had not employed haki. Why, then, was Monet incapable of restoring herself? As the screen flickered, an outcry erupted from the onlookers. Just as their anticipation had been piqued, it was abruptly snatched away. Such behavior was utterly detestable. Roronoa Zoro's second tale seemed to foreshadow future events. Would the Straw Hat crew confront Doflamingo? What a tumultuous situation this was. In the previous video, they had already learned that Luffy's crew would wreak havoc on Whole Cake Island. Little did they anticipate that this video would reveal Luffy would also face Doflamingo and Dressrosa. The Straw Hat crew has always been mere spectators, but this time, Don Quixote Doflamingo experienced firsthand what it means to have the drama unfold right before him. His expression darkened as he witnessed in the recent video that Monet, the Snow Woman, was driven to the brink by Zoro. It is utterly unforgivable to lay a hand on his family. However, after observing so many ostentatious individuals, it is evident that the pirate hunter truly stands out in his flamboyance. Yet, the phrase "nothing happened" was indeed quite astonishing. What relevance does this hold for us? All I know is that the formidable beings of the sea each showcase their unique flair in a magnificent manner. Zoro's two moments of bravado were strikingly different. The first was devastatingly fierce, while the second radiated sheer charisma. He resembled a ferocious beast, and without even employing haki, his mere presence unsettled a Logia user to the point of immobility, awaiting their inevitable demise. Truly remarkable. What a sensational piece of news. The Straw Hat crew has aligned themselves with the Navy, and their adversary is none other than the Shichibukai, Don Quixote Doflamingo. This is truly extraordinary. The information revealed by the screen is terrifying, and I dare say the world government must be in a state of turmoil. Such a formidable screen even possesses the ability to foresee the future. The world government can never remain calm in the face of this. Such an entity undoubtedly undermines their authority and shakes the very foundation of their rule. Seventh scene creator, Roronoa Zoro, reason for ranking, while others flaunt their prowess for show. I nearly wagered my life for a mere display of bravado. Goodness. Upon hearing this reason for Zoro's ranking, Sanji doubled over in laughter. Ha ha ha, sword-wielding klutz. Did you hear that? Risking life for showmanship, how perfectly it captures your character. With a hint of regret, he added, while you've made the list, the experiences of individuals vary significantly. There is no comparison. Zoro, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in frustration, responding, as if your own showmanship is any more commendable. You two nearly lost half your life. In comparison, we are merely two sides of the same coin. The crew had long since grown accustomed to their playful banter. Meanwhile, the audience across the seas found Zoro's evaluation amusing. Risking life for showmanship? Quite the feat. Although it may indeed hold some truth. Zoro's second display of bravado was undeniably striking. Yet, the first moment was equally awe-inspiring. Each has its merits, leaving a lasting impression of Zoro as a figure of both flair and responsibility. What rewards await him? The anticipation surrounding the accolades following such notable moments is palpable. To this day, no one harbors doubts about the screen's capabilities. Few can resist the allure of being recognized. After all, the rewards bestowed by this screen are simply too enticing. If even the seemingly lifeless can achieve recognition, what remains beyond reach? Most importantly, this screen excels at stirring the pot. With just a handful of videos, it has thrown the entire ocean into disarray. Ambitious souls are eagerly hoping for the screen to continue its revelry. Congratulations, Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, for unlocking a legendary moment. Please claim your reward. Reward 1. Gain the power to become the world's greatest swordsman and fulfill your dream. Reward 2. Choose any regret to amend. The voice of the holographic screen resonated, and the scene was broadcasted live to Zoro. Roaring laughter erupted. Behind Zoro stood two stunning women, the charming Nami and the enigmatic Nico Robin. How splendid! Which reward would the pirate hunter choose? It was a foregone conclusion. Of course, he would opt to fulfill his dream. What other regret could he possess? If not the aspiration to become the world's greatest swordsman? Each individual's focus varied. Some lecherous gazes were fixed upon the alluringly clad Nami and Nico Robin, while others speculated on Zoro's choice of reward. A certain seer mused, I have a feeling the pirate hunter's decision won't align with our expectations. What? Could he truly prefer to amend a regret over acquiring the power of the world's greatest swordsman? Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd. How could he forego such an extraordinary power? At that moment, Zoro turned his solitary eye towards the screen, its gleam radiating determination as he spoke. I choose to amend my regret and resurrect a childhood companion. His declaration sent shockwaves through the four seas. He genuinely chose to rectify a regret? Was he not in his right mind? The crowd was utterly perplexed. Why would he choose this path? Wasn't the title of the world's greatest swordsman desirable? Yet, on Krayakana Island, Mihawk regarded Zoro's choice with a knowing smile. A true warrior would never deign to accept power that was simply bestowed. The title of the world's greatest swordsman was earned through battle, not handed down. Roronoa Zoro, you have not disappointed me. This is the man I respect. Far away in Frostmoon Village, at the Xuan U.S. Sword Dojo, Yasuhiro Xuanyue pondered, is the childhood companion Zoro speaks of her? The man, who typically wore a placid smile and seemed indifferent to the world, was finally stirred. His gaze quivered, his heart raced involuntarily, filled with anticipation. Yasuhiro Xuanyue, the master of Roronoa Zoro, prayed fervently that Zoro's childhood companion was indeed his daughter, Qin, a determined girl who aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman, but tragically passed away too soon due to an accident. This was Zoro's regret, as well as his own. But he was uncertain if Zoro's childhood companion referred to Qin. Please state the name of your childhood companion. The holographic voice inquired. Zoro replied in a deep tone, Qin. Upon hearing this name, Yasuhiro Xuanyue clenched his fists, tears involuntarily brimming in his eyes, yet he exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, a beam of white light cascaded down upon Qin's grave, not far away. In the next instant the grave split open with a widening crack, ultimately revealing a cautious head, bewildered as it emerged. What is happening? She surveyed her surroundings, utterly perplexed. Child, how wonderful. You have finally seen the light of day again. At that moment, Shimatsuki Yasaku dashed over with great haste. Upon seeing the girl, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Father, why do you weep? What has happened to me? Why am I in a grave? Did I not fall down the stairs? Have I truly died once? The girl, of course, was Qin, and she pointed at the gravestone inscribed with her name, her confusion evident. I shall address your questions later. For now, let us return home, Yasaku exclaimed, lifting Qin with great joy as they made their way towards the dojo. This scene, naturally, was being broadcast live. Upon witnessing Qin's resurrection, Zoro exhaled in relief. He had no regrets in life, and the one regret he had was now resolved. This marked the third individual to be revived. The power of this luminous screen was undeniably formidable. He yearned to be on the list himself, wishing for the resurrection of many dear to him, and to obtain immense strength. Countless onlookers were envious, watching others ascend to prominence and receive wondrous opportunities, while they themselves felt the sting of exclusion, a profoundly painful sensation. As for Kuina, she realized that she had been deceased for over a decade, only to be revived by Zoro moments ago. How miraculous! This luminous screen possesses such extraordinary abilities? Kuina gazed at the floating screen in astonishment, her heart pounding with disbelief. Indeed, you must thank Zoro, were it not for him. I fear I would never see you again, Yasaku remarked. I shall do so. Kuina nodded obediently. Then her expression hardened with determination. Father, please continue to teach me the way of the sword. I wish to set sail and compete with swordsmen across the seas. I want to catch up with that Zoro fellow, the world's greatest swordsman. I yearn to experience that as well. Hearing her words, Yasaku was initially taken aback, then sighed and nodded. Ultimately, I cannot deter you. Very well. Go forth and carve your own path in the storms of life. He understood his daughter's nature. Once she set her mind on something, there was no room for alteration. A female swordsman of great renown. How audacious! Alas, it is an impossible dream. The disparity in strength between genders is far too evident. Some scoffed. They admired Kuina's courage, yet lamented. She could never become the world's greatest swordsman. The dojo's owner sensed something extraordinary about Yasaku. Someone observed the slender, bespectacled man, appearing refined yet exuding an unsettling aura akin to a sword poised to strike. I remember now. He is that man, renowned alongside the swordsman Ryuma, possessing immense strength, who vanished into the sea over 20 years ago. I had thought him dead. Yet here he stands alive. Recognition washed over the crowd as they gasped in astonishment. In Wano country, this fellow is still alive. A man resembling a Tengu, adorned with a crimson mask, stared in astonishment. His disciple, Zoro, is no ordinary individual. He appears to be a descendant of that man. His gaze fixed upon Zoro. He couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance to the legendary warrior from Wano. How fascinating it is to encounter such an acquaintance in the East Blue. Whitebeard cast a glance at Gungshiro and chuckled. Before him stood Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, with a gaping wound across his chest, his eyes filled with fierce intensity. Indeed, you have grown stronger. Even I, in my current state, would require a significant cost to overpower you. Whitebeard spoke earnestly, bearing his own minor injuries. You monstrous being. Blackbeard gazed at Whitebeard, taking a long moment before uttering those words. How intriguing it is, though I remain puzzled as to why I, who am supposed to be dead, possess the powers of the Tremor fruit, and yet, you too wield such power. However, it is evident that my mastery of the Tremor fruit surpasses yours. Whitebeard stood firm, calmly articulating the truth. You claim superiority over me? Blackbeard clenched his teeth, feeling ridiculed. You undeniably possess the full might of the Tremor fruit. My body, however, cannot possibly bear such immense power. Blackbeard spat blood in frustration. He had thought that his powers had merely been divided. To his astonishment, Whitebeard effortlessly amplified that portion of the divided strength, bringing it close to the complete power of the Tremor fruit. Meanwhile, he found himself unable to achieve the same, only managing to unleash 70% of the Tremor fruit's potential. He was reconsidering his position. Despite commanding an army of 50,000, he understood that to Whitebeard, they were merely a swarm of ants. Blackbeard, withdraw your forces. You are no match for us. At this moment, red-haired Shanks approached, intending to utilize his abilities with the face fruit to put an end to this conflict. I fear that old man Whitebeard would not permit it. Blackbeard laughed sinisterly, masking his insecurity, casting a mocking glance at Shanks. Who is Whitebeard? The strongest man in the world. How could he allow anyone to disrupt his affairs? No, I shall permit it. To Blackbeard's astonishment, Whitebeard actually agreed. His gaze was sharp as he surveyed Blackbeard. Teach, this head shall rest upon your shoulders for now. I will come to claim it. Defeating you today would only lead you to believe I have triumphed unfairly. How imposing. To make an emperor wait while he comes to claim his head. Oh, so this man is Whitebeard. Then all is well. Blackbeard almost had his nose twisted in fury upon hearing those words. Is Whitebeard underestimating him? He, after all, is a formidable figure in his own right. Yet he is treated so dismissively. Even if this man is Whitebeard, Whitebeard, do not regret this. Yet Blackbeard remained restrained. He understood that this was not the time for impulsive decisions. He could not withstand the combined assault of red-haired and Whitebeard. Retreating was the prudent course. Otherwise, he might truly meet his demise here. Father, we cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. Fire Fist Ace and Flower Sword Vista were equally astonished, perplexed by Whitebeard's decision to spare Blackbeard. No need to persuade me. I have made my decision. With a sweeping gesture, Whitebeard signaled to Ace and the others to cease their protests. Observing this, Blackbeard swiftly retreated, for he understood the wisdom in the saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Whitebeard remained true to his nature, never acting impulsively, exhibiting remarkable sagacity. On the naval warship, Sengoku gazed at the unfolding scene and couldn't help but sigh, feeling a twinge of regret. Why do you say that, Inspector? A perplexed Major inquired, unable to fathom Whitebeard's choice. He believed that Whitebeard could have eliminated Blackbeard here and now, preventing future threats. Was this truly wise? He viewed Whitebeard's restraint as a manifestation of extreme arrogance. Just look at the numbers of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku remarked. Their crew barely exceeded 100, with only a handful of captains. In stark contrast, Blackbeard's crew boasted over 50,000 elite members. Even if the Whitebeard pirates managed to vanquish Blackbeard and obliterate his crew, they would suffer significant casualties. Whitebeard cherished his sons dearly and would never allow them to be excessively depleted. Having seemingly returned to life, he knew that with a mere call, the scattered remnants of his former crew would rally around him once more. At that point, he would be in a position of strength, making the annihilation of Blackbeard's crew far more manageable. In truth, it was Blackbeard who had been allowed to escape. Whitebeard was the true tiger, and upon his return, Blackbeard would face considerable losses, for to Whitebeard, Blackbeard was merely a wolf. Sengoku paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, not to mention the unpredictable Shanks. Even our own readiness poses a threat. If Whitebeard were to engage Blackbeard in a life-and-death struggle, we would ultimately reap the benefits. He might even find himself as our captive. Thus, in a bid to preserve his strength while also assessing the enemy's capabilities, Whitebeard promptly chose to withdraw from battle. This was an exceedingly wise decision, allowing him to thwart any potential advantage we might gain, while simultaneously strengthening his forces upon his return. It also preserved Shank's dignity, achieving a trifecta of benefits. This was Whitebeard, a force capable of unparalleled destruction, coupled with astute strategy. Upon hearing Sengoku's insights, the Major was left utterly dumbfounded, completely unprepared for the depth of understanding involved. It seemed impossible to simultaneously watch the illuminated screen and appreciate the brilliance of the battle. Truly, Whitebeard was formidable. Kizaru rose and approached the bow of the ship, his demeanor notably serious for the first time. With the 4 emperors in a stalemate, I wonder what other upheavals might arise from the contents of this screen. Sengoku also stood. We shall see what horrifying revelations the screen has yet to reveal. From the 7 videos currently aired, we have already gleaned a wealth of information. Straw Hat Luffy will soon confront the warlord Doflamingo. Chaos will ensue at Big Mom's wedding. Jinbei will withdraw from Big Mom's faction. Big Mom is set to enter an alliance with that notorious assassin family from the North Sea. Sanji, hailing from the Vinsmoke lineage, will play a pivotal role. Furthermore, when confronted by Monet, the Snow Woman and subordinate of Doflamingo, the Navy may find themselves aligned with the Straw Hat crew. Additionally, Beckman possesses an immortal essence, significantly amplifying his threat. In the future, a man will rise to vanquish Mihawk, claiming the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Such revelations bode ill for them. In fact, they herald turmoil across the seas. He is convinced that Big Mom, whose marriage plans have been prematurely exposed, must be in a state of utter chaos at this very moment. Moreover, Whitebeard is destined to confront Big Mom over Fishman Island and Jinbei's matters, potentially leading to a grand conflict. The screen displays a recap of 15 remarkable moments in the pirate world. 8th on the list is the scene featuring Roger, with a hint of a new contender emerging. The character introduction reveals a remarkable entity, a being who has lived for over a century, a trend-setting musician, endowed with wit and a formidable spirit. He is known as the King of Souls, widely recognized, yet at times, he humorously adopts the persona of a lascivious sage, evoking both amusement and exasperation. As the footage continues, many viewers display expressions of astonishment after learning of this individual's identity. The King of Souls, could it possibly be him? Their gazes instinctively gravitate toward a poster adorning the wall, featuring a flamboyantly dressed skeleton man with an electric guitar and an extravagant hairstyle. Brook, this is about you. My goodness, you have made the list. On the Thousand Sunny, Usopp's eyes gleam with excitement. Oh my, Brook, you are incredible. You've made it onto the list. Chopper scampers up Brook's frame, eager for mentorship. If that's the case, half of our crew has made the rankings. Nico Robin observes, this is truly astounding. Wow, is it really that impressive? Everyone is elated. Such joyous news warrants a celebration. Only the carefree and oblivious Luffy could utter such words, dancing with glee. Yo-ho-ho. I can't believe I made the list too. What an honor. It nearly made my eyes pop out. Though I don't have any. Brook himself is equally exhilarated, gazing at the screen to witness his shining moment. The scene transitions to a quaint tavern. What? You are the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? Exclaims Luffy, astonished. Before him sits an elderly man, with a full head of white hair and a vibrant spirit, wearing glasses. He pours himself a drink and calmly states, yes. I am the former first mate, Silvers Rayleigh. It is a pleasure to meet you. It seems this title does not carry the weight of pride. Upon hearing this, the entire tavern is enveloped in shock. The Straw Hat crew left in a state of disbelief. First mate. Usopp is so startled that he spews his juice. At this moment, a woman leaning against the counter observed the octopus man sprawled across the makeshift bed and inquired, Did you not inform them, Little Eight? The octopus man, known as Little Eight, replied, No, for the matter of the coding is of greater significance. The only one not taken aback by the identity of Rayleigh was Nico Robin, who set her juice down and remarked, Have you all not noticed? At this point, the crowd could not help but feel that Nico Robin, with her serious demeanor, was rather adept at putting on airs. Yet, the formidable individuals present regarded her with stern expressions. They finally comprehended why Monkey D. Luffy had appeared in Sabaody Archipelago and why the Dark King Rayleigh had intervened to thwart the Navy. It seemed he had long been acquainted with Luffy. Who would have thought that the right hand of the Pirate King resided in Sabaody Archipelago? Furthermore, the woman beside Rayleigh, a legendary figure known as a sorceress decades ago, was also residing in Sabaody. This was truly monumental news. The presence of such notorious legends in Sabaody, with the Navy showing no reaction, suggested an unspoken agreement between them. To behold the legendary figure of Rayleigh in the flesh was indeed a rare privilege. The ocean was once again stirred by this video. In the footage, Nami, Frankie, Sanji, and Usopp from the Straw Hat crew were astonished, regretful, and exhilarated, having no prior knowledge of Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Brook, sitting at the bar and enjoying a meal, earnestly stated, It seems there was once a newcomer named Gold, Roger, or perhaps not. His words went unheard by anyone else, as they were merely his musings. Yet, those watching the video were left in utter shock, staring incredulously at Brook. Was he genuinely serious in his pretentiousness? What did he mean by suggesting that there was a newcomer named Gold Roger? After all, he was the Pirate King. Referring to him as a newcomer was quite audacious. They rated Brook's pretentious display with a perfect score, unfazed by his arrogance. The video of Brook's pretentious moment concluded shortly after he uttered that line. It was indeed brief, yet it left a more profound impression than Zoro's notable moment of bravado, primarily due to Brook's earnest demeanor. Fortunately, this instance did not provoke significant trouble. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief. Brook's pretentious video, recorded 2 years prior, revealed little that could unsettle the seas. He hoped that the upcoming rewards would not incite any turbulence. This was merely the 8th. There were still 7 more to come, and he was uncertain how many would unveil astonishing revelations. Here it comes, his reward. Who would have thought that the illustrious Soul King could be so adept at pretense? I must admit, I was entirely unprepared for the Soul King's remarkable flair for theatrics. By the way, has he truly lived for over a century? Indeed. To refer to Roger as a newcomer, how ancient must he be? Sengoku remained unfazed. The age of Brook may not concern others. Yet who dares to label Roger as a novice? Few indeed. Even Whitebeard conversed with Roger as an equal. The 8th notable scene maker, the King of Souls. Brook, reason for selection. Although I am a musician, does that hinder my flamboyance? Not at all. Congratulations on unlocking the flamboyant scene. Brook, please claim your reward. Reward, revive your entire crew. Upon the announcement of Brook's reward, the audience across the seas immediately sensed something extraordinary. To their surprise, Brook had but a single reward, leaving no room for choice. What is this situation? Why is there only one reward for Brook? Could it be that the individuals ranking thereafter are similarly limited to a specified reward, without options? This alteration caused many to furrow their brows. It felt rather unfortunate. Yet, Brook remained unfazed. Gazing at the reward displayed on the screen, his voice trembled. Can I truly revive them? He was overwhelmed with disbelief. The loss of his former crew had always been a deep sorrow within him. Unimaginably, today he had a chance to amend that. Do you wish to claim the reward? The screen inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Brook responded, yes. In the next instant, a radiant beam descended upon a certain sea region of the Grand Line, followed by the emergence of a weathered, decaying ship. Skeletal figures floated up from the deck, and to everyone's astonishment, the ship began to rejuvenate. As if time itself had reversed. The skeletons, too, transformed, developing veins and flesh until they became living beings once more. Onlookers were utterly astonished, gazing at the spectacle in disbelief. Am I witnessing a ghost? They wondered. How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? Many were left speechless, while those watching the live broadcast shared the same incredulity. What divine power is this? The existence of such a force in the world is terrifying. At this moment, how could the world government accept this? Such power should not exist. The 5 elders were struck with profound shock, feeling their very souls tremble. This was exceedingly detrimental to them. The power of this screen would undoubtedly undermine their rule, transcending their control. How wonderful! How wonderful! Everyone, you are alive again, Brook exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he wept joyfully at the screen. After hearing Brook's account, the former captain of Brook, though initially incredulous, felt reassured as they indeed had returned to life. That alone sufficed. Brook, calm down. Now that you have forged new bonds, sail on well. We must go see Laboon. He must have longed for us. Brook, thank you. We must host a grand feast in your honor when the opportunity arises. The members of the Rumbar Pirates bid farewell to Brook, while the live broadcast from the screen came to a timely end, transitioning into a video playback. In the 9th scene, I find myself in a rather irritable mood. You ought to tread carefully. Hawkeye grants you 3 minutes to eliminate me, after which I shall not entertain you any further. Character introduction. He is one of the former 7 warlords, a master strategist with a heart of stone. A wielder of natural abilities, he possesses formidable strength, yet he is the first to lose his title as a warlord. Following this brief introduction, the video commences. Many have already deduced the identity of the individual in question. Indeed, it must be Crocodile, the sand alligator. Without a doubt, he is the first to be expelled from the ranks of the 7 warlords. One can only imagine how displeased that reptilian visage must appear. Who among the 4 seas has not heard of Crocodile? Thus, when the topic of the first to lose his warlord status arises, everyone immediately recognizes him. Somewhere in the New World, Crocodile gazes at the screen with a darkened expression, his eyes ablaze with fury. The introductions of others may not entirely lack praise, yet they certainly do not delve into past transgressions. Yet, upon his appearance, this introduction brazenly highlights his historical missteps. Is this not a direct affront to his dignity? Now, those who were previously unaware of his status as the first to be stripped of his warlord title are now enlightened. Perhaps even more will come to know that he was defeated by the fledgling Monkey D, Luffy. His pride has taken a significant blow. Crocodile need not ponder. Countless individuals are surely mocking him behind the scenes. In the castle of Kuryakana Island, Crocodile observes the introduction displayed on the screen, narrowing his eyes slightly. If memory serves correctly, the first line spoken by Crocodile was directed at him during the great battle atop Marineford. This line was uttered, it seems, in an attempt to rescue the very Monkey D, Luffy he was pursuing. It appears to hold some intrigue. He muses quietly. This video serves as a commendable diversion. The footage begins to play, revealing a chaotic battlefield. Blood trickles from Crocodile's brow as he clenches a cigar between his teeth, his expression one of displeasure. While behind him stands Monkey D, Luffy. Crocodile impatiently declares, "You are far too obtrusive, Straw Hat. Begone." This sentiment may come across as rather rude to Luffy. However, those who witnessed the live broadcast of the great battle know that Crocodile actually came to Luffy's aid. Mere seconds prior to Crocodile's intervention, Luffy was desperately evading Hawkeye's relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, it must be said, Crocodile exudes an aura of dominance. Indeed, when such a person adopts an air of superiority, it is nothing short of exceptional. Someone voices this observation. Though regrettably, Crocodile cannot hear it. Otherwise, he would surely take delight in the compliment. In the footage, Crocodile responds to Hawkeye's calm inquiry, "Why do you impede me?" With visible irritation, "I am in a foul mood. You would do well to be cautious, Hawkeye." Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's gaze sharpens, and he swings his sword with intent. He is Hawkeye, and he will not suffer insult. The first scene concludes here. I yearn to witness the battle between Crocodile and Mihawk, yet it abruptly ends? What a tease. You truly excel at keeping us on edge. This is akin to having one's trousers down, yet only being shown Peppa Pig. Although it is frustrating, I must admit, witnessing others flaunt their prowess is indeed gratifying. What satisfaction do you derive from watching others show off? Within the shimmering screen, voices from various corners of the world emerge, along with their current circumstances. When the video does not play, everyone can communicate in real time, clearly showcasing that Crocodile's bravado is remarkably successful. Indeed, few dare to speak to Mihawk in such a manner. The consensus among the onlookers is that Crocodile's display of arrogance is well-founded. As the screen brightens, the scene transitions abruptly to a desert. Crocodile appears, composed and at ease, with a cigar in his mouth, seemingly unaffected by the scorching sun. Opposite him stands Monkey D. Luffy, staring in shock at Crocodile, his expression swiftly morphing into one of fury. "You are the one who brought calamity upon Vivi's kingdom. I shall send you flying." He bellows, his resolve unwavering. In the next moment, he charges forward, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed at Crocodile. Yet, Crocodile remains immobile, as each strike creates a crater in the sand. As a Logia-type user, he cannot be harmed without Haki. Facing the barrage of Luffy's fists, Crocodile remains unperturbed, even dismissive of Luffy's efforts. "Give up, Straw Hat Luffy. The gap in our strengths is insurmountable. You are not worthy to rescue this nation from my grasp." The moment those words are uttered, Crocodile raises his hand, summoning a sand blade that cleaves through the desert, prompting Luffy to dodge in haste. "I will grant you 3 minutes to defeat me. After that, I shall no longer entertain you," Crocodile declares, his gaze filled with disdain, his tone haughty, regarding Luffy merely as a child playing a game. This provocation ignites Luffy's fury, and he charges once more, unleashing his full arsenal. His punches rain down, and his kicks land with force. Yet alas, against a Logia-type user, such efforts are utterly futile. Thus, 3 minutes elapse. "Time us up, Straw Hat Luffy. Farewell," Crocodile proclaims, slamming his palm onto the ground. Desert Sunflower. Boom. The sand beneath Luffy trembles violently, collapsing like a swamp, leaving him no foothold and engulfing him entirely. The desert is left with only the solitary figure of Crocodile departing, as if proclaiming, "How lonely it is to be invincible." The scene concludes with Crocodile's retreating silhouette. How infuriating. He is so adept at this charade, and I have fallen for it. How is it possible? Where did you all learn the art of arrogance? It is truly remarkable. Having watched Crocodile's pretentious video, one cannot help but remark that those who ascend the ranks of pretentiousness are indeed extraordinary. However, it is unfortunate that Crocodile soon exemplified the adage that pride precedes a fall. A certain individual ignited a fervent discussion among the audience with their comment, eliciting laughter. "Oh dear, this gentleman is rather audacious. Does he not fear Crocodile seeking retribution?" Indeed, it is rather ironic that Crocodile, moments after boasting before Monkey D. Luffy, found himself defeated, a rather humiliating turn of events. This serves as a reminder. One should refrain from arrogance without the commensurate strength, for pride invites calamity. Initially, Crocodile felt rather pleased upon viewing his own video, but he soon found himself confronted with reminders of his defeat at the hands of Luffy, darkening his mood. How thoughtless of them to bring up such an embarrassing history. It seems these individuals are relentless in their pursuit of his past failures. He cast a glance at those who had been most vocal, committing their faces to memory, vowing that they would pay the price for their mockery. Alas, he is but a pitiable figure. Sengoku shook his head, displaying a semblance of sympathy for Crocodile, though his expression betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. After all, Crocodile's hard-earned moment of bravado was swiftly met with a dose of reality. It is hardly an easy fate for him to bear. Sengoku's pity was not lost on Crocodile, who for the first time found the screen before him utterly loathsome. Regrettably, he lacked the means to destroy it, for it was but an illusion. The ninth pretentious moment creator, Sand Crocodile. Reason for inclusion. Do not provoke me. I am in the midst of my display of arrogance. If you thwart me, you shall face the consequences. Crocodile felt as though the screen harbored a personal vendetta against him, targeting him at every turn. While other participants basked in glory upon their inclusion, he found his misadventures broadcast far and wide. Such treatment is simply unacceptable. Crocodile likely now regrets his earlier decisions. One can almost envision his darkened visage, seething with wrath. As laughter spills forth at Crocodile's expense, his detractors seem oblivious to the fact that they have secured a place on his blacklist. Congratulations, Sand Crocodile. You have unlocked the achievement for pretentious moments. Please claim your reward. Reward, a loyal cadre of subordinates to aid you in your ambitions. Each no less formidable than a bounty of 200 million. The crowd was taken aback by this reward. The reward bestowed upon Crocodile is indeed substantial. If he were to claim this prize, it is likely that the new world would gain yet another formidable hero. A faction of bounty hunters with a 200 million bounty. Can this be true? The magnitude is simply staggering. The thought alone sends shivers down my spine. Aside from the 4 emperors, who could possibly stand against such a powerful crocodile? Almost no one. Even the 7 warlords would falter. Sengoku's expression instantly turned grave. He sensed that matters would not unfold easily. Brook's bravado failed to stir the seas, but Crocodile's swagger, as expected, has begun to incite turmoil. This spectacle, it seems to revel in chaos. Our navy may find it exceedingly difficult to manage. A look of melancholy crossed Sengoku's features. In tumultuous seas, anything could transpire. At such times, when the populace suffers and the world descends into chaos, who knows if we might witness the emergence of more dangerous entities akin to rocks. When that time comes, will there be any naval heroes capable of turning the tide? Sengoku felt the hope was dim. Is it possible for me to exchange for a different reward? An unexpected turn of events unfolded as Crocodile astonishingly chose not to claim his designated reward. He desired to exchange it for something else. In that moment, the world was left in utter shock. Bewilderment. The gathered crowd gazed at Crocodile, unable to comprehend his desire for an alternative reward. Was he dissatisfied with this prize? Surely, such a request would not be entertained. Could there truly be such a possibility? The crowd buzzed with uncertainty. If rewards could indeed be exchanged, it would add an intriguing twist. After all, if it is merely a reward, why not opt for one that grants unparalleled power? It is permissible. The spectacle acknowledged Crocodile's request. Wait. The onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment. It is indeed possible. How can this be? Such a request can be accommodated? Speak your desire, Crocodile. Those who mocked me moments ago shall endure a year of misfortune. Crocodile's gaze darkened as he ground his teeth. Hearing Crocodile's demand, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more, especially those who had previously derided him. Now felt a chill run down their spines. Crocodile's vengeance is rather ruthless, is it not? Furthermore, the retribution arrived rather swiftly. They sensed impending doom. A year of misfortune? The mere thought sent shivers through their bodies. I'm afraid your request cannot be fulfilled, came the response from the spectacle. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Thank goodness. It is perfect that it cannot be done. However, a 6-month term is possible. The crowd exclaimed, Wait. Is it truly possible for such an absurd request to be granted? I was mistaken, Lord Crocodile. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. Brother. No, grandfather. I kneel before you. Please forgive your ignorant grandson. A wave of panic and lamentation swept through the crowd. 6 months of misfortune. Oh heavens. They felt as though they were cursed. Drinking water can lead to choking. How can one continue living like this? Only now do I realize my mistake. But it is too late. Crocodile smirked, reveling in the satisfaction of vengeance, and declared to the screen, from now on, anyone who dares to mock me should tread carefully. Letting these individuals off the hook is out of the question. Do they think my title of Sand Crocodile was earned lightly? Without ruthlessness, how could one stand firm? The screen flashed. Rewards have been distributed. In an instant, beams of white light descended across the seas. Many were enveloped within. Soon, anguished cries filled the air as some clutched their throats in terror, desperately pounding their chests. After a considerable time, they finally regained their composure, having choked on water. My mindset has collapsed, someone exclaimed, tears streaming down their face upon realizing they had choked on water. Oh no, is this truly so effective? One unfortunate soul fell to the ground, their face battered, lamenting their misfortune after tripping over flat terrain. Gasping at this sight, The remaining audience across the seas couldn't help but shudder. Crocodile is indeed merciless. They concluded that it is better to refrain from mocking others in the future. If they encountered someone with a good disposition, it might pass with a laugh, but facing someone like Crocodile, with a notoriously bad temper, would undoubtedly bring great misfortune. Even Sengoku was momentarily petrified by Crocodile's behavior. After all, Crocodile, a legendary figure, seemed uncharacteristically petty, eager for revenge. However, this might be advantageous. Without a cadre of subordinates boasting bounties exceeding 2 billion, he posed less of a threat. Indeed, some had already deduced Crocodile's location based on the brief footage from the recent broadcast, the island of Nikra in the New World, near the territory of the Yonko Blackbeard. A review of 15 iconic scenes in the pirate world, 10th iconic scene. Be my son. Upon reading these words, many spat out their drinks. This required no introduction. If one does not recognize this individual, they truly have wasted their life. No way, Whitebeard is also on the list. My heavens, I feel doomed. The seas will never know peace again. The thought of the rewards bestowed upon those listed sent chills through the audience. How could Whitebeard possibly be included? At this moment, it was not just Sengoku whose pupils widened in shock. Even Admiral Sakazuki, stationed at Navy headquarters, felt his scalp tingle and sweat profusely. Whitebeard is already formidable enough. Now he is on the list and receiving rewards. Who knows who else in this world could counterbalance him? This bodes ill. Have we yet to ascertain the origins of this screen? He asked solemnly. This screen is exceedingly sinister. Its power is overwhelmingly vast, yet it lacks any tangible form. He had never encountered such a terrifying phenomenon. Not yet. A colonel reported, the origins of this screen are utterly elusive, and there are no records of it in any historical texts. Moreover, there has never been an entity that eludes tangible grasp, unlike the powers bestowed by the devil fruits. The sea prism stone, or haki, all of which proved futile against this luminous barrier. Upon receiving the report from the colonel, Sakazuki's brow furrowed even tighter. The images upon the barrier continued to unfold. Character introduction. He is the strongest man in the world, renowned across the seas, a name known to all. He is hailed as the stabilizing force of an era, a leader of the old world, who subdued in age. A life of heroism. With a multitude of offspring, he harbors no interest in the title of Pirate King, desiring only a joyous family. Indeed, it is Whitebeard. Even without this introduction, everyone recognizes him. Yet, upon confirmation, a weightier sentiment descends. After all, it is Whitebeard. The images commence their playback. However, this time, an additional line of text appears. March of the 1517th year of the Sea Garden. Upon seeing this line, the audience across the seas instantly comprehended the temporal context of these events, eliminating the need for prior speculation about their origin. On a coastal expanse, a freckled youth, brimming with fighting spirit, gazes ahead at a towering whale-shark fishman and declares, "Big guy, I wish to meet Whitebeard." The whale-shark fishman, naturally, is Jinbe, known as the Knight of the Sea, and the freckled youth is none other than the future captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gasti Ace. Jinbe rebuffs Ace, stating, "I cannot allow a bloodthirsty brat like you to meet Pops." Behind Ace, his crew warns, "Captain, that's Jinbe." Yet undeterred, Ace exclaims with growing excitement, "A warlord of the sea? I truly am fortunate." The two engage in battle. In an instant, flames surged, shaking the mountains and forests, their roars echoing through the heavens. As the earth quaked beneath them, the entire woodland erupted due to their conflict. Thus, days passed, with the sun rising and setting over the course of 5 days. Ace's crew, in disbelief, remarked, "They've been fighting for 5 days, and still no victor." They feared for their lives. Just as concern mounted, the two finally separated, each collapsing from exhaustion. "Ace!" Their worried cries echoed. But before they could rush to ascertain Ace's condition, a colossal treasure ship, shaped like a whale, emerged from the dense fog along the coast. "What is that?" Ace's crew stood on high alert, witnessing a massive figure at the prow of the treasure ship, wielding a long sword, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Where are those who seek my head?" The figure laughed, proclaiming, "Then I shall oblige him and engage in some fun." With that, the treasure ship burst forth from the mist, revealing its captain, Whitebeard of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace's crew was struck with terror. "I alone am sufficient." Whitebeard halted the intentions of others to intervene, descending to the ground and striding towards the fallen Ace. Boom. Without a discernible movement from Whitebeard, Ace's crew was sent flying in all directions. The might of the Yonko, terrifying in its essence. Witnessing this scene left all in awe. Ace struggled to rise. Bellowing, flame wall. A curtain of fire enveloped both Whitebeard and himself, creating a boundary that separated them from the crew. This act naturally instilled terror in his men. Ace, alone before Whitebeard? What a farce. That was the mightiest man. Flee at once. Ace shouted to his crew. What's wrong? Are you going to retreat now? Whitebeard scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. I hope you can spare my comrades. In exchange, I will remain here. Ace gazed at Whitebeard, his expression grave. Only by standing before this man could one truly grasp the overwhelming disparity, insurmountable. Yet, even so, Ace would not concede. If death were to come, he would embrace it with fervor. You impudent little brat, quite audacious. Whitebeard smirked, standing resolutely, signaling for Ace to commence. Huh. Ace charged forward. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, and his great blade descended, unleashing a torrent of blood. The scene faded to white. The camera then shifted to a desolate ruin. Ace lay sprawled on the ground, while Whitebeard remained steadfast. After a prolonged silence, Ace finally regained his composure, lifting his head with a face full of resentment and helplessness. This is the man who once vied for supremacy with that fellow. He struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at Whitebeard. Unfazed, Whitebeard grinned. You are quite spirited, little brat. It would be a pity to let you die now. Ace was taken aback by these words. Whitebeard continued. If you Haven T had your fill of chaos, then revel in my name across these seas. Ace instinctively resisted. However, Whitebeard, unexpectedly extending his hand, earnestly proposed. Become my son. Ace exclaimed, stop joking around. The scene concluded here. The 10th scene maker, Edward Newgate, a.k.a. Whitebeard. Reason for ranking. I have no other hobbies. I simply enjoy having others call me father. These words appeared on the screen. Yet many were still entranced by the previous scene. Fire Fist Ace was indeed recruited into the Whitebeard Pirates in such a manner. Become my son, ha. What a statement, both imposing and infuriating, yet it seemed entirely fitting coming from Whitebeard. I realized that Fire Fist Ace is Whitebeard's son, and he is also the grandson of the marine hero Garp. Rounding up, Whitebeard is Garp's son. Haha, don't make me laugh, brother. Are you not afraid of Garp and Whitebeard simultaneously seeking retribution against you? Whitebeard replied. Garp, with his thick brows and large eyes. I never expected him to take advantage of me. In the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, why was such a scene still broadcasted? It was utterly humiliating. Fire Fist Ace covered his face, recalling his youthful folly in challenging Whitebeard, resulting in a crushing defeat, only to end up as someone else's son. Quite the embarrassing predicament. Now, the entire sea is aware that he was vanquished by Whitebeard and subsequently yielded to him. How could this reputed little powerhouse continue to navigate the vast oceans from here on out? Someone directly said, be my son, and Ace instantly lost his composure. Ha, Ace. Why are you covering your face? Are you afraid of being unattractive? Some captains of the Whitebeard pirates noticed Ace's reaction and couldn't help but tease him. This left the fiery Ace feeling utterly frustrated. Now, he had a bit of an embarrassing history. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officers of the Navy and the formidable pirates of the New World were not in the mood for jest or excitement. The fact that Whitebeard was now on the list was beyond their wildest expectations. When Whitebeard resurrected, they thought the seas would descend into greater chaos, and opportunists believed that their fortunes had arrived. But at this moment, they felt an overwhelming chill. Whitebeard was on the list. His bounty would undoubtedly be astronomical. Considering Whitebeard's already immense power, any reward he received would solidify his status as the mightiest force in these waters, disrupting the delicate balance of the seas. Many would find their lives increasingly difficult. Opportunism could only thrive amid a chaotic order. Yet, Whitebeard's reward would shatter all of that. If only they could prevent Whitebeard from obtaining his bounty. Sakazuki lamented to himself, fully aware of the impossibility of such a feat. Whitebeard, I hope you choose a reward that poses little threat. Sengoku murmured, but he too understood that this was beyond his control. Congratulations, Whitebeard. You have unlocked the achievement of grandstanding. Please claim your reward. Reward. Your body returns to its youthful state, brimming with vitality. Upon seeing this reward, Marco and the others were astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief, followed by sheer joy. Whitebeard's body had reverted to his younger days. No one in these seas could possibly rival him, for the only one who could match such a state was already deceased, Pirate King Roger. Sengoku's expression turned grave, and for the first time, sweat began to bead on his forehead. He understood all too well the terror of Whitebeard in such a condition. Even a mere laugh could upheave the seas, summoning cataclysmic tsunamis. In his prime, such a Whitebeard could not be resisted for long by even the admirals. The Gorosei were equally drenched in cold sweat. This reward for Whitebeard was terrifying beyond measure. Just one projection had already given them headaches. Another Whitebeard? They felt as if the end was nigh. Why was there not a single Navy officer on the list? Even one would suffice. For the first time, the Gorosei felt that their world government might face its demise. 10 grandstanding moments had been listed, and all belonged to the pirates. Did the Navy not have anyone capable of such flamboyance? They began to realize that perhaps showing off was not such a terrible thing after all. It might even bring unimaginable benefits to the Navy. The attention of the entire world turned toward the live broadcast of Whitebeard. The recently departed Blackbeard gazed at the screen in terror, holding his breath. Whitebeard had returned to his peak. He was doomed. There was no way he could prevent Whitebeard from obliterating him. The resounding laughter of Whitebeard echoed, bold and unrestrained as ever. "Can I exchange for another reward?" he inquired, inspired by Crocodile's previous exchange that set a precedent. "Please state your request." The luminous screen flickered, offering a response that astonished Marco and the others. What reward did Whitebeard wish to change? "Let my sons, who bear the scars of battle, regain their health," he declared, casting a glance at his captains. Diamond Jozu of the 3rd Division had lost an arm, and the swordsman Vista had suffered damage to his eyesight. The Ice Witch, Miss Beatty, had lost a leg. Aside from a handful of captains like Marco, Ace, and Izo, the majority bore varying degrees of injury. "What? Father, this cannot be," the captains exclaimed in disbelief. They regarded their own losses as trivial. The sight of Whitebeard, young and vigorous, was their utmost desire. "Is it possible to confirm the change of reward?" the screen inquired. With a broad smile, Whitebeard replied, "Of course." His greatest wish was to have a joyful and harmonious family where his sons thrived in health. This was the scene he yearned for as a father. "Father." The urgency in their voices heightened. "Such a splendid opportunity. How can Whitebeard squander it on us?" But it was too late. Rays of white light cascaded down, enveloping Jozu and the others. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, their broken bodies were restored to wholeness. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Whitebeard laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Phew. The countless heroes of the sea, witnessing this spectacle, collectively exhaled in relief. It had been a harrowing moment, one that nearly plunged them into despair. Blackbeard, appearing as one who had narrowly escaped calamity, smugly remarked, "Whitebeard, your kindness will someday be your undoing. As long as you do not regain your youth, there is nothing to fear. How long can that broken body endure against my vigor?" Red-haired Shanks commented, "You truly are remarkable, Whitebeard. Few possess such resolve, to forego a chance to rejuvenate himself in favor of restoring his sons' bodies. Only Whitebeard could embody such an indomitable spirit, remaining undefeated despite his frail form and afflictions." Then, he turned to Beckman and jested, "See, there are only 5 scenes left, and still no mention of me. I told you, I could never make this list." His playful demeanor was hard to reconcile with his status as one of the 4 emperors. Highlighting the 15 iconic moments in the pirate world. 11th moment. "How can you disturb our king right from the start?" Upon reading these words, the expressions of Blackbeard, Sengoku, Akainu, and other formidable figures froze in shock. This phrase conjured the image of a pineapple-headed man in their minds, causing cold sweat to pour down their faces. For they are aware that their joy may have come a tad prematurely. Character introduction. He is the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet he stands as the most formidable among all ship's doctors. He boasts a bounty of 347 billion berries, renowned far and wide, bearing the esteemed title of captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, and holds the unwavering trust of Whitebeard himself. Just like Whitebeard, there is no need for a character introduction. The protagonist of this iconic scene is well known to all. The Phoenix Marco. Sengoku's eyes widened in astonishment. He understood. The deed that Whitebeard failed to accomplish moments ago might very well be realized by Marco. How could this be? The mindset of the strongest in the seas is on the brink of explosion. Blackbeard. He is undoubtedly the one whose mindset is most severely shattered. Damn the light screen. Are you toying with me? First, you grant him hope. Whitebeard did not choose to restore his youthful form. In an instant, the next protagonist of this iconic scene emerges, Marco. What reward will Marco choose? It goes without saying. The restoration of Whitebeard's youthful body. Marco's decision. Whitebeard would not hinder him. The apocalypse. Many feel calamity looming. This does not imply they are destined to perish, but it is close. Whitebeard's overwhelming strength threatens to disrupt the existing balance of the four emperors, unless he eliminates one of the emperors to stabilize this balance. Yet even so, such a powerful Whitebeard would undoubtedly incite a remarkable surge of allegiance in the new world. At that moment, the Navy must remain vigilant. Inevitably, there will be regions where the Navy's watchful eye weakens. This is the opportunity for crime. The long-dormant Revolutionary Army, along with some oppressed pirates, they will undoubtedly take action. Thus, many will surely suffer harm. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard himself is somewhat astonished. Marco has actually made the list. Moreover, he stands closely beside him. Observing the smile upon Marco's face, Whitebeard seems to comprehend something, letting out a resigned sigh. Let it be. A gesture of goodwill from his son. He cannot refuse. The scene unfolds. The year is 1520 in the sea calendar, on a day in October. The location needs no introduction. All the viewers of the Four Seas know where this is. Marineford, during the war known as the Paramount War. Uft, bang. In the midst of the fierce battle, facing the ferocious captains of the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy's allied defense lines are utterly outmatched, being forced to retreat. The formation crumbles. At this moment, the Admiral Kizaru, seated upon the execution platform, finally rises to join the fray. Truly, he gazes at the Whitebeard pirates' captains, who continue to breach the lines, and with insincere admiration exclaims, as expected of captains, each one is formidable as a monster. If we are to minimize losses, we must capture the leader. Target, Whitebeard. He transforms into a swarm of light particles, coalescing into a diamond-shaped light screen, hovering in the air not far from Whitebeard. The dazzling radiance rendered the band of pirates utterly blinded, prompting their exclamations. Oh no, Admiral Kizaru has entered the battlefield. Emerging from the shimmering veil, Kizaru materialized, Yada no Kagami. A torrential cascade of light, possessing terrifying destructive power, rained down upon Whitebeard. In stark contrast, Whitebeard remained remarkably composed. Hey. It's too blinding. Just as the luminous curtain was about to envelop him, a figure leapt forth, wings unfurling, shielding Whitebeard and engaging in a fierce collision with the radiant onslaught. Below, the anxious gazes of the pirates and marines fixated upon this silhouette, which was being relentlessly engulfed by the light, its form becoming increasingly fragmented, as if on the brink of annihilation. Yet in the next moment, that fragmented figure spread its wings wide, astonishingly repelling Kizaru's attack, which exploded with a resounding roar in the heavens above. The Admiral's offensive had, against all odds, been thwarted. The Marine officers stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend the turn of events. They craned their necks to discern the identity of the one who had blocked the strike, only to behold in the sky a man with a pineapple-shaped head, extending blue flame wings, his body riddled with holes, yet continuously healing beneath the azure flames. With that fiery glow surrounding him, the man raised his head, his defiant visage emanating an inexplicable might. How could you disturb our king right from the outset? Thus, the captain of the 1st Division, the Phoenix Marco, made his entrance. The manner of his arrival was undeniably domineering and charismatic. Witnessing this scene, Kizaru offered a half-hearted compliment. How terrifying, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, the immortal Phoenix Marco. Even Kizaru, in that moment, adopted a slightly more serious tone, for the adversary was formidable. The scene concluded with Kizaru's statement. Yet the discourse surrounding it flourished. My heavens, back in the day, due to the telephone bugs, I could hardly see Marco's entrance clearly, and I have always regretted it. Today, I finally witnessed it. It was astonishing, so stylish. As a man, I couldn't help but admire Marco. Was this truly the captain of the 1st Division? Facing an admiral without fear, he was truly magnificent. I can't take it anymore. I want to experience the thrill of uttering such words. Oh, that defiant and confident tone. How does one even say it? Countless admirers surfaced, utterly enchanted by Marco's presence. Who else, apart from Whitebeard? could make an entrance as magnificent as Marco's? He truly epitomizes swagger to the utmost degree. Only the likes of the four emperors Jinbei could be compared. One faced the four emperors without trepidation. The other confronted an admiral with defiance and style. Simply perfect. Aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship in the New World, one captain marveled. How did I not realize how impressive your entrance was back then? As expected of you, Marco, you never hold back when it comes to showing off, remarked Vista, his eyes gleaming with admiration. To have the chance to boast in front of an admiral, he believed, would be a topic worthy of pride in his life. In response, Marco merely smiled, demonstrating bravado before an admiral was not a deliberate act, but rather a spontaneous remark born from the fervor of a bygone battle. Otherwise, with his low-key disposition, it would be utterly inconceivable for him to ostentatiously flaunt his superiority. The 11th Master of Ceremonies, Marco. Congratulations, Immortal Phoenix Marco. You have unlocked the achievement of ostentatious grandeur. Please claim your reward. Reward. Restore Whitebeard's body to its youthful state. Splendid. There is no need for Marco to exchange the reward or expend further effort. The reward perfectly aligns with Marco's innermost desires. Exquisite. In that moment, across the seas, various formidable figures clenched their fists, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, surprise, panic, excitement, and solemnity, to name a few. Just as Sengoku was making his way home, his countenance sharpened, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed. Is this the will of heaven? O heavens, do you not wish to witness the calm of the sea? If not by divine decree, why then does this luminous screen manifest? Moreover, why do consecutive events arise to disturb the ocean's tranquility? Sengoku felt weary, mentally and physically drained. The unfolding significant events had taken him completely by surprise. Whitebeard. In this moment, even Big Mom, who was frantically seeking to confront Jinbei, found her fervor quelled. Her expression darkened as she weighed the pros and cons. Whitebeard had already instilled a formidable sense of dread within her. Now, with the prospect of his body rejuvenating, his threat level would undoubtedly escalate. Indeed, a single individual could pose a threat to an entire Yonko pirate crew. Big Mom recalled her days in the Rocks Pirates alongside Whitebeard. She was acutely aware of the terrifying vigor that accompanied his youthful blood. This could allow him to unleash the dreadful powers of the Tremor fruit with reckless abandon, devastating and omnipotent. Ultimately, she concluded that it was unwise to offend such a terrifying figure as Whitebeard over a mere fishman island. Whitebeard, you are to regain your youth. Excellent. I shall not be alone. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, thoroughly intoxicated, radiated excitement in his eyes. The strongest creature versus the strongest man. He was eager for the impending clash. A beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Whitebeard. This was Marco's reward. Under the watchful gaze of Marco and his companions, Whitebeard's form began to shimmer, the once withered vitality gradually reviving. At that moment, everyone before the luminous screen was enthralled, their attention riveted on the spectacle. Silence reigned. Whitebeard illuminated like a beacon, his entire being emanating resplendent rays, appearing utterly surreal. What a terrifying vitality! Someone finally uttered. Even through the translucent screen, the aura radiating from Whitebeard was suffocating. Whitebeard's bones hummed, his blood boiled, and his flesh grew denser. His physique expanded further. They understood. Whitebeard was on the cusp of invincibility. With his rejuvenated body, coupled with years of battle-hardened experience, Whitebeard would become unmatched. Perhaps only ancient weapons could pose a threat to him. The brilliance lasted a mere half-minute. But as the radiance faded, Whitebeard appeared remarkably rejuvenated. His golden hair billowed, and that iconic crescent mustache had vanished. His age had astonishingly regressed to that of 40. A change had come. Countless individuals pondered this in their hearts. It was over. Blackbeard's face was etched with despair. Such a Whitebeard. He could scarcely envision a path to victory. After delivering this statement, the luminous screen dissipated with a soft sound, leaving the myriad of sea heroes somewhat unsatisfied. They soon discovered something rather extraordinary. The second segment of the video had astonishingly cataloged 6 impressive moments. It defied all expectations. After witnessing the first segment of 5 remarkable scenes, they had presumed the subsequent portion would follow suit, yet it was entirely different. As for contributions, that was not an issue. Sengoku furrowed his brow. How should they respond to the upheaval brought about by the resurrection of Whitebeard and his cohorts? He was engulfed in profound melancholy, utterly unprepared for such a miraculous and bizarre occurrence upon the sea. Was this luminous screen a manifestation of a devil fruit's power? This was the only explanation he could conceive, for only the abilities of a devil fruit possessed such near-divine capabilities. Otherwise, how could one account for it? Technology could not produce such wonders. Beachpunk had already declared that this did not belong to technological innovations, but rather to products of a civilization far more advanced. The only technology surpassing what Beachpunk understood would be the enigmatic devil fruits. He wondered if the final 4 videos would feature any semblance of the Navy. Witnessing so many impressive moments crafted by pirates left him feeling somewhat unbalanced. A new day dawned. Su Yang awoke comfortably. Basking in the sunlight as he made his way to the office, his spirits high, evident from the cheerful tune he hummed upon entering. However, his boss, Su Chong, was far from pleased. After being vehemently rebuffed by Su Yang the previous day, his pride had been shattered, and he was resolute in seeking vengeance. Su Yang, from this day forth, you are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave. He coldly declared from Su Yang's position. Dismissing Su Yang was merely the first step. Next, he aimed to ensure that Su Yang would find no employment throughout the entire Xiang Shui city, ultimately begging for his forgiveness. Very well, but please settle the compensation first. Su Yang retorted, seemingly unfazed, as he promptly began to gather his belongings. Humph, you will receive your compensation. Just wait. Su Chong sneered as he turned to leave. Compensation? A mere dream. He had already conferred with someone regarding matters of compensation. Not only would Su Yang receive nothing, but he would also be liable for damages to Su Chong's mental well-being. Watching Su Chong's retreating figure, Su Yang could not help but let out a cold laugh. Though he was bewildered by the unfolding events, however, he was acutely aware that Su Chong would not be so easily swayed. Yet, he remained unperturbed, ready to endure whatever came next. Upon returning home, Su Yang skillfully powered on his computer and entered the dimensional editing website. Indeed, the familiar figure of 999 appeared before him. He clicked to investigate, and the first notification urged him to promptly upload 15 iconic moments of ostentation, Part 2. The rest of the information pertained to the rankings on the donation leaderboard, featuring the well-known figures of the 4 emperors, Kaido and red-haired Shanks, alongside Admiral Akainu. To his delight, he also spotted a character he greatly admired, the remnants of the era, Whitebeard. He wondered how much he would be rewarded this time. Glancing at the total amount in the back end, he estimated it to be several tens of thousands. He did not dare to hope for a repeat of the previous sum of 350,000. That was unrealistic. He was no tycoon whose mere video uploads could yield such substantial earnings. Suddenly, as he stared at the screen, his expression froze. He extended a trembling hand to rub his eyes. Surely, he must have misread. 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000. He gasped in disbelief and rubbed his eyes once more, counting again. It remained 100,000. The leading digit was 7, followed by 5 zeros, an astounding total of 700,000 in earnings. Su Yang looked utterly bewildered. How could it be so much? It must be a mistake. He swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of money. He had never encountered such a fortune before, his head buzzing with disbelief. For the first time, he felt that the dimensional editing website was somewhat uncanny. How could editing a mere video yield such a fortune? It felt surreal. He slapped his face and pinched himself. Ouch, this was no illusion. Gulp. Surely, I won't get arrested for this. He began to worry that this dimensional editing site might be illicitly siphoning funds from national financial institutions. Otherwise, how could such vast sums be generated? He hesitated to withdraw his earnings, fearing that he might unknowingly tread into illegal territory. However, upon noticing the small print beneath the withdrawal option, he gritted his teeth and proceeded with the transaction. The print read, if not withdrawn within 24 hours, the amount resets to 0. Su Yang could only exclaim, cruel. Thus, he resolved to endure the pain of withdrawal and began crafting the final segment of his video. He opened the wondrous search engine and commenced his quest for the last 5 ostentatious moments. As everyone knows, to compile 15 iconic moments, one must have 16 videos. Just as there are 5 individuals among the 4 emperors. Ah, how wonderfully peculiar. Remarkably, the donation target of 10 million was achieved overnight. The audience seemed to have taken a keen interest in the videos displayed on the luminous screen. In the realm of pirates, a strong figure lamented this phenomenon. However, the Navy must have felt somewhat stifled. Despite the passage of time, None of their members had made the leaderboard. Some jested, what could possibly be ostentatious about the Navy? They're all relics of the past. Others asserted that there was no chance anyone from the Navy would ever grace the ostentatious moments leaderboard. I find it rather unconvincing. Have you forgotten that video featuring Marco? That fellow, Kizaru, certainly possesses a flair for ostentation. Others have come to the Navy's defense, but what does it matter? We shall simply await the next video. Some believe others are meddling unnecessarily. Whether the Navy makes the list or not is of no concern to them. They wield no authority to determine who ascends to the ranks. Speaking of which, what do you think the origin of this luminous screen is? I suspect it may be a manifestation of a devil fruit user's abilities. The Navy is likely conducting a swift investigation as we speak. At this moment, the world government must be quite restless. The emergence of this phenomenon significantly undermines their authority. TCH, what authority do they even possess? The ocean is abuzz with speculation due to the existence of this luminous screen. The seas have truly become lively. Numerous individuals connected to the video are taking various actions. For instance, Monet, the Snow Woman, has indelibly remembered Zoro, choosing to avoid conflict with him. Then there's Sanji, who cautions Zepp against the members of the Vinsmoke family. Meanwhile, the Vinsmoke family has already begun to engage with Big Mom to forge an alliance and bolster their power. As for Blackbeard, his influence is steadily contracting as he prepares for battle. His adversary is Whitebeard, and Blackbeard believes that exercising utmost caution is prudent. As for Whitebeard, he is currently rallying his crew. Following the monumental battle at Marineford, his sacrifice led to the disbandment of the Whitebeard pirates, with members scattering for various reasons, resulting in their numbers dwindling to fewer than 500. Now that he has returned, he is determined to reunite his former comrades and re-establish his dominion. Thus, we witness a fleet of ships converging upon the Whitebeard pirates' base at Sphinx Island, an island shaped like a whale. This situation has caused considerable consternation among the Navy's upper echelons. The mysterious origin of the luminous screen instills a profound sense of dread in them. And now, with the return of Whitebeard, the future seems rather bleak. The higher-ups in the Navy are troubled, and the five elders are even more distressed. It has been a long time since anything has caused them such anxiety. They harbor intense resentment towards the luminous screen, had it not been for this enigmatic phenomenon. How could they have found themselves in such a predicament? Truly abhorrent. One of the five elders rose from his seat in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Why is it that there are countless ostentatious displays from pirates, yet not a single one from the Navy? Does this luminous screen imply that the Navy is insignificant?" He felt a profound sense of imbalance within himself. The screen had catalogued 11 ostentatious moments, yet none featured a Navy member. This bias towards pirates is outrageous. It is utterly vexatious. Had he been able to physically confront this luminous screen, he would have questioned whether it harbored a grudge against the Navy. Just as he was consumed by his fury, a brilliant light flared, and the screen materialized, highlighting the 15 ostentatious moments in the pirate world. Part 2. 12th ostentatious moment. Have you ever been kicked by light? Upon reading this phrase, the five elders were taken aback. Who could utter such audacious words? Then, he suddenly came to a realization. The ability to wield light as a weapon seems to belong to but one individual. Just at this moment, a character introduction appeared. Character introduction. He is languid and seemingly perpetually lacking in spirit. He is one of the foremost powers of the sea, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, wielding a natural fruit, instilling fear across the 4 seas. Upon finishing the character introduction, the 5 elders could ascertain that this person was indeed the individual he had surmised. The admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, also known as Borsalino. Sengoku. To think he has truly made the list. He was somewhat incredulous. How could everything feel so dreamlike? He had only just made a sarcastic remark, and the Navy immediately made the list. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who was attending a meeting, raised his hand in surrender, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this is troublesome. I never expected to find myself on the list." Akainu, upon hearing this, scoffed. It was about time. His tone, however, was considerably lighter than before. Could it be that someone from the Navy truly made the list? It was indeed Kizaru. When he spoke these words, I witnessed it firsthand at Sabaody Archipelago. How exhilarating. After the pirates have made their appearances on the list, now it is the Navy's turn? The people from all 4 seas began to engage in fervent discussions. Spurred by the video projected on the luminous screen, Could it be that the first 11 videos showcased pirates, while the last 4 featured the Navy? Quite the spectacle. It is evident that everything has been meticulously orchestrated. Kizaru, in Wano country, at a certain inspection site, the beast pirate's one and only, the magician Hawkins, gazed at the luminous screen before him, his eyes gleaming with intense determination. This ostentatious video, Kizaru's display, being struck, this was hardly a glorious affair. The footage began to play. At this moment, the entire Navy was filled with immense anticipation. They eagerly awaited Kizaru's flamboyant display and the rewards that would follow. The narration of the footage, in the 1520th year of the sea calendar, October, at Sabaody Archipelago. The scene opened with a square where a group of missionary-like individuals looked on in panic at the tall, languid man clad in yellow stripes. They frantically urged a nearby golden-haired man, who was calmly divining, "For heaven's sake, hurry and flee, Captain Hawkins." Yet the golden-haired man remained unfazed, continuing his divination. Combat. Failure rate 100. Escape. Success rate 12. As he continued his divination, the man clad in the robe of justice and yellow-striped suit spoke. "May I interrupt? I am searching for a man named Momonosuke." Hawkins ignored him, continuing his divination. Defense. Evasion rate 76. Seeing that Hawkins had dismissed him, the man in the yellow-striped suit made another attempt, and finally, Hawkins replied, "I do not know that person. You should seek someone else." Upon completing his divination, both men remained remarkably calm. Yet, the onlookers could only exclaim, "Hawkins truly knows how to put on a brave front. He faces an admiral without flinching and does not flee. How audacious!" Indeed, when others encounter an admiral, who among them does not panic and flee? Yet Hawkins seems unfazed. Leisurely divination unfolded, utterly unperturbed by the imposing figure of the yellow-striped admiral, Kizaru. Perhaps this individual truly possessed an unshakable confidence. Otherwise, how could he maintain such composure? Some speculated. Yet, if Hawkins were to discern their thoughts, he would likely retort, "I appreciate your high regard for me. Do you think I do not wish to flee? I long to escape." Who would not be anxious in the face of an admiral? But Kizaru stands before me. Escape is utterly impossible. Do I appear calm? Inside, I am in utter turmoil. In the scene, Kizaru remarked, "That simply cannot be allowed. I must locate him." Tilting his head, he regarded Hawkins as prey, adding, "However, I find myself rather unoccupied at the moment. I cannot let this bounty hunter slip away, can I?" A reward of 249 million berries for the magician Basil Hawkins. With speed equating to power, have you ever been struck by light? Radiance emanated from his long legs, sweeping forth. By the time the attack descended, Hawkins had yet to react, seemingly oblivious to Kizaru's assault. As Hawkins was sent crashing into the wall with a thunderous roar, his crew finally grasped the situation. Their astonishment palpable. "Captain," they gasped in horror. What transpired? Completely unaware of the events unfolding, their captain had vanished. This scene did not escape the notice of the surrounding supernovas. To claim they were unshaken would be an outright falsehood. How formidable! The sound of Afi's exclamation pierced the air as he witnessed Kizaru raise his hand once more. In the next moment, a beam of light shot forth, slicing through the smoke, exploding with a resounding blast that engulfed an entire nearby building in chaos. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, many felt a chill of dread. This was the admiral. His might was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, Hawkins emerged from the smoke unscathed. Observing this, numerous powerful figures at sea displayed expressions of shock. Struck twice by Kizaru and yet unscathed, Hawkins indeed possessed some skill. Truly a supernova. The admiral's power far exceeded all expectations. With an impassive expression, Hawkins stepped from the debris, poised to continue the battle. However, under the expectant gazes of many, Hawkins was effortlessly devastated by Kizaru. The nearby strange monk, Urki, was incapacitated with a single kick. The steadfast pacifist, Drake, was similarly dispatched. Even Afi, who was merely observing, met the same fate with a swift kick. Like a simple act of dining, these once ferocious supernovas crumbled before Kizaru's might. One by one, they fell, failing to inflict even a scratch upon him. Kizaru remained composed, gazing at the fallen supernovas, and after a long pause, remarked, "How terrifying. These supernovas. They appear so frightened." Thus, the scene concluded with his words. "I finally comprehend why Kizaru ranks among the elite. It is simply too ostentatious. Ha ha ha. Effortlessly vanquishing the supernova, yet proclaiming to others, how terrifying. Truly, You are remarkable, Admiral Kizaru. I can hardly contain myself. This is utterly pretentious, blinding to my very eyes. Without viewing the video within this luminescent screen, they remain oblivious to the fact that Kizaru is simply a master of pretense. His demeanor is as serious as that of Brooke, who seems to be a novice compared to Roger. The art of pretension he displays is nothing short of exquisite. A true master of bravado, indeed fearsome. One cannot utter such grandiloquent words without decades of experience in ostentation. Truly, the sea is teeming with formidable talents. Kizaru's performance deserves a perfect score of 200, with an additional 100 as a bonus. Ha ha ha. Kizaru, your ability to pose is unparalleled. At the Navy headquarters, Garp, clutching a bag of rice crackers, laughs heartily. Kizaru casts a resentful glance at Garp, questioning the appropriateness of such remarks. How hurtful they are. It is evident that our Navy possesses numerous exceptional individuals. It is not solely the pirates who excel in pretense. Sengoku's furrowed brow finally relaxes a bit. Kizaru has made the list. Finally, he can bring some change to our Navy. I am not at all surprised by Kizaru's recognition. Marco asserts that anyone who has dealt with Kizaru knows he is replete with the essence of pretense. Of course, provided he possesses the strength to back it up. He is indeed formidable. Who will be the next Navy officer to make the list? The pressure is beginning to mount. If the rumors circulating in the outside world hold true, the first 11 videos feature the pirate faction, while the last 4 highlight the Navy. Even if only 4 individuals are recognized, it is sufficient to bring about unexpected shifts in power across these seas. 12th Master of Pretense, Admiral Kizaru. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement of Master of Pretense. Admiral Kizaru, please select your reward. Reward 1. A 9-to-5 lifestyle, clocking in and out. Double bonuses, and never working overtime. Reward 2. Randomly enhance one of your abilities. The crowd of the sea stands dumbfounded at the options presented by the luminous screen. Was it not supposed to simply provide a reward? Is there not just one option? How has it transformed into 2 choices? I am utterly bewildered. This screen is far too casual. Can it truly operate in such a manner? The previous selections were singular rewards, and if one was dissatisfied, they could propose a more feasible request. But now, with Kizaru, it has shifted to a binary choice? This is quite the trick. Even Kizaru momentarily stands in shock. He had believed he could exchange rewards like Whitebeard and the others. But this? There's a hint of disappointment. I choose reward 2, to enhance my swordsmanship. There is no need for deliberation. Could the first reward truly be considered a reward? Kizaru, with a furrowed brow, ponders, what does it mean to have a 9-to-5 job? Clocking in and out. As if he were lazy. He is, in fact, diligent and conscientious. A familiar white light descended upon the figure of Kizaru, and in an instant, an aura as fierce as that of a grand swordsman erupted from him, captivating the very souls of those present. Even Sengoku and Akainu, seated nearby, felt a jolt of astonishment. Yet, they soon found solace in the thought that the stronger Kizaru became, the better equipped they would be to navigate the upheavals brought about by the shifting tides of the sea. If this were the case, having more individuals of his caliber within the Navy would be nothing short of perfection. Sengoku, Akainu, and the other high-ranking officials couldn't help but gaze at the luminous screen before them, their eyes filled with anticipation. They hoped that the next remarkable scene would once again be brought forth by the Navy, highlighting 15 iconic moments in the pirate world. 13th notable scene. What do you aspire to be, King? Character introduction. He is one of the 4 emperors, having plummeted from a great height without sustaining a single injury. He is referred to as the strongest creature, whose favorite pastime is self-destruction. He has been captured by the Navy multiple times, yet he always escaped unscathed. Upon reading this introduction, the expressions of Sengoku, Akainu, and the others solidified into a mask of apprehension. They knew all too well that this was not someone from their Navy ranks. One of the 4 emperors. The strongest creature. Undoubtedly, the name of the individual making the list was already apparent. Kaido of the Beasts. Haha, this screen exhibits some discernment. If I cannot make the list, then what is the point? On Onigashima, Kaido finally beheld his name among the ranks and couldn't help but erupt into laughter. He recognized that his opportunity had arrived, one that rivaled Whitebeard's. When the time came, he would surely engage in a fierce contest of strength with Whitebeard, Kaido the Great. At that moment, the entire Onigashima resonated with cheers. Wow, Kaido has made it onto the list. Meanwhile, on the Whitebeard pirate ship, Whitebeard sat high above, observing the glowing screen, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light. He sensed that a monumental battle was looming on the horizon, one that would surely be instigated by the combative Kaido. Kaido! Big Mom glared at the screen, a mix of shock and anger coursing through her. The overwhelming strength of any one of the four emperors could disrupt the delicate balance among them, leading to catastrophic consequences. This is truly frightening. Kaido has made the list. I must exercise even greater caution from here on. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo, who had clandestinely engaged in trade of artificial devil fruits with Kaido, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. Panic set in. Kaido of the Beasts. He is not a negotiable individual. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku brooded. Is it just Kizaru who has made it onto the list for our Navy? Akainu clenched his fists, reluctant to admit the truth, but recognizing it nonetheless. It indeed seemed that Kizaru was the only one from the Navy to make the list. Let us not jump to conclusions. Let us look further ahead. Perhaps a miracle awaits. The usually boisterous Garp was uncharacteristically subdued. There was only this path forward. Sengoku and Akainu nodded in agreement. Aside from this, they truly had no other recourse. But the continuous expansion of pirates and the decline of the Navy have prompted many astute individuals to take covert actions. The Revolutionary Army, an organization determined to overthrow the world government, has once again mobilized. It continues to grow stronger, with numerous pirates from the New World flocking to join the Beast Pirates. Among them, the crew of Blackbeard has suffered the most severe losses. Everyone is well aware that offending Whitebeard's Blackbeard will soon lead to dire consequences. They do not wish to be embroiled in such troubles. They are willing to share in fortune, but certainly not in adversity. As pirates, their nature is to fear death and seek life, gravitating towards strength while avoiding weakness. Blackbeard is infuriated by this situation. He is yet to perish. Yet these individuals are already in a hurry to abandon him. It is utterly excessive. Amidst the tide of changing times, the images on the screen begin to unfold. In the year 1523 of the Sea Garden calendar, in Wano country, Kaido. The scene opens with a shocking spectacle. One of the supernovas, Monkey D. Luffy, is actually engaged in a fierce battle with a dragon. And this dragon is none other than Kaido. My heavens, could this be true? Monkey D. Luffy is astonishingly formidable. How has he come to confront Kaido once more? Just previously, he had wreaked havoc on Big Mom's Cake Island. Is it possible that such intense events will unfold in the future? Undoubtedly, this is monumental news. In the future, Monkey D. Luffy dares to provoke two of the four emperors. His strength is truly remarkable, having rendered Kaido utterly defenseless. It is now the year 1523 of the Sea Garden calendar. And in just 1 month, Monkey D. Luffy will face Kaido? My goodness, after 2 years, has Monkey D. Luffy grown this powerful? Truly deserving of being a member of the worst generation. How terrifying. Audiences across the 4 seas are astonished by Monkey D. Luffy's overwhelming prowess, significantly elevating their perception of his threat level. This cannot be real. How could Lord Kaido possibly be bested by a mere youth? The members of the Beast Pirates refuse to accept such a notion. It is too humiliating and detrimental to their prestige. They cannot believe this is true. This is their revered Lord Kaido. How could he be subdued by a mere child? It is simply impossible. Many formidable figures across the seas are equally astonished. Is Monkey D. Luffy truly this strong? Their hearts are filled with trepidation. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew, now at Fishman Island, is in despair. We are doomed. We have provoked 2 of the 4 emperors. Is there still a way for us to survive in this new world? Woe is me. I seem to have contracted a peculiar ailment that prevents me from sailing. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, the timid trio, huddle together, tears streaming down their faces in panic. Zoro, Sanji, and Monkey D. Luffy also wear grave expressions. This is no trivial matter. Even if Monkey D. Luffy is carefree, he understands the implications of provoking 2 four emperors. He is no longer the naive child he was 2 years ago. He was acutely aware that there existed a vast chasm between his own strength and that of the 4 emperors. Even if he aspired to become the pirate king and confront the 4 emperors, that moment was not yet upon him. Facing them now would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat, caught Kaido's gaze, which shimmered with a chilling intensity, a hidden malice. As a formidable emperor, how could he allow himself to be so humiliated? The scene continued to unfold. Kaido, in his dragon form, was sprawled on the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Just as the onlookers believed Kaido had suffered a devastating blow, he abruptly reverted to his human form, scratching his head and stretching his limbs, declaring, "Consider it a hangover. You performed admirably, Straw Hat Luffy." He rose, completely unscathed. Gasp. This moment left the powerful figures across the seas in awe. To endure such a fierce assault from Luffy and merely consider it a hangover? How astonishing. Was this the might of an emperor? Many began to sweat profusely, feeling the weight of their inadequacies. Yet, for reasons unknown, Luffy seemed to harbor immense fury toward Kaido. The malice in his eyes was palpable, almost materializing. He entered Gear 4th, infusing his muscles with energy. His entire body was enveloped in the armor of Haki, transforming him into a formidable being. How powerful! Even through the screen, the formidable presence emanating from Luffy in this form was suffocating. At that moment, he resembled a deity of war, exuding an unassailable majesty. He launched another punch. The force of his strike shattered the air like a roaring tiger. Imbued with the might to part the heavens, raining down blows that left Kaido no opportunity for response, engulfing him in a cataclysmic barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of thunderous collisions resounded through the skies as Luffy's relentless fist struck Kaido, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, unable to counterattack. This astonishing spectacle left all who witnessed it before the screen utterly transfixed. It was terrifying. The Four Emperors. The mere mention of this name rendered many weak in the knees, devoid of any courage to engage. How could anyone, like Luffy, unleash such relentless fury upon Kaido, who seemed incapable of retaliating? However, the spectators soon realized that despite enduring Luffy's terrifying assault, Kaido remained unscathed, without a single drop of blood. "Are you merely tickling me, Straw Hat Luffy?" Kaido remarked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Luffy, standing beneath the storm with an air of utter contempt. Luffy's expression shifted to one of gravity. Gear 4th was his strongest form, and yet his attacks had not even grazed Kaido's hide. This realization was both disheartening and terrifying. With renewed resolve, he charged once more at Kaido. Facing one of the Four Emperors, this battle was destined to be fierce, with no retreat possible. He could only advance with unwavering determination. The rubber projectile, akin to a cannonball, tore through the air at an alarming speed towards Kaido, once again injecting air into his already colossal arm. Amplifying its enormity and power, Kaido stirred, embodying the might of an ancient deity, his physical form harboring unfathomable strength. With a single step forward, he swung his kanabo, collapsing the very fabric of space around him. At this moment, Monkey D. Luffy approached, roaring with fervor, Giant Ape King Gun. A thunderous strike surged forth, aimed directly at Kaido's face. The ground beneath Kaido erupted as he wielded his kanabo, stirring the heavens with a ferocious assault. Thunderclap 8 trigrams. The impact resonated as if the sky itself had been shattered. Luffy's blow connected with Kaido's chest, while Kaido's retaliatory strike landed squarely on Luffy's face. Alas, Luffy was no match for Kaido, sent hurtling backward, bloodied and battered. The distant city walls crumbled under the force. Luffy's eyes rolled back as he exited his Gear 4th form, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. In that singular exchange, victory was decisively determined. The mightiest of the seas were struck with awe. None doubted the potency of Luffy's strike. Across the New World, few dared claim they could withstand Luffy's formidable Giant Ape King Gun. The power was immense, a force capable of rending the heavens, yet against Kaido, it bore no consequence, as fragile as parchment. In the unfolding scene, Kaido's advance shook the mountains, each step compelling even the gods to retreat, until he stood before the unconscious Luffy, his kanabo striking the earth with a resounding thud. "You little brat," he taunted, "what king did you claim you would become?" The image froze on Luffy's unconscious visage, and then it ended. Just one strike to conquer such a formidable supernova? It was utterly terrifying. The might of the Four Emperors was indeed astonishing. Luffy's audacity was striking, boldly proclaiming his intent to become the Pirate King before Kaido. A reckless challenge, if ever there was one. Unfortunately, he proved to be no adversary for Kaido, a rather humiliating defeat. Undoubtedly, Kaido's imposing presence commanded respect from all. Luffy, regrettably, became a mere footnote in this tale of power. Kaido's dominance was undeniable. With a single blow, he vanquished Luffy. Such overwhelming strength was hard to fathom. On Fishman Island, Sanji and Zoro exchanged incredulous glances. A chill crept into their hearts. Luffy had appeared so formidable moments ago, yet he was no match for Kaido's singular strike. How terrifying was the might of the four emperors. They had already provoked two of them. Did they still have a path forward? A sense of foreboding loomed over their future journey. The disparity in strength was not as vast as it seemed. It was merely that Luffy's training had not yet reached its zenith, preventing him from harnessing the power necessary to challenge Kaido effectively. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku offered his assessment. The assembly fell silent. Luffy's defeat in a single blow was simply a matter of insufficient training. He was just shy of the necessary refinement. The true gulf in their powers was not insurmountable. Yet that slight lack of mastery made all the difference, rendering them worlds apart. One can remain unscathed, while the other succumbs to a single fatal blow. Ho ho ho. The impulsive nature of you, Straw Hat Luffy, remains unchanged. Whitebeard, perched upon his ship, observed the recent spectacle and offered his commentary. Father, is the disparity in strength between Luffy and Kaido truly that vast? He found it hard to believe. Luffy has grown so formidable, yet he is not a match for Kaido with just one strike. How terrifying. Are all the Yonko such monsters? He struggled to accept it. Ho ho ho. It is certainly not so great. Whitebeard chuckled widely. Ace was perplexed. If the difference in strength is not so immense, then why was Luffy defeated in one blow? Once Straw Hat Luffy enhances his mastery of Haki, Kaido will no longer be able to dispatch him so easily. Mastery of Haki is crucial. Even a slight gap can lead to a chasm of difference. Upon hearing this, Ace's expression turned serious. Mastery of Haki indeed. A formidable attack, Straw Hat Luffy. No wonder you dare to confront me in the future. Alas, without taking that crucial step, you shall forever remain a weakling. As he spoke, he gazed at the luminous screen, pondering the nature of his reward. Even he could not suppress a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. 13th scene creator, Beast Kaido. Congratulations. Beast Kaido, you have unlocked the achievement for creating a spectacular scene. Please select your reward. Reward 1. Gain the power of an indomitable body, capable of shaking the heavens with a single blow. Reward 2. Acquire the innate skills of the Dragon Clan, perfecting the power of thunder, commanding the storms and annihilating the earth. Upon seeing the rewards offered, Kaido laughed joyously, thoroughly satisfied. However, the heroes of the seas, including the Navy, felt a chill run down their spines. These two rewards were exceedingly generous. Either one could transform Kaido into an unimaginable monster. I choose reward 2, Kaido declared. The strength of the body could be honed through thunder, but the power of thunder is a rare gift. He was no fool. He knew which potential was greater. Boom. Just as he made his selection, a bolt of purple lightning struck down, penetrating his very being. Boom. Kaido's body swelled as if it were expanding, surrounded by dancing lightning. Emanating a terrifying aura, Kaido rose. Exiting Onigashima, he waved his hand. Bang! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, crashed into the sea with immense force, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Bang! The lightning erupted. The brilliance of the thunder danced, connecting heaven and earth, exuding unparalleled terror. The sea. Before the gaze of all, it was torn asunder. It was truly rent apart. Like a shattered earth, it was cleaved into countless fragments. How horrifying! Boom! Kaido beckoned once more. A bolt of lightning struck down upon a distant mountain, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. When they looked again, that mountain had been reduced to a flat expanse. Hiss! At that moment, even Sengoku could no longer remain composed. Such power from a mere casual strike was utterly terrifying. Even Whitebeard does not possess such terrifying destructive capability. Here, Whitebeard's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of astonishment. It was, indeed, a rare occasion for him to display such a reaction. No one understands the sheer horror of leveling a mountain to the ground in an instant better than he does. Even the power of his Tremor fruit cannot achieve that. At this moment, the sea lay in silence, save for the resounding, arrogant laughter of Kaido emanating from the screen. This reward, he was exceedingly pleased. How could it be so formidable? Even the Gorosei felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions shifting in shock. This entirely exceeded the previous balance of power in the world. With only 2 iconic moments left, it seemed my hope of making an appearance was dwindling. Red-haired pirate's red-haired expressed his regret, stating that if given the chance, he would indeed desire to be listed. For this sea had descended into chaos. He required greater strength to maintain the equilibrium of the world. Do not fret, Perhaps you still have a chance. Beckman glanced at Red-Haired. Considering that there were still 2 videos remaining, he somewhat felt that Red-Haired's words might be prophetic. When the first couple of iconic moments aired, he had claimed he would not make the list. Yet, as they progressed, it appeared to have no connection to him whatsoever. With 13 iconic moments already displayed, his prospects indeed seemed bleak. 14th iconic moment. Do you think you know who I am? Bring the ship closer. Character introduction. He possesses the legendary ancient type Devil Fruit, a young prodigy who has ascended to the highest ranks of the 4 emperors in his 20s. He is referred to as Calamity, a key member of the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Upon seeing this introduction, the expressions of Sengoku, Akainu, and others shifted once again. Another pirate faction, and moreover, a member of the Beast Pirates? In this moment, even Akainu could not help but feel a twinge of alarm. With Kaido receiving rewards, he was now undoubtedly invincible. And now another one appeared? The balance of this world could truly not be maintained. The days of rampant piracy could not be far off. Akainu clenched his fists, knowing that an unprecedented turmoil in the seas was imminent. Could this be referring to Lord Jack the Drought? On Onigashima, someone gazed at the introduction on the screen, speculating aloud. That makes sense. I too believe it to be Lord Jack. Only Jack from the Beast Pirates fits these criteria. Haha. Although I do not know which member of the Beast Pirates this is, I cannot help but feel elated. Laughter from pirates echoed across the vast sea through the screen. Roar, roar, roar. The glorious era of us pirates is upon us. Someone joyfully sang, their excitement palpable. The footage began to play. Narration. In the year 1523 of the Sea Garden era. Upon seeing this date, everyone was taken aback, then relieved. It appeared that the individual making an appearance was in close temporal proximity to the battle between Monkey D., Luffy, and Kaido of the Beasts. This was the collective thought among them. There was no doubt. Another video from the future. Upon the tumultuous seas, amidst the howling winds and torrential rains, a ship adorned with the flag of the Beast Pirate sails forth, where a colossal figure is seated majestically. Notably, he possesses a pair of enormous horns atop his head. Before him, a lookout from the Beast Pirates inquires, Lord Jack, should we turn back? To this, the imposing figure, known as Jack the Drought, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, responds with a thunderous voice, why? Our objective is to bring back Don Quixote da Flamingo. Why would we retreat? What is there to fear upon these vast seas? Rising to his full height, exuding an aura akin to that of a demon, Jack declares fiercely. The naval vessel escorting da Flamingo lies ahead. Why should we turn back? Get out of my way. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Bring the ship closer. His subordinates, wary of Jack's wrath, hastily comply. Yet, the lookout hesitates, pointing towards the naval ship. But, sir, there are individuals aboard. Jack's gaze sharpens menacingly. It matters not who comes. Do you think I am afraid? No one can thwart my efforts to rescue da Flamingo today. As the ship approaches the naval vessel, Jack surveys the scene, where he spots the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and a blind swordsman clad in the attire of an admiral. His pupils constrict in alarm, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The scene concludes abruptly. Ha. Jack the Drought's bravado is refreshingly audacious. Sengoku remarks, if you succeed in this endeavor, Kaido will surely acknowledge you as his superior. I can hardly contain my laughter. His arrogance is short-lived, destined to be met with swift retribution. It seems Jack truly deserves a spot in the annals of failed bravado. One must commend Jack's audacity to attempt a heist under the watchful eyes of Sengoku and others, formidable figures on par with his captain, Kaido. I am eager to discover the outcome of Jack's venture. Will he successfully rescue da Flamingo, or will he face Sengoku's reprimand? By the way, who is this new admiral? A blind man. How could a warlord like da Flamingo be captured by the Navy? Surely, he wouldn't be plotting something, would he? This revelation uncovers many unknown secrets. Among the masses, there are always keen observers who unearth hidden truths. This revelation is indeed alarming. Does this imply that the Navy will abolish the warlords in a month? Perhaps this is favorable news for the public. However, for the Navy at this juncture, it is decidedly ominous. They desperately need the warlords to counterbalance the 4 emperors. Damn it, this broadcast only exacerbates our troubles. Akainu slams the table in fury. What rewards await Jack? Sengoku murmurs, his expression grave. How could I have been captured by the Navy? What is happening? In Dressrosa, da Flamingo's visage darkens, the news unsettling him. Who is responsible for this? I am a warlord. How could the Navy apprehend me? What force has influenced his position among the 7 warlords? Don Quixote Doflamingo, who revels in manipulating the fates of others and treating them as mere pawns, detests the sensation of losing control. At this moment, the entire sea held its breath, awaiting the familiar sound of reward collection rather than a choice. The reward had already been predetermined, a strand of divine beast bloodline, aiding the evolution of one's fruit to its most potent form, the dragon elephant, a single strike capable of shattering mountains. Upon seeing this reward, Jack's eyes sparkled with desire. This was precisely what he had longed for. Therefore, he claimed it immediately, without hesitation. A strand of crimson light descended from the heavens, enveloping Jack. Astonishingly, his physique began to shrink at a visible pace, yet his aura grew increasingly robust and vibrant, radiating forth. Jack sensed his power crystallizing, his physical strength intensifying with each passing moment. Finally, he let out a furious roar, unleashing a tangible sound wave that erupted forth. The sound wave surged across 3,000 meters, obliterating everything in its path, leaving countless individuals bloodied and unconscious, with some even suffering grievous injuries. Witnessing this scene, the world was struck with terror. Such destructive power emanating from a single roar was unfathomably frightening. This was almost on par with Kaido's earlier display. Sengoku's expression darkened as the beast pirates had suddenly grown exponentially stronger, surpassing even the transformations of the Whitebeard pirates. Were the emperors of the sea to take turns confronting them? Sengoku felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had anticipated that the final 4 videos would feature their navy, yet only Kizaru had made an appearance, leaving them feeling hollow. Faced with the now augmented pirates, the Navy found themselves in a perilous predicament. Reviewing the 15 remarkable moments in the pirate world, the 15th remarkable moment. I am merely testing my skills. Character introduction. He is the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy, summoned by the world government, known as the Monster. Although blind, he possesses a keen understanding of right and wrong in the world, embodying a wise and composed sense of justice. At this moment, Sengoku, Akainu, and much of the Navy headquarters felt an involuntary surge of excitement. The final video featured one of their own. Moreover, they had already deduced the identity of the protagonist. All eyes turned towards the blind swordsman, who wore a knowing smile. Though there were only 2 of them, it was immensely gratifying. To have one rather than none was a blessing. Another admiral had emerged. Were the admirals of the Navy truly this impressive? Was the blind swordsman the same one featured in Jack's earlier video? It made sense now why he stood alongside Sengoku, clad in admiral's attire. He truly was an admiral of the Navy. The sea buzzed with discussion. See, Beckman, I told you without me. The red-haired pirates gathered as Shanks, with an air of resignation, raised his hands. Beckman cast a glance at him, sighing, seemingly overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo observed the climactic scene about to unfold, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. This video was undeniably linked to him. As the footage began to play, the narrator's voice resonated. In the year 1523 of the sea calendar, on Greenbit Island, southeast beach of Dressrosa, Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, his intuition proving to be true. It was indeed related to him. The scene shifted to an exquisitely beautiful beach, adorned with colossal flora and an intoxicating fragrance. There stood Doflamingo, flanked by marine admirals and soldiers, alongside the warlord Trafalgar Law, who was restraining a man by his hands. The man looked up at Doflamingo with a glimmer of hope, fervently shouting, "Joker, get rid of this brat." But he was swiftly pulled back by Trafalgar Law, who glared at Doflamingo and declared, "I will not return this man to you. You have utterly breached our agreement, Doflamingo. This deal is null and void." Upon hearing this, the man, clearly Caesar, was filled with agitation. "What are you saying, you scoundrel? We have come all this way." Implicit in his words was a plea not to abandon the endeavor. Faced with Trafalgar Law's fierce retort, Doflamingo merely chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. After years of absence, upon hearing Law's opening words, he urged, "Release Caesar. He is my beloved subordinate." At this, Caesar couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Trafalgar Law was indeed a subordinate of Doflamingo. Such an explosive revelation left the gathered crowd astonished, struggling to comprehend the connection between the two. At that moment, a marine soldier provided the admiral with information regarding the individuals present. "Sir, the man accompanying Law is Caesar Clown. Hearing this, the admiral remarked, "Is that so? The scientist responsible for the gas incident?" He continued, "However, if he is your subordinate, warlord, we have no grounds to apprehend Caesar. We can only grant him clemency." This statement was directed towards Doflamingo, who responded with a sinister laugh. "Admiral Fujitora, what course of action do you intend to take?" Fujitora replied gravely, "Trafalgar Law has formed an alliance with Straw Hat Luffy, which means your warlord title is about to be revoked." With a weighty tone, he added, "I have come here for precisely that purpose, and no further delays will be tolerated. However, I have also heard of your numerous transgressions against the warlord regulations. I shall require a thorough explanation from you shortly." In response, Doflamingo laughed triumphantly. "What? Are you intending to arrest me, Admiral?" He wore an air of unrestrained confidence, laughing even louder, which left many spectators astounded. Why did Doflamingo dare to act so arrogantly before the Admiral? Was it due to hidden cards, or the Admiral's insufficient strength to suppress him? Fujitora drew his sword, declaring, "I shall not show mercy to anyone who violates the 7 warlords' regulations, not even you, Trafalgar." With that, he unleashed a circle of violet light that shot up into the sky. In the next moment, a colossal meteor, resembling a fireball, tore through the air, plummeting downward. The surroundings instantly ignited in a fiery red hue. Was this real? Trafalgar Law was horrified. Fujitora was terrifyingly powerful, summoning a meteor outright. What a joke. Even Doflamingo found it absurd. The surrounding soldiers fled in panic. This was beyond their capacity to confront. The meteor was so immense that it engulfed the entire island. Room. Spider's web. Gravity rebound. At that moment, Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo unleashed their full strength. A single misstep could result in severe injury. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, flames engulfing the area where the three stood. The explosive winds ravaged the island, scattering the marines in disarray. When everything settled, a deep crater remained, along with 3 stone pillars, where Fujitora, Doflamingo, and Law stood. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead as he shouted furiously, "What kind of education did your admiral provide you? You rabid dog that bites everyone." Who could fathom just how much strength Fujitora had employed in that strike? Doflamingo was uncertain if Fujitora possessed the capability to obliterate the entirety of Dressrosa with a single blow. Even among those with perfect vision, how many possessed such terrifying power? Trafalgar Law's expression turned grave. In response to their admiration or reprimands, Fujitora calmly sheathed his sword, saying, "I merely tested my skills. Do not take offense." The scene froze in that moment, neither a second more nor less. How perfectly he showcased his prowess. I was completely taken aback. "You call this a mere test? Good heavens. You created a massive crater and then referred to it as a small demonstration? Summoning meteors at will. Perhaps this truly was just a small trial." The faces of the worldwide audience twitched in disbelief. "Oh, Fujitora, with your imposing presence, how adept you are at displaying bravado. Just look at how Doflamingo and Law were left petrified." Even Sengoku and Akainu exchanged glances filled with mixed emotions toward Fujitora, silently acknowledging, "You truly excel at showmanship." Of course, they were pleased. The Navy had finally secured another position. At last, their strength could be bolstered. The enhancement of just one Kizaru was far from sufficient. Dressrosa. Thankfully, the secret of my identity remained concealed. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead. This light screen was too uncanny. Why did it even reflect future events? Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not materialize. The identity of the celestial dragon remains undisclosed. However, the audacity of Law in capturing Caesar is quite remarkable. His expression darkened. Recalling the recent video of Zoro slaying Monet, he realized he could not remain indifferent. Caesar must not encounter any mishap. He is the sole bargaining chip in his deal with Kaido, and should anything go awry, he would be unable to withstand Kaido's wrath. Thus, he immediately dispatched his subordinates to safeguard Caesar. At the same time, Trafalgar Law's countenance was far from pleasant. His grand scheme had been unveiled by this very screen. He was unwilling to accept such a turn of events. That was a crucial leverage to potentially overturn Kaido. What rewards has the Navy truly obtained this time? Kaido remarked while observing the screen, grinning widely. He was filled with anticipation. The rewards he and Jack had received had significantly enhanced the strength of their pirate crew. He had tested Jack's abilities and found them not inferior to his own. The strength was so formidable that he was compelled to resort to long-range attacks using lightning. Rank 15 Scene Creator, Admiral Fujitora. Reason for ranking. Merely a small demonstration, yet the power was surprisingly substantial. This reasoning left the audience across the seas speechless. Such pretentiousness was unparalleled. Congratulations, Admiral Fujitora. You have unlocked the achievement of creating a pretentious scene. Please claim your reward. Reward details. Restore the light of your eyes. Witness the myriad evils of this world with your own sight. Upon seeing this reward, Sengoku and Akainu, who had initially been filled with anticipation, were taken aback. How could this be the nature of the reward? This was unacceptable. They could not help but glance at Fujitora, who smiled and inquired, "May I exchange for a different reward, Your Excellency the screen?" "Certainly," the screen affirmed. In that moment, everyone, including Sengoku, felt a wave of tension rise. They hoped that Fujitora's request would indeed bolster the Navy's strength. "I am quite satisfied with my own power," Fujitora began, causing Sengoku's expression to shift in alarm. He could not help but exclaim, "Fujitora!" Fujitora smiled at him again, signaling him to remain calm. "I would like to enhance the strength of the Navy's vice admirals." Upon hearing this request, Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was regrettable that Fujitora's own strength was not enhanced. The empowerment of the vice admirals was indeed a positive development. After all, Garp was also a vice admiral. The next moment, all the vice admirals at Navy headquarters suddenly felt a brilliant light enveloping them. A surge of powerful energy erupted from within their bodies. The entire process took merely 10 seconds. When it concluded, Sengoku's gaze landed squarely on Garp. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Fujitora had made such a choice. Yet even so, he still felt a lack of security. The Navy's strength still seemed somewhat lacking. After witnessing the display of Kaido and the Drought Jack's powers, it was difficult for the populace across the seas to possess sufficient confidence in the Navy's capabilities. Amidst the fervor of eager pirates, a scene unfolded that stripped away all reservations. They set sail, proclaiming that this vast ocean would soon belong to them. Countless voices rose in unison, yearning for wealth, beauty, and status, as they embarked on their journey towards an idyllic future. As the anticipation built for the much-discussed 15 iconic moments in the pirate world, a surprising twist emerged. Just when all believed the video was concluding, a voice resonated once more. "Is there more?" They wondered, perplexed by the unexpected 16th entry. The introduction read, "He is the youngest among the 4 emperors, once an apprentice aboard the legendary pirate King Roger's ship. This man harbored little interest in territorial conquest. Yet any who dared challenge his authority would face his unfathomable wrath." Recognition dawned upon the audience. They had discerned the identity of the final entrant. "I knew he would make the list," exclaimed one. "That familiar phrase, 'give me some face.' It could only belong to him." It was astonishing to realize that the last featured individual was indeed a pirate, and a formidable 4 emperor at that. Unquestionably, the man in question was the youngest of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. As the red-haired pirates made their grand entrance, Beckman gazed at Shanks with a penetrating stare, teasingly inquiring, "Didn't you claim you wouldn't be on the list, Shanks? How do you explain your appearance as the final guest?" Chuckling, Shanks scratched his head. "Feigning ignorance, I never imagined I would make the list. This truly is unexpected." Luffy interjected, "Captain, it would be abnormal for you not to be recognized." On screen, amidst the astonished gazes of the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates, the red-haired pirates made their momentous debut. All were compelled to cease their skirmishes at Shanks' arrival. The Marines wore stern expressions, fully aware that continued conflict would only escalate casualties on both sides. With his sword at his side, Shanks declared, "If anyone still wishes to stir trouble." He unsheathed his blade, flanked by his loyal crew. "Then let us engage in this battle." His voice resonated with authority, silencing the surroundings, as none dared to confront a 4 emperor under such circumstances. Neither the Marines nor the Whitebeard pirates desired conflict. "I implore you all to grant me some leeway. I am here to end this war." His gaze was sharper than ever, his presence towering and formidable. Observing this exchange, the current Marine Admiral, Sakazuki, let out a disdainful snort, his expression darkening. He was fortunate that the earlier incident, where Shanks intercepted him from eliminating a disruptive young pirate, had not been broadcast. Yet, even with the passage of 2 years since the battle at Marineford, the tension remained palpable. He still feels that halting the war under the pressure of red-haired Shanks back in the day was excessively humiliating. However, at this moment, Sengoku is too preoccupied to ponder whether it is disgraceful to be thwarted from war by one of the four emperors. The emergence of red-haired Shanks on the list is something no one anticipated. It is certain that the Shanks who will receive rewards shortly will become even more formidable. Consequently, the seas will descend into greater chaos. With the youthful vigor capable of wreaking havoc, there is Whitebeard. Then there is Kaido, empowered by the might of thunder, capable of upheaving mountains, and Jack, the drought, whose awakened fruit grants him strength that even the four emperors cannot withstand. Now, yet another fearsome red-haired Shanks will join their ranks. If we include Blackbeard, known for his cunning ambush tactics, this ocean has already become a tempest due to their presence. Heralding an era of turmoil, 5 emperors of the New World, 3 of whom have been enhanced. What a terrifying prospect, even if they remain idle. Their existence alone has already suppressed the navy and the authority of the world government. What will this world become without the deterrent of the navy? No one knows. But it is undoubtedly a harbinger of dark times. Haha, red-haired has actually made the list. Brothers, it's time to part ways. May our paths cross again. Blackbeard has already begun preparing to flee. He will not sit idly by, with his subordinates defecting to the beast pirates. He understands that he can no longer maintain his influence. Thus, he must disband. I shall join the beast pirates, Captain Teach. And I hope our next encounter is not on the battlefield. The tyrannical King Abelo Pizarro grinned. Beside him, the moonlight hunter Katarina Devon, the hefty Jote, and the colossal warship Saint One Wolf share similar intentions. Do not look at me, Teach. I only join the ranks of the strong. Rainy Shiryu, noticing Blackbeard's gaze, expressed a similar sentiment. We will await your return, Captain Teach. The devilish Lafitte declared. We will always believe in Captain Teach. Behind him, the fighting champion Basis, the poison expert, and the sharpshooter Van Augur nodded in agreement. Haha, this is truly a grand gathering. Blackbeard laughed. Then let us disperse. The 16th showboating scene creator, red-haired Shanks. Reason for ranking. I am the face of the face fruit. I hope everyone will grant me a favor. Taha. The face fruit. This is hilarious. Is this light curtain meant for comedy? It is well known that among the 15 showboating scenes, there are 16 individuals. I wonder what reward red-haired will receive. It wouldn't be an enhancement of strength, would it? If so, it would surely cause widespread panic among the populace. Those who can still jest at this moment are most likely either powerful or confident in their abilities. What will the reward be? Sengoku and Akainu are also speculating. Congratulations. Red-haired Shanks, you have unlocked the showboating scene achievement. Please choose your reward. Once again, it has turned into a choice. The speed at which the light curtain alters rewards is truly inscrutable. Reward 1. Restoration of the severed arm. Thus life will no longer be troublesome. Reward 2. Mastery of swordsmanship, invincible in battle. Indeed. Upon reading this, Sengoku sighed, for there were no miracles to be found. No need to ponder. The red-haired would not opt for the restoration of his severed arm. The sea. He truly is about to break free from their control. Mastery of swordsmanship. What an enticing reward. Very well, that shall be yours. Restoration of the arm? Such a notion is non-existent. One arm does not impede his existence. Beckman shook his head in lamentation. I knew you would not choose to restore your arm. The current state of the sea is already such. Enhancement of power is far more useful than restoration. No matter the time, strength is the ultimate truth that dictates everything. Without strength, who would give the red-haired any respect? Suddenly, the sky brightened, and a small sword swiftly pierced the red-haired's body, so quickly that none could react. Did I just see that correctly? That was a sword. How did it embed itself directly within the red-haired's being? How astonishing! The crowd gasped. Yet in the next moment, an even more shocking event unfolded. From within the red-haired's body, an aura erupted, exuding a terrifying presence that swept across the entire island. The red-haired opened his eyes, and those piercing gaze, even through the barrier, caused the onlookers' eyes to ache. Gasp! The crowd was astounded by the red-haired's might. A single wave of energy, so fearsome. Just by observing Beckman and the others' astonished expressions, one could discern that the red-haired's power had increased significantly. Incredulity flooded Beckman's mind, as he broke into a cold sweat. The red-haired, grasping his head, chuckled. I'm not quite sure what happened. It simply feels as though I have become immensely stronger all of a sudden. It terrified me. I thought I was going to be slain by that falling sword. He wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. displaying a somewhat childlike demeanor. However, at that moment, the expressions of Sakazuki and the others were undeniably grim. They understood that the sea would evolve beyond their expectations. When the barrier appears next time, it will surely present more footage. Sengoku sighed. The sea will become even more chaotic. Pressure. Crisis. The atmosphere grew heavy, leaving the few present struggling to breathe. It is time to mobilize the troops and enter a state of heightened alert. Sengoku looked at Sakazuki, inquiring with intent. Sakazuki nodded in agreement, signifying his approval. Corresponding officers must be dispatched throughout the sea to intimidate and patrol. Activating the peacemakers, the order of the sea must be maintained. Sakazuki made the decision of a marshal, and none present voiced dissent. They were acutely aware that a conflict, unlike the battle at Marineford, yet equally grand in scale and crisis, was on the brink of emergence. Furthermore, this would be a prolonged engagement. Additionally, continuous rewards for the barrier were necessary. Perhaps the next video would herald a turning point for our Navy. Sakazuki's eyes sparkled with determination. Although the road ahead was uncertain, he understood that without effort, nothing could be achieved. After 2 days of searching, Suyang finally discovered a bright, airy, and reasonably priced apartment measuring 35 square meters. It was situated not too far from the city center, with convenient access to transportation, as the subway station was just a short distance away. At a monthly rent of 200 yuan, all utilities, including water, internet, and property fees, were included. He only needed to cover the electricity bill. Finally, he was free from the torment of his previous cramped living space. For the first time, Suyang felt the comfort of a mosquito-free, non-humid environment, which brought him joy. It was time to begin crafting his next video. After tidying up the room, he settled at his computer, pondering what to edit next. A countdown of the top 10 masters, a compilation of failed attempts at showing off, or a showcase of the top 10 legendary swords. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crossed his face. Why not stir things up a bit? His fingers danced across the keyboard, typing out tear-jerking moments from One Piece. Perfect. Let us all have a good cry together. He began gathering materials, quickly recalling the ones he remembered. For those he didn't he would slowly search online, relying on the helpful suggestions from enthusiastic netizens. After a busy half-hour, he had compiled 8 poignant moments. That would suffice for now. Any more might be too depressing. He decided to use the song I once contemplated ending it all, as it seemed quite fitting. Once he established a framework, Suyang immersed himself in the editing process. Editing required patience and thoughtful consideration, so he took his time, not rushing. In the world of pirates, a shocking piece of news spread rapidly across the seas. What? Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, had disbanded his pirate crew and vanished? It was rumored that most of his crew had joined the Beast Pirates, with Kaido now reigning as the undisputed strongest of the 4 emperors. This development sent chills through many, as it felt as though the end was near. The disbandment of Blackbeard's crew and the strengthening of the Beast Pirates left the populace in a state of unease. Urgent requests for reinforcements came from the garrison stationed in the Sabaody archipelago, as numerous ruthless pirates prepared to align themselves with the Beast Pirates. If the dissolution of Blackbeard's crew and the rise of the Beast Pirates were unsettling, the news that followed ignited widespread panic across the seas. Clearly, the pirates had abandoned all restraint and were now acting with impunity. The deterrent line established by the Navy could be declared null and void. Damn it! Upon learning of this development, Sakazuki was filled with rage. He could scarcely believe how swiftly and audaciously the pirates had acted. They had moved with astonishing speed. Before the dispatched troops could reach their designated locations, calamity had already struck. Marshal, something dreadful has occurred. Our key branches in the New World have been attacked by the Beast Pirates. Admiral Smoker, Bastille, Spider, and Doberman, along with several giant admirals, have suffered severe injuries. The bad news keeps pouring in. Sakazuki's expression darkened instantly, mirroring the depths of ink, as magma roiled ominously within him, akin to a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. Marshal, there's more dire news. The Revolutionary Army has seized this opportunity to conquer 2 nations in the New World, Trosro and Babagis, severing our connections with several key allied nations. Our allies are harshly condemning our sluggish response and threatening to bring charges against us at the upcoming World Government Assembly. This news undoubtedly intensified Sakazuki's fury. Moreover, there's an even graver report. Rear Admiral Weasel has entered, revealing that the beast pirates have recruited two formidable pirates whose strength poses a significant challenge even for us. Furthermore, based on reports from branches that fell, it appears that our adversaries extend beyond the beast pirates. Perhaps there are several formidable figures from the bygone era. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's gaze sharpened. Who? Weasel's expression grew grave. The Golden Lion and the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet. The mere mention of these names caused Sakazuki's pupils to constrict, but before he could utter a word, the telephone snail connected to the five elders rang ominously. This is Sakazuki. What has transpired? The urgency of the call indicated that this was no trivial matter. Zifa has appeared and stolen explosive rocks from the New World's research base. He aims to detonate the underwater volcanoes and annihilate the New World. The gravity of the five elders' voice weighed heavily upon Sakazuki's heart. What does it mean to be in a time of turmoil? This is it. Misfortune never comes alone. Bad news cascades one after another. The Navy is indeed facing tumultuous times. External threats are overwhelming. Sakazuki, the situation appears far more dire than we anticipated. Sengoku entered. And amidst the respectful gazes of the officers, he declared, at present, we have no choice but to take drastic measures and consolidate our forces to counter these threats. The Revolutionary Army will certainly be a potential ally in resisting the pirates. As for the four emperors, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks do not seem particularly interested in territorial expansion. However, Kaido and Big Mom may well encroach upon their territories, and we can seize the opportunity then. Perhaps we can salvage some of the prevailing adversity. Sengoku took a deep breath. This is merely a suggestion. We may need to convene a high-level meeting to determine our course of action. He suggested proceeding directly to Meriawa. As the five elders could no longer remain idle, the celestial dragons were increasingly agitated, demanding that we first ensure the safety of their scattered members. Upon hearing these words, Sakazuki clenched his fists. This group of celestial dragons would undoubtedly cause them trouble. Then let us proceed as you say, Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki felt fortunate that, although Sengoku had retired, he still remained in the Navy. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he would be incapable of making swift and accurate decisions regarding such numerous matters. A chaotic upheaval unprecedented upon the seas had emerged. The deterrent power of the Navy had plummeted to its nadir. Countless rampant pirates acted with impunity, and the once virtuous populace was incited to unleash the darkness within their hearts, joining the fray of pillage and slaughter. Ha-ha, woo-woo. The raucous laughter of pirates and the terrified cries of the people melded into a mournful melody that resonated across the vast ocean. One day, I, Blackbeard, shall return to the New World. Blackbeard gazed fiercely towards the direction of the New World, speaking to himself. He was being hunted. Yet, the pursuers were not solely from the Whitebeard pirates. The Beast pirates were also in pursuit. The Whitebeard pirates sought vengeance, while the Beast pirates were after the two devil fruits he possessed. Wait for me, Whitebeard, Kaido. After being hunted for so long, Blackbeard could hardly contain his fury. Suyang, of course, remained unaware that due to a single video of his, the world of pirates had descended into such chaos. He had just completed the editing of a montage depicting the most tear-jerking moments in the pirate world, exported it, and uploaded it. Glancing at the now darkened sky, he washed his face, took a shower, and wearily lay down to rest. This time, he had set up an interactive QA session. He believed that it was not enough for the audience merely to watch. They should also participate, as that would indeed be more engaging. Only in this way could he firmly establish a connection with his viewers. In the world of pirates, following a brief yet authoritative meeting, the Navy made a crucial decision to tackle the emerging crisis. They largely adhered to Sengoku's strategy, contracting their front lines and concentrating their forces against the enemy. Simultaneously, they expedited the research on the SSG robots and maintained communication with the seven warlords, inviting their participation to jointly instill fear upon the seas. A new call for global conscription was initiated. Only in this manner could they confront the impending crisis and gradually turn the tide. Yet, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared at this critical juncture. The former Marine Admiral, Kazan. Upon seeing Kazan, many at Marine headquarters were initially taken aback, then filled with excitement. Alas, I never anticipated that during my brief absence, the ocean would undergo such a tremendous upheaval. This is indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, I cannot save too many people on my own, so I have taken the liberty of returning, Kazan said, his face displaying a sense of helplessness, yet his words commanded profound respect from all the officers present. Truly, he was a man who once held the rank of admiral. Do you still have the ability to fight? If so, join the ranks quickly. You know I dislike unnecessary chatter. Sakazuki regarded Kazan with an air of aloofness, keeping him at arm's length. However, the joy reflected in his eyes revealed his deep happiness at the return of Kazan. He was acutely aware of Kazan's formidable strength. Kazan, with a smile, remarked that although he bore a disability, it should not significantly hinder his capabilities. Sengoku patted Kazan on the shoulder, and a profound understanding passed between them. Welcome back, Mr. Kazan. Several officers exclaimed with palpable excitement. The addition of Kazan was akin to a timely rain for them, offering a much-needed boost. They had witnessed Kazan's might and felt an invigorated confidence in facing impending crises with his presence. Just as they stepped out of the conference room, preparing to implement the discussed plans, a familiar light screen reappeared before them. The sight of this screen caused everyone's pupils to constrict, a sense of foreboding washing over them. What crisis would this new broadcast unveil? They remained in suspense. Highlights of tearful moments from the pirate world. Tearful Moment 1. Farewell to the Going Merry. Reason for inclusion. I long to continue sailing with you. Simultaneously, across the globe, everything seemed to pause as if the play button had been pressed. The violence had vanished, and all eyes turned toward the light screen. How poignant could these moments be? The screen was indeed diligent. What benefits would it unveil this time? Let the chaos of the sea ensue. Countless pirates grinned, filled with anticipation. The previous dramatic highlight video had liberated their spirits, and they held an intrinsic fondness for the screen. The footage commenced. A small ship adorned with a sheep's head bore the Straw Hat crew, witnessing the splendor of their journey. From their departure in the East Blue to entering the Grand Line and arriving at Water 7, they had experienced numerous joys and sorrows, all of which had been successfully resolved. The Straw Hat crew had danced joyfully aboard the Going Merry, weathered fierce storms, and relished tranquil moments of peace. They had soared on updrafts to reach Sky Island, faced the thrill of climbing Twin Cape while contending with the colossal whale Labone, and navigated the treacherous fog of the Devil's Triangle in fear and trepidation. The Going Merry had accompanied the Straw Hat crew on this remarkable journey, embodying their dreams, sharing in their joys, and witnessing their struggles and sweat. Legends say that only those who cherish their ships deeply can give rise to a ship's spirit, and thus, the spirit of the Going Merry was born. It was meant to carry the Straw Hat crew onward, exploring the Grand Line and advancing into the New World until witnessing Luffy's ascension as the Pirate King. However, upon reaching Water 7, the ship suffered a broken keel for various reasons, rendering it unable to sail and continue the crew's adventures. I refuse to believe that the Going Merry cannot sail. This must be a lie. Usopp, who harbored the deepest affection for the ship, wept bitterly. In Water 7, the Straw Hat crew found themselves divided over the fate of the Going Merry, leading to conflicts, and their companion Nico Robin was captured. In the face of overwhelming crises, the Straw Hat crew, undeterred, valiantly rescued their companions. However, this act of bravery led them into the clutches of the Navy's formidable encirclement. Yet, amid this seemingly insurmountable peril, the Merry, in its frail state, once more bore the Straw Hat crew to safety, enabling their escape from the jaws of despair. What a relief it was to see Merry unharmed. Overcome with joy, tears streamed down their faces. But alas, the Merry could no longer endure. After rescuing the Straw Hat crew, it was irrevocably severed in two. Its continued voyage was nothing short of miraculous. How it emerged from the harbor to appear at Judicial Island, rescuing them, remains a mystery. Confronted with this harsh reality, one that was utterly unacceptable yet inescapable, the Straw Hat crew bid farewell to the Merry. As flames surged, enveloping the ship in a fiery embrace, snow began to fall from the sky, landing upon the crew like the tears of a ship's spirit. In the serene yet sorrowful atmosphere, their tears flowed uncontrollably. How could they part with the Merry? It had weathered countless storms alongside them, becoming an indispensable companion of the Straw Hat crew. How could one calmly send off a beloved friend who has passed? It was impossible, completely impossible. Chopper, Nami, and Usopp wept uncontrollably, while Luffy cried like a homeless child. I'm sorry. A voice suddenly resonated from the Merry. I had hoped to carry you all to distant horizons. Amid the flames, it seemed as though tears flowed from the ship's figurehead, lamenting its inability to continue the adventure with them. Nami, overcome with grief, crouched down, covering her mouth as she sobbed. Yet, she expressed her happiness, thanking them for cherishing her thus far. I am truly grateful for the beautiful journey we have shared together. In disbelief, one lamented, what have I done to witness such a heart-wrenching scene? The melancholic music accompanying the video was overwhelming, making one reconsider the pirate life entirely. How profound the bond between a pirate and their ship could be. With tears in their eyes, many resolved to offer their entire fortune as a tribute to this poignant video. This enviable friendship. Why was it that I had yet to encounter such companions? Countless pirates wept openly, moved by the video of the Mary. Even those who initially intended to invade reconsidered their plans after watching it. Gratitude poured forth towards the screen. Countless spared civilians knelt in reverence before it. The Navy headquarters remarked, at last, this video has done something right. Sengoku reflected, realizing for the first time that the video shown on the screen could be worthwhile, as it had spared them the burden of further concerns. What is there to grieve over a mere ship? Crying so heartily, how childish. Those who can weep over such trivial matters are unlikely to achieve great things. If this ship fails, one can simply acquire another. What feelings can one truly have for a vessel? A ship is merely a vessel for transporting individuals. When it ceases to function, it is to be replaced. I have invested my money in it, and it is obligated to provide me with transportation services. This is a matter of equity. When it falters, it is only natural to discard it. Only a fool would squander time and tears over such trivialities. There are indeed formidable figures who disdain such lamentations over a mere vessel. The Straw Hat crew is truly an embarrassment. Their words, naturally, were broadcasted and witnessed by the crew. Infuriating. Everyone was consumed with rage. The Going Mary is their companion, and no one shall be permitted to insult her. Regardless of where you may find yourselves in the future, I shall send you flying. Luffy spoke with a glint of murder in his eyes as he gazed at the figure on the screen. Hey, my long sword has long been deprived of the taste of blood. I hope you can satisfy my thirst. Zoro revealed a beastly grin that sent shivers down the spine. I shall teach you a lesson in politeness. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking earnestly. Hey, if you have the guts, come at me. The Straw Hats may inspire fear in others, but I am not afraid. My head is worth 1,200,000,000 berries, and I await your attempt to claim it. A man, resembling a lion, or a provocative expression. Compilation of tear-jerking scenes from the pirate world. Tear-jerking scene 2. Princess Vivi's farewell. Reason for inclusion. Regardless of how many years pass or our respective statuses, we remain companions. Vivi is a girl who has always been considerate of others. As the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, she possesses none of the airs of royalty and interacts harmoniously with commoners, earning their deep affection. When accompanying her father to a meeting at the world government, she was deliberately bumped by the king of Drum Kingdom, Wapol, yet she thought of the harm that war between their nations would inflict on the people and sincerely apologized. However, the collision caused her considerable pain. The young Vivi could only stifle her tears. She has always been a girl who prioritizes others' well-being. Yet, such a good girl has not been favored by fate. Not only did her childhood sweetheart, Koza, turn against her, but her own country was also thrown into chaos by Crocodile, leading to a rift between the populace and the royal family, plunging them into a crisis of internal strife. And here was a girl of merely 20, shouldering the heavy burden of uncovering the truth, adopting the alias Miss Wednesday to infiltrate Baroque works, hoping to unveil the true mastermind behind the turmoil. But upon discovering the truth, she was shattered. For the one who had instigated the chaos in Alabasta and sparked the conflict was none other than Crocodile, whom she had once regarded as a hero of Alabasta. Baroque works was also established by him. Fate always seems to conspire against the good-hearted. Vivi, this girl in her teens, bore the weight of saving her country. Later, she encountered the Straw Hat crew, and their friendship blossomed rapidly. Even knowing that her homeland was on the brink of destruction, when faced with Nami, who was gravely ill with a high fever, she still prioritized saving Nami. At last, they have arrived in Alabasta. Vivi yearns to persuade the rebels to help them recognize who the true enemy of Alabasta is, in order to spare the people from unnecessary casualties. However, even if she convinces the rebels, she cannot halt Crocodile. As they walk towards the rebel camp, Luffy expresses this sentiment. Yet, Vivi, overwhelmed with emotion, cries out, "The innocent people have done nothing wrong. They must not perish in vain. I cannot bear to see the soldiers of the kingdom die, nor the suffering of the people. And I do not wish for you to be harmed either. I just want everyone to be safe. Luffy shouts back, then why do you want to sacrifice yourself? Vivi, in helpless tears, responds, but I have nothing else left to wager. In that moment, Luffy, especially earnest, declares, then let us wager our lives too. We are comrades. Are we not? Upon hearing this, Vivi is moved to tears. Through the desperate battles fought by Luffy and the sacrifice of the royal guard, Pell, the rebellion in Alabasta is finally quelled, and Crocodile is defeated. A miraculous rain falls upon the parched desert. Yet, before they can express their gratitude to Luffy and his crew, the Navy arrives, forcing the Straw Hat Pirates to depart. Unable to abandon her country and its people, Vivi, accompanied by her companion Karoo, makes her way to the seaside. Everyone, she waves at the Straw Hat crew. I am here to bid you farewell. This leaves the previously exuberant crew in stunned silence. What are you saying, Vivi? Didn't we agree to be lifelong friends? They had prepared to welcome her aboard. I cannot accompany you. I am truly grateful for everything up until now. Vivi's voice resonates throughout the entire capital, Alyabarna, via the transponder snail. Although I wish to continue my adventures, my love for this country prevails, and thus, I cannot sail with you. Luffy wears a somewhat melancholic smile. Is that so? Vivi's face, filled with smiles, suddenly streams with tears as she sobs. Though I must remain here, memories of the adventures and joyous times with Luffy flood my mind. The experiences that signify our camaraderie, the valiant struggle to save Alabasta from Crocodile's grasp, the despair faced against formidable foes, all of it resurfaces. If we were to meet again one day, would you still call me your comrade? If only it were possible. I would love to sail the seas with the Straw Hat crew. It is such a pity. Vivi dissolves into tears. They have only just met. Yet now they must part. Luffy, filled with excitement, wishes to respond, anytime, but is silenced by Nami's hand over his mouth. You cannot promise her that. The Navy is already on to Vivi. If they acquire evidence of our connection, she will be branded a criminal. We must silently bid her farewell. Nami raises her right hand, revealing the symbol upon it. As Vivi observed the Straw Hat Pirate's silence, her heart swelled with sorrow. The bond of friendship they had painstakingly forged seemed to vanish without a proper farewell. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback as the entire crew raised their hands, revealing the symbols inscribed upon them. Witnessing this poignant display, tears of joy streamed down Vivi's face as she too lifted her hand, showcasing her symbol. This was a testament to her enduring friendship with the Straw Hat crew, who silently bid her farewell, promising that when they would reunite once more, they would still be the best of comrades. Luffy's voice echoed in her mind. Regardless of what the future held, this symbol on her right hand was a testament to their camaraderie. Why do tears constantly brim in my eyes? Because this video is simply too moving. Oh, why must I endure such emotions? I cannot bear it. This is merely the second video, and I am already a weeping mess. Many pirates have begun to question their existence, shedding tears for the beautiful emotions captured in these videos. Yet, some scoff, questioning the need for such tears. How embarrassing it is for Alabasta to rely on mere pirates for salvation. How intriguing that pirates would conspire with the kingdom, and yet the Navy remains utterly unresponsive. The world is never short of gossip mongers, and there are always those who relish taking an opposing stance. This is entirely normal. However, this time, there seem to be no rewards. What is the meaning of this? Indeed, in the previous video, every segment concluded with a reward. Why is there none this time? Some observant individuals have noted this discrepancy. The last video featured 16 scenes with 16 rewards. Why is there not a single reward this time? What could be the reason for this? Sengoku furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unfolding events. If no rewards are to be had, it spells even greater misfortune for the Navy. Compilation of heart-wrenching scenes from the pirate world. Heart-wrenching Scene 3. The blossoming miracle of cherry blossoms. Reason for inclusion. There are always a few good souls in this world. Healing and soothing wounded hearts. Chopper is a reindeer who consumed the human fruit, adorned with a blue nose. Consequently, he became an outcast among his kind. A peculiar being in the realm of humans, shunned by both sides and left homeless. In the frigid winter, countless cold stones crushed his tender heart. His entire childhood was spent in solitude and exclusion, leading him to lose faith in humanity, believing there was no place that would accept him. However, there was one person who opened his heart to him, Dr. Hiralik, a disheveled and unorthodox physician who regarded Chopper as his son and even named him. The scene shifts. Amidst a flurry of falling snow, Chopper was mistaken for a monster, injured and left unconscious in the snow. Hiralik discovered him, urgently asking, "Have you been shot? If you do not stop the bleeding, you will die?" His earnestness was palpable. He did not perceive Chopper as a monster. Yet, the fallen handgun still tugged at Chopper's sensitive heart, leading him to believe that Hiralik, too, abhorred him for being a monster and intended to end his life. In a fit of rage, Chopper relentlessly pummeled Dr. Hiralik into the snow, yet Hiralik did not retaliate. "I would never lay a hand on you," he declared, standing bare in the frigid snow. At that moment, Chopper comprehended that Hiralik had never perceived him as a monster nor harbored any intention of causing him harm. Upon awakening in a warm room, he found himself greeted by the benevolent smile of his savior, who had prepared a meal for him. As the food graced his lips, Chopper marveled at its exquisite taste. For the first time, he experienced warmth enveloping his once frigid heart, which had begun to mend under the gentle care of another. A mediocre physician and a young reindeer thus began to share their lives. Hiralik confided in Chopper about his dream. He aspired to heal the tyranny of the king of Drum Kingdom with the belief symbolized by a skull, thus rescuing his nation. This skull represented the transformation of the impossible into the possible. He recounted a tale of a pirate afflicted by a terminal illness who, one day, traversed a mountain blanketed in cherry blossoms that blossomed miraculously in winter. This spectacle profoundly moved him, and astonishingly, he found himself cured, restored to health. Hence, Hiralik regarded the skull as a miracle, even crafting a flag to symbolize it. He once urged Chopper, "One day, you too shall venture out to sea. For in doing so, you will discover your own insignificance and exclaim, 'Ah, there exist other adorable little reindeer like me in this world.'" Chopper, uncertain if cherry blossoms could indeed heal wounds, held steadfast in his belief that everything Dr. Hiralik said was right. However, the time for parting arrived. Hiralik, already afflicted by a terminal illness, found joy in meeting Chopper during the twilight of his life. Yet, it was simultaneously a source of profound sorrow. For he must bid farewell to Chopper. What would become of Chopper without his care? With a heavy heart, Hiralik aimed a gun at Chopper, even threatening to shoot him to drive him away. "You must leave. I am no longer obliged to care for you. I have research to pursue and no time for you." Faced with such callous words, Chopper could not comprehend. "Why, Doctor, do not cast me away. I can help you with your back and gather firewood." Alone in the snow, he wept inconsolably. "Woe is me. Aside from the doctor, I have no one to rely on. I have nowhere else to go." Witnessing this scene, many shed tears, their hearts aching for him. Inside, Hiralik was equally distraught, crying uncontrollably. Yet, he found himself powerless. The tale of their bond could only conclude in sorrow. Having traversed from despair to hope, only to plunge once more into despair, Chopper's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. He could not grasp why Hiralik, who had vowed never to shoot him, would suddenly turn so harshly against him. As the scene shifts, Chopper finally learns the heartbreaking truth about Dr. Hiralik's terminal illness. It dawns on him that Hiralik did not genuinely wish to send him away. Rather, he wanted to shield him from witnessing his demise. Chopper vowed that he could not allow the doctor to perish. No, he simply could not. Through relentless effort, he discovered a miraculous mushroom, the Ami mug, which was said to cure all ailments. However, tragically, he misinterpreted the ominous skull symbol indicating poison as a sign of wonder. Thus began his quest for the Ami mug. He scoured numerous locales and ultimately found himself amidst a herd of deer. The leader of the herd had already expelled him. Yet this time he refused to flee. He charged back with his antlers. Once, twice, blood gushed from his wounds, flesh torn and battered. No matter the cost, he could not retreat this time. He had a compelling reason to advance. In the end, his antlers broke, and he was gravely injured. But he triumphed over the herd leader and retrieved the Ami mug. With his battered and bleeding body, he knocked on Dr. Hiralik's door, holding the Ami mug. Filled with hope, "You must not die. You must live, Doctor." Hiralik gazed at Chopper in disbelief. "Did you really go to gather this for me?" Chopper exclaimed. "I want to be a doctor. Please teach me how, so I can fight like a pirate." Seeing Hiralik's silence, Chopper smiled sadly and lowered his head. "Indeed, a reindeer cannot be a doctor." Hiralik wept and embraced Chopper. "Of course you can. You will become an excellent doctor." One can scarcely fathom the suffering Chopper endured to procure this Ami mug. Yet, This kind-hearted little reindeer remained oblivious to the fact that the Ami mug in his possession would not save Hiralik, but rather hasten his demise. He was unaware that kindness may heal ailments, but cannot mend the human heart. Fully aware of the mushroom's toxicity, Hiralik resolutely drank the mushroom broth, exclaiming, "This is truly delicious. Thank you, Chopper. Ha ha ha. I now have the vigor to pursue a miraculous cherry blossom research, and I can save this nation." Chopper rejoiced, for he no longer had to part from the doctor. Yet, the truth would inevitably surface. The scene shifts to Chopper's friend, Kureha, where he joyfully brandished the Ami mug, proclaiming, "He drank this medicine, so he is fine now." But Kureha's expression darkened with alarm. The Ami mug is highly poisonous. How could it possibly save Hiralik? Unaware of the danger, Chopper continued cheerfully, "Because it is a panacea, his illness is cured, and the doctor feels invigorated. He will surely save this nation. I want to learn from the doctor how to." But before he could finish, Kureha struck him away. "You foolish reindeer. That mushroom is..." Tears streamed down Kureha's face. "That mushroom is poisonous. With just a single bite, one cannot survive even half a day." Chopper's pupils dilated in disbelief. "This cannot be true. I have meticulously researched the texts." Chopper sat up, incredulous. Although that book has been misplaced, it unquestionably spoke of a miraculous mushroom that could cure all ailments. The skull symbolizes miracles, does it not? Next to the AMU mushroom, there is a depiction of a similar skull, and the doctor mentioned that his condition had improved significantly. "He cannot die. You must be deceiving me." Rather than refuting, Chopper was attempting to persuade himself to accept the heartbreaking news of Dr. Hililik's imminent demise due to his foolish intentions. Kureha lowered her head, her voice tinged with despair. "He is pleased that you possess such goodwill, but the skull signifies a deadly toxin." "You are lying," Chopper shouted vehemently. "I am not lying. Remember this well. There exists no panacea capable of curing every disease in this world, which is precisely why we need doctors." Kureha exclaimed, "Listen closely. Kindness alone cannot save lives. To rescue someone, one must possess the requisite knowledge and medical skills. Without expertise, you cannot save anyone." At this juncture, Chopper finally broke down in tears. The scene shifted once more. Even as life flickered perilously close to extinguishment, upon hearing of patients in the kingdom, Hililik resolutely advanced. Even after realizing he had been deceived, he merely joyfully remarked, "Wonderful, so there are no patients after all." As for the soldiers lured forth to eliminate him, he paid them no mind. "I thought something grave had befallen this nation." Tears of joy welled in his eyes. "Is it only I who have been deceived?" The soldiers stood speechless, overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment. When does one truly die? Is it when the heart is pierced by a bullet? No. Is it when afflicted by an incurable disease? Neither. Is it when one consumes a deadly mushroom soup? Not at all. It is when one is forgotten by the world. Raising a glass, he toasted to himself and to the life that was about to be saved. "Ah, how splendid my life has been." As he uttered these words, he detonated the bomb strapped to his body, leaving only a black hat that fell upon Chopper, who had rushed to save Hililik. "I implore you, Dr. Kureha. I wish to become the panacea, the doctor who can cure any ailment, even the ailments of a nation, because there exists no disease that cannot be cured." On that snowy night, Chopper waved Hililik's Jolly Roger, weeping and pleading. In due course, Chopper encountered the guiding light on his journey, the Straw Hat Crew. Although I do not know whose pirate flag this is, it is a banner that bears the oath of life. In the face of Wapple's relentless bombardment from the Drum Kingdom, Luffy did not flinch. He shielded the flag that carried the cherished memories and oaths of Hililik and Chopper with his own body, holding it firmly aloft. He would not be easily broken by those who treat matters lightly. Luffy's thunderous admonition resounded powerfully, striking deep within Chopper's heart. "Chopper, you have companions," Luffy shouted as he charged towards Wapple with great speed. "We are your comrades. Heal the affliction of Drum Kingdom. Chopper, you are the finest doctor." The unwavering determination of youth moved Chopper to tears, and once again he envisioned Dr. Hililik, smiling as if to say, "Ah, the illness of Drum Kingdom has been cured. Chopper, you are magnificent." Ultimately, as they bid farewell to Chopper, Kureha bestowed upon him a breathtaking shower of cherry blossoms that blanketed the entire island. The enchanting scene mirrored Hililik's dreams from years past. When the cherry blossoms bloomed, miracles unfolded. The kingdom's ailment was healed. In the dreamlike sky, Hililik seemed to reappear, proclaiming, "There exists no illness beyond cure. I have succeeded. The image froze amidst the ethereal cherry blossoms. Such a fantastical scene exists in this world, and to experience it in a lifetime would not be in vain. The poignant tale between Hiralik and Chopper moved me to tears. Chopper's plight is heartrending, and the Straw Hat crew is truly remarkable. Though Hiralik's medical skills may have been lacking, he undoubtedly was a good doctor. Rarely does anything touch my heart anymore. But the story of Chopper and Hiralik genuinely shattered my defenses. This world can indeed be so splendid. I yearn to set sail and witness countless vistas. After watching the video, audiences across the seas could only exclaim how it is indeed a tear-jerking scene, profoundly stirring emotions. This heart-wrenching video has certainly slowed down many pirate actions. I hope they can maintain this pace, granting us a bit more time. Each story likely spans 5 to 6 minutes. The War of the Best should take around 30 to 40 minutes to conclude entirely. That is ample time for them to accomplish something significant, to save more lives. Compilation of tear-jerking scenes from the pirate world. Tear-jerking scene 4. A true man. Bon Clay. Reason for inclusion. The farewell of a cross-dresser. No words needed. Bon Clay, a cross-dresser who aspired to find the paradise for his kind, possessed the abilities of the clone fruit. Once Mr. Two of Baroque works, he was willing to risk his life for Luffy, a man of true character. He met the Straw Hat crew by the seaside of Alabasta, where none knew each other. He fell into the water and was rescued by the Straw Hats, quickly forging a bond of friendship. Yet, the joy of friendship is often fleeting. Even as his identity was revealed upon departure, and despite becoming adversaries in Alabasta, they remained friends after all was resolved. Following Crocodile's defeat, he assisted the Straw Hats in relocating the Going Merry and intended to flee with them. However, the Straw Hats chose to forego their escape to wait for Vivi, which deeply touched Bon Clay. Faced with the approaching navy, he used his powers to transform his crew into the Straw Hat Pirates, aiding their escape. Yet he bore no regrets, smiling as he bid farewell to his dear friend. Later, he encountered the Straw Hat Luffy once again in Impel Down prison. Faced with the formidable Magellan, Bon Clay endeavored to shield Luffy's escape by transforming once more. However, Luffy's purpose was to rescue Ace. Retreat was not an option. Confronted by the seemingly invincible Magellan, Bon Clay fled, yet he was no coward. He assumed the guise of Hannibal to lead Luffy to safety and even took on Magellan's appearance, bravely venturing into peril to seek an antidote. Alas, he was unsuccessful, and both he and Luffy found themselves ensnared in the icy depths of the 5th level. In a bid to protect Luffy, Bon Clay valiantly faced the guards, undeterred even as they surrounded him, biting at him from all sides and inflicting grievous wounds. This is Bon Clay, a man of genuine emotion, who values friendship above all. Later, they were fortunate to encounter their savior, the Okama King. Moved by Bon Clay's spirit, the Okama King administered a hormone capable of counteracting the poison to Luffy. As he witnessed his friend battling against death's grasp, writhing in agony, Bon Clay stood outside, fervently cheering, "Go, Luffy!" time and again. Until his throat was raw and his tears had dried, he persevered, even at the cost of his own blood. He risked everything to accompany Luffy through this life-threatening ordeal, providing unwavering moral support. He disregarded his own life solely for the sake of his friend enduring this dire challenge. The inhabitants of Okama Paradise were deeply touched by Bon Clay's courage. What a magnificent spirit! This man is worthy of their admiration. For the sake of friendship, Bon Clay consistently demonstrated his willingness to sacrifice. In Alabasta, in the icy depths, and within the kingdom of Okama, this has always been true. Later, when Ace was taken away for execution, and the path to Marineford was obstructed by the gates of justice, the group found themselves at a loss. Yet, the injured Bon Clay stepped forward once more. "I am the most suitable for this task. Allow me to open the gates of justice." His flamboyant demeanor was ever present. Yet in critical moments, he proved to be remarkably dependable. With a confident thumbs up, he assured, "Leave it to me." On his way out, he advised Jinbei, "Before communication is cut off, keep Luffy's situation a secret." Bon Clay smiled, because farewells among friends need no words. Thus, he plunged into a journey from which there would be no return. He understood that he would not come back, yet for the sake of his friend Luffy, he hesitated not. Disguising himself as Magellan, he successfully opened the gates of justice, allowing Luffy and the others to escape. Yet such a deceitful tactic was swiftly uncovered by Magellan. Confronted by Magellan's wrath and the encircling army, Bon Clay resolutely closed the door behind him, remaining in Impel Down and destroying the switch to the gates of justice. Can you hear me, little Bon? Luffy, now aware of the truth, connected with Bon Clay through the transponder snail, exclaiming, "Why do you keep doing this? It's always me being saved by you. If you receive this message, please respond swiftly. Xiaofeng, did we not agree to embark on this journey together?" Faced with Luffy's inquiry, Feng Kale held the snail phone, tears streaming down his face. Yet he remained considerate of Luffy. "Straw Hat, you must rescue your older brother." On the other end of the line, tears blurred his makeup as he declared, "You can do it. You will save your brother." Resolutely, he hung up the phone, severing all ties to the outside world, resigning himself to his hellish fate. When confronted by the furious Magellan, who inquired if he had any final words, Feng Kale wore a beaming smile. "I die without regrets." To have a friend like Feng Kale is truly a stroke of fortune for Straw Hat Luffy in this lifetime. Despite his androgynous appearance, he embodies the essence of a true man, a sentiment that I cannot surpass. It is hard to fathom that such individuals exist, willing to sacrifice their lives for friendship. I truly envy Straw Hat Luffy. The vast sea is rife with treachery, where betrayal lurks behind every friendly facade. Yet this genuine and unpretentious camaraderie is profoundly alluring. At Fishman Island, witnessing this scene, Straw Hat Luffy was reduced to tears. Xiaofeng, Luffy carries many regrets in his life, but none weigh heavier than not witnessing Feng Kale's emergence from Impel Down. Now, on the 55th level of the prison, the newly crowned king of the crossdressers, Feng Kale, also found himself in tears, his makeup smudged by sorrow. Trivial friendships. Pirates are ultimately pirates, wicked at heart. Sakazuki scoffed, visibly displeased. In his view, such deep bonds among pirates were entirely unnecessary. The audacity of Feng Kale to infiltrate the control room of Impel Down is utterly disgraceful. Compilation of tear-jerking moments in the pirate world. Tear-inducing Scene 4. This sea needs guardians. Reason for inclusion. To protect the weak, I shall stand guard here. The scene opens with a rather peculiarly dressed man, yet Sengoku's gaze sharpened instantly. Hannibal. This man is the current director of Impel Down, part of their navy. It appears they are not entirely pirates. Sengoku felt a slight sense of balance within himself. "I am Hannibal, appointed as the warden from today." Hannibal saluted the former director of Impel Down, albeit stammering, which lent him a certain charm. Indeed, he bore the perpetually somber countenance, as foretold. The director, with a serious tone, teased Hannibal, rendering him momentarily flustered. "How can you speak of him that way? That is quite excessive," the director remarked. "It seems that only you can manage this fellow." Just then, a significantly taller and more intimidating figure entered the room. "Magellan, I leave Hannibal in your hands." Indeed, the newcomer is the future director of Impel Down and later, the vice director. Someone watching commented, "Isn't Magellan supposed to be even more fearsome?" In the ensuing events, Hannibal and Magellan formed an extraordinarily harmonious partnership. Whenever Hannibal found himself in a predicament, Magellan would invariably come to his aid. Though he often stumbled in his endeavors, Hannibal remained ever diligent, gradually becoming more reliable. Eventually, Magellan ascended to the position of warden, while Hannibal became the deputy warden. Despite appearing increasingly carefree and erratic, often murmuring about usurping Magellan to take his place, the entire populace of Impel Down recognized Hannibal as a dedicated and affable superior, one who genuinely considered the welfare of his subordinates. Magellan, too, held his old comrade in high regard, viewing him as his successor, a fact unbeknownst to Hannibal. Hannibal's daily responsibilities involved patrolling the confines of Impel Down, ensuring there were no irregularities, reprimanding inmates, and managing various prison affairs, followed by reporting to Warden Magellan. His existence, while not devoid of challenges, was relatively uneventful, until the day a man named Monkey D. Luffy stormed in, leading a band of ruthless criminals intent on escaping. Recognizing his own inadequacy in confronting Luffy and his cohorts, Hannibal stood resolutely before the eager guards, prepared to confront the intruders before Magellan's arrival. Unlike his usual cowardice, this time, Hannibal exhibited unprecedented determination, shielding his subordinates behind him as he brandished his sword at Luffy, declaring with solemnity, "In order to safeguard the future of the innocent, I shall, in place of the warden, impose the ultimate punishment upon you, the infamous pirate, Straw Hat." Though not imposing in stature, he appeared remarkably formidable in that moment. Naturally, Luffy was infuriated by Hannibal's obstruction, hindering his attempt to rescue Ace, and thus engaged him in fierce combat. If you don't step aside, I'll have to knock you out. I have to save Ace. After several encounters where Hannibal thwarted him, Luffy issued a final warning. Don't be ridiculous. If it were that simple for you to knock me out, what would that say about my dignity as deputy warden? He pushed Luffy back once more. In a bid to hasten the conclusion of their conflict and reach the exit, Luffy entered his second gear. Faced with the lightning-fast speed and formidable attacks of Luffy in this form, Hannibal faltered and was knocked to the ground. Yet, no one would dare to mock him. However, just when Luffy thought he had triumphed and was about to pass through the gates, he felt Hannibal's bloodied grip on his ankle. Not so fast, Hannibal bellowed, re-engaging Luffy in a fierce struggle. Yet, Luffy in second gear was an adversary far beyond his capacity to contend with. Once again, Hannibal was sent flying. This is merely a minor setback. The fight is far from over. He rose once more, charging at Luffy with unyielding resolve. Despite being battered and broken, he was determined to keep the forces of evil confined within the prison walls. In that moment, this man was profoundly moving. Many spectators were brought to tears, realizing that in this world, there existed someone so tirelessly devoted to protecting them from the shadows. With a physique that is not particularly imposing, he repeatedly stands as a barrier against the pirate invasion. Hannibal is struck down once more, yet he rises again. You shall not pass through here. Like an indomitable cockroach, he obstructs the path of the Straw Hat Luffy time and again. Move aside. If you don't let me through, it will be too late to save Ace. Do not hinder me, Luffy exclaims vehemently. He possesses his own convictions, yet so does Hannibal. Panting, with blood streaming from his head, he can barely sit upright, supported only by his blade, and still has the audacity to speak of saving his brother. His tone becomes fervent. Do not speak to me of noble intentions. You scoundrels of the sea, you are nothing but infamous pirates and traitors. As long as you exist upon these waters, the innocent will lie awake at night, tormented by the fear of losing their loved ones. Therefore, to ensure the safety of the weak, I shall imprison you vile pirates. This is the underwater fortress. If it falls, the world will descend into boundless terror. Having declared that I shall not let you escape, you shall not take a single step further. If there were ever a moment of seismic significance in the world, this would undoubtedly be it. With his unremarkable stature and lack of overwhelming strength, Hannibal demonstrates to the populace what it means to bear responsibility and to take a stand. Fishman Island. Luffy observes this scene with a complex expression. This is the second time he appears more like a villain. In the presence of Hannibal, his determination seems somewhat absurd. He vaguely recalls the first moment he felt like a villain, during their journey to Eni's lobby, when a certain captain known as the pirate hunter Pin spoke words akin to those of Hannibal. Oh, Lord Hannibal, thank you for your sacrifices on our behalf. The realization dawns that so many people are silently safeguarding them. For reasons unknown, tears begin to flow uncontrollably. Suddenly, he perceives Hannibal as incredibly heroic. With such a guardian at the underwater prison, one cannot help but feel reassured. The video has concluded, yet many remain captivated, struggling to recover from the shock. On that day, Hannibal, with his mortal frame, stood shoulder to shoulder with heroes, making all understand what it means to care for the people and to embrace responsibility. Who will be the next to deliver such a poignant scene? Curiosity blossoms within him. He finds himself ensnared in this touching atmosphere. Above the sea, countless individuals anticipate the forthcoming tear-jerking scenes. However, the screen suddenly shifts. Instead of continuing the footage, a voice emerges. The tear-jerking video has reached a temporary pause. The next segment is currently in preparation. Wait, what? We have to wait again. This is too much to bear. Countless viewers lament. Oh, we want to see what happens next. Their cries echo. Let us wait. Just as you have piqued our interest, you leave us hanging. Is there no respite? A quiz will commence shortly. Please be prepared. The voice resonates once more from the screen. The audience's anguished cries went unheard, as the speaker merely recited the information with a dispassionate demeanor. A quiz with rewards? It seemed to carry a hint of intrigue. Let me see what prizes are at stake. Many individuals felt their interest rekindled, while at that moment, Su Yang stared incredulously at the computer screen. Could it be that my video truly connected to the world of pirates and influenced it? Observing the pirate realm, particularly the Navy, rendered utterly passive by his video, the populace was engulfed in chaos, unable to find solace in sleep. A wave of guilt washed over Su Yang. His inadvertent actions had brought calamity to those in the pirate world. His conscience could not bear the weight of it. I had wondered why the names of those who rewarded me were so straightforward. It was because they were indeed real individuals. I pondered why my personal page was the sole content on the entire site, only to realize that this platform belonged solely to me. The doubts that had lingered in his heart were resolved in that instant. Fortunately, there remained a chance for redemption. He never anticipated that the initiative he had conceived to enhance his interaction with the audience would become a means of atonement. However, Su Yang sighed again, contemplating whether redemption was even feasible, and to what extent. That was beyond his control and depended on the site's rewards. The greater the rewards, the more significant the potential for amends. Conversely, meager rewards offered little hope. In the pirate world, suddenly, everyone felt a tremor in their souls, transporting them to an expansive realm. Where's this? The bewildered Sengoku surveyed his surroundings, his expression growing increasingly grave. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the revolutionary army, and the pirates were all present. This place was dubbed the World Chat Room, specifically designed for answering questions. A luminous screen appeared, hovering above like a deity. Subsequently, a button materialized before each individual. This was the dedicated buzzer for responding to questions. To successfully answer, one must press the button and provide the correct response, or face punishment. Any attempts to tamper with the buzzer or assault the responder would result in severe consequences, including expulsion from the chat room and a permanent ban from viewing videos and receiving rewards. Such stringent rules startled everyone present. Yet, despite their severity, they were comprehensive, ensuring the integrity of the quiz event. Question 1. Who were the vice admirals besieging Sabaody Archipelago in the farewell scene of the Mary? Upon hearing this question, Sengoku's eyes brightened, and he promptly pressed the buzzer. Who could possibly know this better than he? Alas, too slow. Observing Sengoku having successfully buzzed in, Akiji retracted his hand. Admiral Sengoku successfully answered the question, responding with calm confidence. There are 5 in total: Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, Rear Admiral Flying Squirrel, Rear Admiral Doberman, Rear Admiral Stolo Berry, and Rear Admiral Fire Mountain. Although the order was initially conveyed through Green Bull's golden transponder snail, as the former admiral, he was fully aware of the personnel dispatch. Upon hearing the reward options, Sengoku's fists clenched in excitement as he trembled with anticipation. I choose Reward 1. There was no doubt about it. The prospect of enhancing only one individual's power seemed less advantageous than augmenting 2 combatants. Who knew what further enhancements might follow? The current admiral, Sakazuki, turned his head, acknowledging the former admiral's astute judgment. Combat power has been successfully increased. You may exit the chat room to claim your reward. Just as the screen indicated, 2 new faces appeared before Sakazuki, bowing respectfully. New recruit White Dragon reporting for duty. New recruit Purple Moon reporting for duty. One with white hair, and the other with short black hair, their eyes gleaming with violet hues. Welcome aboard. In that moment, even Sakazuki could not suppress a surge of excitement. This was tangible combat strength. Meanwhile, on the side of the 4 emperors, witnessing the Navy's gains elicited a spectrum of expressions. Then, the second question emerged. What is the name of Vivi's childhood companion? This query plunged many into deep contemplation. What was the name of Vivi's childhood friend? They had truly overlooked it. Ding! Someone buzzed in to answer. Everyone turned to see none other than Princess Vivi herself. Upon witnessing her response, many relinquished their thoughts, aware that they had lost their chance. Kusha. Vivi calmly provided the answer, for no one knew this name better than she. Correct answer. Princess Vivi, please select your reward. Reward 1. The kingdom receives a new oasis. Reward 2. The kingdom gains a contingent of powerful guards. In the face of this reward, Vivi looked toward her father, King Cobra of Alabasta. I trust your judgment, Vivi. Whatever choice you make, I will support you. Cobra said with a smile, fully affirming her decision. I choose Reward 1, to increase the oasis. What does Alabasta lack most? Water. As for guards, they already possessed a loyal and formidable contingent. Moreover, for Alabasta, now part of the World Government Alliance, there were few reckless pirates daring to cause trouble. A new oasis of 15 square kilometers has been bestowed upon Alabasta. Upon receiving this news, Vivi leapt with joy. Such a vast oasis far surpassed her expectations. The third question has arrived. Ding! Someone buzzed in, and to everyone's surprise, it was Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy, do you know the answer? Nami inquired in a hushed tone. Astonished. I have no idea. Luffy replied with unwavering certainty, his face beaming with joy. You fool. Why are you buzzing in if you don't know? Nami immediately delivered a punch, leaving a sizable bump on Luffy's head. Don't you think it's fun? Luffy retorted, still grinning. Nami felt utterly defeated. Monkey D, Luffy. Please respond, the voice from the screen announced. Luffy, with remarkable brevity, replied, I don't know. Incorrect answer. Please accept your punishment. In an instant, a thunderous bolt struck down, sending Luffy flying. Please continue buzzing in. Upon witnessing the punishment, many faces turned grave. The penalty was indeed severe. Ding. Another contestant buzzed in. It was the Navy officer, Tashigi. Well done, Tashigi. Smoker couldn't help but commend her. Please respond, the voice prompted. Tashigi cleared her throat and began. When does a person truly die? Is it when their heart is pierced by a bullet? No. Is it when they are afflicted with an incurable disease? No. Is it when they consume poisonous mushroom soup? No. It is when they are forgotten by the world. Tashigi delivered her answer with great confidence, earning nods of approval from several naval admirals. Her answer is absolutely correct. Quite complete. However, just as they believed they had answered correctly, the screen's voice doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Incorrect answer. Please accept your punishment. Another thunderclap resounded from above. Be careful. Smoker immediately stepped forward to shield his subordinate from the impending strike. How could that be wrong? Isn't that the answer? Even Sengoku was baffled. Tashigi had recited it word for word. How could it possibly be incorrect? Please continue buzzing in. The calm voice echoed once more. Tashigi's failure prompted many to reflect deeply on the words spoken by Dr. Hilulek. Yet, no matter how they pondered, Tashigi had not uttered a single incorrect word. Her response was indeed the right one. Perhaps she had overlooked the concluding phrase. The historian Nico Robin from the Straw Hat Pirates quietly pressed the buzzer. Please respond. Robin's buzz drew everyone's attention once again. Her gaze lingered on Akainu's face, a flicker of animosity crossing her features. When does a person truly die? Is it when their heart is pierced by a bullet? No. Is it when they are afflicted with an incurable disease? No. Is it when they consume poisonous mushroom soup? No. It is when they are forgotten by the world. Just as everyone thought she had finished, she continued, My life has been truly wonderful. The moment these words escaped her lips, everyone suddenly smacked their foreheads in realization. Indeed, how could this statement have gone unspoken? No wonder there were mistakes in the responses. Would she answer correctly? Many cast hopeful yet anxious glances at Nico Robin. Correct answer, Nico Robin, please choose your reward. Upon hearing that Nico Robin had answered correctly, some sighed, while others felt a pang of regret. Reward 1. Revive O'Hara, free from the risk of annihilation. Reward 2. Let the instigator of O'Hara's demise pay with their life. Upon hearing these rewards, the Navy members turned pale with dread. Do not overestimate yourselves. The lives of Navy personnel are not yours to manipulate at will. Sakazuki's voice darkened as he prepared to strike at the barrier. Yet, the barrier had already unleashed a radiant light, enveloping all present. They felt their bodies ensnared, rendered immobile. The fleet admiral has been unjustly provoked and expelled from the chat room. No longer participating in this reward quiz. As the words fell, Sakazuki vanished without a trace. A sharp intake of breath. The terrifying power of the barrier left everyone in the room in awe. A figure like Sakazuki, utterly powerless, had been expelled. How frightful. As the light dissipated, the crowd regained their ability to move. Navy personnel, calamity awaits you today. One could hardly contain the anticipation of how the child of the devil would choose. The Navy members, filled with trepidation, turned their anxious gazes toward Nico Robin. Her next choice could very well determine their fates. Sengoku had never felt such tension before, fearing that the Navy's strength would be severely compromised, leading to chaos upon the seas. The dread of losing their own lives weighed heavily upon them, as did the fear of the Navy's potential downfall, plunging the seas into a haven for pirates. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, time itself seeming to halt at this moment. All eyes from the Navy were fixed on Nico Robin, fists clenched tightly. Her words would directly shape the future of the seas. Thus, even those of the 4 Emperors class could not help but look toward Nico Robin. In this moment, she held absolute power. This is quite thrilling. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned wickedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The future state of the world hinged on the few words from Nico Robin, creating an unbearable tension. I choose. Nico Robin's voice, though not loud, bore an unfathomable terror within each syllable. instilling fear in all members of the Navy. Their hearts raced. Reward 1. Ultimately, Nico Robin opted to revive O'Hara. Navy, remember this. This time, I spare you for the sake of the innocent people of the sea who happen to need you in this instance. Should you dare to destroy O'Hara again, believe me, I will have this opportunity once more, and next time, I shall show no mercy. A threat. Clearly aware of the threat, the Navy nonetheless could not dismiss the gesture with indifference. I, on behalf of the entire Navy, acquiesce to your request. With Sakazuki forcibly expelled, Sengoku naturally ascended as the temporary leader of the Navy. Robin, you have truly matured. A flicker of complexity clouded Akiji's gaze as he regarded Robin, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. O'Hara is being revived. Rewards have been distributed. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin could barely restrain her eagerness to exit the chat room and witness the revival of O'Hara. Yet, for the greater good of the Straw Hat crew, she held her excitement in check. Question 4. What did Frankie say while bidding farewell to Straw Hat Luffy and Impel Down? The fourth question. This time, no one rushed to answer immediately. Everyone grew cautious. The previous question had resulted in an incorrect answer due to a missing phrase. This time, they resolved to ponder carefully before responding. The atmosphere in the room became unexpectedly tense. It was rather remarkable. On the Navy's side, Sengoku's mind raced through countless thoughts, consolidating all of Frankie's words and then filtering them according to the context. Ding! Someone buzzed in with an answer. Sengoku was taken aback and turned to see that it was Broly, Big Mom's daughter from the Three-Eye Tribe. Sengoku's pupils constricted. He sensed impending trouble. If Broly answered correctly, the Navy would lose yet another opportunity. Please respond, Broly. The screen flickered, and the voice resonated. A farewell between men and women requires no words. Little Straw Hat, you must rescue your big brother. You can surely accomplish it. You will save him. Broly responded with deep emotion. However, under Big Mom's expectant gaze, incorrect answer. The screen's declaration fell like a bolt from the blue, leaving Big Mom stunned. How could this be incorrect? Could it be due to a few omitted words? But how could that be possible? Broly possessed the ability to manipulate memories. She would not overlook even the minutest details. She had recounted every word Frankie had uttered during his farewell without omission. Big Mom's confusion mirrored that of many powerful figures present. Unless the assembled strong were fools, they quickly grasped the implication. If uttering all the words had led to an error, it meant there was something amiss. Unlike the previous question, where a phrase was lacking, this time, the answer might hinge on an entirely different decisive statement. With this realization, the assembled powerful exchanged glances and all pressed their buzzers. Ding! Yet, before they could press the buzzer, someone had already answered. Sengoku was momentarily stunned to see Akiji had buzzed in, and he exhaled in relief. After exchanging a confirming glance with Akiji regarding their answers, he nodded affirmatively. Kazan's gaze fell upon Fong Kiliai, who was also present at the scene, unhurriedly stating, "The parting of the transgender must be expressed without words." Although he felt somewhat awkward, he endured it for the sake of the Navy's development. Would this be the correct answer? Many turned their eyes towards Kazan, their expressions filled with anticipation. Sengoku, in particular, clenched his fists nervously, thinking, it must be right. It absolutely must. Our Navy truly needs this reward. Sengoku felt every word from the light screen resonate within his soul. When he heard Kazan proclaim the correct answer, his heart jolted, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. His back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Congratulations, Mr. Kazan. Please claim your reward. Reward 1. Restore your severed leg. Reward 2. Enhance the strength of Navy members to better protect the seas. Without hesitation, Kazan declared, I choose the second reward. Please enhance the powers of White Dragon, Purple Moon, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pig. Kazan had indeed grasped the rules of this game. He even had his selections prepared. Buzz. For beams of white light cascaded down, enveloping Peach Rabbit, White Dragon, and the others. A powerful aura radiated from them. The brilliance lasted merely 20 seconds. However, as the light dissipated, many present wore grave expressions. The strengths of White Dragon and Purple Moon had astonishingly reached the level of Navy admirals. An aura of frost surrounded White Dragon, while Purple Moon was entwined in purple lightning. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could discern scales appearing on their arms, evidence of the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit. Many recognized the categories of their fruits. while the specific abilities remained unclear. It was evident that their powers were extraordinary. Zoan type, mythical beast fruit, frost dragon form. Zoan type, mythical beast fruit, purple thunder dragon form. Seemingly aware of the crowd's curiosity regarding their fruits, White Dragon and Purple Moon announced their fruit names. The mention of two dragons further deepened the solemnity among the onlookers. The Zoan type signified high defense and exceptional stamina. Furthermore, it appeared that their fruits also possessed additional attributes for attack. Question 5. In the scene of Hannibal guarding the gates of hell, on which level of hell is Hannibal located, and what is this level called? The fifth question emerged once more. Upon seeing it, many found themselves momentarily at a loss. Their focus had been solely on Hannibal's unwavering tenacity. They truly could not recall the level. Suddenly, the revolutionary Ivankov pressed the buzzer. Please respond, Ms. Ivankov. Call me Lord Ivankov, you fool. Ivankov protested. Yet, the light screen paid him no heed. Ivankov cleared his throat and declared, "It is on the 4th level, a place known as the Fiery Hell." Haha. Upon hearing his answer, many who were still contemplating suddenly realized, yes, it is indeed the 4th level, the Fiery Hell. This answer should come as no surprise. Correct answer. Congratulations, Lord Ivankov. Please select your reward. Reward 1. Gain additional hormones to tackle more crises. Reward 2. Strengthen the Revolutionary Army. Contributing to the cause, there was no need for deliberation. Ivankov chose without hesitation. Of course, the first one. Haha. Obviously the second. You fool. Goodness. Ivankov's sudden jest startled everyone present. Final question. Just when everyone thought the quiz was over, the voice from the screen echoed once more. Many looked at the screen in astonishment. It seemed this game had its surprises. Question 6. In the scene guarding the gates of hell, Hannibal, who else entered later? Upon hearing this question, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Was this scene even shown in the video? It seemed not. They were certain that this image had not been presented. Only Hannibal had blocked Luffy, showcasing his resilience. Who else entered afterward was not depicted at all. Who could possibly know this? The attendees silently lamented in their hearts. A question had emerged from a video that had never been shown. Wasn't this a challenge for them? Yet, someone indeed knew the answer. Haha, it seems this question belongs to me. Blackbeard's voice suddenly emerged from an unknown direction, brimming with confidence. Just as he was about to press the buzzer, a figure moved even faster. Ding! A man clad in the attire of the impelled-down warden seized the opportunity first. It was none other than Hannibal, the very individual who had experienced the events firsthand. Seeing his chance snatched by Hannibal, a glint of icy determination flashed in Blackbeard's eyes. However, Hannibal was not one to cower before Blackbeard. Please respond, Lord Hannibal. As the voice from the screen resonated, all eyes in the room turned toward him. Sengoku felt a sigh of relief. He knew this was likely a secure answer. Yet, under the gaze of so many, Hannibal appeared somewhat bashful. His voice began to stutter. I. Observing his stammering, the Navy personnel were nearly driven to despair. They thought, surely nothing unexpected will occur. My answer is Blackbeard. Fortunately, Hannibal ultimately voiced his answer. However, upon hearing that he had chosen Blackbeard, a wave of surprise swept through the crowd. Could it truly be this bushy-browed fellow? He had actually clashed with Hannibal? Indeed, given that Blackbeard had liberated the heinous criminals from the 6th level. How could he not have come into conflict with Hannibal, who was then the vice warden? Everyone turned their gaze back to the screen, eager to discover whether Hannibal's answer was indeed correct. Upon hearing this, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Stabilized. Reward 1. Capture all prisoners released by the Blackbeard on the 6th level to maintain order in the seas. As soon as this reward was announced, Sengoku's breath became labored. Blackbeard's eyes bulged in horror, his complexion paling in shock. Countless powerful figures of the sea changed in countenance upon hearing this. Reward 2. Gain immunity to all things, allowing you to transcend space and time, rendering you untouchable by any attack, thereby enhancing your capacity to apprehend criminals. The astonishment brought forth by this second reward was no less significant than the first. All eyes turned towards Hannibal, regardless of which reward he chose. He held the potential to instantaneously alter the balance of the seas. I choose reward 1. Hannibal, somewhat bashful, declared. He believed that rather than acquiring such extraordinary powers, it was preferable to restore everything to its original state. The number of prisoners that had escaped from the 6th level was overwhelming. Recapturing them would undoubtedly alleviate much of the Navy's burden. No. Upon hearing Hannibal's choice, Blackbeard collapsed onto the ground. It was a dire situation. He had not only become a true pariah, but was also now hunted by the Whitebeard pirates. The mere thought of such a despairing existence caused his vision to darken. It was utterly demoralizing. Good. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Navy. With this decision, their pressure had significantly diminished. Sengoku cast an appreciative glance at Hannibal. Grateful for his sacrifice. Rewards are being executed. Exit the current chat room to view the progress of reward distribution. This round of the quiz has concluded. We welcome everyone to participate again next time. With a hum, the luminous screen vanished, and everyone felt a sudden brightness as they returned to their original locations. Hannibal. Blackbeard roared in fury. No. On this day, countless pirates of the seas shouted in despair, yet it changed nothing. Rays of light descended from the heavens, whisking them away into the depths of Impel Down's 6th level. Splendid. Director Hannibal, you are remarkable. We are grateful for you. Countless citizens, upon learning that it was Hannibal who orchestrated this, expressed their excitement and gratitude fervently. The swift disappearance of the notorious pirates had a direct impact on the morale of other pirates, causing them to retract their arrogant demeanor. Buzz. At that moment, the luminous screen reappeared across the globe. Special edition short video, The Trampled Justice. Upon seeing this title, many felt an ominous premonition. The scene shifted directly to Hannibal. Oh. Isn't this what we've seen before? Director Hannibal risking his life to confront the Straw Hat crew. As they gazed at the familiar scene, many were puzzled. Why was a video they had already viewed replaying? But soon, they would understand. Here lies the Hell Fortress. Should it fall, the world shall descend into boundless chaos and panic. Hannibal has just uttered this poignant and solemn proclamation, when suddenly, the anguished cries of the guards resound from behind him. A dense cloud of black smoke engulfs the sentinels stationed at the gates. A coarse yet ambitious voice emerges. Silence. Cease your incessant babble of justice and evil. No answer can be found among all the nations of this world. It is Blackbeard. He ruthlessly tramples Hannibal beneath his foot, sneering, utterly foolish. Without restraint, he employs the powers of the dark fruit to crush the guards' bodies, treating them as mere playthings. Then, he releases them from a great height. Witnessing his unrestrained demeanor, coupled with his malevolent visage, many feel an overwhelming urge to leap into the scene and deliver a sound thrashing to Blackbeard. The valiant resistance of Hannibal, along with all his glory and justice, is thus trampled underfoot by Blackbeard. One can only imagine the despair that would ensue if Hannibal's obstruction were absent, allowing more vile pirates like Blackbeard to plague the seas. Isolated justice, if bereft of support, may too be vanquished by the encroaching darkness of evil, leaving naught but tragic sacrifice in its wake. There is no need to extol the tragic. What is truly required is timely assistance, allowing unwavering conviction to thrive in a joyous atmosphere. Delayed justice is no justice at all. After the ethereal screen inscribed these 3 lines, it vanished. Yet, the poignant image of Hannibal lingers in the hearts of many, a weighty memory that brings forth tears. All his efforts seem utterly feeble in the eyes of Blackbeard. However, the Marines do not have the luxury of lamentation at this moment. They must swiftly dispatch forces to support various regions of the seas. Fujitora, Kizaru, Akiji, White Dragon, Purple Moon, Ghost Spider. A considerable array of high-ranking officers and skilled fighters are being sent to the New World and various locations in the first half of the Grand Line. Notably, the Beast Pirates are under the concentrated deployment of 3 admirals. Sengoku, Garp, and Fujitora lead the charge, while Vice Admiral Tsuru remains at the command center to strategize. Meanwhile, on the Big Mom Pirates side, Akiji takes command personally. Purple Moon and White Dragon are tasked with monitoring the relatively subdued Whitebeard and Red-Haired pirates. What? Admiral Kizaru has personally descended upon the Sabaody archipelago. What a jest! In the first half of the Grand Line, upon hearing that Kizaru, the harbinger of death and coercion, has arrived, countless pirates find themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to escape. The seas change so rapidly. Just a few days ago, the pirate world seemed to flourish. Yet, after merely 2 or 3 days, they find themselves again fleeing in terror. Truly, it is terrifying that so many pirates have ventured forth. The Yellow Ape, with a terrifying ferocity, dispatched pirate crews with each strike. This time, Admiral Sakazuki's command was to resolve matters swiftly. The yellow ape could no longer afford to be leisurely. When he became serious, he truly embodied the essence of an admiral, wreaking havoc with unparalleled might. In this grand line, there existed no one capable of obstructing his path. At this moment, within impelled down, preparations were underway to receive the imprisoned pirates. It was imperative to remember that the incidents of 2 years prior must never recur. There could be no mistakes regarding the prisoners on the 6th level, now serving as the deputy warden of Impelled Down. Magellan was mobilizing all personnel to ensure readiness for the imminent transport of the pirate horde. Seeing those vile criminals return once more brought a sense of relief to my heart. Even though he had been demoted to deputy warden, Magellan's intimidating presence over the prisoners remained unshaken. Magellan, do not revel too much. It is not you who captures us, but that timid warden. They sneered. Do not let me escape again, Magellan, or I shall surely give you quite the headache. They had thought they would never return, only to find themselves once again as captives. Such is the whimsical nature of life. The prisoners confined to the 6th level were anything but ordinary. They were powerful and exceedingly dangerous. Yet, Magellan's gaze did not linger on those raucous individuals. The truly fearsome ones were those who sat silently within their cells, bound by sea stone and utterly mute. Take, for instance, the man known as Barrett, the descendant of the devil, even shackled by sea stone. With his limbs pierced and vital points rendered immobile, Magellan dared not underestimate him. This man exuded an aura of danger, sitting there like a ferocious beast, instilling dread. The true formidable characters were each confined to their own rooms. Only in this manner could they be securely contained. How marvelous it was to unexpectedly find oneself back in the 6th level. Suddenly, someone spoke, not with shouts, but with a calm description. The Moonlight Hunter, Dapeng. Being locked in this 6th level is a stroke of fortune for you. Magellan snorted coldly, his gaze icy. Rest assured, more will come to keep you company. From Magellan's form, venom erupted, transforming into a toxic dragon that surged towards the raucous cells. You failures of the seas, be quiet. Upon facing this sudden onslaught of venom, many turned pale. Magellan, you bastard. As several succumbed to poison, their cries of agony rang out, only to swiftly fade into silence. It was a harrowing spectacle. Su Yang observed the unfolding events, unable to contain his amazement. This was far more exhilarating than watching the anime One Piece. Moreover, such a storyline could never be found within that anime. How wondrous this world truly is. It is said that if those influential figures were to discover that I have indeed connected with the world of animation, would they not capture me and subject me to research as a mere guinea pig? Su Yang believed they would. Hence, he resolved to tread carefully. All he yearned for was to earn his fortune in peace. A compilation of tear-jerking scenes. Yes, there are still 3 or 4 more to create. The interactive quiz shall be included as well. Although One Piece revolves around the tale of pirates, the existence of kind-hearted pirates like Luffy is exceedingly rare. Su Yang harbored a greater fondness for the Navy. At the very least, they safeguard the interests of the common populace. As one among the vast sea of humanity, Su Yang naturally prioritized the welfare of the ordinary people. He found himself reminiscing about the videos displayed on the screen. It has been 2 days. Yet the subsequent videos after the tear-jerking scenes have yet to air. He dreams of witnessing that screen illuminate, showcasing his favorite videos. How could it not be broadcasted? He must wait. If it does not air, can they truly force it to? With the Navy's thunderous actions, the seas have become remarkably tranquil. The first half of the Grand Line has nearly eradicated scenes of rampant piracy. The safety of the populace can finally be assured once more. Meanwhile, the New World appears deceptively serene, while beneath the surface, tumult brews. This is epitomized by the standoff between the Beast's pirates and the Navy. Due to the preceding ostentatious display, the Beast's pirates gained unexpected advantages. Thus their ambitions have significantly expanded. Were it not for the Navy's fortunate circumstances in the quiz, they might have already prepared to assault the other emperors. Kaido possesses the capability for such endeavors, with his primary target being his former comrade, Big Mom. However, due to the Navy's sudden intervention, he was compelled to relent. 3 admirals block his path, and Kaido hesitates to sail forth into battle. Lacking his presence, the denizens of Onigashima would be unable to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the pirates. Thus, the world has once again descended into a false tranquility. Although this peace could be shattered at any moment, it is still preferable to chaos. Has there been no progress in uncovering the origins of this screen? Following a temporary period of peace at sea, the world government has resumed its meddling. Their insatiable greed persists as they seek to investigate the origins of the screen. They aspire to control this enigmatic entity. With such a weapon in hand, who could possibly challenge them on the seas? Possessing this instrument of power, they need not fear their foundations being exposed by the screen. They refuse to tolerate anything in the ocean beyond their dominion. Observing this scene, Su Yang could only shake his head in resignation. The world government is embarking on a path to self-destruction, engaging in futile endeavors. He did not believe the world government could uncover the origins of the screen, for the technological disparity between them is insurmountable. The video has been successfully uploaded. It is currently under review. Approval granted. This time, Su Yang did not turn off his computer before retiring for the night. Instead, he continued to browse the website, watching the reactions of the characters in the world of pirates. As the familiar hum resonated in the air, many individuals instantly broke into joyous smiles. Finally, it's here. After such a long wait, we can once again be healed. This time, countless citizens joined in the excitement. The navy swiftly quelled the turmoil of the seas, restoring tranquility. After the chaos subsided, many felt that the quality of their lives had significantly improved. No longer did they need to live in constant fear. Compilation of emotional moments from the pirate world. Emotional moment 6. Was my birth truly a correct decision? Reason for inclusion. Upon my birth, I became an outcast in this world. Do I still hold any value? Could this be referring to Ace? Carp suddenly felt an ominous premonition. As he gazed at the words, he became increasingly convinced that they spoke of Ace. The scene shifted to an unknown island, where a child, born after his mother endured months of hardship, entered this world amidst a naval search. His name was Ace, poor Gas Ace. Following his birth, his mother succumbed to severe hemorrhaging. He was entrusted to the naval hero, Carp. Aware of his own overwhelming responsibilities, Carp realized he could not provide Ace with the care he deserved and thus entrusted him to a local mountain bandit named Dayton. Though Dayton may not have been an exemplary bandit, she certainly embodied the qualities of a devoted mother. Perhaps she was not beautiful and lacked an alluring figure, yet she was undeniably gentle and responsible. As Ace grew, he began to ponder the identity of his father. Eventually, he discovered that his father was Joel D. Roger, the legendary pirate king, and he himself was the embodiment of a notorious lineage despised by the world. In his youth, Ace began to question his place in this world. He was acutely aware of the disdain many harbored against him, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming animosity towards his infamous bloodline. If Roger had a child, it was inevitable that the child would be executed. The thought of all those who resented Roger using a dagger to slay his offspring was chilling. Better yet, to burn him alive, leaving behind a legacy of ridicule for the world to witness. One could only hope the child would utter a final lament. I, a worthless being, am truly sorry for my existence. In the tavern, young Ace suffered profound emotional trauma. The malice of the world surged against his heart, as if he were never meant to exist. If I were his child, I would never become a pirate. I would only be crushed by my father's reputation, remarked an elder who had once crossed paths with Roger. No one knew the depths of despair that such a young Ace endured. What malevolence and pressure has he endured while growing up? Alas, how pitiful. The child is innocent. Do not weep, Ace John, for your sisters love you. How dare they so disgrace Ace John? It is utterly outrageous. Many of the women among the pirates wept inconsolably, moved beyond measure. Subsequently, Ace found 2 brothers. They shared a period of blissful camaraderie. With the clinking of glasses, they vowed to become brothers henceforth. Indeed, they were brothers. The young Ace forged this bond with Luffy and Sabo, embarking on a delightful journey of exploration. Yet, Ace perpetually sought the meaning of his existence. Thus, he made a resolute decision. Luffy, we must live without regrets. One day, I shall set sail and live freely, without a hint of remorse. One day, Ace sat by the shore and calmly declared this. However, Ace's aspirations were in stark contrast to those of Garp, creating a peculiar divergence of thought. What? You wish to become a pirate? Garp exclaimed in bewildered anger. You should aspire to be an exemplary marine. He was unwilling to see Ace repeat the mistakes of the past, making enemies across the world. At the very least, if Ace joined the Navy, Garp could protect him. But as a pirate, he might one day be forced to take the life of his own grandson. Yet, Ace stood his ground, unwavering in his resolve. This led to countless fierce arguments between him and Garp. Nevertheless, he was steadfast. He desired to traverse the seas, unbound and without regret, just as that man once did on his journey to becoming the Pirate King. Eventually, he set sail. He understood that this venture was a point of no return. Yet, he yearned to discover the significance of his existence in this world. In time, he found it. Be my son, if you still wish to stir up trouble. Carry my name and revel upon these seas. The sincere, admiring gaze of Whitebeard pierced Ace's heart for the first time. Why do you all call him old man? Ace inquired while seated in a corner, looking at Marco beside him. Marco replied with a smile, we are all despised by this world. Yet when old man calls us sons, even those simple words bring us joy. What does it matter if our blood is tainted? Does that mean we are unworthy of living in this world? No. In that moment, Ace resolutely answered himself. Since we live, there must be a reason for our existence. He found a sense of belonging and aspired for the one he respected most, his old man, to ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. He cherished this family. He valued every companion within this household. Thus, regarding Blackbeard, who had murdered his comrades, Ace relentlessly pursued him, intent on delivering him to Whitebeard for judgment. Yet he faltered. His capture ignited a cataclysmic battle. To save him, Whitebeard risked his very life. Though the criminal may not deserve sympathy, his family certainly does. The grandfather, who had always been strong and wished for him to join the Navy, wept uncontrollably before him for the first time. Why can't you live your life the way I envisioned? This question remained unanswered by Ace. The next time we meet, it will be at the pinnacle of piracy. You must ascend to the summit, Ace declared to Luffy, who aspired to be the Pirate King, during their encounter in Alabasta. They made a pact to compete and see who would ultimately claim the title of Pirate King. Yet, how regrettable it was. At that moment, after fighting tirelessly for dozens of hours to save Ace, Luffy finally collapsed. But Akainu's relentless pursuit was upon them. Without hesitation, Ace chose to shield Luffy with his own body. The crimson beads shattered, scattering across the ground, much like his fleeting life, rolling away in a torrent. It mirrored the dream of becoming the Pirate King that could never be fulfilled, as the broken beads could never be strung together again. I'm sorry, Luffy. I never even considered surviving. I just rushed in, Ace said, embracing Luffy with a face full of remorse after Akainu pierced his chest. In his final moments, Fire Fist Ace wore a smile. Dad, Luffy, and everyone else have shown me such immense love, even though I am beyond saving. I am eternally grateful. Ultimately, he could not become the exemplary Navy officer that Garp had hoped for, nor could he witness Whitebeard ascend to the title of Pirate King. He would never meet Luffy again at the pinnacle of piracy. He truly wished to see that moment. Listen well, Luffy, I will not die. The young Ace had once resolutely told Luffy. Didn't you say you would never die, Ace? Luffy wept bitterly, despite having glimpsed the hope of a successful escape. And knowing that Dad and everyone else should have been safe, why did it end up like this? In that fleeting moment of his fall, Fire Fist Ace pondered. When the scene concluded, the audience across the seas was left in tears. Ace's life was so bitter. Indeed, Ace was a boy whose popularity rivaled that of the main character. Witnessing the unfolding events in the world of One Piece, Su Yang felt a surge of emotion. The first time he saw Ace's death, he too had wept like a child. It was profoundly moving. Such a loss for Ace's untimely demise. Back then, he had harbored a deep hatred for Akainu, affectionately referring to him as Red Dog. But ultimately, one must grow up. With maturity, his views on Akainu and Ace would inevitably shift. In the realm of pirates, oh Ace. If anyone emerged most sorrowful after watching the video, it was undoubtedly Monkey D. Luffy, however, his tears were shed because Ace had returned to life. The joy of recovering what was once lost brought him to tears of elation. It is precisely because one has experienced loss that the value of what was once possessed becomes clear. My life has indeed been one of unrestrained freedom. With a grin, Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates never anticipated that he would find himself on the list. There lies a delightful surprise. The malevolent heritage of the Pirate King. How I long to extinguish him. Yet, not all harbor amicable sentiments towards Ace. There are those who wish for his demise. Heart-wrenching moments from the pirate world. Heart-wrenching Scene 7. I want to live. Reason for inclusion. Had it not been for you, I too had contemplated ending it all. The scene transitions to a frail and solitary figure, Nico Robin. Born in O'Hara, an island obliterated by the world government for its pursuit of ancient history. In her youth, All her mentors perished at the hands of the world government, and her mother succumbed to the Navy's wrath when she was merely 7 years old. Yet, the world government branded her as the son of the devil, placing a bounty of 79 million berries upon her head. The young Robin embarked on a life of flight. With a bounty of 79 million berries, she was no longer perceived as a mere child, but rather a walking treasure. What? Nico Robin is in this town? Quickly, find her and deliver her to the government. This child cannot exist in this world. She is a demon. You cannot survive in this realm, Robin. Your very existence is a grave sin, Robin. In the grip of hunger and cold, the young Robin struggled through each day, besieged and pursued by adults. Perhaps perishing here would not be so bad. Within the underground palace of Alabasta, when she failed to provide Crocodile with the desired answer, he ruthlessly pierced her abdomen, abandoning her in the depths. Leaning against the wall, Nico Robin welcomed death with indifference. After all, I have grown weary of this journey. From childhood to now, I have lived in constant trepidation. Perhaps dying here would offer a sense of liberation. All I wished for was to uncover history, yet so many obstructed my dreams, seeking to erase my very existence. With tears glistening in her eyes, Nico Robin expressed her unwillingness. She merely sought to study history. Yet why did she meet such a fate? In time, she was rescued by Monkey D. Luffy, homeless and lost. She seemed to become a member of the Straw Hat crew. During her time with the crew, she experienced a rare glimpse of hope. A ray of light finally pierced through her dark existence. She cherished it deeply, yet the days of parting arrived all too swiftly. As they approached Eni's lobby, threatened by CP9, she, in tears, silently departed to protect the Straw Hat crew from harm, unwilling to drag them into her troubles. She understood that such brilliance as the Straw Hat crew was a divine gift, and how could she dare to wish for it to last forever? She was taken away by Spandam, who treated her as a mere plaything, subjecting her to relentless abuse along the way. What value do you possess? Hurry and perish, Spandam stated cruelly. This sentence once again inflicted a searing pain upon Robin's heart. Indeed, she believed she should not exist in this world. Everyone wished for her demise. The scene shifted back to Luffy, who, in his relentless search for Robin, found himself ensnared, trapped within the walls. Nami, now aware of the truth behind Robin's departure, cried out in anguish. At such a crucial moment, do not jest with me. While you dawdle, Robin has already been taken away. She intended to sacrifice herself for our sake, to shield us from the government's onslaught. In the pouring rain, Nami felt utterly helpless, accompanied by poignant background music. Many viewers were unable to hold back their tears as a wave of sorrow washed over them. I have nowhere to go. I am homeless. When Luffy rescued Robin in Alabasta and she joined the Straw Hat Pirates, she had calmly stated, "No, it is clear now. We shall never meet again." When departing Water 7, she resolutely addressed the crew, not wanting them to bear the burden of her presence any longer. Farewell, everyone. As Robin was being escorted to Eni's lobby, she gazed toward Water 7, softly whispering. Back to Luffy, still trapped. I will not allow Robin to perish, he declared with unwavering determination, forcing the walls apart and freeing himself. Finally, the Straw Hat crew stormed Eni's lobby and caught sight of Robin being taken away from across a building. How many times must I say it? I will not return to you. Go back. Nico Robin shouted with a heart devoid of compassion. I never wish to see you again. Why must you save me? Why must you do this? Deep down, she longed to be reunited with her comrades. Seeing them come to her rescue brought her immense joy. However, the world government was far beyond the current capabilities of the Straw Hat crew. She could not let them be ensnared by her plight. When did I ever ask you to do this? She admonished fiercely. I no longer wish to live. The scene shifted once more, returning to her childhood. On a rainy night when she was alone and crying in hunger, a small dog approached her, and she apologized. I'm sorry, I have no food for you. For she too had not eaten in a long while, feeling the pangs of hunger. Alone and isolated, the scene changed again. The children in the town tormented her, shouting, Monster, monster! Some, with intact families, cruelly mocked. Look, that girl was abandoned by her mother. The aunt with whom she stayed also ridiculed her mercilessly. You stay in someone else's house, and yet you eat a lot. But you do all the dirty work. Robin could only weep in silence. The scene shifted once more, capturing her youth during the destruction of O'Hara when the only kind Marine, Saul, was frozen in place by Admiral Akiji for protecting Robin. Robin, run. Run for your life. Remaining on this island will cost you dearly. exclaimed Vice Admiral Cerrone with urgency. The buster call is imminent. The entirety of O'Hara will cease to exist. I refuse. There is no one at sea. The young Robin protested vehemently. Listen well, Robin. Cerrone gasped, propping himself up. Even if you are alone now, one day you will surely meet companions. Robin, puzzled, inquired, companions? Why does meeting companions mean I won't be alone? Cerrone replied, the sea is vast and boundless. One day, guardians will emerge to protect you. And you shall never be alone in this world. As he spoke, Admiral Akiji approached slowly. Run, Robin. Cerrone urged anxiously. Do not look back. In moments of despair, remember to smile, just as I taught you. Cerrone demonstrated as the icy grip of Akiji closed in, just before being completely frozen. Cerrone's voice resonated once more. Somewhere in the ocean, there are companions waiting for you. Seek them out, Robin, and live alongside them. With that, Robin fled. Witnessing the destruction of O'Hara firsthand, fate dealt the young Robin a plethora of suffering, leaving her adrift in the sea, utterly alone. In her tears, she found not a single shoulder to lean upon. The scene shifted back to Sabaody Archipelago. The buster call, this calamity, threatened the companions she had finally found solace with. The more she yearned to stay with them, the more her fate seemed poised to harm them. No matter where she roamed across the ocean, relentless enemies awaited her. Her adversary was this world and its darkness. Akiji's pursuit then, and the present circumstances, had ensnared her companions not once, but twice. If this continued indefinitely, there would come a day when they would view her as a burden and abandon her. That moment filled her with dread. The helplessness of her youth left Robin feeling profoundly insecure, longing for connection, yet fearing loss. Thus, she proclaimed, I do not wish for your rescue. After all, death will come eventually. Let me perish here and now. As she spoke these words, tears streamed down Robin's face uncontrollably. If I must lose, then let it be a complete farewell. Upon hearing Robin's heartfelt lament, Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, simply stated, Now I understand who Robin's enemies are. Usopp, destroy that flag, commanded Luffy to his companion. There was no fear, no hesitation, only a profound calmness. The flag in question was that of the world government. To pierce it meant declaring war against the world government. Yet, Usopp exhibited no trepidation. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fiery shot, piercing through the world government's flag. In that moment, the entire Sabaody archipelago was left in shock. That was the banner of the world government, yet it was pierced so effortlessly, provoking a confrontation with the very authority of the world government, as if declaring war. Witnessing this scene, Nico Robin was overcome with tears, her heart swelling with emotion. Her comrades were willing to stand against the world government for her sake. Stepping forward, Robin declared loudly, I have yet to hear you say it. Speak quickly. I wish to live. The youthful cry resonated through the heavens. She thought she had no right to make such a request, as no one had granted her the permission to continue living. If she were to make a wish, Robin, with tears cascading down her face, could barely articulate. I want to say that I wish to live. Take me with you to the sea. I long to sail alongside you. As the scene froze, countless individuals wept openly. Oh, it is so painful, Sister Robin. Please let us embrace you. Grateful for the Straw Hat Crew's salvation of Sister Robin, we cheer her on. You are not alone. Indeed, in this world, one cannot always be solitary. Just the thought of Sister Robin crying alone, feeling desolate and helpless, brings forth my own tears. Those children were truly excessive. Why must they wound Sister Robin with their words, forcing the young Robin to bear the title of the Devil's Child? The world government has gone too far. The voices of the audience from all corners of the world echoed through the sea via the light screen. Even now, as I watch, tears cannot be restrained. Though I have no tears, oh, how I lament. On board the Straw Hat Pirates, Brook, reflecting on the past, resorted to his usual bone jokes. It has all transpired. Nico Robin gazed at her companions, her face blooming with joy. She bravely confronted her past and bid farewell to it. You are right, Sabo. On this vast sea, one day, I shall meet comrades who will protect me. Growth indeed often carries a touch of regret, yet one must always look forward. The world government, crack. Someone crushed an object in their hand, gritting their teeth. Nico Robin, with a darkened gaze, turned to the light screen before her. Its existence was undeniably perilous. Should it fall into the hands of the determined, it could swiftly overturn the entire ocean. The light screen, merely broadcasting a video, had already evoked spontaneous sympathy for Nico Robin among the audience across the seas. What if it were to be manipulated? The consequences are simply unimaginable. It is truly terrifying. For instance, if the Revolutionary Army were to take charge, they would undoubtedly be capable of swiftly assembling a global army to resist the world government. That would be an utterly chilling prospect. Who exactly is this Su Yang? Why has there been no information after such a prolonged search, as if he does not exist in this world at all? Seated upon the void throne, a man named murmured softly. And what exactly is this light screen? Gazed at the screen before him. It appeared as if projected right in front of him. There was no tangible entity to touch. Yet, this object possesses a wondrous power. However, the threat this entity poses to the world government is indeed formidable. Cannot permit its proliferation. Yet, finds himself utterly incapable of suppressing its existence. For the first time, he is engulfed in despair. Hey, are you attempting to delve into my background? That is rather frightening. Observing this scene, Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Actually intends to investigate his existence. Fortunately, I am not in the world of pirates. Otherwise, I would surely be on edge. Su Yang pondered that. Within the pirate realm, nothing could escape the scrutiny of the world government. Huh, you wish to find me? Not a chance. Let them remain bewildered. Su Yang reclined in his chair, exuding an air of utter contentment. Even though he had just received a summons from his boss, Su Chang. Do you think you can navigate legal procedures to have the unscrupulous defense attorney deny my compensation? I shall indulge you in this game. Su Yang has ample time. He has plenty of time to engage in such time-consuming endeavors. Collection of tear-jerking scenes from the pirate world. Tear-jerking scene 8. Luffy. Save me. Reason for inclusion. Do not provoke my navigator to tears, or else I shall retaliate. She first encountered the Straw Hat Boy in the East Sea. A pure-hearted youth and a shrewd maiden, along with a directionally challenged swordsman, spent a joyful time in this region of the East Sea. However, one day, the astute maiden vanished without a word, stealing all the treasures aboard the Straw Hat Boy's ship, leaving behind her calling card. The little thief, Nami. She had a foster mother named Belmere, a woman of unwavering justice in the Navy. Yet, for Nami and her sister Nojiko, she resolutely chose to remain by their side. But one fateful day, a man named Arlong, leading his pirate crew, invaded this peaceful village. Belmere was slain by Arlong. In her final moments, she smiled and said, Nami. Nojiko, I love you. The entire village was threatened by Arlong. Nami, however, caught Arlong's eye for her navigational talent, and he forcefully summoned her, proposing, Let us forge a contract, shall we? Faced with the man who had murdered her foster mother, Nami glared at him with unbridled hatred. A contract? The young Nami clenched her fists, resolute in her refusal to enter into an agreement with him. How could she possibly collaborate with the man who had taken her mother's life? What is the matter? Do you not wish to save everyone in the village? Arlong rested his chin on his hand, nonchalantly gazing at Nami. If you refuse to cooperate with me, I shall annihilate them all. No, please. I will enter into a contract with you. The young Nami, desperate to protect her village, had no choice but to humiliate herself by conceding to Arlong. As long as you prepare 100 million, I shall liberate the village and restore your freedom. Arlong said with a sly smile. Really? The young Nami looked at Arlong, naively believing that this man would honor his word. Of course, as long as it pertains to matters of money, I shall never falter. Regardless of the years it may take, I shall uphold my promise. The fearsome dragon has given his affirmative response. Thus, the young Nami commenced her role as a navigator for the dragon pirate crew, embarking on a grand scheme to amass 100 million. In pursuit of this monumental sum, the bright and cheerful girl began her life of thievery. Amidst the chase of clubs and the onslaught of gunfire, she fled with her ill-gotten gains, running for her life. Enduring countless injuries, yet her smile never wavered. I will surely save enough to gather 100 million and rescue everyone. The young Nami reassured herself, naively believing that the dragon would spare the entire village once he received the sum. Alas, she was gravely mistaken. On this fateful day, with the sun shining brightly, Nami's spirits soared. 100 million. At last, after pilfering the treasures of the Straw Hat crew, she had amassed the coveted amount. Luffy, I'm so sorry, but I must save everyone in the village. Nami mused happily as she gazed at the orange tree before her. The thought of her impending freedom and the villagers' liberation from peril brought forth Nami's first genuine smile. Yet, How naive she was. Miss Nami had such a past. It was truly unfathomable. The dragon. She was remarkably resilient. Had it been me, I would have crumbled long ago. The audience, witnessing this, felt a deep admiration for Nami. However, an unsettling feeling lingered. They sensed that events would not unfold so smoothly. What unforeseen circumstances might arise? The viewers speculated within their hearts. Suddenly, a battalion of Navy soldiers arrived in the village, confronting Nami. A lewd, rat-like officer eyed her with malicious intent. You are the infamous little thief Nami, are you not? The greed in his eyes was palpable. I have heard that you have amassed a considerable amount of ill-gotten gains. According to the regulations of the world government, we are here to confiscate it. Hand it over. Upon hearing this, how could Nami possibly comply? That money was the fruit of her labor, gathered with great peril. It was the lifeblood meant to save her village. She would never relinquish it at the whim of this rat-like officer. Nami, not blind to the avarice in the officer's gaze, retorted, did you not hear? Your ill-gotten gains are illegitimate and must be turned over to us for safekeeping. The officer gestured exaggeratedly, insinuating the quantity of Nami's supposed treasure. In response, Nami immediately adopted a combative stance. I see. How diligent and responsible you are. It is commendable to capture a thief to bolster your record, instead of confronting the savage pirates at sea. She sneered coldly. I am a member of the dragon pirate crew. I warn you, should you lay a hand on me, he will not stand idly by. Nami believed that invoking the dragon's name would intimidate the rat-like officer, but to her surprise, he merely laughed, filled with arrogance. Regarding her as if she were a fool, and commanded the soldiers behind him, search her. Confronted by an overwhelming tide of Marines, Nami resolutely endeavored to halt their advance. She turned to Captain Mouse, her voice filled with indignation. Is this truly your duty as a Navy officer? Surely you are aware that the tyrant Arlong has seized our village, wreaking havoc. Yet, despite this catastrophe, you remain utterly inactive, now fixating your attention on a mere thief. Is this how you fulfill your responsibilities as a member of the Navy? Nami's fury surged. The entire village awaits your rescue. Yet you choose to ignore the malevolent pirates and instead harass me, a petty thief. Do you even deserve the title of Navy? In response to Nami's accusations, Captain Mouse let out a derisive laugh. You are in no position to question me. Continue the search. At that moment, a Marine brandishing a shovel interjected. I find that orange tree quite suspicious. I request permission to inspect it. Alarmed, Nami exclaimed, you filthy scoundrels shall not lay a hand on my oranges. That money is meant to save the villagers, and I will not relinquish it to you. Captain Mouse chuckled. Stolen money is still stolen money. It must be surrendered to the Navy for safekeeping. Whether or not the villagers are saved is of no concern to me. He glanced at the onlookers who rallied behind Nami, his gaze icy. Oh, so you all defend a thief? Are you all thieves as well? I think it necessary to arrest you all. Nami, her voice laced with malice, retorted, since you have no intention of protecting this village, I advise you to leave swiftly. That money belongs to him, and if you touch it, he will not spare you. At her words, Captain Mouse laughed, stroking his beard and casting a sidelong glance at Nami. Will he not spare me? I highly doubt it. He barked at his subordinates. Why have you not found it yet? It's not a grain of rice. Hurry and locate that 100 million. Taken aback, Nami gasped. How do you know it's 100 million? Captain Mouse smirked with pride. 100 million? Did I say that? I merely assumed that after all these years, it must have accumulated to such an amount. At that moment, even Nami, though not the most astute, realized that Captain Mouse had been dispatched by Arlong. You were sent by Arlong? Nami's complexion drained of color, her body trembling with weakness. Who knows? I am simply a righteous Navy officer taking appropriate action against stolen funds. Captain Mouse gazed skyward, chuckling triumphantly. You have colluded with pirates. You are utterly despicable. Nojiko exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. Shameful, scolded the village chief, Aizen. Arlong. Nami hissed through clenched teeth, her hatred palpable. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Found it. A treasure chest was uncovered. Upon opening it, a trove of riches and paper currency lay within. Remarkable that a girl could amass such wealth. Captain Mouse declared with glee. However, it matters not. 30% of it is mine. The Marines nearby scoffed. These banknotes are stained with blood, and some are even rotting. How can we possibly use them? It appeared that the hard-earned money of Nami was being forcefully appropriated, and rather than being satisfied, they expressed disdain for its blemished condition. Truly disgraceful. Do not touch my money. Nami has completely lost her sanity. She brandished a stick, attempting to drive away the Marine soldiers, utterly oblivious to her own limitations. Colonel Mouse observed this scene with a scornful smile, incredulous that she dared to repeatedly challenge his authority as a naval officer. Did she truly believe her temperament would spare her from consequences? Such audacity to attempt to seize what was rightfully his. The dark muzzle of a gun was aimed directly at Nami. Be careful. In the midst of the blinding flash of gunfire, however, Nokigao shielded Nami, falling into a pool of blood. Nokigao. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Nami trembled as she reached out to touch his face. Why was fate so unjust, forcing her to endure such suffering? At that moment, many villagers, drawn by the sound of gunfire, rushed to the scene, unable to believe their eyes upon seeing Nokigao lying in a pool of blood. Luffy also arrived, grinning as he approached Nami. Is there anything I can help you with, Nami? Suddenly, Nami sprang to her feet, shouting at Luffy, "This is none of your business. Get off this island." She ran straight to the lair of the Arlong pirates, furious as she confronted Arlong. Did you not swear that you would not breach any agreements concerning money? Why then have you secretly colluded with the Marines to steal my treasures? Arlong laughed mockingly. When did I ever break a promise? I'm unaware of any such thing. Nami shouted in anger, "Stop pretending." Colonel Mouse explicitly stated it. Before she could finish, Arlong gripped her head as if he might twist it off in the next moment. "Oh, so it seems your money was stolen. How unfortunate." He let out a maniacal laugh. "You see, I have not broken our agreement. This is Colonel Mouse's affair, not mine. However, according to our contract, unless you pay me 100 million, I cannot grant you your freedom. It's merely 100 million. Consider it a second chance to earn what you once possessed." Abruptly, his expression turned menacing as he added, "But if you attempt to escape, I will slaughter every villager." Tears welled in Nami's eyes. She felt utterly helpless, much like she did over a decade ago, unable to change anything. Meanwhile, in the village, the villagers could no longer endure their plight. 8 years had passed, and they had vowed that as long as Nami was happy, they could tolerate some mistreatment. But now, they could no longer allow that scoundrel Arlong to continue tormenting her. They were determined to seek justice for Nami. As the villagers were stirred to fervor, Nami rushed back to the village, extending her hand to stop them. With immense effort, she masked her pain with a forced smile. "Everyone, please give me one more chance. It's all right, I'm used to it. It's just one more time to endure. I don't mind, really." Despite having faced despair once before, Nami continued to comfort her villagers. "Enough is enough, Nami." Aizen embraced her. "You have done more than enough for us. You have sacrificed too much. Leave the village." Upon hearing this, Nami was utterly astounded. How could this be? Everyone. If she left, wouldn't the villagers be in peril? This simply could not stand. But before she could intervene, Aizen had already approached the villagers, raising his arm and proclaiming, "Even if we cannot win, we must demonstrate our resolve." The villagers, brandishing wooden sticks and wielding shovels, charged into Arlong Park. The outcome was predictable, nothing more than moths drawn to a flame. The casualties were devastating. Nami collapsed helplessly onto the ground, her face awash with tears. She loathed her own weakness, despised the cruel injustice of fate. Gripping the tattoo of the Arlong pirates on her arm, she screamed, "Arlong." Her hatred for this glaring mark consumed her every time she beheld it. The harrowing memories surged forth uncontrollably. Arlong, Arlong, Arlong. Grabbing a small knife from the roadside, she frantically inflicted wounds upon herself, stabbing again and again into that mark, as if to pierce the heart of the wicked dragon himself. Perhaps in doing so, she could obliterate those memories entirely. Just then, a hand intervened, halting her self-harm. Monkey D. Luffy stood expressionless behind her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Luffy?" The knife was wrested from her grasp, and Nami, supporting herself on the ground, murmured, "What do you know? You have no idea what has transpired on this island over the past 8 years." She clutched the earth, once more encountering those painful memories. Luffy, with his characteristic bluntness, replied, "I don't know." Nami lowered her head, choking back tears. "It has nothing to do with you. They must have told you to leave this island." Luffy replied, "Ah, you said it." Nami scooped up sand, repeatedly throwing it at Luffy. "Get out, just get out." She incessantly shrieked this command in a fit of hysteria. She wished for none of her friends to be harmed. After a long moment, Nami again collapsed to the ground in tears, choking back sobs as she looked up helplessly. "Luffy, please help me." Luffy, his expression unchanged, placed his straw hat upon Nami's head. In her astonished gaze, he raised his arm and declared, "Of course." This was the most steadfast promise of youth. Nami recalled the significance of that straw hat to Luffy. Only a true comrade could touch that hat. Had he already considered her a companion? Nami's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. "Let us go." Luffy, resembling a formidable gang leader, spoke grimly to Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, who sat nearby. "We shall defeat the wicked dragon and restore justice to Nami." The scene froze on the noble silhouettes of Luffy and his companions as they departed. Tall, warm, instilling a profound sense of security. Oh, how fortunate it was to encounter a partner like Monkey D. Luffy. The wicked dragon was truly despicable. She wished to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. Kokoyashi Village, a town that evoked tears, was tragically beautiful. Alas, Colonel Mouse must perish. How could such a scoundrel exist among the Navy? If he had acted, Miss Nami would not have suffered such torment. Let the punishment for Colonel Mouse be severe. The scene concluded. A multitude of individuals expressed their sympathy for Nami, while others condemned the despicable Captain Mouse. Had it not been for him, how could Nami have endured such suffering? He possessed the means to assist her, merely needing to fulfill his duties. How could the young Nami have been tormented by that malevolent dragon? Yet, he chose to exploit the innocent populace instead. This decision ignited considerable discontent among the citizens towards the Navy, which faced significant scrutiny regarding its reputation. This wretched Captain Mouse truly was like a single drop of filth that spoiled an entire pot of broth. Sengoku's countenance was far from pleasant. This incident occurred during his tenure as head of the Navy, and it indeed weighed heavily upon him. Such a person deserved to be subjected to the most severe of punishments, obliterated from existence. Regrettably, had the old man known of such matters earlier, perhaps nothing would remain of him now. Sakazuki cast a glance at Sengoku and spoke in a somber tone. Sengoku remained silent. What could he say? All he wished for was to quell the public outrage incited by Captain Mouse. Report, Marshal Inspector. Captain Mouse is currently imprisoned in the first level of Impel Down. At that moment, a colonel entered and delivered the news. Execute him publicly. Sakazuki made a decisive declaration without further ado. Since he was still alive, he must be executed. Such a person served no purpose in this world. Yes, the colonel responded and departed. Am I finally to be freed? Captain Mouse exclaimed as he was escorted out of Impel Down, brimming with excitement. The colonels flanking him smirked derisively. Indeed, you are to be released. They found his ignorance laughable. How could Captain Mouse possibly believe he would be liberated? That he had survived to this day was nothing short of divine mercy. Yet, it was only fitting that someone as wicked as he should face the scales of justice. Wait, this isn't the direction to the Navy headquarters. Stop, stop. You are going the wrong way. Captain Mouse cried out, realizing something was amiss as he observed the ship's course. Wrong way. One colonel chuckled. Captain Mouse, how could there be a mistake? This is, without a doubt, the route to Justice Island. Where is the error? Captain Mouse shouted, how can we go to Justice Island? I have been released. We should be heading to the Navy headquarters. Another colonel laughed, casting a sidelong glance at him. You were released? Which ear did you hear that from? He suddenly barked, by order of Marshal Sakazuki. Escort Captain Mouse to Justice Island for trial and public execution. Upon hearing this, Captain Mouse's eyes widened in disbelief. Consider yourself fortunate. You shall leave this world without suffering for your numerous heinous acts, the colonel remarked coldly. Subsequently, Captain Mouse's trial was broadcasted live. Excellent. Magnificent. The esteemed Lord Sakazuki is formidable. As the Navy executed Captain Mouse with unrelenting resolve, many citizens applauded in approval. Praising the Navy, the tarnished reputation of the Navy was swiftly restored. As Su Yang watched the live broadcast unfold, he could only exclaim, such occurrences can only exist within the realm of anime. As for reality, well, it is better left unspoken, lest it vanish entirely. He pondered how many participants would guess the correct answers in this prize-winning quiz and earn their rewards. His anticipation for this event was palpable. As an editor, he found immense joy in witnessing such fascinating happenings, all the while earning money from the comfort of his home. It was truly splendid. Perhaps, he mused, I could capture some relevant footage and share it online. After all, the online community thrives on reimagined adaptations of various films and series. Su Yang believed he could give it a try. Such an intriguing real-life event would surely captivate the online audience. However, a warning swiftly popped up. This live footage is not permitted to be shared. Su Yang was taken aback. How could they know? This website must be omniscient. The world of pirates. The luminous screen had faded some time ago, leaving viewers, still yearning after Nami's tear-jerking scene, somewhat dissatisfied. But what could they do? It was gone. No amount of discontent could bring back the display. Was it time for the prize-winning quiz once more? At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku murmured softly. Across the vast ocean, numerous individuals had already prepared themselves. The rewards from the quiz were simply too enticing, and they eagerly anticipated the event. Even Kaido of the Beast shared in the excitement. Without that luminous screen, how could he possess the strength to dominate the seas, becoming the true embodiment of the strongest creature, the mightiest man? The feeling of unrivaled supremacy was indeed exhilarating. Buzz. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the luminous screen reappeared, and the familiar chat room emerged once more. The heroes of the ocean gathered once again. The quiz commenced. The rules were already well understood, requiring no further elaboration. The screen refrained from reiterating the guidelines. Question 1. In the Fire Fist Ace arc, what are the names of his two sworn brothers? Upon hearing this question, countless eyes lit up instantly. In an instant, a cacophony of buzzing answer bells filled the air. Yet, it was truly difficult to discern who had answered correctly. Admiral Kizaru, please provide your answer. The screen highlighted the successful respondent. To everyone's astonishment, it was the nonchalant Kizaru who had answered correctly. Truly, he was a man of light. His speed was astonishing. The intensity of everyone's gaze left Su Yang feeling quite overwhelmed. Kizaru, ever so relaxed, replied, "Their names are Monkey D, Luffy and Sabo of the Revolutionary Army." This answer was known to all present, yet they had simply been too slow to respond. "Congratulations, Admiral Kizaru. Please claim your reward," the announcement echoed, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. It was not a matter of choice, but rather a reward to be claimed. The rules of the rewards had evidently changed. Reward: bestowal of the natural-type devil fruit, the cloud fruit. The revelation of a devil fruit, especially a natural type, left everyone astonished. Thoughts raced through the minds of those present. Thunderclouds, fiery clouds, rain clouds, ice clouds. They immediately envisioned countless possibilities for its development. With a natural-type fruit, as long as one possesses a brilliant idea, there is no such thing as uselessness. How frightening it was to behold a natural-type devil fruit. As Kizaru murmured, a pristine fruit, resembling layers of clouds stacked upon one another, materialized in his hand. Many cast envious glances toward him. After all, it was a devil fruit. Question 2. In the arc concerning Nico Robin, who was trapped alongside her in the Judiciary Island building, the second question posed a challenge for many, as they had not paid attention to this detail. Numerous faces reflected confusion, akin to a fog of uncertainty. However, the seemingly inconspicuous Frankie pressed the button decisively. "Lord Frankie, please provide your answer." The voice from the screen prompted a multitude of gazes to fixate on Frankie, disbelief evident in their expressions. Could he possibly know the answer? Of course. The person trapped with Nico Robin is none other than me, Frankie. Super. His flamboyant pose left many in awe, their worldviews momentarily shaken. It was no wonder he stepped forward. The answer was indeed himself. Correct. Congratulations, Lord Frankie. Please claim your reward. Reward: revive one person of utmost importance to you. Initially pondering what the reward might be, Frankie had hoped for something that would enhance his strength, perhaps technology. He never anticipated such a monumental surprise. Reviving someone dear to him. The choice was clear. "I choose to revive my master, Mr. Tom," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The revival of Mr. Tom was a swift affair, taking merely 10 seconds as the voice from the screen resonated. Frankie could hardly contain his eagerness, itching to connect with Water 7 to confirm whether Tom had indeed returned. Question 3. In the arc concerning Nami, what is the name of the homeland overtaken by the dragon? Only one question remained, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Everyone was particularly invested in this final inquiry. Yet, when the question was posed, many were once again left in a daze. Their attention swiftly turned to Nami of the Straw Hat Pirates. She must certainly know. In fact, Nami was prepared to respond, eager to seize the opportunity. However, before she could act, the moment was snatched away from her. Several individuals have already made their moves: Doflamingo, Marco, Blackbeard, and so forth. Yet, the one who has acted with the swiftest speed is not among them. Instead, it is someone who has taken everyone by surprise. "Lady Nico Robin, please provide your answer." Indeed, The fortunate individual who seized the opportunity to respond is none other than Nico Robin, the historian of the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin, Nami gazed at her, somewhat astonished. This opportunity must hold great significance for you. Robin met Nami's gaze, solemnly asserting that it was crucial not to miss it or relinquish it to another. She stepped forward and declared, Kokoyashi Village. Correct answer. Congratulations, Lady Nico Robin. Please claim your reward. Upon hearing Robin's response, Nami stood in a daze, perplexed by the meaning of her words. Reward. Attain omniscient knowledge, aiding you in deciphering any historical queries. However, upon hearing this reward, Nico Robin smiled, her charm radiating in an instant. May I request a different reward? Certainly. Once assured of a positive response, Robin grasped Nami's hand. Please help me resurrect Nami's mother, Belmir. Nami was taken aback by Robin's request. Then came an overwhelming wave of emotion. Robin, you. Nami covered her mouth, yet tears flowed uncontrollably. This is your childhood regret, is it not? When given the chance to amend a sorrow, one must not let it slip away. Robin smiled sincerely. Thank you, Robin, thank you. Nami embraced Robin, overwhelmed with tears. Truly a formidable woman. Doflamingo chuckled darkly. He had also hoped to seize the opportunity to fulfill his own desire, only to have it snatched away by Nico Robin. Marco scratched his head in disappointment, lamenting that it was indeed a splendid opportunity. Alas, it seems he missed out. Perhaps this is fate, Marco consoled himself. The quiz concluded. As the voice of the light curtain resonated, the chat room vanished. The group returned once more to reality. Frankie and Nami eagerly reached out to one another via phone, eager to confirm that their rewards had indeed materialized. Upon hearing the voices of their loved ones, tears of joy welled up uncontrollably. How wonderful! Nami exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. Frankie was similarly overwhelmed with tears. As for the union fruit, to whom shall it be bestowed? After acquiring the fruit, Sakazuki fell into deep contemplation. Sengoku, Akiji, and other high-ranking officials were present. They ultimately reached a consensus to allocate the reward for the younger generation's use. Initially, they intended to distribute it among the numerous vice-admirals. Such a decision would undoubtedly bolster their formidable strength. However, those vice-admirals who already possessed a devil fruit remained silent on the matter. Even those without a fruit unanimously expressed their disinterest. They had grown accustomed to relying on their physical prowess in combat. To suddenly possess a devil fruit seemed rather wasteful. In the end, after much deliberation, the candidate has been finalized. Within 2 years, he ascended to the rank of captain and became a member of the secret forces, a true talent. It must be him, Kobe. Indeed, he is the fortunate one who has obtained the union fruit, a devil fruit. Of course, his acquisition of this extraordinary fruit is largely attributed to the influence of Garp. Both Akiji and Sengoku, high-ranking officials, have expressed their admiration for Kobe. Even Akainu, despite his stern demeanor, acknowledges the significance of this moment. I hope you strive diligently and do not squander this opportunity. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult the seniors in the headquarters who possess similar abilities. Sengoku personally entrusted the devil fruit to Kobe, offering a word of caution. Yes, Inspector. Kobe saluted earnestly in response. One wonders how he will develop his abilities. Sengoku pondered with curiosity. Ha ha ha. Why concern yourself with so much? The youth possessed their own thoughts. Garp, ever unrefined, insisted on dragging Sengoku for afternoon tea. The news of the Navy acquiring a Logia-type fruit quickly spread across the seas, garnering considerable attention towards Kobe, the fortunate recipient of such a gift. Indeed, they bestowed it upon Kobe. The turn of events is truly astonishing. Those who witnessed the live broadcast couldn't help but reflect on the unfolding narrative. Thus, it is time to create the next series of videos. The backend has already received enthusiastic donations from the audience of the pirate world. Suyang felt compelled to work diligently, otherwise he might be devoured alive by the viewers. What kind of series should he create? Suyang mused to himself. How about hilarious moments? There are countless comedic instances within the realm of One Piece, so many that Suyang could hardly keep track. He would have to compile them gradually. This would indeed be an extensive series. He took to the internet to gather material. Yes, One Piece was once primarily a comedic manga, supplemented with battles. As Suyang collected material, he found himself laughing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the abundance of humorous scenes. The ultimate comedic genius is none other than the goofy King Luffy. Several days have passed, yet the new video has yet to air. It truly feels mundane without the shimmering screen of videos. Something seems amiss. One wonders what will be featured this time. Perhaps a touch of exhilarating action to invigorate the spirit. Or maybe a heartwarming scene, as the tear-jerking moments have left him feeling somewhat melancholic. The audience from the Four Seas engaged in discussions, sharing their thoughts. All of this was relayed to Su Yang through the live broadcast. Would it be thrilling scenes or heartwarming moments? Su Yang stroked his chin, regrettably concluding that the answer was neither. It would be comedic scenes. Healing does not solely come from warmth. Humor can also mend the heart. As for the action-packed moments, let us compile a highlight reel of the most exhilarating scenes and allow you to choose your favorites. Su Yang decided that he could not always be the sole provider of content. He also wished to interact with the denizens of the pirate world. Since it is known that one's video has bridged into the world of One Piece, why not engage in a bit of interaction? After all, we are all merely spectators. Are we not? There is not much distinction. Thus, the plan was set. Su Yang felt his idea was rather splendid, indeed perfect. Soon, the first comedic clip was crafted, exported, saved, and uploaded. Upload successful. Under review. Review successful. Once the review was completed, Su Yang's computer commenced broadcasting the entirety of the pirate world. As the air vibrated with a palpable energy, many instinctively turned their gaze towards the shimmering void, for it heralded the emergence of the luminous screen. And just as they anticipated, the screen appeared once more, restoring their joy. Highlights from the pirate world. Comedic clip 1. On the proper use of a captain. Upon reading this title, many pondered the implications of the proper use of a captain. Perhaps, many beautiful ladies might suddenly envision scenes that could only be accessed with a VIP subscription, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The screen dimmed, and the footage commenced. Aboard a pirate ship. It is the Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D. Luffy appeared utterly drained, his visage reflecting fatigue. Yet, even in such a state, he valiantly maneuvered his body with his head. In front of him, Roronoa, Zoro, and Sanji were united in their defense, repelling the cannon fire from the enemy navy. Luffy, with determination etched on his face, declared, "Even if you say that, I will continue to fight." Then, Luffy was hoisted by Zoro and Sanji, employing the elasticity of his rubbery form as they stretched him like a net. The two stood at opposite corners of the ship's bow, facing the deluge of cannonballs raining down from the navy, using the Straw Hat's net to catch them all. Their teamwork was simply impeccable. 1, 2, fire. The duo even demonstrated remarkable synergy, pulling back ferociously when the net could hold no more, sending the cannonballs soaring back into the sky. Boom. The naval warship was struck, rendered incapacitated on the spot, and Luffy, rolling his eyes, promptly fainted. Zoro and Sanji, however, earnestly praised, "You were a great help, Captain, truly worthy of being our captain." Usopp, standing nearby, could not help but retort, "Are you both devils?" If only Luffy could express, "Please, just be human." The absurdity of countering cannonballs was truly beyond them. Haha, it cracked me up. How could such ridiculous daily antics exist? It turns out that a captain is meant to block cannonballs. Now I see. I must have a word with my own captain. Brothers, my captain has also seen this, and I got hit. Don't make me laugh. Can you be any funnier? Do you think everyone is a Straw Hat Kid? In merely a matter of seconds, they successfully brought laughter to a multitude of viewers. The sounds of mirth echoed across the seas, a continuous wave of joy. The scene shifted, transitioning to a vast ocean. It appears that a rowing competition is underway between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Silver Fox Pirates. Suddenly, Usopp and Nami, along with their crew, swiftly dart past the members of the Silver Fox Pirates. How can they be so fast? The crew of the Silver Fox Pirates looks utterly bewildered. However, the raft of the Straw Hat Pirates abruptly comes to a halt. Upon closer inspection, one can see the illustrious captain, Luffy, with his arms spiraled in the water, holding 2 wooden planks, spinning at an astonishing speed. Remarkable. Captain Luffy has become a rowing machine. Is this the correct way to utilize a captain? What an eye-opener. Truly enlightening. It's both amusing and heart-wrenching. I see now, the captain is indeed meant for rowing. The audience erupts in laughter once more. The scene shifts. On a cliff devoid of bridges, Nami wishes to cross to the other side. Luffy. Nami gives a knowing glance, and the dim-witted Luffy instantly comprehends. A rubber bridge. He extends his arms and legs, forming a human bridge. How professional. Ha ha, this is what a captain is, a legendary tool indeed. I laughed so hard I nearly lost control. The audience from all corners is captivated. It turns out our esteemed captain has so many practical applications. Humorous scene 2. Your negativity is making it difficult for me to function. The scenes continue to unfold. In a room lush with grass, the ghost fruit user, Perona, unleashes her ultimate move, the negative ghost. Usopp from the Straw Hat Pirates is struck. Yet, Perona is left in disbelief. While others affected by the negative ghost sink into despair, Usopp remains entirely unscathed. Why? Why aren't you collapsing? You've been hit by the ghost. What trickery is this? Perona is utterly perplexed. Usopp, with an innocent demeanor, places his hands on his hips. I did nothing. I was already quite pessimistic. Perona is taken aback, her eyes wide with shock, even tears streaming down her face. Quadruple negative ghosts. Perona, undeterred, releases the negative ghosts once more. And then, the negative ghosts succumb to their own despondency, losing to Usopp. Even Perona herself collapses to the ground, her backside raised as she apologizes despondently. Kuma, I am truly sorry for everything. At this point, the audience bursts into laughter again. Perona has genuinely illustrated what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. Haha. How could such an amusing scene exist? It's a rare sight indeed. There are such pessimistic individuals in this world. The scene continues. Usopp, with a serious expression, addresses Perona's plush toy army. When considering the worst possible outcomes, do not think you can surpass me. The toy army looks on in shock, exclaiming, wow. Such immense confidence in one's own incompetence. Their astonished expressions add an inexplicable humor to the moment. Meanwhile, Usopp wears an incredibly broad smile, yet his figure gradually retreats. In the midst of the toy army, someone lamented, but why is it that despite exuding confidence, one appears increasingly insignificant? Suddenly they realized. Could it be that fellow intends to flee? Halt. They immediately pursued him. Meanwhile, Usopp thought, oh no, I've been discovered. He swiftly turned and ran. Ha ha ha. This is utterly absurd, bravado shattered mid-performance. Is this esteemed Mr. Usopp a savior summoned by a monkey? The audience erupted in laughter. Was this not more delightful than any tear-jerking scene? Such a comforting spectacle, allowing one to forget all worries. Comedic scene 3. Who says zombies can only shamble slowly? The scene opened in a dark, oppressive graveyard where the unfortunate cat burglar Nami was besieged by a horde of zombies. In a state of despair, Nami cried out, no. Let me go, don't come any closer. Who would not be bewildered upon encountering a throng of the undead? Impossible. Unthinkable. At that moment, not far away, Usopp murmured, the zombie's weakness is. He grasped his slingshot and launched an attack. Ultimate move, Firebird Star. Indeed, the zombies were terrified of fire. Instantly, the zombies that had been clutching Nami released her, frantically dodging while exclaiming, it's fire. Usopp, observing this scene with a bewildered expression, remarked, this is unexpectedly effective. His confusion added to the comedic effect. The previously menacing horde of zombies collectively turned their ire towards Usopp, exclaiming, you fool, that's dangerous. What if it catches fire? You scoundrel, how dare you play with fire? Usopp was momentarily taken aback. Who truly resembled the zombies here? Which of these zombies was so lively? The audience couldn't help but chuckle at this absurdity. These videos were inexplicably humorous, effortlessly bringing smiles to faces. As the scene shifted, the transformed Chopper carried Nami, fleeing incessantly. Usopp, while escaping, declared, at this point, let us get closer to the castle across the way. Chopper agreed. Yes, let us do that. Nami, relieved, sighed. You nearly scared me to death. Yet Usopp, brimming with confidence and pride, reassured her, fear not. Once we exit the graveyard, if we run with all our might, they won't catch us. Zombies can only shuffle along at a slow pace. However, the zombies pursuing Usopp and his companions were indeed slow, but suddenly, they surged forward, racing in packs. This left Usopp bewildered, his mouth agape, so fast. I nearly had my eyeballs pop out. Thus, the trio was forced into a frantic dash. Who claimed that zombies could only walk slowly? Were those behind them not sprinting with abandon? This defied logic. Usopp and his companions were on the verge of despair. Yet, was this the most dramatic moment? No. The zombies abruptly halted. Wait, pause. A cluster of zombies swayed, panting heavily. Usopp quipped once more, they really lack stamina. Is there really a zombie that lacks physical strength? How absurd. Ha ha ha, whose zombie is this? It's utterly hilarious. I thought Usopp and his companions were already amusing. Yet they pale in comparison to this group of zombies. For the first time, I find these zombies to be quite endearing. After viewing the third scene, everyone still felt a lingering desire for more, eagerly anticipating the next clip. The screen graciously obliged, promptly displaying the fourth scene. Humorous scene 4. Are you buffoons sent by heaven? On a ship, the rather disheveled Sanji, with his back turned to Usopp, exclaimed, "If we don't separate, we'll both meet our end." Upon hearing this, Usopp couldn't help but silently scoff. What are you saying? As if one of us is destined to die. Did he mean that Sanji would sacrifice himself for Nami? Usopp's mind raced at the thought. However, Sanji, with utmost seriousness, grasped Usopp's shoulder and declared, "Listen, Usopp, if it's for Miss Nami, I wouldn't hesitate to let you perish, right?" Usopp nearly spat out his drink. You're insufferable. That's an outrageous demand. He had thought Sanji was prepared to sacrifice himself, only to realize he was mistaken. The notion of Sanji sacrificing himself was utterly unfathomable. I am bound to die laughing from this video. How can Sanji utter such words with a straight face? Usopp exclaimed, "I genuinely thank you." Ha ha. As the scene shifted, it became clear there was no escape. Before Nami, the godly Enel appeared, his merciless lightning poised to obliterate her. Yet, a voice rang out, "Begone, ultimate gunpowder star." But alas, the attack proved ineffective. Enel effortlessly thwarted it, casting a cold glance at Usopp. Instantly, Usopp shielded his eyes with his hands, promptly surrendering. "I am sorry." The speed of his capitulation was astonishing. The scene transitioned again, remaining on the ship with the same characters. Usopp, surveying the area, inquired, "Where's Sanji? Wasn't he supposed to come help Nami?" Nami, equally bewildered, asked Sanji, "Did he come too?" Usopp, in utter despair, buried his face in his hands. "He hasn't arrived yet?" As he gazed at the imposing Enel, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Usopp ultimately made a decision. "I see." He opened the door, apologizing, "Pardon my intrusion." His nonchalance and swiftness were oddly comedic. Witnessing this scene, Nami was left speechless, exasperated. Inside, Usopp clutched his head, internally wrestling with the thought, "I can't run away. I am Usopp, a man." Then, in a moment of bravado, he threw open the door and shouted defiantly, only to be met with a thunderous bolt that sent him flying. As the audience erupted in laughter at Usopp's exaggerated flying pose, they realized for the first time how many delightful moments could occur during a voyage. The scene shifted. Still aboard the ship, Usopp crouched on the ground, feigning a clever escape plan, and addressed Nami beside him. "Nami." Nami's face lit up with anticipation as she eagerly responded, What should I do?" However, Usopp's answer was, "Nami, save me." After a brief silence, Nami swiftly flew over and smacked Usopp on the head, exclaiming in exasperation, "Weren't you here to save me?" In the next moment, she added incredulously, "What do you mean, save you? Our opponent is a god." Usopp covered his mouth slightly, adopting a feminine demeanor, and with a smirk, replied, "Indeed." Nami echoed his sentiment. Then, they exchanged awkward smiles. Shortly after, a thunderous crash. Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning. The corners of his mouth twitched. These two were truly a pair of live treasures. While Nami and the others were unperturbed, Enel felt utterly embarrassed. This is what one might call, "As long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others." Ha ha ha, you are quite the character. The crowd voiced their dissatisfaction. Not enough, this is far too little to watch. Humorous scene 5. Is this the Navy Admiral and hero you know? The scene shifted. Straw Hat Luffy sat on the ground, sporting a large red envelope on his head. He rubbed his head and stated, "I have come perilously close to being killed by my grandfather countless times." His serious tone, while recounting such a terrifying experience, left his companions astounded. The scene changed. Navy hero Garp stood at the door, arms crossed. "Do not speak so harshly. I have thrown you into the abyss, left you in the dark jungle at night, and tied you to a balloon to let you float away, all to forge you into a strong individual. Shouldn't you be grateful?" Luffy replied, "I truly thank you so much, Grandpa. Look at how joyous Straw Hat Luffy is. Now I finally understand why Luffy possesses such resilient vitality." Brook, standing nearby, remarked with utmost seriousness, "This is indeed hardcore training." Ha ha. Is Straw Hat Luffy truly your biological grandson, Mr. Garp? It seems grandsons are meant for amusement. Do you think your son, Dragon, faced similar treatment and was compelled to establish the Revolutionary Army? Blind man, you have hit upon a profound point. It seems quite plausible. The scene shifted once more. Garp departed, bidding farewell. I shall take my leave. To which Luffy immediately responded. Then, see you. Just look at how delighted he appears. His joy is palpable, as if every strand of his hair stood on end. And then, was that all? Garp punched Luffy away, exclaiming in frustration. Don't you feel any regret, foolish boy? I am your long-lost grandfather. Luffy, in utter despair, clutched his head and shouted, What do you want from me? I have only ever been beaten up. Speaking the honest truth with a humble expression. It is truly lamentable. Luffy possesses an exceptional comedic effect, indeed. A certain audience member completely defies convention. Listening to Luffy's candid remarks, Garp exclaims, Even so, I wish to be cherished by my grandson, you fool. The surrounding crowd breaks into a sweat. This grandfather is exceedingly formidable. The scene shifts. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, visibly incensed, points an accusatory finger at Garp, questioning why it is again his grandson. This is because the Straw Hat Luffy has once more stirred up quite a commotion upon the seas. Would you expect Garp to admit fault and say my apologies for the trouble caused? No. Garp raises his thumb, laughing uncontrollably with tears streaming down his face. Ha. He's truly remarkable. No doubt he is my grandson. Sengoku, in a fit of rage, grabs Garp and retorts, What nonsense is this? If it weren't for your status as a naval hero, you would bear the responsibility for your entire lineage, Garp. Yet, Garp continues to laugh heartily. The gravity of this situation cannot be resolved by my old life alone. This infuriates Sengoku, who declares, There is nothing amusing about this. It is a grave blunder for our forces. Do you have any idea how much effort I've expended alongside Tsuru to manage this? Then, he snatches the sunbae from Garp's hands, prompting Garp to hastily plead, Return it to me. That's mine. Upon hearing this, Sengoku roars, You're so loud, and promptly shoves all the senbei into his mouth. Ultimately, it was all for the sake of stealing Garp's senbei. The scene shifts once more. Garp, brimming with excitement, holds up a bag of tea, saying, By the way, I brought some new tea. Hurry and bring out the senbei. Sengoku, utterly exasperated, retorts, Be quiet, you rascal Garp. Is this office meant for tea drinking? Does this fleet admiral not have work to do? He suspects Garp might be an adversary sent to drive him to madness. Following the conclusion of this video, it did not resume. How unsatisfying. Nevertheless, it is surprising to discover such an endearing side to the fleet admiral. Mr. Garp is indeed a natural comedian. Laughter erupted among the audience across the seas. Subsequent humorous clips will be aired intermittently. Next, we shall present another type of video. We hope you enjoy it. Finally, we express our gratitude for your unwavering support. On the luminous screen, a message appears, signed by Su Yang. Wow. The author makes a grand appearance. He seems like a young and dashing lad. How gentle. Upon seeing these 3 lines, the audience erupted into fervent discussions. Yet, at that moment, the luminous screen vanished, and many seized upon a particular phrase uttered by the audience. The author is quite young, especially the world government, who immediately began to verify this matter. They have long been seeking information regarding the luminous screen, but have made little progress. Now, they can narrow their scope, specifically searching among the youth. The Gorosei refuse to believe that there exists something in this world that they cannot uncover. As long as it exists, there must be some trace of it. How terrifying, how frightening. To think they wish to capture me is truly daunting. Su Yang gazed intently at the live broadcast on his computer screen, exuding an air reminiscent of the legendary yellow ape. He harbored no fears of being apprehended. What a jest. The very notion of being caught was absurd. After all, they belonged to entirely different eras. How could there ever be an overlap of their realities? What should the next series of videos entail? Perhaps awe-inspiring moments of grandeur? Already accomplished. Tear-jerking compilations? Completed as well. Humorous clips? Currently in progress, with updates to follow sporadically. The exhilarating scenes have been chosen, allowing the denizens of the pirate world to vote for their champion of fervor. Thus, what shall the theme of the next video be? Su Yang reclined on his bed, pondering this question until clarity emerged. Exhilarating scenes it would be. First, he would tackle the awe-inspiring segments, and then turn his attention to other genres. Hey, are you all ready for some adrenaline-pumping content? Su Yang licked his lips, excitement bubbling within him. The thought of exhilarating scenes was undeniably thrilling, sure to send adrenaline levels soaring. The search for material would consume a significant portion of the day. Sitting before his computer, he scratched his head in mild frustration. This video would require the same dedication and finesse as those awe-inspiring moments. Time was of the essence. What would be featured this time around? He hoped the humorous clips would continue, as they were simply delightful. You might not believe it, but a comatose patient in the hospital had sat up upon viewing one of the videos. Time had passed, 5 days since the last broadcast concluded. Waiting for the update had become an integral aspect of their lives. The absence of new One Piece videos left them feeling somewhat despondent. Why was the wait growing longer? Surely the author wasn't doing this intentionally. Some speculated, their faces clouded with dissatisfaction. Perhaps creativity was proving challenging. Patience was all they could muster. What other option remained? Should they track down the author and compel him to produce updates without pause? All they could do was wait. Meanwhile, after more than a day of diligent effort, Su Yang triumphantly declared, "Compilation of exhilarating scenes complete." He sighed, feeling utterly drained. Rubbing his shoulders, sore from exertion, he resolved to treat himself to a foot massage and a relaxing bath. Otherwise, the aches would be unbearable. What could be more soothing than a good soak? Nothing. If there were, it would surely be a miracle. He proceeded to export the video, save it, and upload it. Uploading. Under review. Review successful. Upon receiving the notification of successful review, Su Yang withdrew his earnings from the backend and collapsed onto his bed for a well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, he would confront that insufferable boss in court. In the pirate world, just as everyone was still deliberating why the light screen hadn't appeared and why the video updates were lagging, a hum resonated through the air, and a light screen materialized. How timely. Oh my goodness, you haven't been eavesdropping on my conversations, have you? Have you updated after hearing my complaints? I can hardly wait to see what this time holds. The audience from all corners of the world is eagerly ready for the viewing experience. Soft drinks, wine, snacks, peanuts, popcorn, a plethora of delicacies awaits. A grand showcase of explosive scenes from the pirate world. After watching all the scenes, please cast your vote for the most thrilling moment. Thank you for your support, and enjoy the viewing. On the screen, 3 lines of text appeared first. Then the screen went black before the playback commenced. However, this time was different. They discovered that they could choose the order of viewing the videos. No longer did they have to follow a strict sequence. Moreover, each video bore a title. Truly, it was a grand compilation of videos. Epic battle. No one can bully my navigator. Fierce enemy. Do not toy with my nation. Promise. The Golden Land and Sky Island. It truly exists. Betting lives. For the sake of my comrades, what does it matter to oppose the world? The first page contained only 4 videos. Just gazing at these titles ignited an insatiable desire to watch. How can you contend for the title of Pirate King from the shadows of retreat? The seeds of the future era, how can you erase them? Brotherhood. Even in hell, I shall venture forth. The qualities of a king. One person stirs the world's winds and clouds. The second page. Still 4 videos. The titles are even more fervent. 2 years later. You are no longer my single rival. 10 versus 100, 000. This is the beginning of the path to kingship. True men clash. I have severed my retreat. Thus I must not lose. The third page. Only 3 videos. Yet the titles stir the soul even more. Each individual's choice differs. But after selecting the videos, their expressions were all the same. Blood boiling. Excitedly clenching their fists. Involuntarily holding their breath. Their gaze intensely focused. The entire pirate world was engulfed in shock due to this video. It is a bit regrettable that I accidentally omitted the climactic battle between Doflamingo and Luffy. As for Su Yang, upon awakening early in the morning, he once again watched the explosive scenes he had crafted the previous night. Suddenly, he realized that the splendid battle between Luffy and Doflamingo had not made the final cut. If it were to be added, the title should perhaps read, The Divine Adversary. In this moment, the slaying of gods begins. However, it matters not, for the most exhilarating scenes are guaranteed to emerge only from these 2 videos. Su Yang glanced at the video titled Betting Lives. For the sake of my comrades, what does it matter to oppose the world, and true men clash? I have severed my retreat, thus I must not lose. One showcases the impassioned battle of Luffy versus Lucci. The other, the life and death struggle of Luffy versus Katakuri. Both battles. A visual feast, utterly breathtaking. Each punch lands with visceral impact. The battle scenes are undoubtedly sufficient to induce an exhilarating rush in many viewers. Oh, how remarkable it is to discover such thrilling confrontations still exist in this world. Doflamingo, holding a glass of red wine, watches with the same delight one might reserve for a cinematic masterpiece. What a sight, you wretched crocodile. The first video he observes is the clash between Luffy and Crocodile. Witnessing the once indomitable Crocodile being bested by the novice Luffy brings a smile to Doflamingo's lips. This will surely haunt Crocodile as a dark chapter of his life. I believe this video deserves a title more fitting, The Fiery Moments of Straw Hat Luffy. Indeed, he seems to be present in every fight. Haha. The bias of this display is rather pronounced. The audience from all corners soon realizes that in every video, the presence of Straw Hat Luffy is undeniable. It is akin to a chronicle of his growth. At this moment, on Cake Island, Katakuri watches the intense battle between himself and Luffy, lost in contemplation. Will there be a confrontation with Straw Hat Luffy? When will it happen? The previous videos did indeed showcase scenes of the Straw Hat crew opposing them. Is that related? Katakuri swiftly distills the essence of Jinbei's impressive moments. He then arrives at a crucial conclusion. The Straw Hat Kid will soon engage in battle with them. And it is bound to be fierce. Katakuri understands his own nature. He would not strike unless in a dire situation. With this realization about the Straw Hat Kid, Katakuri vows never to underestimate him again. Such a formidable presence cannot be ignored. Has he truly awakened? A king's potential. A born sovereign. This fellow will undoubtedly transform the entire sea. Meanwhile, in the Navy, Aokiji observes Luffy using his Conqueror's Haki to take down 50,000 foes. His expression slightly grave. What a thrill. This is what true combat should be, every blow landing with impact. A certain man, who tends to contemplate self-destruction when inebriated, watches the battle between Luffy and Lucci with excitement. Who will claim the title of the most exhilarating moment? How utterly anticipated. Blackbeard, hiding on a distant island, grins at the spectacle before him. Even though he stands alone now, he remains a force capable of stirring chaos across the seas. Time swiftly passes, and a day has gone by. Beep, beep, beep. In the afternoon, Su Yang, having just returned home from court, sees a message from the website. The most exciting moments have been decided, please check. Upon seeing this title, Su Yang's fatigue vanishes. He immediately clicks the message, opening the link to enter. A true man showdown. I have cut off my retreat, so I cannot lose. Upon seeing this video, Su Yang is momentarily taken aback and then remarks, it's a pity that the battle at Judicial Island ended in defeat. As he prepares to watch, betting one's life. For the sake of companionship, what harm is there in opposing the world? The voting results for this video only deepen my regret. We fell short by merely 2 votes. Nonetheless, the battle between Luffy and Katakuri was indeed breathtaking, and it is only natural that victory would be claimed. Su Yang navigated to the website and began watching the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, I knew it would be this particular video. It was so exhilarating that it nearly set my blood ablaze. A true man never resorts to underhanded tactics. Lord Katakuri is simply magnificent. The formidable Monkey D. Luffy astonishingly triumphed over such a powerful foe. After the audience from all corners of the seas collectively selected this most thrilling scene, the screen illuminated the vast ocean, broadcasting this spectacular moment simultaneously. The success of this video can be attributed to the multitude of individuals eager to glean the knowledge it contained. Additionally, it once again touched upon matters of the future, piquing the curiosity of the ocean's strongest. They cast their votes for this video. Otherwise, who could claim the title of the most thrilling? The footage commenced. Mirror World. Katakuri, with a fierce countenance, remarked, it seems the escape went rather smoothly. Not far in front of him stood Monkey D. Luffy, resplendent in a red suit. Luffy's expression was grave, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and shattered the mirror behind him, embodying a spirit of defiance against death. Although it was unclear why Luffy chose to break the mirror or why it evoked such a resolute expression, the allure of the battle was all that mattered. Luffy initiated the assault first, his fists enveloped in haki, yet he could not grasp even a fragment of Katakuri's attire. Jet pistol. Luffy decisively shifted to gear second, augmenting his speed. Yet, Katakuri effortlessly deflected the attack. Startled, Luffy swiftly altered his approach. Eagle Bazooka. But this strike was evaded by the swiftly moving Katakuri. Eagle Fire Rocket. Rubber Eagle Battle Axe. Eagle mechanized gun. Luffy unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet not a single blow landed on Katakuri, all easily parried. In that moment, Luffy comprehended the terrifying strength of his adversary. His frenzied mechanized gunfire not only failed to strike Katakuri, but was instead met with a multitude of fists that sent him flying. Luffy fought desperately to withstand the onslaught, but it was futile. Like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, he was smashed into the wall. He felt as though Katakuri was a relentless hammer, shattering all his strength with each blow. Bang! There was no respite granted to Luffy. The instant he fell from the wall, he was struck again by Katakuri's heavy fist, sending him crashing into the ceiling. The surroundings lay in utter disarray, cracked and ruined. Terrifying beyond measure. Gritting his teeth, Luffy understood that against the formidable Katakuri, he must fight with all his might. Once more, he entered Gear Second, hoping to seize an opportunity through sheer speed. However, Katakuri was simply too terrifying. Even his speed revealed not the slightest flaw. Monkey D. Luffy struggled to keep pace with Katakuri. Whoosh. Bang. Whoosh. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce and rapid battle in the heavens, akin to meteors colliding with each other. The sky was filled with the phantoms of their combat, and the very space around them trembled from the intensity of their clash. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, Luffy began to falter in matching Katakuri's rhythm. His attacks were deftly evaded by Katakuri, who retaliated with pinpoint accuracy, landing a devastating kick to Luffy's face, sending him crashing into the ground. Just as Luffy managed to rise, Katakuri unleashed a spinning kick, propelling Luffy like a cannonball far into the distance. It was a tragic display. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Even upon reflection, Luffy's ultimate counterattack was breathtakingly remarkable. Indeed, initially overwhelmed. Who could have predicted that Luffy would persevere until the final moment and triumph over Katakuri? In the face of an insurmountable foe, how many possess the courage to confront them, and how many have the tenacity to endure? Goma Goma no elephant gun. The speed of his second gear proved insufficient. Luffy swiftly transitioned into his third gear, seeking to harness greater power against his adversary. However, Katakuri remained unhurried, conjuring a colossal fist with his abilities, far larger than Luffy's, matching him in sheer strength. Their fists collided ferociously, but Luffy was gradually forced back, ultimately crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Yet Luffy did not relent. There was no retreat left for him. Only battle remained. The pain coursing through his body could not deter his resolve. Goma Goma no bear gun. His arms expanded, hurtling towards Katakuri like a meteor from the heavens. But Katakuri, too, enlarged his arms and unleashed a powerful counter, sending Luffy flying. The difference was painfully evident. Luffy was no match for Katakuri. Before Luffy could even descend, Katakuri seized him, spinning him rapidly in the air before crashing him into a building. This was a contest of an entirely different caliber. It was a struggle beyond his limits. As the audience across the seas observed, captured by Katakuri, Luffy shifted his stance, retracting his arms and amplifying his legs, cleaving downward like an axe. Goma Goma no giant axe. Luffy roared with all his might. Bang! At last, Katakuri did not evade, and Luffy struck him directly. Yet, Luffy immediately sensed something was amiss. He felt no impact. Indeed, just a short distance away, Katakuri reappeared, his right leg also swollen to an enormous size, larger than Luffy's, delivering a crushing blow that slammed Luffy into the ground. Luffy did not pause for a moment. He unleashed a flurry of techniques, but to no avail. Regardless of the moves he executed, Katakuri responded in kind, but with even more terrifying force. Bang! Boom! 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 The room reverberated with the fierce shouts of Monkey D. Luffy, accompanied by the relentless scenes of his devastating defeats. Bound by Machi, Katakuri ensnared Luffy, pinning him to the ground. The frenzied onslaught of Machi left Luffy disoriented, while Katakuri transformed the floor and ceiling into a cascade of the sticky substance, pressing Luffy deeper into its embrace. Perhaps he truly was on the brink of suffocation. After executing this overwhelming display of power, Katakuri leisurely prepared for his afternoon tea, an embodiment of strength and nonchalance. To defeat such a formidable adversary seemed utterly unrealistic. The audience across the seas would never doubt Luffy's prowess. Had they been in his place, they would have succumbed long ago. Yet, Katakuri was terrifying, exerting comprehensive pressure on Luffy, leaving him gasping for breath. Suddenly, amidst the Machi, Luffy's furious roar pierced through, and astonishingly, he emerged, carving a path through the sticky mass. With a single punch, he shattered Katakuri's carefully crafted room, exposing the latter's leisurely demeanor to the world. This provocation ignited Katakuri's fury. After eliminating all witnesses to his embarrassment, he charged at Luffy once more, his fists enveloped in haki, as unyielding as steel, crashing down upon Luffy with ferocity. Luffy found himself utterly overmatched, and Katakuri's fists, searingly hot, inflicted excruciating pain, eliciting cries of agony from him. Yet, Katakuri's assault continued relentlessly. Luffy raised his other hand in defense, only to be sent flying again. His arm scorched. The raw power of the enraged Katakuri was overwhelming. Spectators felt a suffocating weight in the atmosphere, overwhelmed by Katakuri's oppressive force that completely dominated Luffy. One could not allow fleeting thoughts of victory to lead them into arrogance. Katakuri's fists rained down like a tempest, mercilessly pummeling Luffy, who stood defenseless against the onslaught. This spectacle was both breathtaking and despairing. Victory seemed utterly unattainable, with no path for retreat. Many in the audience believed that had they been in Luffy's position, they would have long since pleaded for mercy, seeing no glimmer of hope. The relentless crushing of Luffy was palpable. He screamed in anguish, resembling a mere punching bag. Unexpectedly, Luffy foresaw Katakuri's movements, evading an attack for the first time. Moreover, with a well-placed kick to Katakuri's chin, he managed to counterattack. This revelation astonished Luffy himself. How had he been able to anticipate Katakuri's strike? Indeed, during their previous confrontation, this individual had consistently evaded my assaults with remarkable precision, rendering my attempts futile. It must be this variability, he contemplated, likely beginning to grasp the essence of Katakuri's powers. Why did his attacks, imbued with armament haki, fail to affect Katakuri? It was because he had foreseen everything in advance. I understand your ability, declared Monkey D. Luffy earnestly, inciting further fury within Katakuri. With his powers awakened, Katakuri manipulated the ground, transforming it into countless machi projectiles that surged forth. Meanwhile, Luffy ascended into his bound man form. Yet, it soon became evident that Luffy's naivety was his undoing. Even with an understanding of Katakuri's capabilities, the outcome remained unchanged. He was still unable to best his formidable opponent. As Katakuri regained his composure, his predictive abilities activated with precision once more. Luffy, having recently gained an advantage from his bound man form, found it swiftly reclaimed by Katakuri. When Luffy, brimming with confidence, unleashed his strongest attack, the Gatling gun, it transformed into a tempest of destruction aimed at Katakuri. However, his strike was once again evaded, passing harmlessly through Katakuri's form without inflicting any damage. The scene was utterly despairing. Despite deploying his ultimate techniques and embracing a fatalistic resolve, he could not ascertain the limits of his adversary's strength. Powerful machi, Katakuri ensnared Luffy with his abilities, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the very space around them. Katakuri's fists were infinitely swift and terrifying, sending bound man Luffy hurtling away with immense force. Ugh! Luffy coughed up blood upon landing, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. The disparity in strength between Luffy and Katakuri was insurmountable, rendering Luffy utterly outclassed, indeed, subjected to a relentless onslaught. Ah! Luffy cried out in agony, as he was once more sent flying by Katakuri's might. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, creating yet another crater. Monkey King Gun. Powerful machi. In yet another clash, Luffy faced defeat. He was being driven to the brink by Katakuri, with no means of retaliation at his disposal. He simply could not counterattack. With every blow, his strength was rapidly depleting. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to relent. He needed to master the ability to predict the future swiftly, otherwise, he would never stand a chance against Katakuri. However, Katakuri would not grant him such an opportunity. The relentless barrage of attacks was pushing Luffy to the verge of unconsciousness. At that moment, an assailant struck from the side, causing his right leg to go numb instantly. This allowed Katakuri to deliver another crushing blow. But he quickly recognized the interference and admonished the instigator without mercy. Do not employ such laughable tactics to assist me in winning this battle. He yearned for a fair confrontation with the illustrious Straw Hat Luffy. Then, Katakuri raised his gun, and, to Luffy's astonishment, plunged it into his own abdomen. Such is the essence of Katakuri, an epitome of true masculinity. He disdainfully rejected any assistance, determined to engage in an honorable battle. Luffy earned his respect. Let the genuine contest commence. Katakuri gazed fiercely at Straw Hat Luffy. Boom. Both unleashed their conqueror's haki, a formidable force that appeared to warp the very fabric of space. All spectators around them collapsed. Every mirror in the vicinity shattered. It was a scene reminiscent of a prison, terrifying beyond measure, leaving only Katakuri and Luffy standing. Oh, this time, I shall not allow you to evade any longer, Luffy shouted. Though Katakuri's fist struck him first, Luffy's own punch found its mark on Katakuri. Boom, boom, boom. As Katakuri unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, Luffy finally evaded the onslaught. I will surely knock you out, both proclaimed resolutely. At long last, after enduring wave upon wave of assaults, Luffy could finally retaliate against Katakuri. He could foresee all of Katakuri's attacks and dodge them seamlessly. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of Katakuri's frenzied strikes, Luffy successfully matched him blow for the very first time. Katakuri keenly sensed his opponent's rapid advancement. While astonishment coursed through him, it further ignited his fighting spirit. Fourth gear. Revitalized, Luffy transitioned into his fourth gear, adopting the agile Snake Man form. The decisive battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Faster, even swifter. Katakuri's speed accelerated, paralleled by Luffy's own burgeoning velocity. The entire arena was a tapestry of Luffy's movements. Sonic booms erupted incessantly. Boom, bang. It was as if they were on the brink of annihilating the very space around them. The power Luffy unleashed was terrifying. Even the fabric of reality seemed strained to its limits. Katakuri transformed into a donut shape, rolling across the ground to evade Luffy's all-encompassing assault. Jet Snake Cannon. Donut Machine Gun. Luffy and Katakuri engaged in an even more ferocious exchange. In their wild postures, they resembled two monstrous titans, wreaking havoc. Bang! The earth quaked. Boom! The air wailed. Everything twisted in the wake of their clash. It was utterly terrifying. Finally, Luffy unleashed his ultimate strike. Rubber Black Mamba King Snake. Blade Donut. Both delivered their final blows, their power terrifyingly immense. Boom! The ground was utterly consumed. Everything seemed utterly annihilated, with Earth crumbling and space fracturing. A tempestuous wave of energy threatened to obliterate all in its vicinity, as shards of stone danced wildly. In the end, Katakuri fell to the ground, defeated. Rather than being vanquished by Monkey D. Luffy, it could be said that he accepted the harsh reality of lying on his back, relinquishing the facade of his past. In this battle, he fully recognized and acknowledged Monkey D. Luffy. He chose to remain behind, sacrificing himself to ensure his comrades' escape. Such a sense of responsibility. Such a spirit of duty. This sentiment resonated entirely with his role as the second-in-command of the Big Mom Pirates, protecting his younger siblings. The scene lasted merely a few minutes. Yet, it concluded here. The impact left one speechless. Is this the essence of combat between men? It is terrifying how formidable human strength can be. I find myself yearning to witness this spectacle again, truly unsated. But why do I feel that the battle between Luffy and Lucci was even more exhilarating? I share this sentiment. I am somewhat perplexed as to how Katakuri's clash with Luffy could surpass it. Among the audience across the seas, some focus solely on the spectacle of the fight itself. Yet, others delve deeper into the essence of Katakuri himself. This battle, it provided ample information about Katakuri. Of course, Monkey D. Luffy is also included in this. They can devise numerous strategies in response. In their eyes, the richness of information from this battle is paramount. As for whether it was thrilling, that holds no significance for them. They have experienced such clashes themselves. Congratulations to Monkey D. Luffy and Katakuri for their duel video becoming the pinnacle of explosive visuals. Please select your rewards. The screen suddenly announced. What? There are rewards. Is it possible that two combatants could earn rewards for fighting? In that moment, the audience's reactions varied dramatically. The Navy sensed a disturbance. The onlookers were astonished. There are rewards? Monkey D. Luffy, the participant, was somewhat bewildered, then immensely pleased. Rewards would be marvelous. Reward 1. Each receives 20 million berries. Reward 2. Each gains a power boost of 5. Both rewards can be chosen at will by each participant, upon reaching this point. Katakuri, as a participant, showed no hesitation. He chose to enhance his strength. With strength, what is unattainable? With strength, he could better protect his family. Naturally, he also harbored great anticipation for his impending rival, Monkey D. Luffy. Such a formidable adversary was indeed worth his expectations. As the explosive visuals concluded, what would follow? For Su Yang, editing the video was simple, yet conjuring creativity proved challenging. After much contemplation, he finally conceived an idea. Why not create a compilation of characters with special attributes from the pirate world? The world of pirates is vast. Thus, there are countless individuals with unique attributes. Some harbor a penchant for self-destruction. Some individuals take pleasure in collecting suns, while others walk with a distinct outward stance. Oh, it seems that many characters may wear a frown this time. Su Yang can already envision the expressions on their faces upon witnessing this compilation. Yet, isn't this precisely what makes it intriguing? With a grin, Su Yang finds his notion rather delightful. Thus, he resolved to proceed with this plan. He began to seek out material. In comparison to the previous explosive scenes, this time, the resources were somewhat scarce, though not excessively so. After all, there was no need for an abundance of material. They had all opted to enhance their strength, and surprisingly, their choices were identical. Both Monkey D. Luffy and Katakuri exhibited no hesitation, simultaneously opting to bolster their prowess. This revelation astonished some on the sea, yet upon reflection, they deemed it quite reasonable. They were acutely aware of their desires and understood the paramount importance of strength over wealth. This latest explosive footage was indeed exhilarating. It was the first time witnessing such an extensive video compilation, and it was simply delightful. One could only wonder what would be showcased next. A hope lingered that the comedic segments would continue to unfold. Oh, if only there could be a few more clips akin to the explosive scenes. The viewing experience was utterly enjoyable. The audience across the seas was insatiably eager for knowledge. However, the video had just been updated, and they understood that immediate updates were improbable. Thus, despite their impatience, they had no choice but to wait. Monkey D. Luffy, in Dressrosa, caused a stir for Don Quixote da Flamingo. Luffy's strength was unexpectedly formidable. Nevertheless, according to reports from his subordinates, Luffy's next target was none other than him. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Doflamingo felt a profound unease, fearing he could not maintain control. Consequently, he prepared to seek assistance from Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Convinced that Kaido would not stand idly by while his artificial devil fruit experiment was compromised, a situation that would undoubtedly incite his wrath. The Gear 4th transformation was indeed a brilliant idea. The Straw Hat Lad exhibited remarkable combat talent. Some praised Luffy for his innovative use of his fruit abilities, transforming an ordinary fruit into something extraordinarily useful, truly impressive. Ha ha ha. Ace, if you do not put forth more effort, you may soon find yourself overshadowed by your own brother. The title of Pirate King may very well slip from your grasp. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates jested among themselves. Stop provoking me, you lot. The Fire Fist Ace can endure this. Was not a sentiment that held water. The ripple effect of Luffy's battle video with Katakuri extended far and wide, invigorating the entire ocean. Finally, it was complete. After a bustling afternoon, Su Yang had successfully crafted the compilation of characters with special attributes. He exported, uploaded, and swiftly received approval. He eagerly anticipated the expressions of those who would view this video. What a joy it would be. A broad smile adorned Su Yang's face. He was filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the expressions of each participant in the video. Indeed, it promised to be an intriguing experience. The world of pirates. Buzz. A luminous screen appeared, instantly provoking gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Goodness, how could the update come so early this time? Am I mistaken? Why has the screen manifested at this moment? Is it not customary for intervals of 3 to 5 days? Yet here we are, witnessing another appearance just over 2 days later. Viewers from all corners of the seas were taken aback. A compilation of special attribute characters from the pirate world. The rankings are in no particular order. This video is solely for entertainment purposes and does not express any malice from the author. Wishing everyone an enjoyable viewing experience. What? Special attributes? I have a feeling this video is going to stir things up. The hint of mischief is evident from the title alone. This video is not as straightforward as it seems. It is genuinely poised to cause a stir. Hey, I hope I'm not featured here. Upon seeing the title of this video, Frankie from the Straw Hat Pirates felt a wave of anxiety. He was acutely aware that his attributes were somewhat peculiar. Special Attribute Character 1, directionally challenged Roronoa Zoro, reason for inclusion. Do not ask him why he is always lost. He has channeled all his intellect into naming his techniques. Ha ha, Zoro, you've made the list again. Directionally challenged. Ha ha ha. Let me have a good laugh first. Yo ho ho, Mr. Zoro, may I inquire about your current feelings? The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but tease upon seeing Zoro's name at the top of the list. Among them, Usopp and Sanji were particularly enthusiastic. You guys, Zoro shot a resentful glance at Usopp, while his expression towards Sanji was one of utter disdain. Why is it always those two mocking him? After introducing Zoro's inclusion, a dedicated video showcasing his misadventures in getting lost began to play. He was seen pacing frantically before a house. Nanny, not again by the sea. How infuriating. Why am I back at the seaside? This island is nothing short of a labyrinth. Did I take a wrong turn? This time, I must find a way out. This place seems oddly familiar. As though I've been here before, yet not. What on earth, am I lost again? Observing Zoro in his frantic state of confusion, and his earnest admission of being lost, left the audience in stitches. Ha ha ha. How can anyone be this directionally challenged? Surely, there must be limits to such cluelessness. It was truly eye-opening to discover that someone could get lost on a perfectly straight path. Ha ha. The most astonishing part is that he even asked others if they needed directions. I can't stop laughing. Were you planning to lead others into confusion as well? It's as if all his wisdom has been devoted solely to crafting the names of his techniques. It's hard to fathom that a man capable of such eloquent and grand technique names could be directionally challenged. The laughter echoed across the seas. While Zoro's face turned as dark as coal, he would have no face to show to anyone again. Special Attribute Character 2, Gender Enigma Ivankov. Reason for inclusion. Can you guess if I am male or female? Male? Apologies, but I am indeed a woman. What? Get lost, I am a man. As the first video concluded, the second one commenced immediately. Oh, is there no reward segment? I anticipated it in vain, believing there would be a reward. Indeed, the familiar reward segment has inexplicably vanished. Many felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Sengoku declared, let there be no more rewards. This equilibrium is perfectly satisfactory. Yet Zoro remarked that if there were a reward, he would wish to no longer be directionally challenged. I've made the list, look. I've made the list. This is truly splendid. Haha. The revolutionary Ivankov, upon seeing himself on the list, was exhilarated beyond measure. Is this truly a moment worth celebrating? The revolutionary fishman karate instructor, Haku, scoffed. Subsequently, Ivankov's video began to play. He is the king of the underground kingdom of transvestites. He is the legendary figure whom countless transvestites aspire to worship. When he gazed upon a man clad in women's attire, striking poses, with thick eyeliner and heavy makeup, many viewers felt a shiver down their spines. Yet, just as that sensation lingered, Ivankov instantly transformed into a sensual and gentle woman. Suddenly, it became much more palatable. Numerous viewers expressed that this visage was far more agreeable. Young man, do you yearn for power? Do you desire a life unlike any other? The life mentor Ivankov spoke so gently. Then, with a single injection of hormones, men became women, and women became men. This power is truly magnificent. Ha ha. Who wishes to become a woman? Raise your hand. Let me see. How terrifying. By the way, is Ivankov a man or a woman? Who knows? If anyone knew, he wouldn't have made it onto the special attributes list. To be honest, while the first viewing was somewhat unsettling, after a while, it suddenly felt that such a life could indeed be rather interesting. Meanwhile, Ivankov at the Revolutionary Army headquarters could not help but dance, proclaiming, my life, my choice. Haha. However, he also understood that not everyone could embrace such a culture. But it mattered not. He had no need for universal acceptance. Special Attribute Character 3. The toilet is my home. Magellan. Reason for ranking. He is the renowned warden of Impel Down, yet apart from working 4 hours and sleeping 8. He spends the remainder of his time in the restroom. Huh? Vice Warden Magellan made the list too? Though it may be impolite, I must say, Vice Warden Magellan truly enjoys visiting the restroom. The guards at Impel Down could hardly contain their laughter upon witnessing this. No way, I made the list too. Meanwhile, Magellan, engrossed in his duties, let out a lament. His reputation is utterly ruined. The video commenced, revealing the ominous confines of Impel Down, where the imposing Magellan was attending to official matters. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He rushed into the adjacent room and swiftly drew the curtains. Moments later, Magellan emerged, clutching his stomach with an expression of discomfort. Is it truly that frightening to arrive so suddenly? The audience from all corners pondered thus. The scene shifted. On the patrol route to Impel Down, an alarming situation arose. Magellan's expression changed abruptly as he addressed the guards beside him. The guards hastily drew the curtains, encircling Magellan. Someone promptly brought forth a mobile toilet for his convenience. Remarkably, even a mobile toilet exists. How considerate. Though the situation appeared rather comical, an inexplicable urge to weep overcame me. Surely, if given a choice, Director Magellan would prefer to avoid such a predicament. One wonders how he acquired this affliction of diarrhea. Is it curable? It surely affects his combat effectiveness. Indeed, what if he were to suddenly require a toilet amidst battle? The mere thought evokes a sense of embarrassment. Diarrhea during combat? How absurd. A certain mustachioed individual who had clashed with Magellan remarked. He only experiences such issues when not engaged in battle, and then it strikes fiercely. Special Attributes Character Compilation. Special Attribute Character 3. Boa Hancock. Forgiven for all her actions. Reason for inclusion. Regardless of her actions, she is always forgiven. And why? You may ask. Because she is as beautiful as a celestial being. As the third character made her grand entrance, the entire ocean trembled. My goodness. The Empress has made the list. Is this true? How fantastical. This phrase strikes me as delightful. What a charming thought. Truly, the Empress exudes unparalleled charisma. Her radiant beauty captivated all those upon the sea. The allure of the Empress. In truth, her beauty enchants not only men but women as well. Empress, Empress. I am utterly enchanted by you. Countless souls were instantaneously mesmerized by Boa Hancock. Videos of her began to circulate. Even as she shielded the Straw Hat Luffy. Even as she shattered pacifists and struck against the Navy. What of it? No one dares to utter a word against Boa Hancock, for she is simply too breathtaking. No matter her actions, she is always forgiven. Boa Hancock struck a challenging pose of disdain, her soul seemingly demanding a proud gesture towards the horizon. Coupled with her scornful gaze, the atmosphere immediately shifted. Forgiveness was a must. How could anyone dare to blame the Empress? Oh Empress, I am your fervent devotee. The Empress reigns supreme. It is unfathomable how many have succumbed to her charms, completely abandoning their allegiances. In their eyes, at this moment, there exists but one figure, Boa Hancock. Should they discover that the goddess they idolize harbors affections for Straw Hat Luffy, would they then experience the taste of heartbreak? Perhaps so. Boa Hancock's inclusion on the list is indeed warranted. She is a being who operates entirely in accordance with her own style. However, despite a hint of capriciousness, her beauty is undeniably remarkable. Beauty is indeed justice. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and the 4 Emperors' pirate crews have all echoed similar sentiments. Boa Hancock. She is truly one of the few formidable female pirates among this multitude of seafarers. The pride she exudes is something others cannot emulate. Humph. The tricks of those vile men, forcing me to ascend the ranks to amuse you all, is truly repugnant. Upon viewing this video, Boa Hancock let out a cold huff. Even though her words were immediately broadcasted, no one felt insulted. At this moment, those enchanted could only exclaim, "Ah, the Empress is speaking to us. How exhilarating." Special Attribute Character 4. Wrongly identified as a wanted criminal simply for resembling one. Dibru. Reason for ranking. I merely resemble a wanted criminal. I implore the Navy to clarify before pursuing me. I am just an honest fisherman. Gazing upon this unfamiliar name, many had no recollection whatsoever. Only the Straw Hat crew, currently advocating for justice on Fishman Island and resolving the discord between fishmen and humans, recognized this name. Isn't this the Flying Fish fellow? Oh, how impressive that he has made it onto the list. At last, this man need not be pursued by the Navy any longer. Diburu. Simply because he bears a striking resemblance to Sanji, the black leg of the Straw Hat Pirates, he has been chased by the Navy for several years. Diburu was on the verge of despair. I am truly not Sanji. I am merely a fisherman. Please, see clearly, I am just a fisherman. With no connection to Sanji whatsoever. Yet, upon observing Diburu's previous visage, many expressed that it was indeed difficult to deny the resemblance. The similarity is overwhelming. This attribute is simply invincible. Ha ha ha, it appears rather amusing, yet I find myself feeling a bittersweet urge to weep. Nevertheless, the audience from all corners comprehend why the Navy would mistakenly apprehend someone. For Dibaru genuinely looks even more like the wanted Sanji than the one depicted on the wanted poster. It truly feels like the real deal. Conversely, when Sanji presents himself before the Navy, he bears little resemblance to the individual on the wanted notice. However, it is unlikely anyone would misidentify him now. Although it is a misunderstanding, we still hope the Navy will promptly clarify this matter to avoid burdening the good people. The audience's values remain unblemished. After a brief moment of jest, they called upon the Navy to restore Dibaru's proper treatment. Such occurrences must be prevented from happening again in the future. Akainu's expression darkened slightly as he remarked, "This sort of incident is akin to a slap in the face. The occurrence of such a blunder can only stem from a lack of diligence. There can be no other explanation." Special Character 5, the Unconventional Walker. Don Quixote Doflamingo, reason for inclusion. Doflamingo does not merely walk. He embodies a wild persona, and a conventional gait is utterly out of the question. Upon seeing this name, the audience across the seas transitioned from jest to solemnity. The video showcasing Doflamingo's nonchalant, almost rogue-like gait, his legs perpetually splayed outwards like a bow-legged figure, began to play. Indeed, the opening scene featured footage from a Shichibukai gathering, accompanied by Doflamingo's defiant laughter, which was even more intoxicating than his peculiar walking style. At last, someone has dared to critique Doflamingo. I have long wanted to comment on his unique way of walking, which is undeniably distinctive, coupled with his laughter. It perfectly aligns with his moniker of the Sea Rogue, does it not? Being a rogue at heart, paired with such an ostentatious gait, sends a clear message of his formidable nature. There are indeed many in this world who dare to speak candidly about Doflamingo. As for Doflamingo himself, how nostalgically reminiscent his gait is. Watching the video on the screen, he chuckled with delight. If you ask him what he thinks of it, what else could he say? He would simply lie back and enjoy. One wonders, how did he cultivate such a walking style? Is it not a method that would make one's mother weep? I could never acquire such a habit. Yet, I must admit, while it is rather unrefined, once one becomes accustomed to it, it can indeed be rather captivating. Many of the ruffians at sea have begun to emulate Doflamingo's distinctive gait. With his signature sinister sunglasses and flamboyant pink overcoat, it is simply perfection. This era is truly fascinating. However, Doflamingo is not preoccupied with such trivialities. His focus lies solely on the Straw Hat Boy's journey. If a confrontation with the Straw Hat Boy is inevitable, he resolves to orchestrate a grand spectacle, one that captures the attention of the entire world. Doflamingo is undeniably a captivating character, masterfully crafted. Su Yang holds a fondness for Doflamingo. He is villainous in a refreshingly pure manner, wicked enough to be likable. However, this does not imply that Su Yang endorses Doflamingo's views or actions. Liking a character is quite different from agreeing with their principles. The display this time shockingly offered no rewards, a rather capricious occurrence. Su Yang gazed at the screen, which resembled an unfeeling reporting machine, and couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly losing the rewards felt quite disorienting. It seemed like something essential was amiss. Nevertheless, the continuity of the broadcast is quite commendable. It doesn't disrupt the flow. Special Attribute Character 5. I hold no interest in wealth. My sole desire is to build a family. Reason for inclusion. I simply wish to create a large family. So come be my son. If, after absorbing all the preceding dialogue, one still remains oblivious to whom this refers, then upon hearing the final line, everyone instantly comprehends the identity of this latest honoree. Look, old man, you have made the list once again. Oh, how amusing it is to see the old man being ridiculed. The reasons for his inclusion on this list are simply extraordinary. The Whitebeard pirates, including Marco, are playfully teasing the jovial Whitebeard as he indulges in his drink. Well, it appears I've made the list again, and this time I'm being mocked. Whitebeard, however, remains unfazed by such trivialities. Ridicule? It matters not. Who is he? Whitebeard. There is no need to take offense on account of a few jesting remarks. The video begins to play. A ship, basking in the sunlight, reveals a youthful Whitebeard leaning against the vessel's edge, resting his chin and gazing at the picturesque seascape. His former comrades are reveling in their newfound treasures, ecstatic with their bounty. They notice Whitebeard, who is lost in thought, and curiously inquire, "Newgate, why do you not come and admire our spoils? There is so much." To which the young Whitebeard replies, "Choose as you wish. I harbor little interest in riches." His companions, puzzled, respond, "If you do not fancy treasures, Then what compels you to sail the seas? Whitebeard, with eyes fixed upon the evening horizon, articulates. I seek to establish a harmonious family, hence my journey upon the waves. His comrades, upon hearing this, exclaim, "You are indeed a peculiar individual." The video is brief, yet many viewers, upon its conclusion, can only remark, that is quite the display of arrogance, claiming disinterest in wealth. One must possess considerable fortune to boast in such a manner. This line surely deserves a place among the most pretentious declarations. Who would have thought that Lord Whitebeard possessed such a flair for the dramatic? Truly, he has outdone himself. This attribute is indeed remarkable. Does he harbor an obsession with family? Young Whitebeard was undeniably handsome. Hey, your focus seems misaligned. Have you lost sight of what truly matters? It is rather absurd that some individuals fixate solely on Whitebeard's youthful good looks. Is it so outrageous? Is the elder not still quite dashing? Indeed, he remains remarkably handsome. Speaking of the old man, how did you woo the ladies in your youth? Teach your son, would you? As a gaggle of eager sons gathers around, anticipation etched on their faces, Whitebeard's expression twitches, and after a long pause, he utters a single word, scram. The old man is flustered. The laughter that ensues from his sons fills the air once more. Special Character Attribute 6, a penchant for drunken escapades leading to suicidal leaps, yet he remains eternally unscathed, Kaido of the Beasts. Reason for inclusion: after a drink today, he shall demonstrate a high-altitude leap to sober up. Hey, what a remarkable array of individuals graces this list today. This marks the second of the 4 emperors. Are all of them this eccentric? Many whisper in hushed tones. First Whitebeard, and now Kaido. How synchronously splendid. The video of Kaido leaping from a great height begins to play. Following the climactic battle atop the Onigashima, Captain Kidd, along with the likes of Law and other supernovas, are strategizing an alliance on some distant island. Their intent seems clear, to topple the next emperor. But at that very moment, a certain supernova, the enigmatic monk Urki, gazes in astonishment at the imposing figure of Kaido not far off. He is a sight to behold, truly magnificent. Then, he leapt from the Sky Island. This sudden act startled Urki. Who on earth would do something so reckless? Meanwhile, Kidd and his companions, who were deliberating on an alliance to take down a certain emperor, were equally taken aback by the figure descending from above. Thud! The individual landed heavily on the ground, as if to shatter the entire island. The ensuing gusts forced Kidd and his crew to shield their eyes. After such a high fall, surely he must be dead, right? Yet at that moment, a commotion arose from the pit. Kidd and his crew gazed in disbelief as a towering figure, resembling a devil, emerged from the crater. It seemed as though he had regained some lucidity. Rubbing his head, he remarked, "How strange." Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of sorrow, and he began to weep. I still haven't died. Why can't I just die? His extreme sadness and discontent left Kidd and his companions drenched in cold sweat, for they had recognized this man, who was so desperately seeking death, Kaido of the Beasts, the very individual they had been discussing bringing down, just as everyone anticipated further developments. The video abruptly cut off. Must we be denied the conclusion? I simply wish to see how Kidd and his crew confront Kaido. Why can't my wishes be fulfilled? This is too frustrating. Please don't toy with my emotions like this. Many were left in disarray. Is it truly so difficult to watch a desired video? Can't it be more straightforward? No wonder he is called the strongest creature. Even plummeting from great heights, he remains unscathed. Others, however, were indifferent to the fate of Kidd and his crew, as there was no suspense. When targeted by Kaido, one meets either death or ruin. Of course, there is the option to join forces if one cannot prevail, but that was not their main concern. No wonder he is dubbed the strongest creature. He is undeniably formidable. His very physique is terrifying. With such resilience, it is no wonder Kaido has a penchant for self-destruction. Who wouldn't want to test such limits daily? After all, one cannot die from falling. Special Attribute 7 becomes enraged when hungry. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Reason for ranking: never provoke a hungry woman. Upon seeing another individual on the list, the audience was left dumbfounded. This ranking seems to have disturbed the lair of the 4 emperors. Are all the emperors so peculiar? Is Shanks next? Shanks, please, grant me some leniency. This marks the 3rd consecutive emperor. The audience was left utterly bewildered. A milfite cake. I crave milfite cake. A video began to play, though no one knew when it was from. Yet the audience was aware that the emperors might possess some peculiar quirks. Otherwise, why would each of them have such strange proclivities? Watching the video of Big Mom, who was rampaging like a malevolent spirit, the audience finally grasped the vastness and oddities of this world. There are always a few individuals whose bizarre habits exceed expectations. Boom, boom. The insatiable hunger of Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, manifests a truly terrifying prowess. Her destructive power is unparalleled, indiscriminately wreaking havoc upon all in her path. Witnessing her rampage, numerous pirates breathed a sigh of relief for not having joined her crew, for who could predict when she might succumb to her voracious cravings? They stood no chance against the formidable fists of Charlotte Linlin, not even those of her own progeny. Who dares to obstruct her? Such an individual is deemed her enemy. And not even her son is spared, truly fearsome. One cannot help but ponder how such a being ascended to the status of an emperor of the sea. It is no wonder she bore so many children. They serve as her aides in maintaining order. The clips of each character are fleeting, mere seconds in duration. Prior to the emergence of Kaido, one might have regarded these individuals with peculiar abilities as simply eccentric. However, with Kaido's arrival, the situation escalated into the realm of the bizarre. Many found themselves pondering the strangeness of it all. Whether it be Kaido's penchant for self-destruction or Big Mom's frenzied rampages due to her hunger, the atmosphere felt decidedly off-kilter. Character of distinctive attribute 8. The pantless cyborg Frankie. Reason for inclusion. Don't question why he eschews pants. Simply accept that he dislikes them. Pantless. Only clad in undergarments? Oh dear, how outrageous. Numerous female viewers instinctively shielded their eyes, deeming it unsuitable for younger audiences. As the video commenced, the backdrop appeared to be Water 7. Enter Frankie, a towering cyborg with a robust upper body and a normal lower half, clad solely in his undergarments. How utterly mortifying. Female viewers gasped in shock, yet peeked through their fingers to continue watching. Ha ha ha, he is truly a man of character. The pantless phenomenon reigns supreme. Long live Frankie. Male viewers erupted with fervor, expressing their envy. Oh. It seemed Frankie could sense the audience's enthusiasm, striking a magnificent pose and exclaiming, "Super." The male audience responded with a chorus of super. Moreover, his most remarkable ability lies in his fuel source, while others rely on food or oil. His sustenance is none other than cola. Without it, he becomes utterly incapacitated. This is indeed quite peculiar. Even the machines he constructs operate on cola as fuel, showcasing his impressive capabilities. Fortunately, the final emperor did not make the list. Many breathed a sigh of relief. Had all the emperors been featured, it would have been a source of ridicule for them. Where lies the dignity of the emperors? Following the conclusion of Frankie's video, the screen dimmed. The compilation of extraordinary characters from the pirate world has come to a close. We eagerly anticipate the next installment. A sudden clap echoed, and then it vanished. Initially, I intended to employ peculiar attributes, but considering the playful mockery of Magellan, an embodiment of diligence, I opted instead for special attributes. Suyong opened his computer, diligently editing his forthcoming work. One could faintly discern a line of text on the software interface. Highlights of shocking moments in the pirate world. How brief this time. I wondered how the update could arrive so swiftly. It turns out the video content was rather short. It feels somewhat unsatisfactory. Alas, I wonder when the next episode will be released. It seems we shall wait a long while. As the luminous screen faded, many sighed in unison. Viewing time is always so fleeting. It is indeed true what they say. Joyful moments are all too brief. What? The Straw Hat Kid has captured Caesar Clown? On Onigashima. Kaido of the Beasts received this news from Don Quixote da Flamingo. Hey, Tinyasha, do you comprehend the implications of this? Kaido's expression turned ominously dangerous. You can handle this, right? I trust you do not wish for me to intervene personally. The transponder snail in his hand revealed Doflamingo's smile gradually tightening into a predatory grin. Of course, Kaido of the Beasts declared. I expect a satisfactory response from you within a week. To be honest, Kaido truly found himself unable to mobilize at present. The Navy's deployment was formidable. 3 admirals, accompanied by numerous vice-admirals, were stationed at the periphery of his territory. Any movement would be promptly detected. The current strength of the Navy was indeed a cause for his concern. Dressrosa, the Straw Hat Kid. Doflamingo hung up the phone, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. His plans had been thwarted, and he would make Straw Hat Luffy pay dearly. Moreover, Doflamingo's gaze shifted to another bounty poster nearby, Trafalgar Law. It turned out that the transaction you referenced in that earlier video, where Fujitora displayed his prowess, pertained to this very event. Excellent. Doflamingo would ensure Trafalgar Law comprehended the meaning of suffering. The fact that someone resided in Punk Hazard was truly alarming. Admiral Fujitora remarked with a serious countenance. Who would have thought that Caesar Clown was concocting such dangerous substances in a place like this? This time, we owe a debt of gratitude to the Straw Hat Kid. Sengoku sighed. Alas, that Doflamingo nearly eliminated Smoker. Akiji reclined languidly, yet his tone was unusually grave. The experiments on artificial devil fruits must cease. The human gigantification experiments must be halted. We must take full control of Punk Hazard and prepare to rescue those enlarged children. Akainu issued the marshal's orders. The situation upon the seas has become increasingly dire. With a deep sigh, Sengoku contemplated the impending convergence of tumultuous events at Dressrosa. Deeming it imperative to dispatch a fleet admiral, Akainu nodded in agreement, having no objections to the proposal. You shall lead the troops to Dressrosa, he instructed. Akainu designated Fujitora, who rose and solemnly expressed his gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him. Unbeknownst to Akainu, in mere days, Fujitora would undertake an action that would bring considerable embarrassment to both the Navy and the world government, for the future remains an unpredictable realm. Presently, the only admirals available for mobilization were Fujitora and Green Bull. Thus the weighty responsibility fell squarely upon Fujitora's shoulders. As they pondered a declaration of war against Kaido, Usopp exhibited a visage of sheer panic and trepidation on their journey to Dressrosa, resembling a person afflicted by an ailment that rendered them unable to set foot on the island. Chopper mirrored this sentiment. However, their tradition of boasting bravado in speech while exhibiting fierce tenacity in combat persisted. Chopper was a quintessential example, brandishing a bounty of 150 berries while confronting foes with bounties in the billions within this piratical world. As time slowly elapsed over 4 days, a startling announcement reverberated across the globe. The warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo had been vanquished by the Straw Hat Kid. Admiral Fujitora knelt before King Riku. The bounty on the Straw Hat Kid surged past 500 million. The world government formally stripped Doflamingo of his warlord title. This cascade of events unfolded with such rapidity that the world scarcely had time to react, leaving all in utter astonishment. Fujitora, that scoundrel. Upon learning of these developments, Akainu's face flushed with rage, his countenance akin to a furnace. As an admiral of the Navy, kneeling before a king of an allied nation? What a mockery! Did the Navy not value its dignity? How did he perceive the role of an admiral? Was the warlord truly incapable? Upon receiving this news, Kaido snorted disdainfully and subsequently dispatched Jack to seize Doflamingo. He finally grasped the timing of the events depicted in Jack's ostentatious video. If he surmised correctly, this was indeed that moment. Jack would attempt to capture Doflamingo, only to face Sengoku, Admiral Fujitora, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Based on his understanding of Jack, this seemed entirely plausible. Jack's current strength was not inferior to his own, and he believed he would not regard the two admirals with any concern. Just as Kaido reflected on these matters, the air quivered with a resonant hum, and a familiar screen materialized before him. Why has this screen appeared at such a moment? What is it set to reveal now? There have been no rewards lately. This is truly lacking in excitement. Across the globe, as the populace remained in shock over the Doflamingo incident, the emergence of this screen rendered them instantly silent, their collective attention riveted upon it. Finally, an update had arrived. At last, my patience has borne fruit. How delightful it is to indulge in this captivating video. A collection of stunning moments from the pirate world. Stunning moment 1. The collision of the 4 emperors. Reason for inclusion. Do you wish to grasp the essence of a clash among the mighty? A mere glance at this video will elucidate that. As the subtitles gradually fade away, the video commences. With a measured gait, a man ascends the steps with deliberation. Arriving upon the deck. My goodness, is this not the Whitebeard pirates? The man making his entrance is none other than red-haired Shanks. What? Has red-haired ever clashed with Whitebeard? The audience is left in sheer astonishment upon witnessing this scene. On the deck, Marco, appearing rather languid, declares, "Young ones, step aside. You cannot withstand this." A voice nearby queries, "What do you mean, cannot withstand?" Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming aura sweeps across the area, causing many to collapse. Marco shrugs and remarks, "Is it too late now?" Behold, red-haired approaches, dragging a large bottle of wine, leaving a trail of fallen pirates in his wake, even shattering the ship's wall. Such is the might of the Four Emperor, Shanks. He strides through the throngs of incapacitated foes as if traversing an unoccupied realm, finally standing before Whitebeard. What audacity! To act so brazenly before Whitebeard. Is this the seemingly affable Shanks? Absolutely stunning. Numerous pirates idolize red-haired with fervor. "Forgive my abruptness upon boarding your vessel." Hearing these words, many in the audience erupt in laughter. Must one be so audacious? Is this truly a breathtaking video rather than a comedic mishap? Noting Whitebeard's displeased expression, Shanks smiles and presents the wine. "I have come to discuss matters with you, harboring no ill intent. Indeed, there is no malice." First, he delivers a display of dominance, only to then assure others of his benign intentions. Quite impressive. Whitebeard raises an eyebrow and questions, "Is this the rhetoric of a man whose arrogance is ever apparent?" Shanks replies earnestly, "I do wish to confer." He then produces a large bowl, filling it for himself, stating, "I have traveled the world, yet the spirits of my homeland, the West Blue, are the finest." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard takes the bottle and drinks deeply, wiping his mouth. "Truly excellent. Speak, young Shanks, what brings you to me? A man of your stature suffering a loss of an arm in the East Blue is quite the tale." In response, Shanks calmly states, "This arm? I wagered it on the dawn of a new era." He then grows serious. "I have endured countless battles and sustained numerous injuries. Yet, the only pain that lingers now is this scar." Shanks points to the 3 scars across his left eye. "These were inflicted by that rascal, Teach." With utmost sincerity, Shanks implores, "Prevent Ace from being captured. It is not yet the time for them to clash." Ace, despite his youth, holds the position of second-in-command aboard your ship. "We must delay this confrontation. Do not let him confront Blackbeard. I implore you regarding this matter." Upon hearing these words, Whitebeard chuckled with bravado, recalling that he was merely a snot-nosed brat aboard Roger's ship in those days. Yet he has now become quite articulate. However, his expression instantly darkened. "That is utterly impossible. That scoundrel Blackbeard has committed the unforgivable crime of murdering his comrades aboard the ship. Is it not my duty to teach that rascal a lesson? How dare you presume to lecture me? You are a century too early for that." With that, he hurled the bottle away from Shanks. Shanks remained silent for a long while, lifting the bowl of liquor before him and downing its contents in one go. "So, it seems the negotiation has failed." He rose, hand resting upon the blade at his waist. "This era will become one of unstoppable chaos." With that, he unsheathed his longsword. Whitebeard also reached for his great blade. Dismissing the threat, it is hardly worth mentioning, "I am Whitebeard." He stood and swung his sword with force, the heavy blow colliding with Shanks in a resounding clash. Boom. At the moment of impact, some were astonished, while others remained composed. But wait, is this real? How could such a thing occur? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Gulp. Is this the collision between the strongest man and red-haired Shanks? It is utterly terrifying. Is this what it means to be one of the Four Emperors? At this moment, the audience before the screen gazed in awe at the heavens depicted on the display. The immensely heavy leaden clouds began to split apart, as if a divine being had sliced through them, revealing an endless expanse. The thunderous rumble echoed continuously. A clash of titans. It seemed that, in the next instant, the sky itself would descend due to their confrontation. Within the entire display, only the grand sound of shifting clouds remained. It was breathtaking. This scene profoundly revealed to ordinary people just how formidable these individuals known as the Four Emperors truly are. Top evaluation. The might of the Four Emperors can cleave the heavens and annihilate worlds. This is precisely why they are hailed as Emperors of the Sea. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku spoke earnestly. It is precisely because each possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth that they are referred to as Emperors of the Sea. And there are only 4 of them. If their strength were lacking, how could they claim dominion over the seas? Such a notion is absurd. This will always be a world governed by reason and the supremacy of strength. Wow, I never expected this video could be unearthed once more. In the new world, Whitebeard's pirate crew, Whitebeard chuckled. Now everyone knows I enjoy imposing my will on other ships. Red-haired Shanks scratched his head, letting out a resigned sigh. How can a Four Emperor lack such authority? Shanks felt somewhat disheartened. Moment of shock too. This is the terror of the Navy admirals, freezing the sea in an instant. Navy Admiral? Which admiral has made the list this time? Freezing the sea? It must be Admiral Aokiji. The audience from all corners is somewhat taken aback. After such a long time, a naval admiral has finally made it onto the list again. Truly delightful news. However, Aokiji finds himself rather disheartened. Now, his leisurely antics will be exposed. Sakazuki, upon witnessing this, is unlikely to let him off easily. Alas, what a headache. Aokiji rubbed his temples, feeling rather helpless. The scene commenced with the conclusion of the battle against the Silver Fox pirates. The Straw Hat crew arrived at an uninhabited island, where they encountered a peculiar old man. Yet, upon seeing this man, Nico Robin was instantly seized by terror, collapsing to the ground. The naval admiral Aokiji caused Robin's eyes to widen in fear. But as Aokiji introduced himself, he was captivated by Nami's beauty, prompting him to approach her for a conversation. While not exactly frivolous, his demeanor bore little resemblance to that of a naval admiral's authoritative presence. The Straw Hat crew began to doubt. Is this man truly a naval admiral? Could he be an imposter? Usopp sarcastically remarked, so laid back, is he really a naval admiral? I believe he is more likely a fake. Oh no, utterly embarrassed. Back at the naval headquarters, Aokiji covered his face, feeling even more troubled. In the scene, upon hearing Sanji and the others' jests, Aokiji raised both hands in surrender, earnestly explaining, as a member of the Navy, my principle is to uphold the justice of laziness. Saying this, he appeared fatigued from standing and casually reclined on the grass. Well, I do not intend to apprehend you. I merely came to ascertain Nico Robin's condition. At that moment, a group of disheveled passers-by emerged from the forest behind Aokiji. Upon seeing him, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude and sighed in relief. Aokiji, well aware of the situation, said, I plan to return. Ensure you are ready to set sail. Conveniently, there is a populated island nearby. Hearing this, Luffy humorously warned the passers-by, do not trust him. He is a naval officer. Silence fell for a moment before one of the passers-by innocently inquired, what is wrong with that? Is believing in the Navy problematic? Luffy then realized, his expression drooping. Indeed. Normally, the Navy represents justice, while pirates embody evil. If the public does not trust the Navy, will they then trust pirates? At this juncture, Aokiji addressed the crowd. If you lack a vessel, I can ferry you over. Meanwhile, Luffy generously offered food and water to the unfortunate passers-by. As the passers-by prepared to embark, Aokiji rose and approached the shoreline, dipping his hand into the sea. Just then, a sea king erupted from the depths, charging directly at Aokiji. The Straw Hat crew gasped in alarm, warning him to be cautious. Yet, Aokiji merely responded nonchalantly, Ice Age. In an instant, the entire expanse of the sea was frozen before their very eyes. The crew, poised to act, stood there utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, Aokiji stepped onto the island and remarked, this path should last for about a week, as it is already connected to the sea leading to the next island. Observing the scene, Monkey D., Luffy and his crew, along with a throng of onlookers, were left speechless, utterly astonished. The journey to the next island spanned several dozen kilometers. To freeze such a vast expanse of ocean and maintain it for an entire week. What manner of creature is this? Analysis, Admiral of the Navy. A calamity in human form. My goodness. Is this truly an Admiral of the Navy? Such power. This is no less shocking than the previous grand spectacle. This is the embodiment of a natural disaster. Can a mere human achieve such feats? The worldview of the people across the seas was profoundly shaken. This is simply overwhelming. However, they soon reconciled with the reality. Such strength cannot be sustained. How could an admiral contend with the four emperors? What other inhuman scenes await us? The populace brimmed with anticipation. Stunning Scene 3. In the realm of 3,000 worlds, nothing remains unscathed. Reason for inclusion. When I wield my blade, there is nothing that I cannot sever. The scene began to unfold. On a beautiful island, at its center stood a colossal stone giant nearly 100 meters tall, raising its fist to strike the royal palace before it. No, cried countless voices from below, filled with urgency and desperation. They fled in vain. Yet there was no escape from the giant's range of attack. How could one possibly thwart this stone behemoth? It was far too massive. Its oppressive aura dominated the heavens and the earth. This was not a force humanity could resist. The mere descent of that fist unleashed winds strong enough to shatter houses. How could one combat such a being? Yet, I recall you tossing a person like a bowling ball as an attack not long ago. On a distant building behind the stone giant, The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro turned to a towering man beside him and grinned. The man responded, "Indeed, that was the case. But it is impossible to throw someone from here to that creature's front. No one could withstand such impact." Zoro smiled broadly. "I believe we can give it a try." Unable to resist Zoro's enthusiasm, the tall man lifted him up and prepared to unleash his strength. Ultimate bowling ball. In an instant, the air burst with countless ripples as Zoro was hurled hundreds of meters away. The terrifying resistance of the swift flight whipped his lips, as if he were being struck by steel. Heavy and painful. Steadying himself, Zoro drew his long sword and assumed the three-sword style stance, his haki enveloping the blade. Like a beast, he soared through the sky. Across 9 mountains and 8 seas, he began his incantation. For a world, gathering the myriad realms forms a small 1,000 worlds. This realm multiplied by 3, I am the unceasing one. As he chanted, he drew ever closer to the stone giant. His voice suddenly deepened. The ultimate technique of the three-sword style, 1/3,000 worlds. In that fleeting moment, Zoro seemed to transform into a beam of light, flashing past the stone giant with astonishing speed. Boom! The next instant, an astonishing event unfolded. Amidst the relentless winds and waves, the colossal stone figure was unexpectedly cleaved in two. At this moment, countless eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming with shock. Such a terrifying feat was indeed within the realm of human capability. The might of this sword strike was truly formidable. Analysis of the moment. With no distractions of women in his heart, he unsheathes his sword with divine prowess. Good heavens! The multitude of spectators across the seas shared the same expression of astonishment. How utterly incredible! Many dropped their food in sheer fright. This was beyond terrifying. A feat far removed from the imaginations of ordinary people. Roronoa Zoro was indeed fearsome. No wonder he was chosen for this breathtaking moment. He was undeniably powerful. One wonders if the admirals could withstand such a blow. Each of them was as formidable as a monster. After being awestruck, the audience exclaimed in exhilaration, "What a thrill! What could possibly happen next?" Laughter erupted as anticipation mounted. As the audience gazed eagerly, the video continued to play. Shocking moment 4, 10 men versus 100,000. Instant annihilation of 50,000 at the start. Reason for inclusion. Mere human pirates, yet they possess such strength. Upon reading this commentary, many spectators sensed that something intriguing was afoot. The video commenced. In a vast plaza, numerous fishmen pirates mingled with human pirates, surrounding a ship with a handful of individuals aboard. A fishman pirate shouted, "How dare these mere human pirates intrude here? Capture them and let us enslave them." On the sole platform in the plaza stood a burly, silver-haired fishman, his face alight with arrogance as he gazed at the surrounded group of 10. "This is your future, Straw Hat Brat," he declared. The fishman was Hody Jones, while the encircled group belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates. Hody continued his boastful tirade. "I am the one worthy of being the true pirate king." Hearing this, the already scowling Monkey D. Luffy lifted his head. "Pirate king?" Hody persisted in his delusions. "What can you 10 weak pirates possibly do against me? I have," his voice swelled with pride, 100,000 at my command. Instantly, the pirates aligned with Hody erupted in deafening cheers. Hearing that they faced a staggering 100,000 adversaries, Chopper leaped up in fright. "Wow, 100,000. How could we possibly stand a chance? This is madness. 100,000? Let us have at it," Nami replied with an air of calm. But upon closer inspection, she was discreetly hiding behind Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. This prompted Usopp to exclaim, "Hey, don't use us as a shield." At that moment, Hody Jones issued a command, "Eliminate them." 100,000 pirates surged towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Monkey D. Luffy boldly advanced alone toward the swarm of pirates. "Luffy," Sanji called out, his voice tinged with concern. This was sheer recklessness. How could one man possibly face 100,000 foes? "That bounty of 400 million is mine. I will not be defeated by you." The fishmen pirates, brimming with confidence, raced forward, convinced they could claim Luffy's head. It was then that Luffy suddenly looked up, his eyes ablaze, unleashing a formidable burst of Conqueror's haki. The air trembled as a wave of power swept through, causing many fishmen pirates, who had been rushing toward him, to falter and collapse as if their strength had been sapped. It spread like wildfire. One fell, 10 followed, and soon, the entire square resembled a battlefield where countless fishmen lay unconscious, as if harvested like wheat. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Within mere seconds, half of the plaza was emptied. Hody Jones was utterly taken aback by this turn of events, unable to fathom that his forces had diminished so drastically in an instant. This was terrifying. Such an ability was beyond his imagination. He had never heard of anyone capable of dispatching 50,000 foes with a single skill. What kind of power was this? It was more terrifying than the previous pirate hunter's strike. Gulp. Is this the strength of the formidable on the seas? Such power transcends human comprehension. The spectators from all corners had never witnessed such a grand display. It was truly fearsome. Conqueror's Haki? What a terrifying man. A kingly disposition indeed. What an awe-inspiring ability. The strong from every sea offered high praise. Ranking analysis, kingly disposition, and Conqueror's Haki, a skill only the strong can withstand. Ha ha ha, what an apt assessment. In truth, rather than merely showcasing a kingly presence, it was more about clearing the minions. Any with a modicum of strength would not be felled by Conqueror's Haki. The true strong also provided their evaluations. Stunning Scene 5, with a mere gesture. Tidal waves obliterate the world. Reason for ranking. From this moment on, despair is defined. Who could it be this time? Surely not someone we recognize. The audience pondered as the video commenced. On the vast ocean, an island emerged, gradually growing larger as the scene zoomed in. Then, the words Naval Headquarters slowly came into view. Upon seeing the Naval Headquarters, many quickly realized what was about to unfold. At the port of the Naval Headquarters, aboard the colossal Moby Dick, Whitebeard, a colossal figure, stood at the bow of the ship, resembling a titan reaching for the heavens. He cast a glance at the fiery ace upon the execution platform and smiled. With a resounding thud, he brought his supreme blade, the supreme great knife. Crashing down onto the deck, Whitebeard crossed his arms over his chest, then unleashed a thunderous strike. Crack! His fists tore through the air, instantly filling the atmosphere with a harrowing rift. This ruptured air transformed into a terrifying force, sending the surrounding seas surging upwards. Massive waves roared forth, morphing into a ferocious tsunami that seemed poised to engulf the very sky. Following this, with the power of 1 billion tons, it descended with the ferocity of thunder. The entire Marine headquarters was enveloped within it. In the face of such a monumental wave, the Marine headquarters appeared insignificantly small, fragile like a mere model. No one dared to doubt that under this strike, the Marine headquarters would withstand the onslaught. It was simply inconceivable. The sheer magnitude of terror was palpable, allowing everyone to truly grasp the essence of fear. Who would appear next? Hurry, hurry. The audience across the seas eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Alas, this stunning highlights montage has come to an end. Thank you for watching. Please look forward to the next update. As they beheld the message on the luminous screen indicating the conclusion of the broadcast, many felt their spirits plummet. I thought there would be more. Is this it? Just like that, it's over. Can it not be so brief? It feels so unsatisfying. Can it be a bit longer? Must it always be so short and lacking? Just as it was getting exciting, it ended. It's always like this. It's utterly exasperating. Yet, they were undeniably captivated. They truly fell for this routine. While they grumbled, they remained earnestly awaiting the next update. TCH, how dull. It ended just like that, a bit frustrating. Honestly, if it weren't for the enigmatic screen, many would have longed to strike it multiple times. It was simply infuriating. Each time, the updates ceased when least expected, which was quite bothersome. Xiang here. Alas, I have no choice, my brothers. I too wish to create longer segments, but alas, the awe-inspiring moments are limited. Suyang said with an innocent expression. Did he not wish to extend the video? Of course he did, but there was no way. The footage was finite. Once completed, it was over. What series should be next? It was once more the daily dilemma. However, this time, Xiang was somewhat prepared. He had compiled numerous ideas written on paper for selection during moments of creative drought. Highlights of the pirate world. Ranking of beautiful women in the pirate world. Top 10 notable swords. Top 10 masters of the pirate world. A grand showcase of pirates with bounties over 100 million. Public disclosure of the 4 Emperors bounties. These were all viable video concepts. Of course, humorous clips could also be interspersed throughout. Moreover, I can periodically update character reviews. Suyang has reason to believe that the characters in the pirate world would be quite pleased to see his evaluations of them. After all, as human beings, unless one possesses a deeply calculating nature or is indifferent to external opinions, they are bound to care about how others perceive them. Yang finds this notion quite intriguing. Even if the pirate-themed videos come to an end, he could always delve into the world of Naruto and other captivating scenes from various anime. Just the thought of Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of arrogance, being viewed by the denizens of the pirate world, who in turn would be seen flaunting their own bravado, conjures a scene of immense amusement. Unfortunately, there are too few pretentious characters in the world of Bleach, with only Aizen reigning as the sole king of arrogance. Otherwise, it could have lasted much longer. When Mr. Aizen withdrew from the realm of pretentiousness, Yang was utterly disapproving. The next series of videos is destined for you. He swiftly settled on the theme for the video, a compilation of face-slapping moments from the pirate world, a series Yang firmly believes will be immensely entertaining. After all, who hasn't he experienced a moment of being slapped in the face, metaphorically speaking? Let the production commence. Yang quickly immersed himself in the crafting of the video. Have you heard? The Straw Hat Pirates are about to engage in battle with one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Why, you ask? It appears that Jinbe, the fishman, is joining their ranks, much to Big Mom's discontent. What? Is that truly the case? I heard that their cook, Sanji, was kidnapped by Big Mom's crew, and they are on a mission to rescue him. Regardless of the circumstances, this is undeniably explosive news, and I am eagerly anticipating the forthcoming developments. Is it perhaps too soon for Monkey D. Luffy to confront one of the 4 emperors? Can he truly contend with them? Or rather, does he possess the capability to infiltrate their stronghold? I find it dubious, considering they are indeed 4 emperors. On the vast ocean, news travels with remarkable swiftness. The capture of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo is still fresh, following the recent skirmish involving Jack the Drought attempting to rescue him, clashing with Marine Admiral and former Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Yet, news of Luffy's impending battle with Big Mom has emerged almost instantaneously. It is genuinely alarming. The ocean may appear tranquil on the surface, yet it is rife with turbulence beneath. Fortunately, the Navy remains sufficiently powerful, instilling fear in the hearts of maritime lawbreakers. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to the Navy for recruiting such formidable individuals, thus maintaining order upon the seas. The trust of the populace in the Navy has significantly increased following the rat incident at the Academy and the confrontation with Kaido of the Beasts. Although there remain many corrupt elements within the Navy, the majority are honorable. They consistently rise to the occasion during perilous times, safeguarding the peace of the ocean and protecting the safety of lives. That alone suffices. I believe it won't be long before we discern the outcome of this monumental battle. The current lives of the populace are relatively serene. This much is clear. From their ability to ponder why the luminous screen has yet to unveil an update, it is evident that they are not in a state of peril. Were it not for the imminent threat to their existence, they would not possess the leisure to contemplate such matters. Truly, the chaos is overwhelming. Carp lamented, observing the devastation wrought upon the sea by his grandson. In the vicinity of Ghost Island, Sengoku scrutinized the newspaper in his hands and voiced his exasperation to Carp, who was leisurely sipping tea. Ha ha ha, my grandson truly is remarkable. Carp chuckled heartily, tears of laughter streaming down his face, embodying a sense of helplessness. Sengoku could only sigh in response. He should count himself fortunate. He was no longer the fleet admiral of the Navy. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to madness. Buzz. Just as he was lost in thought, the familiar tremor enveloped him. The luminous screen appeared. It had updated. The video footage they had been yearning for was now available. Sengoku immediately perked up. What content would it present this time? Many were left to speculate in their hearts. Compilation of the pirate world being slapped in the face. Creator, Yang. If the footage offends anyone, I humbly ask for your understanding. This video is solely for entertainment purposes and does not represent any particular stance. As they beheld the title this time, a sense of foreboding washed over many across the seas, particularly those who prided themselves on their bravado. They felt they might find themselves among the featured individuals. A video of being slapped in the face? Ha ha ha, Zoro, I believe you will make the list again. Usopp exclaimed excitedly, patting Zoro on the shoulder. In an instant, Zoro's face turned pale. What did it mean he would be featured again? Was he truly that comical? Hey, I hope I'm not in this. A man named Bellamy felt an ominous premonition. The humiliation of being taught a lesson by Straw Hat Luffy long ago had already appeared in a previous video. He truly wished to avoid being featured once more. It would be utterly disgraceful. Face-slapping clip 1. Let the Marine headquarters of Marineford sink to the depths of the sea. Reason for inclusion. Those who flaunt the hardest receive the harshest blows. Featured individual. Blackbeard Marshall Teach. The first to be featured was Blackbeard? How astonishing that he was the one to be highlighted. How could this be? Blackbeard had made the list? Hey. Surely each individual featured will be rewarded this time? The appearance of a troublesome character among those highlighted left many feeling uneasy. Yet time did not grant them the luxury of contemplation. The video commenced. Behold, people of the world, witness my power. Blackbeard Teach proclaimed with pride, raising his hands high. One hand swirled with dark energy, while the other thrummed with the power of vibrations. His self-satisfied expression was utterly captivating, resembling a frenzied demon. Before him, the Marine headquarters lay in ruins, shattered to pieces by his singular blow. He has acquired the devastating power of Whitebeard. What manner of world shall emerge from this? In the scene, the inhabitants of the Sabaody archipelago kneel in terror and helplessness. The very man who instigated the great battle, personally slaying Whitebeard and capturing Port Gas d'Ace. Blackbeard has astonishingly attained Whitebeard's power. It is over, everything is lost. Some face ashen, utterly at a loss, succumb to despair. Returning to the scene at Marineford Square, Blackbeard stands as a supreme ruler, gazing down upon all. He casts a glance to his left, where a Marine officer kneels in despair, overwhelmed by agony. To his right, a group of Marines looks on, filled with resentment and clenched teeth. One shouts in outrage, while another sits on the ground, a visage of surrender. Blackbeard's laughter grows more arrogant. Power surges through him, an immense force indeed. He raises his hands to the heavens, intoxicated by his might. Countless Marine officers grit their teeth in frustration. They yearn to rush forth and teach Blackbeard a lesson. Yet, they know they stand no chance against him. Blackbeard continues his arrogant display, proclaiming, "It seems I can manipulate everything in this world at will." His words incite displeasure among several Marine officers standing nearby. Before they can retort, Blackbeard fixes them with a piercing gaze, causing them to break into a cold sweat and swallow their words. A smug smile spreads across Blackbeard's face. What is the matter? He taunts the elite of the Marine headquarters, his expression challenging them to act. Yet, silence reigns, feigning disappointment. Blackbeard beckons the people of Marineford with a flick of his finger, continuing his provocation. What is this? No one dares to step forward? No matter how many of you there are, I can handle you all with ease. After all, who can resist such strength? He stands with hands on his hips, exuding an air of unassailable might. Behind him, his cohorts mirror his arrogance. Truly, it is a display of audacity to the highest degree. It is a pity that this segment of Blackbeard's grandstanding did not capture more of his ostentation. Indeed, it is a shame. Such an opportunity for grandiosity seems squandered. Such an impressive display of bravado, and yet it is relegated to this moment. However, there is an inexplicable sense of humor in the situation. How can Blackbeard flaunt his arrogance without any response from the Marine admirals? Why does Garp remain utterly motionless? And what of Sengoku, the former fleet admiral, who stands before Blackbeard with nary a reaction? In the scene, Blackbeard, with a disdainful snort, declares, "Since no one will rise to challenge me, I shall take the initiative. Let Marineford sink into the depths of the sea." Such arrogance is unprecedented. To suggest that Marineford should be submerged? What are you saying? The Marine officers collectively gasp, sweat beading in shock. At that moment, a colossal golden Buddha statue emerged, soaring into the air and descending upon Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard finally noticed the adversary looming above and looked up. Boom. He was met with an unfathomable shockwave that enveloped his entire crew. Instantly, they all coughed up blood without exception. It was overwhelmingly powerful. A shockwave. Blackbeard gripped the ground and gazed at the man responsible for this golden assault, Sengoku, his face contorted in agony, feeling as though he might be crushed. As for the fortress, it could be rebuilt. Sengoku, fists clenched, regarded Blackbeard's crew and addressed the disheartened Marines behind him. However, this island, Marineford, is situated near the very heart of the world. For the people of the world who tremble at the chaos wrought by vile scoundrels, our presence here holds profound significance. The justice known as righteousness shall never perish. As Sengoku spoke, the Marines were continuously inspired to rise. What could be more exhilarating than having the marshal standing right before them? Do not casually utter threats of sinking this place, you impudent brat, Sengoku declared, looking down upon the beleaguered Blackbeard and his crew. Truly a magnificent conviction, Martial, Blackbeard replied, rising defiantly, though a genuine rage simmered within him. The slap he received from Sengoku was resounding. Just as he claimed no one would come, Sengoku appeared, striking them so hard they spat blood. This left Blackbeard's earlier bravado feeling rather awkward. Well then, let's see you try to protect it, Blackbeard challenged, his entire crew rising, with Blackbeard himself directly provoking Sengoku. Naturally, Sengoku would show no mercy, raising his hand to unleash another strike. Yet Blackbeard remained unfazed, summoning the power of darkness to counter it. All abilities were mere children in his presence. However, Sengoku was not limited to a single hand. If one shockwave was blocked, he would simply unleash another. What? Blackbeard was struck once more, blood spilling as he tumbled backwards, crashing heavily into the earth. Gasping, he rose from the rubble, exclaiming, "Indeed. You are the man standing at the pinnacle of the Navy, Sengoku the Buddha. Your strength is astonishing." Blackbeard had few virtues, but his resilience was unmatched. He believed no one could surpass him in that regard. Yet, if this was all there was to it, Blackbeard tilted his head to face Sengoku, wiping the blood from his lips, and continued to provoke, "You shall not protect this island from me." This fool had to succeed in his masquerade. "Stop boasting and get out of Marineford." Sengoku unleashed another shockwave. Blackbeard, unwilling to concede, countered with the tremor of his fruit, shattering the air. Boom. The two were evenly matched. Blackbeard held his ground firmly, prompting another round of triumphant laughter. Blackbeard managed to withstand the martial shockwave? The surrounding Navy officers gasped in astonishment. "I shall lend you my strength, Captain," came a voice at that moment. Behind Blackbeard, the fighting champion Basis soared into the air, intent on ambushing Sengoku. However, a more ferocious fist lunged directly at Basis's face, forcefully driving him into the ground. A figure descended. It was the naval hero, Garp. His sudden appearance stunned many. With a deep voice, Garp proclaimed, "I too am part of the Navy. It is my duty to protect Marineford." Yet, many were inclined to believe that Garp's intervention stemmed from an inner turmoil, a frustration simmering within him after witnessing his grandson's death. Feeling utterly powerless to intervene, a mere outlet for his pent-up emotions. Basis certainly did not deserve such a punch. With Garp's involvement, Blackbeard dared not act recklessly. While he could contend with Sengoku using the powers of the Dark Fruit and the Quake Fruit, Garp was a master of physical combat, leaving him at a disadvantage. "Humph. Let you old fools witness my strength," Blackbeard declared, abandoning close-quarter combat. He seized upon the spatial distortion, mirroring Whitebeard's earlier actions, and with a mighty throw, the very sky and earth trembled. The sea tilted, monstrous waves crashing violently, a sight to behold. Boom. Once again, the ocean was cleaved apart, resembling a shattered continent, undulating and rising ominously. This was a calamity. Blackbeard laughed maniacally. "What a delightful ability. I shall obliterate this island. What can you do about it?" Ha ha ha. He taunted Sengoku and Garp with unrestrained arrogance, believing he had acquired the mightiest of powers. Who could possibly oppose him now? Garp loosened his attire, shedding his outer coat. "You young fool, if you wish to destroy Marineford, let us see if you possess the courage of the Golden Lion to sever your own legs." Sengoku's golden body began to swell as well. "You have inherited such a terrifying power. You cannot be allowed to live." Blackbeard responded, "Ha ha ha. That is indeed terrifying. But alas, I fear nothing." Having obtained the Quake Fruit, there was nothing in this world that could instill fear in him. "I will surely destroy Marineford." Blackbeard's confidence swelled immensely. Then, with a resounding bang, a fierce battle commenced. Until the arrival of red-haired Shanks, Blackbeard had not succeeded in sinking Marineford. Instead, his crew retreated in disgrace. "Ha ha ha. Blackbeard, did you not say you would sink Marineford? Why do you leave so suddenly?" They mocked him. "Come now, Blackbeard. Does it not hurt to be struck in the face?" Such is Blackbeard's way. Revenge is a dish best served cold. The video concluded as Blackbeard made his exit, leaving the audience across the seas to savor the spectacle. They remarked on how delightful the unfolding drama had been. At that moment, on an island hidden within the first half of the Grand Line, Blackbeard wore a look of utter disbelief as he observed the scene. Could they not afford me a semblance of dignity? Must they broadcast such a humiliating moment? He had once been brash and impetuous, but now he truly recognized his folly. Could we spare him the embarrassment? Does Blackbeard not care for his dignity? Thoughts of the featured individual. "Sengoku, you old rascal, you strike Luffy with such finesse." not drawing a drop of blood, yet you unleash your fury upon me. Upon seeing the final caption, Blackbeard's face twitched involuntarily. What a spectacle! This screen is undoubtedly stirring the pot. Is this not a deliberate provocation? Ha ha. I am in stitches. The thoughts of the featured individual are simply too amusing. Sengoku, do you think your grandfather is also Garp? Uft. Oh dear brother, do not jest with me. If Blackbeard were akin to Garp, then would Whitebeard not be Garp's son? What would become of Revolutionary Dragon? There is still an abundance of talent upon the seas. They are articulate and charming, and they even have their moments of whimsy. Blackbeard's expression darkened. Is there no regard for his dignity in such mockery? He feels as though he might spew blood. Well, now it is apparent. The entire world is aware of his failed bravado and the slap in the face he received. Slap in the face scene 2, Pirate King. A tedious dream. Reason for being featured. Chasing the dream of becoming Pirate King? How utterly dull. Featured individual, Bellamy. When the second act unfolded, Bellamy, who had previously harbored a glimmer of hope, let out a deep sigh. What was inevitable could not be avoided. He knew he would be up there. The scene began to play, set against a full moon night, outside a tavern in Magic Valley Town. The Straw Hat Boy stood atop a building, gazing coldly at Bellamy below. You have arrived just in time. I was just speaking of you. What brings you here? Bellamy asked with a menacing grin. Straw Hat Luffy replied calmly. Indeed, return the gold from that diamond-faced uncle. Bellamy retorted, Gold? You mean that old man Korazumi's treasure? As he spoke, he crouched down, activated the Spring Fruit's powers, and shot up to the building, standing face to face with Straw Hat Luffy. On what grounds should I return it? I seized it as a pirate. As a fellow pirate, what right do you have to demand it back? Bellamy remained as arrogant as ever. Straw Hat Luffy answered steadily. I do, for those uncles are my friends, and I will reclaim it for them. This caught Bellamy off guard. Then he erupted in laughter. Pray tell, can you fight? And do you know how to throw a punch? Someone like you, a worthless wretch. Knowing how to throw a punch would be a miracle. A fierce wind howled. Below, a man with a nose like a drunkard clutched a stack of bounty notices, his face drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, There's no doubt about it, it's that guy. Beside him, a man clad in a white sweater with azure hair frowned. Why are you still treating that as treasure? You should toss it away. The drunken-nosed man exclaimed excitedly. But if this bounty notice is genuine, and if he truly is the wanted criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries, even Bellamy, with the thought of him being no match, remained unspoken. The man with blue hair disdainfully remarked, Why are you so foolish? He cast a scornful glance at the distant figure of Monkey D. Luffy atop a building. Just look at that little brat. How could he possibly be a remorseless villain? With a mocking smile, he continued. That foolish expression of his suggests that even 30 million berries must be a fabrication. He found it hard to believe that Monkey D. Luffy possessed the strength of 100 million berries. On the building, Bellamy, draped in a cloak, exuded confidence. You, who were reduced to a pitiful state by me during the day, will never be able to take anything from me, coward. Monkey D. Luffy remained unfazed, responding. Daytime is daytime, and now is now. Bellamy laughed again, sneering, Oh really? I fail to see the distinction. But this time I won't grant you the chance to utter such arrogant words. With that, he crouched down, activating his spring fruit powers to shatter the building beneath him. Propelled by the force, he launched himself towards another structure, exclaiming, Spring Sniper. He landed heavily on the new building, gathering energy. I shall finish you off. Like a missile, he shot towards the descending Monkey D. Luffy. Bang! The collapsing structure shattered upon impact, yet Monkey D. Luffy ascended to another building. Observing this, Bellamy landed and charged again, coldly grinning. You reckless fool. He then collided with Monkey D. Luffy once more, reducing the building to rubble, leaving Luffy in a precarious situation. Witnessing this, many spectators thought to themselves how Bellamy's arrogance was rather impressive. He had been flaunting his superiority before Monkey D. Luffy for quite some time, leaping around. And it was no wonder he would ultimately receive a heavy blow from Luffy. Anyone would feel agitated when a fly dared to provoke them. In the scene, Bellamy landed on yet another building, sneering, What a joke, there's no difference. You are just as useless as you were during the day. He then transformed into a lethal spring man once again, lunging forward. Naturally, Monkey D. Luffy evaded the attack. Bellamy, spinning mid-air, landed with stability, then charged with ferocity, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. You still dare to claim you will reclaim the gold from me? All you can do is boast. You lack the ability to fight. Watching Luffy fall to evade his assault, Bellamy continued to deride him. You lot are the best at dreaming foolish dreams. You worthless fool. With those words, he charged at Monkey D. Luffy, sending him crashing down towards the ground. Amidst the gasps of the crowd below, Luffy plummeted rapidly. Bellamy ascended to the rooftop of yet another building, his back to the moonlight, surveying Luffy, who resembled prey on a cutting board. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape the power of my spring fruit. On the ground, the man with blue hair boasted, Is this how it ends? How dull. Other onlookers chimed in. That little brat stands no chance against Bellamy. Huh? The surrounding crowd roared with laughter, filled with utter contempt. No one believed that the brash Monkey D. Luffy could possibly be a match for Bellamy. With a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, Bellamy mused, He can't truly be dead, can he? In the next moment, Luffy rose from the ground. Witnessing this, Bellamy felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it was too soon for Luffy to perish. For my performance is only just reaching its climax. With that, he crouched down to gather his strength and shouted, Spring Hopper. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed heavily onto the ground before rebounding back up. He began to leap wildly around Luffy, causing the onlookers' eyes to ache from the sheer motion. Bellamy had vanished. Here it comes, his ultimate move, an attack that could not possibly be dodged. Those who had witnessed this technique were no longer alive. Such was Bellamy's might. The surrounding henchmen displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Are those people your friends? Bellamy taunted while continuing his rapid jumps. Indeed, you and that bizarre old man, that ape-like brother of yours, are truly laughable kin. He remained oblivious to the increasingly frigid expression on Luffy's face and the intensity of his gaze as he continued to shout. You fools who treat the ramblings of your ancestors from 4 centuries ago as treasures are the epitome of stupidity. What golden country, what sky island? The era of daydreaming has long since passed. Such fabrications should be met with public execution. He completely failed to notice that Luffy's patience had reached its limit. Raising his right hand, Luffy calmly inquired, Do you want to know how to throw a punch? At this, a man in a white coat with sky blue hair interjected, Bellamy, don't hold back. This fool has no right to exist in reality. It seemed as though Luffy was utterly insignificant. The crowd erupted into mocking laughter. Bellamy, clearly enjoying the moment, wore a smug smile as he declared, Farewell, Straw Hat. He swiftly approached Luffy, poised to crush him with a single blow. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. With a furious roar, Luffy unleashed a devastating punch. To Bellamy's utter astonishment, he found himself incapable of resistance, being forcefully driven into the earth. The battle concluded in an instant. Bellamy was obliterated. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Only Luffy's bloodied fist dripped slowly, the sound of droplets echoing in the stillness. At that moment, Luffy appeared terrifyingly formidable, emanating a chilling aura that compelled those nearby to swallow nervously, their faces etched with fear. So powerful, Bellamy was utterly no match. See, I told you so, exclaimed the man with the ruddy nose, his face stricken with panic. Luffy turned his gaze towards the crowd, coldly demanding, Where are the old man's gold coins? Return them at once. The throng dispersed in haste, leaving only Bellamy's pirate crew, who stared at Luffy in trepidation. The scene concluded under the striking gaze of the formidable Straw Hat. Was all of Bellamy's prior bravado merely a prelude to Luffy's singular punch? Ha ha ha. How amusing it is to toil and labor for the sake of others, only to bolster their pretentiousness. Allow me a moment to revel in laughter. I initially believed it was my own personal showcase of bravado, only to realize at the last moment that I was merely sewing a wedding gown for another. How utterly feeble. Yet, I remain steadfast, a worthy rival to the indomitable Jack. This scene of embarrassment is truly remarkable. Alas, do some individuals not consider the disparity in strength before provoking others? The audience from all corners can only exclaim, Bellamy, you are genuinely risking your life in your pretentious display. Fortunately, the provocateur is none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Otherwise, your ashes might have already been scattered. Bellamy, who has long since retired from such antics, couldn't help but flinch at this spectacle. In his youth, he foolishly provoked Luffy, believing that a single incident of humiliation would suffice. Yet, here we are again. This entire debacle has been broadcast for all to see, showcasing his reckless audacity and foolish bravado. Well, Bellamy concedes that he can no longer maintain his composure. Thoughts of the featured individual. Ultimately, it's a profound regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse. Upon reading this, Bellamy's restraint crumbled even further. He yearns to find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, the screen transitions to the next scene. Scene of embarrassment 3. I'm the only one here. Reason for featuring. Sometimes, one should refrain from speaking too boldly. Featured individual, former warlord Trafalgar Law. Oh, Trafalgar, you've made the list too. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought you were so adept at hiding? On the ship of the Straw Hat and Law Alliance, as they prepare to split into two paths, Luffy claps Trafalgar on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Trafalgar, visibly perturbed, exclaims, "What is happening? How did I find myself on this list?" He cannot recall a moment of embarrassment. The footage begins to play. The scene unfolds in a desolate, icy expanse. Trafalgar stands at the entrance of a base, facing Admiral Smoker and his subordinates. Trafalgar Law, what brings you here? Step aside. I have no desire for conflict. Smoker states, his gaze decidedly unfriendly, for he has never trusted pirates. Smoker, there is nothing inside. I am alone here. Please leave. I prefer not to have my solitude disturbed, Trafalgar asserts with unwavering confidence, as if the situation were indeed as he claims. However, Smoker is hardly swayed by Trafalgar's assurances. Do you believe your words will convince me? This is not a matter to be dismissed with mere rhetoric. Step aside. I must see for myself. Smoker's demeanor is aggressive, ready to engage Trafalgar in battle. My apologies, but I cannot acquiesce to your request, Trafalgar sighs. If you do not step aside, it seems I will have to resort to force. Smoker, lacking any courtesy, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Trafalgar Law. He was resolute. This situation was truly vexing. Trafalgar Law, with a frosty smile, remarked, "It seems we have no choice but to fight." His obstruction only served to deepen Smoker's conviction that something sinister was afoot. If there were no deceit, why not step aside? It was precisely because of his own trepidation that he chose to impede Smoker's path. Thus, the battle commenced. However, in a rather ironic twist, Smoker proved to be no match for Trafalgar Law. His subordinate, Tashigi, was also vanquished by Law. Furthermore, Trafalgar Law executed a rather amusing feat. He utilized his powers to extract the hearts of both Tashigi and Smoker, subsequently swapping them. Tashigi became Smoker, while Smoker became Tashigi. Ah, what a playful jest. Where lay the humiliation, one might ask? Was not Trafalgar Law's display rather impressive? Though reluctant to admit that a ruthless pirate could possess such charm, one must concede that Trafalgar Law's bravado was strikingly mature. Who could possibly challenge Trafalgar Law? Defeat him? It seemed as though he had uttered a prophetic statement. With such an expansive base, surely he was not alone. The audience across the seas pondered this notion, for they could scarcely conceive of a scenario that could humiliate Trafalgar Law. I have already informed you, Smoker, that I am the sole occupant here, Trafalgar Law reiterated, his expression suggesting disbelief that Smoker could doubt him, compelling him to teach a lesson. Yet, do not falter, escape through the gates. Charge forth. For outside lies a realm of new hope. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the door. A throng of individuals was hastening toward them. Trafalgar Law's countenance shifted dramatically. An ominous premonition overtook him. He beheld a group of enormous children clad in white, led by Nami, Frankie, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew, rushing toward the entrance. Huh, Trafalgar Law, did you not claim to be the only one here? Tashigi, as Smoker, questioned, a smirk lacing her tone. How do you account for this? The mocking tone was palpable among the other Marines. Trafalgar Law's face twitched. How could he respond? There was simply no retort available. This blatant humiliation left him speechless. The scene froze on Trafalgar Law's somewhat existential expression. Ha ha ha, Trafalgar, your expression is utterly delightful. On the Thousand Sunny, Luffy heartily chuckled while patting Law on the shoulder. Trafalgar Law's face instantly darkened. Is there truly another way to be humiliated? It was too much. He could contain himself no longer. The Straw Hats were indeed masters of comedic timing. One could only imagine the awkwardness of that moment. I was present at the scene, and I was terrified. This humiliation, although not as overtly provocative as the previous two, was nonetheless equally entertaining. This only heightened the anticipation for the forthcoming moments of humiliation. The thoughts of the individuals on the list. It is imperative to consider one's words carefully in the future. Otherwise, the embarrassment of being proven wrong can be quite unbearable. Trafalgar Law remarked, there will not be a next time. Once is sufficient. The awkwardness from a single incident is already too much. A repeat? Spare me. The fourth display of humiliation. The fishmen are the supreme race. We shall subjugate all terrestrial beings. The reason for their inclusion on the list, like a frog in a well. The narrow-minded individual has yet to understand the vastness of the world. Featured individual, Fisher Tiger Hody Jones. What? This mere fishman speaks with such arrogance. To enslave all races on land. Is he a fool? This is no longer mere hubris. It has devolved into delusional fantasies. The audience across the seas erupted in uproar. The relationship between fishmen and others has never been harmonious, and yet Hody Jones dares to behave so arrogantly? Intolerable. It is no wonder he faced retribution. Such an outcome was inevitable. Indeed, I have never encountered someone so presumptuous. Does he believe the 4 emperors of the New World are mere decorations? To think he could enslave all terrestrial races? He must still be lost in his dreams. Countless voices from the audience echoed their disdain, declaring Hody Jones' arrogance to be utterly excessive. The scene began to unfold in a vast square. Oh, is this not the very square where Straw Hat Luffy single-handedly defeated 50,000 foes? Some astute viewers recognized the familiar location. Truly remarkable. Straw Hat. Teach him a proper lesson. Numerous viewers directed their voices towards the screen, exclaiming, "What a pity, the title of Pirate King belongs to me. You are but 10. While I command an army of 100,000, how do you intend to fight back? After I deal with you, I shall unify the entirety of Fishman Island and ultimately conquer the land, compelling all to submit to the might of Hody Jones. My Fishman tribe is the superior race." As Hody Jones bellowed from the platform, many viewers clenched their fists in indignation. How infuriating! So oblivious to his own insignificance. They longed to see Hody Jones brought low, to understand the power of those from the land. The Pirate King? Straw Hat Luffy, expressionless, declared, "That title is mine." In an instant, he appeared before Hody Jones and sent him flying with a single kick. Hody Jones barely had time to comprehend what was happening before he was airborne. Huh. Let this serve as a lesson. Now you know our strength. The audience roared with laughter. This humiliation was truly satisfying. Yet, Hody Jones, oblivious to his folly, charged forward once more. Employing unconventional tactics, he indeed posed a certain threat to Fishman Island and to Luffy. However, alas, his attempts were in vain. Luffy's relentless strikes shattered Hody Jones's dreams of domination. To rule the land? Unfortunately for him, his life would end here. The entirety of the battle served as a perfectly orchestrated display of retribution, leaving the audience in a state of unparalleled comfort. The thoughts of the featured individual. Indeed, the land dwellers are formidable, yet my Fishman clan shall not abandon our quest for exploration. Upon reading this final commentary, some members of the audience displayed signs of discontent. It appeared they wished to challenge the land dwellers, oblivious to their own limitations. The scene unfolded with a rather striking individual, Lieutenant Fembuti of the Navy headquarters. To one's surprise, a member of the Navy has made the list. How intriguing. Hilariously, there exists someone within the Navy who enjoys posturing. Observers expressed excitement at the notion of a Navy figure being the subject of ridicule. Such occurrences are rare. Within the Navy headquarters, a frown creased the brow of Admiral Sakazuki, clearly displeased. How could a member of our Navy make the list? This is unacceptable. It will only serve to provide amusement to others. The footage began to play. In a warm and harmonious restaurant atmosphere, a dashing and elegant blonde man approached a table by the window, elegantly draping a napkin over an uncorked bottle of red wine. With practiced grace, he poured 2 glasses. Opposite him sat a man with pink hair, adorned with a band of iron weaponry, dressed sharply, and a beautiful woman in a red dress. "I possess considerable knowledge of red wine," the pink-haired man stated. "I often dine at this establishment. You must try their culinary delights. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." The woman in the red dress smiled in anticipation. At that moment, a male patron exclaimed, "Look! Seated over there is indeed Lieutenant Fembuti of the Navy headquarters." A portly gentleman of noble bearing glanced over, remarking, "How striking! Truly elegant." A girl nearby gazed in awe, saying, "You are remarkable. Everyone is watching you." Meanwhile, the lieutenant, seated by the window, raised his glass to the elegant woman before him, exclaiming, "Your beauty has drawn me in." With a clink of their glasses, Fembuti savored a sip of the red wine, his expression one of rapture. He then exaggeratedly proclaimed, "This is exquisite." Raising his hand, he prepared to showcase his knowledge. This flavor, he paused to inhale the aroma of the wine. is reminiscent of the earthiness of the northern lands Mikkel. The onlookers were now captivated, gazing in astonishment at Fembudi's performance. With a heightened tone, he continued, "This red wine is Itrus Brugestein, is it not, dear server?" He looked to the man beside him, a blond individual smoking a cigarette, seeking validation. All he required was the affirmation of the blond man for his display of sophistication to be deemed a success. However, the golden-haired man dismissed him, stating, "No, that is incorrect." He grasped Fembudi's hand and placed a spoon into it, saying, "The soup is getting cold. Please enjoy it while it's hot." With that, he turned to leave, casually adding, "I am the sous chef, Sanji." The servers had all fled the day prior, implying that Fembudi was entirely unfamiliar with the establishment. The facade he presented was utterly unconvincing, leaving him in an awkward predicament. At that moment, the woman in the red dress couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she stifled her laughter before taking a sip of her red wine. Fembudi clenched his fists, his expression darkening. "You mustn't laugh." The surrounding patrons quietly admonished their companions. Yet, how could they resist when he wore such a self-assured demeanor? A female guest, unable to contain her amusement, further ignited Fembudi's ire. At that juncture, the woman in the red dress remarked, "You seem knowledgeable about red wine." Fembudi, reluctantly maintaining his composure, replied, "It's all right, though my palate may be somewhat dulled today." This elicited another polite, yet awkward smile from the woman. Fembudi pondered, what on earth is happening? I had clearly informed the owner about the red wine I wished to serve. He glanced at Sanji's retreating figure, knowing that the issue must lie with him. Resentment and fury surged within him. Just as the audience was eager to discover what transpired next, the familiar screen faded to black, leaving them frustrated. Do I lack time? Can't the subsequent scenes be revealed? Countless viewers felt their patience fraying. Fembudi had been humiliated, and they were delighted to witness it. Yet, they were equally curious about what he would do next. However, the screen stubbornly refused to continue, which was infuriating. Thoughts of the featured character. Had I known that pretending to be someone I am not would be so arduous, I would have refrained from such charade. Ha ha. May I never feign again in this lifetime. One cannot help but feel sympathy for Fembudi, a man who, after much effort to put on a facade, ended up embarrassing himself before an audience. Alas, this is what it means to lack the capability to masquerade. One can only say, Fembudi, poor unfortunate soul. The first half of the humiliation has concluded. Please await the second half patiently. If you appreciate the author's work, consider giving a tip to encourage further updates. The crowd had initially believed they could continue to watch the ensuing plot, only to be met with the familiar interruption, once again halting the narrative. The viewers found themselves exasperated, yet they couldn't deny that it was quite typical. After all, the creators of these videos also need to earn a living. They must grasp the audience's desire for more content. If they fail to inspire a longing to continue watching, would that not be a failure? Donations are essential. Ha. Dear author, please expedite the release of the second half. I eagerly await your video update. Having already experienced the frustration of a hiatus, many viewers were quite understanding. No longer will there be tumultuous uproar as before. Here in Su Yang's domain, oh what a splendid day it is. Sitting upon his bed, Su Yang counts the 20,000 yuan in his possession, the severance compensation awarded after his dismissal from the company. Just as he had anticipated, Su Chong had hired individuals to undermine him, seeking to dismiss Su Yang without accountability and attempting to shift the blame onto him. However, Su Yang, investing further funds, engaged a more formidable outlaw, ultimately securing victory in the judgment. He received the compensation of 20,000 yuan, leaving his employer, Su Chong, visibly pale. Well then, Su Yang mused, having counted my money, it is time to commence my updates. There are still several instances of poetic justice to organize, and he can craft some remarkable videos. The world of One Piece is rife with ostentatious characters, yet the number of those who experience comeuppance is comparatively scarce. After all, those who are struck down are typically prominent figures and are not easily humbled. In the vast ocean, the recent days have been tumultuous indeed. The legendary era of the most notorious has seen Straw Hat Luffy forge an alliance with the equally infamous gang leader, Capone Beach, wreaking havoc upon Big Mom's Cake Island. The alliance's wedding banquet with Germa 66 was left in utter disarray, earning Luffy a staggering bounty of 1.5 billion, placing him among the ranks of the 4 emperors. He directly challenged the 4 emperors of the New World. The ocean is indeed beginning to swirl with excitement. It is too early, Straw Hat. remarked Whitebeard after perusing the newspaper. To aspire to become one of the 4 emperors requires strength, yet Straw Hat Luffy's power is insufficient to bear such a title. Straw Hat Brat, roared Kaido of the Beasts, harboring a long-standing grudge against Luffy, wishing nothing more than to tear him to shreds. How could this mere child be elevated to their level? It is absurd. This diminishes the stature of the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, Big Mom is relentlessly pursuing the Straw Hat crew. How could a mere child bring such disgrace upon a formidable emperor like herself? You lot. Can't you spare me some trouble? At Navy headquarters, Sakazuki's expression was as fierce as a tempest, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. The seas had only just begun to stabilize, yet the Straw Hat Brat had opened such a significant rift. This is intolerable. Yet, he could not possibly dispatch forces to eliminate Luffy, as that would only exacerbate the chaos. Sakazuki was truly at his wit's end. Being an admiral of the Navy is exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the screen no longer dispensed rewards, which was his sole solace. Otherwise, who knows how chaotic the seas might become. Buzz. Just as Sakazuki was overwhelmed by his troubles, the screen silently materialized. The latter half of the compilation of slaps in the pirate world has been updated. The 6th scene of the slap, I will absolutely never marry. The reason for inclusion: one cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Featured character, Sanji, the Blackleg. The scene begins to play, and the Straw Hat Pirates express their astonishment. Luffy exclaims, "Oh, Sanji, you are incredible. You've made the list again." Zoro remarks, "You really are a popular lecherous cook." Chopper adds, "Sanji, you are amazing." Meanwhile, in other parts of the seas, the atmosphere seems rather off-kilter. The previous video showcased Fembidi's pompous display, which was ironically thwarted by Sanji. One wonders how Sanji feels witnessing this moment. Is this what they call poetic justice? Ha. Do you not fear repercussions for such words? The screen fades to black. It then transitions to a magnificent ship. A man resembling an eggshell sits aboard, while Sanji leans against the railing, reproaching him. "To think you could so nonchalantly harm your comrades. I will never cook for someone like you." Upon hearing this, the eggshell-like man, with a cup of coffee perched atop his head, seems to grasp Sanji's sentiments, his expression shifting to one of realization. "Are you referring to pudding?" His tone sharpens. He acted out of personal interest, committing acts detrimental to the Big Mom pirates. It is only natural that he was eliminated. He is a traitor. Sanji cannot agree with this statement. At that moment, another man approaches, his long tongue protruding as he strides with an exaggerated gait. Clad in a red outfit reminiscent of a cultist, he brandishes a photograph as he nears. Baron Egg, over at Cake Island, has already sent over Lady Pudding's picture. Sporting small sunglasses and adorned with unique markings on his head, he addresses Sanji. "Consider it a heads up. Indeed, to arrange for your marriage upon your first meeting is quite excessive." Sanji, visibly displeased, retorts, "Even if I see it a few days in advance. It's the same. What an idiot. Who wants to marry her?" However, the long-tongued man persists, waving the photograph. "Don't be so adamant. It wouldn't hurt to take a look." Sanji's irritation escalates. "You're so noisy, stay away, or I might kick you." Yet, the man remains unfazed, responding calmly. Sanji, now increasingly agitated, mutters, "Annoying." But when he catches sight of the photograph in the man's hand, astonishment overtakes him. His pupils dilate, and the cigarette slips from his mouth. In the photograph, the girl appears gentle and sweet, with an endearing visage that exudes shyness and charm. Most captivating of all, her eyes, resembling unfathomable abysses, ensnare his gaze completely. Sanji can no longer maintain his composure. The girl is so breathtakingly beautiful, it evokes a deep sense of longing within him. He has entirely dismissed his earlier sentiments. His eyes transform into hearts, and his heart feels as though it might leap from his chest. He is utterly captivated, yearning to dive into that photograph. Upon witnessing the spectacle that is Blackleg Sanji, the man with sunglasses and a long tongue remarked, "Behold your intended, Lady Charlotte Bryn, the 35th daughter of the Charlotte family." At that moment, Sanji's face was awash with sheer ecstasy, utterly disregarding any prior declarations against marriage. The scene then transitioned directly to the wedding itself. Sanji, clad in a dapper white suit, radiated charm, while Lady Charlotte Bryn appeared enchanting in her white bridal gown. They were, without a doubt, a match made in heaven, a pair destined for one another. Abruptly, the scene concluded. "Ha. Sanji, I must inquire, does that slap sting?" Who was it that vociferously proclaimed their aversion to marriage, only to succumb to such undeniable attraction? The audience erupted in laughter, for it was indeed a moment of exquisite irony. Sanji had consistently asserted his disinterest in matrimony, yet upon beholding such beauty, he had conveniently forgotten his own declarations. Oh, the Straw Hat Pirates. In this moment, Sanji wished nothing more than to burrow into the earth, overwhelmed by the sheer embarrassment of it all. This was truly a moment of self-reflection. Had it not been for the ensuing plot, one might have believed his fervent denials of marriage. Indeed, it seems all was a ruse. Ha ha ha, Sanji, who knew you possessed such comedic talent? Luffy chuckled heartily, patting Sanji on the shoulder. Nami looked on with disdain, while Usopp could not restrain his sarcasm. Do you truly not wish to marry, Sanji? Sanji, feeling somewhat withdrawn, was left to contemplate the absurdity of it all. Thoughts of the featured individual. It is quite embarrassing, such a sudden turn of events, and I have been caught off guard. This certainly elicited more laughter from the audience. Clip of the slap in the face. Together we stand. What adversary can withstand our might? Reason for inclusion. Never overestimate oneself or underestimate one's opponent. Featured individual. Diringier. Upon seeing this name, many viewers expressed unfamiliarity. Diringier? Isn't he an officer under Don Quixote da Flamingo? A rather deranged fellow of Betafish descent, if memory serves. But who he was mattered little. The enjoyment lay in the spectacle. As the video commenced, it depicted a figure standing atop a crumbling castle amidst ruins, dressed in a green spotted outfit and exceedingly short shorts. With a fish fin protruding from his back and golden short hair adorned with horns, he presented a striking figure. His blood-red eyes and sharp teeth, stained with blood, reflected a maniacal glee as he exclaimed, I am no ordinary human. I bear the blood of the bed of fish. Do not underestimate me, you wretched pirates. Many in the audience, upon hearing these words, thought, Child, do not boast. You may find yourself humbled before long. Yet, from Diringier, an aura of terror was palpable, even through the screen, sending shivers down the spine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Diringier ascended to the pinnacle of the fortress with several swift strides. Casting a glance around, he found himself alone. As he advanced, he called out for his companion, Gladiolus, where art thou? I have come to seek you. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from his right. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the source. In the midst of the battlefield, a spectral figure, akin to a flash of light, effortlessly dispatched countless minions of their clan before they even had a chance to react. There stood Gladiolus, his expression grave, on high alert. Yet, Diringier felt no trepidation. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. He continued to call, Gladiolus. Be cautious, Diringier, Gladiolus warned urgently. This place is perilous. Do not approach just yet, for there is a formidable foe. At these words, Diringier's excitement surged. This is not the usual rhetoric, Gladiolus. Together, what fear do we have of a troublesome adversary? Before he could finish his sentence, a spectral figure, imbued with lethal intent, brushed past him. A man wielding a long sword, his visage twisted into a fearsome grimace, materialized before the screen. This sight startled many. His countenance was indeed terrifying. In an instant, Diringier was vanquished, offering no resistance whatsoever. Such a rapid downfall was a stark slap in the face to his arrogance. Truly, this was an instance where hubris led to swift retribution. Who was this menacing figure? He exuded an aura of dread. The audience, taken aback by the devilish appearance of the man, gasped in horror. Is that not Cabbage? Has he grown so powerful? One recalled Diringier's previous might, noting he had bested Bellamy. Remarkably, Monkey D. Luffy was among the few who recognized the grim-faced man. It was Cavendish. If Cavendish possessed such strength, perhaps his bounty was undervalued. Within the Navy headquarters, upon viewing this footage, certain individuals mused, the youth lacks martial integrity. I was careless and did not evade. To this, the real Diringier remarked, that old Coot's assessment is quite on point. Face-slapping Scene 8, the Whitebeard Pirates. I shall stand against them. Reason for ranking. If one cannot prevail, it is better not to engage recklessly. Featured individual, Rear Admiral John Jando of the Navy Giants. Upon witnessing yet another entry from the Navy, particularly a Rear Admiral from their headquarters, Akainu felt disheartened. Why is it that such commendable feats elude the Navy's grasp? Once more, they found themselves burdened with face-slapping footage. Could fortune not smile upon them for once? The footage commenced, set against a backdrop of war. It quickly became apparent that this was the Marineford battle. At this moment, the encirclement plan was thwarted, hindered by ice barriers, preventing the timely elevation of the Navy's encirclement strategy, thus derailing what could have been a successful operation against the Whitebeard pirates. A naval officer observed the scene, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. The encirclement barrier was activated too late. "This is dire," he remarked. Just then, a towering figure vaulted over him, a resolute voice emerging. "I shall buy us some time." It was Vice Admiral John Giando, brandishing a formidable sword with an intense countenance. "I will not allow you to set foot in the square, Whitebeard pirates." With a single stroke, he unleashed immense force. The ordinary henchmen of the Whitebeard pirates could scarcely withstand Giando's onslaught, retreating in disarray. John Giando swiftly advanced to confront Whitebeard himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought his sword crashing down with tremendous might. Thud! The forceful blow was met with ease by Whitebeard, who calmly stated, "You are quite a nuisance." No matter how Giando pressed down with his attack, he could not budge Whitebeard in the slightest. With a mere shake, Whitebeard sent John Giando tumbling backward, out of control. Then, Whitebeard unleashed his terrifying power, destabilizing the very balance of Marineford and the surrounding seas. In the face of such overwhelming strength, resistance was futile. Giando, gasping for breath, knelt on the ground, gazing at Whitebeard in awe. "Such terrifying power," he murmured. "But in the name of the absolute justice of the Navy, I cannot allow you to pass." He grasped his sword once more, positioning himself defiantly before Whitebeard. However, the outcome was all too predictable. Whitebeard leapt into the air, delivering a devastating punch. Wah! The might of Whitebeard was beyond the capability of a single vice admiral to contest. Giando was forced back. Whitebeard, accompanied by his crew, surged onward toward the square. Undoubtedly, Giando had been humiliated, quite severely, in fact. Yet, upon viewing this segment of footage, not a single soul could muster a laugh. Anyone with even a modicum of conscience would find it impossible to smile. How could one laugh? John Giando was struck for the sake of protecting them, battling against pirates. Though his choice was ill-advised, engaging Whitebeard was hardly the right course of action. His spirit was commendable. Without such valiant individuals, how could the Navy have achieved its present standing? Well done, Vice Admiral Giando. We are grateful for your dedication and hard work. The citizens of the Four Seas shared this sentiment. Thank you to the Navy, and thank you to Giando. This revelation relieved Giando, who had feared ridicule upon watching the footage, warming his heart in the process. At least it demonstrated that the audience across the seas valued his sacrifice. His efforts had not gone unnoticed. Perhaps a touch reckless, but ultimately inconsequential. Sakazuki, too, transitioned from worry to relief, thankful that the situation had not turned out as badly as it could have. Reflections of the featured individual. If given another chance, I would make the same choice again. The citizens of the Four Seas wholeheartedly agreed. In the dimly lit depths of a forest, the Straw Hat Pirate, Monkey D. Luffy, rides upon a rather comical three-headed dog. Suddenly, a ghost materializes before him. Luffy, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "A ghost has appeared." He promptly retrieves his net, intent on capturing the phantom. However, the outcome is all too predictable. Such an ethereal being cannot be ensnared. Nearby, Frankie unleashes a torrent of flames at the specters. Yet it proves utterly ineffective. In an astonishing turn of events, one ghost passes right through Frankie's body, leading to an unexpected revelation. "I'm truly useless this week." Frankie laments, dejected and feeling defeated. He kneels, overwhelmed by a lack of confidence and courage, as he feels the weight of the world's ridicule upon him. This prompts Sanji to erupt in frustration, exclaiming, "How long will you wallow in despair?" Meanwhile, Luffy, still struggling to capture a ghost, decides to take a more direct approach. Yet, the ghost glides through him as well, leaving Luffy in a state of despair as he collapses to the ground, murmuring, "If I could be reborn, I would choose to be a seashell." His self-deprecating humor sends Sanji into a fit of exasperation. So, how long are you going to keep this up? At this moment, viewers are left in stitches, marveling at the absurdity of the scene. The laughter is infectious, as one cannot help but wonder whether this is a moment of humiliation or merely comedic relief. It is undeniably delightful. Observing this chaos, the formidable Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, scoffs disdainfully, arms crossed, and remarks, "You useless fools. It is your wavering resolve that allows these bizarre ghosts to toy with you." However, As soon as he utters these words, a ghost passes through him as well. In an instant, he too finds himself sprawled on the ground, speaking despondently. I apologize for my very existence in this world. The irony is swift and sharp. Just moments before, he spoke with conviction, only to be met with instant ridicule. It is utterly remarkable. I find it impossible to reconcile the comedic figure before me with the fierce, beast-like pirate hunter I once envisioned. I cannot contain my laughter any longer, dear friends. This is simply too joyous. Is this truly a moment of humiliation? It is, without a doubt. A comical interlude that has intruded upon the narrative. The montage of face-slapping moments in the pirate world has now concluded. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all viewers for tuning in, and we encourage you to anticipate the next episode. Just as the audience across the four seas believed there would be more to come, the abrupt finale left many feeling disoriented. It was too swift. Just as the thrill was becoming palpable, it was suddenly over. One cannot help but wish for more such moments of poetic justice. Alas, it has ended once again. And why must it always be so brief? Could it not last a bit longer? A considerable number of viewers couldn't refrain from voicing their complaints. An exciting quiz is about to commence. At this moment, the luminous screen, which should have faded into oblivion, suddenly spoke, invigorating many. A quiz? Wonderful. Just when we thought it was over, it has returned. Ha ha. This time, I must secure a reward. Countless ambitious souls instantly found their composure disrupted. It is well known that great advantages can be gleaned from the quiz, as evidenced by the likes of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. However, the innumerable naval officers at the Marine headquarters harbored quite a different sentiment. They felt a tumultuous unease within. In their eyes, the quiz signified chaos. Nevertheless, they found themselves powerless to prevent it. Soon, the familiar radiance illuminated the surroundings, and the well-known answering space materialized. Various powerful figures from the seas entered it. Having witnessed previous disruptions caused by Akainu being expelled, as well as others who failed to contribute and thus could not access the answering space, the prominent figures present, despite their grandeur upon the seas, momentarily subdued their brilliance. This event consists of only 3 questions, the screen announced, startling everyone present. Only 3 questions? What is the meaning of this? Yet, the screen offered no explanations regarding the limited number of questions. After outlining the rules of the answering space, it proceeded to present the first question. Question 1. Please briefly describe the major factions and their respective key figures involved in the face-slapping montage featuring Blackbeard. Upon hearing this initial question, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Why was the question so challenging? It was entirely different from the previous quiz. Many fell into deep contemplation. This question was quite difficult, requiring extensive knowledge of the war on the summit and a high level of discernment to identify the relevant figures. Otherwise, a wrong answer would mean forfeiting the opportunity. Silence enveloped the venue as many already possessed answers. However, they were uncertain if their deductions were entirely correct. Without anyone to test their hypotheses, no one knew what constituted a right or wrong answer. Furthermore, none wished to be the first to speak up. Thus, the atmosphere grew tense. The powerful beings of the sea exchanged glances, each waiting for the other's response. The luminous screen did not afford the assembled crowd ample time for indecision, compelling those who were inclined to procrastinate to abandon such thoughts. At last, someone pressed the buzzer, none other than Mondor of the Big Mom Pirates. Faced with the collective gaze of the audience, Mondor remained remarkably composed. His rationale for pressing the button was rather straightforward. The vast ocean had bestowed rewards upon most factions, yet his own had yet to receive any. This left them, as one of the 4 emperors, in a somewhat disreputable position. Thus, the prospect of correctness was momentarily set aside. Answering first was paramount. Who knew? Perhaps fortune would favor him. Mondor, please provide your answer, the screen announced, drawing the attention of all present to him. Reactions varied. Some were calm, others were derisive, and a few furrowed their brows. Among those frowning were members of the Big Mom family, such as Katakuri. While he understood Mondor's intentions, he nonetheless felt that Mondor's actions were excessively reckless. There was no need for him to be the one to take such a risk. The opposing factions included the Navy, led by the heroic Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Blackbeard crew, represented by the infamous Blackbeard Teach and the champion fighter basis, the red-haired pirates, with Shanks and his first mate Beckman. And the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, featuring the immortal Marco and the swordsman Vista. Upon concluding his response, Mondor turned to the luminous screen, fully aware that his answer was unlikely to be correct. However, he intended to set an example for Katakuri and the others. If he was wrong, then perhaps they might have a chance at the right answer. The crowd's attention shifted to the screen, with some feeling tense, anxious that Mondor might actually get it right. Incorrect answer. As Mondor had anticipated, his response was indeed wrong. This outcome was hardly surprising. He had long prepared himself mentally for it. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as lightning descended. Mondor, ready for this eventuality, activated the powers of the book fruit, containing the lightning within. Please continue to respond. If no one buzzes in within 5 minutes, the opportunity will be void. The screen's voice rang out again, heightening the pressure among the formidable participants. Ding, ding, ding. Various powerful figures stepped forward to answer, including Sengoku of the Navy, Revolutionary Leader Dragon, and Beckman from the Red-Haired Pirates. Unfortunately, none provided the correct answer, which left the assembled strongmen disheartened. Despite their numbers, not one had succeeded in answering correctly. What, then, was the true answer? Ding. At that moment, Katakuri successfully buzzed in. Please provide your answer, Lord Katakuri. His appearance captivated the attention of many. At the forefront of the three prominent figures, Katakuri, the second in command of Big Mom, stands as a formidable force upon the seas. The parties confronting each other include the Navy's renowned hero, Garp, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, alongside Blackbeard, also known as Marshal D. Teach, and the champion fighter, Basis. Additionally, the red-haired pirates are represented by Shanks and his first mate, Ben Beckman. Upon hearing Katakuri's response, many raised their brows in intrigue. Could this truly be the answer? It felt somewhat implausible. Some who had previously erred in their answers had indeed excluded remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, as they were not involved. However, few had considered the exclusion of figures like Shiryu of the Rain or the Tyrant, as the entire Blackbeard crew was implicated. Yet, all their answers proved incorrect. Was it possible that Katakuri was genuinely right? The gathering of powerful individuals turned their gazes toward the screen, eager to learn the ultimate outcome. Correct answer. Congratulations, Katakuri. Please select your reward. As the result emerged, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. It was indeed as Katakuri had answered. Reward 1. Obtain half of the genetic lineage of Germa 666. Reward 2. Enhance the strength of any family member by 1/10. Upon hearing the rewards bestowed upon Katakuri, many powerful figures momentarily held their breath, their eyes gleaming with avarice. What was their primary motivation for participating in this prize competition? It was solely to acquire rewards and elevate their strength. On these vast oceans, possessing power renders all desires attainable. Please enhance the strength of my mother, Charlotte Linlen. Katakuri's choice was, as always, straightforward and unambiguous. Upon hearing his decision, the previously composed Big Mom could not help but smile. Truly, he is my son. Understanding the essence of maximizing benefits. In an instant, a beam of white light enveloped Big Mom, her aura rapidly surging until she reached the second most formidable presence in the vicinity, just shy of surpassing the first, Kaido of the Beasts. The scenario they had dreaded had indeed come to pass. Watching this unfold, Sengoku sighed. It seems I, an old soul, must continue to bear the burden. While the Navy's strength is currently formidable, even with Big Mom's enhancement, they remain unfazed, as they can still instill fear across the seas. However, other factions do not share this sentiment. Shanks pondered within himself, what if these two unite? It would undoubtedly become a most troubling predicament. Perhaps the events of God Valley may soon repeat themselves, with the Navy and pirates potentially joining forces once more. Question 2. Please state the bounty amounts of characters with the trait of being directionally challenged from the compilation of special attribute individuals. Perhaps the difficulty of the first question had rendered the assembly of strongmen more cautious. Even though many had instantaneously grasped the answer, they hesitated, taking the time to verify the relevant facts before responding. However, this delay proved detrimental, for some would display no such hesitation. Ding! Someone buzzed in to answer. The crowd, upon witnessing this, thought to themselves, this cannot bode well. Such queries are most daunting when the principal party is present, and at that moment, the individual who buzzed in was none other than the principal himself. Following the prompt on the illuminated screen to respond, Roronoa Zoro declared, 320 million berries. Undoubtedly, this was the correct answer. Congratulations on your correct response, Sir Roronoa Zoro. Please select your reward. Reward 1. Acquire the strength of the world's greatest swordsman. Reward 2. Never lose your way again. Upon seeing these rewards, many concluded that Zoro's choice lacked suspense. Was there even a question? Which to choose between the strength of the world's greatest swordsman and the ability to never lose one's way? Even a child would know the answer is undoubtedly strength. Yet, the pirate hunter is known for his unpredictability. Perhaps he would choose the option of never losing his way instead? The Navy did not wish for Zoro to gain power so suddenly, while Mihawk harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding Zoro's decision. I choose to never lose my way, Zoro calmly declared. How could you opt for that, Zoro? The opportunity for immense power stands before you. Why make such a choice? Usopp exclaimed, bewildered. Haha. That's classic Zoro. I knew he wouldn't choose the strength of the world's greatest swordsman, laughed Monkey D. Luffy, fully aware of Zoro's character. Sengoku sighed in relief, while Mihawk smirked, knowing he had not misjudged Zoro. Humph, what a man of resolve. Doflamingo chuckled darkly in his prison garb. Roronoa Zoro is indeed a formidable and steadfast individual, Katakuri mused inwardly. As for Zoro's reasoning behind his choice to never lose his way, it was simple enough, he thought fiercely to himself. Now, let us see who dares to call me directionally challenged. In the past, he might not have cared, but the emergence of the illuminated screen had made his lack of navigational skills widely known. To prevent future exploitation by foes, and to avoid further embarrassment, he needed to alter this unfortunate talent. Question 3. What is the name of the location where Bellamy the hyena seized the gold from Kurizumi? Who could possibly know the answer to this? Oh no, this will benefit the Straw Hat Pirates again. The faces of the formidable warriors turned pale. This question was beyond their ken. In the scene where Bellamy the hyena was humiliated, the name of the place where Kurizumi's gold was taken was not disclosed. Only those who had truly experienced these events, the Straw Hat crew, would possess such knowledge. Naturally, Luffy's oblivious expression suggested he was unaware. However, many turned their gazes toward the historian of the Straw Hat crew, Nico Robin, fully aware that she would know the answer. Gecko Island, Robin replied, just as the powerful ones had surmised. And yet, the sound of the light curtains prompt resonated with the powerful figures present, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. They had arrived with immense hopes, only to leave empty-handed, devoid of answers. The atmosphere was steeped in melancholy. Please select your reward, Ms. Nico Robin. Reward 1. Eternal Youth. Reward 2. Unparalleled Beauty. Upon hearing these rewards, the female pirates in attendance were visibly enchanted. Such offerings represented the ultimate secrets they fervently pursued. Regardless of their prowess, they were eager for these gifts. What a delightful surprise it was. Nico Robin smiled subtly before opting for the second reward. Eternal Youth was tempting, but she feared the prospect of becoming a subject for scientific experimentation. Thus concluded the quiz segment. As the brilliance of the light faded, the powerful figures returned to their respective territories. The Navy promptly intensified security measures against Big Mom. Numerous pirates in the New World embarked on journeys to join the Big Mom pirates. Aligning with the strong was only natural. Each individual led their own life, while the sea remained tranquil and harmonious, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual to shatter this peace. That tranquility was soon disrupted by none other than Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. She relentlessly pursued Monkey D. Luffy, breaching the territory of the Beast Pirates and ultimately forging an alliance with Kaido. What? The two emperors are collaborating? How could this be? Such an occurrence was unfathomable, a reality that simply could not exist. The Beast Pirates had already claimed the title of the foremost emperor, and now, joining forces with Charlotte Linlin, their power would reach unimaginable heights. No one dared to speculate on the extent of this newfound strength. It was a terrifying prospect. Could anyone truly oppose such a force? Even the Navy would find it exceedingly challenging. This was undoubtedly a rhythm that signaled dominance over the entire sea. Is my greatest fear truly materializing? Red-haired Shanks lamented, his head aching. Linlin had not changed. She still relished in chaos. Whitebeard's crew, led by Edward Newgate, bore expressions of anticipated resignation. Damn it! Exclaimed Akainu, his fury boiling over at the Navy headquarters. Just when there seemed to be a moment of peace, chaos erupted once again. Was it not possible to maintain this precarious balance? By the way, what is the bounty on the four emperors? I am quite curious, as it has always been shrouded in mystery, and I am entirely unaware of their worth. It should be around 2 billion, right? Even for the emperors. Their bounty shouldn't be excessively outrageous. Suddenly, The topic of discussion emerged among various individuals at sea. Newspapers began to circulate information, sparking curiosity among the populace and pirates alike. It was impossible not to be intrigued, given that they were discussing the four emperors, the maritime sovereigns of the New World. Indeed, they have allied. And even faster than I had anticipated. In Su Yang's vicinity, he naturally observed this scene through the connection with the computer and the screen. He was not surprised, for the narrative unfolded precisely as expected. Thus, he thought to create a video related to this event. With a spark of inspiration, Su Yang promptly set about executing his idea, believing that this video would undoubtedly captivate many viewers. Initially, the vast ocean was expected to descend into chaos due to the alliance between Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts. However, in reality, that did not transpire. The Navy had dispatched a formidable force in a timely manner, effectively intimidating the tumultuous seas. The chaos the populace had envisioned never materialized. Moreover, an event occurred that rivaled the alliance of the two emperors. The bounties of the four emperors were publicly announced. Indeed, as the masses had speculated, after years of concealment by the Navy, they finally revealed the bounty amounts of the four emperors. This revelation sent shockwaves through countless pirates across the seas. They had anticipated that the bounties of the emperors would be substantial, yet they were unprepared for the astonishing figures that emerged. The first was Blackbeard Teach, with a bounty of 247,600,000 berries. At first, no one would have guessed that this was the lowest bounty among the four emperors. Upon seeing Blackbeard's 24 billion, many assumed that the other emperor's bounties would hover around 5 billion. However, the bounty of the second emperor swiftly reshaped their understanding. The second emperor, red-haired Shanks, boasted a bounty of 4,048,900,000 berries. When the figures for Shanks soared to 4 billion, many gasped in disbelief. Such a terrifying bounty truly conveyed the significance of the Sea Emperors. Yet, when the bounty of the third emperor was revealed, they realized just how dramatically they had underestimated the four emperors. The third emperor, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, commanded a staggering bounty of 5,046,000,000 berries. Good heavens! The sight of Whitebeard's bounty left countless pirates trembling in fear. 50 billion, what an incomprehensible figure. Many could scarcely fathom it. Fortunately, the bounties of the next two emperors did not surpass this amount, or their hearts might not have withstood the pressure. The fourth emperor, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, had a bounty of 4,388,000,000 berries. After witnessing Whitebeard's 50 billion, Big Mom's 4,38 billion seemed less jarring. The fifth emperor, Kaido of the Beasts, possessed a bounty of 4,611,110,000 berries. It can only be said that after the bounties of the four emperors were disclosed, countless pirates suddenly comprehended the true meaning of supremacy and imperial dominance. Truly, they were the sovereigns of the seas, with bounties so lofty that they seemed unattainable. Many wondered if the bounty of the Pirate King would be even higher. However, the Navy did not disclose this information, even if they longed to know. It remained beyond their grasp. At this moment, how delightful it would be if the screen could update with new videos. Indeed, if that were the case, it would be truly perfect. Just contemplating this sensation brings immense pleasure. After experiencing the terrifying bounty of the four emperors, many viewers began to reminisce about the screen that had not updated for 3 or 4 days. At this juncture, they yearned for the companionship of updated videos. Since your demand is so fervent, I shall reluctantly indulge your wishes, remarked Su Yang with a smile. Having just completed his latest series of videos and preparing to upload them. Export. Upload. Upload successful. Under review. Review successful. After completing this series of tasks, Su Yang picked up several sheets of paper prepared on the table, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped outside. These sheets contained his resume. He felt it was time to venture beyond the confines of his home and engage with the world. In the world of pirates, as the air buzzed with anticipation, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, and the audience across the seas understood that the long-awaited video had finally updated. Top 10 Powerhouses of the New Era in the Pirate World. Creator, Su Yang. This ranking is not in any particular order. Enjoy watching. Su Yang comprehended that wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy, and in places where such hierarchies exist, debates are inevitable. His video, which ranked the top 10 powerhouses, was bound to incite discussions. After all, not everyone is content to remain in the shadows. On the internet of his world, debates raged over the strengths of various characters, let alone in the tangible realm of the pirate world. Top 10 powerhouses. Surely, I must have a place among them, mused Kaido of the 100 Beasts, his gaze cold and contemplative. How exciting this is, chuckled Don Quixote da Flamingo from Impel Down. I wonder who will be the first to appear. It seems that the seas will become extraordinarily lively, with endless debates. Countless pirates and citizens shared the same premonition. After this video plays, unforeseen events are bound to unfold. Top Powerhouse 1. Blackbeard. He is the architect of the new era. He is a renowned, ambitious figure. A notorious rogue, he employs any means necessary to achieve his goals, demonstrating remarkable patience, all for a moment of astonishing success. What? The first to make the list is Blackbeard? By the way, where exactly is Blackbeard now? It has been ages since any news of him surfaced. Haha. I believe Blackbeard must be quite surprised to find himself on this list. The fact that he is the first to appear is somewhat astonishing. Though his inclusion itself is not unexpected. The footage began to roll. Blackbeard had followed Whitebeard since he was a child. He was the only one who knelt and begged Whitebeard to take him in. Yet, amidst the formidable crew of the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard did not stand out particularly. No one could have foreseen that this humble, cheerful man, who got along with everyone, would later undergo such a dramatic transformation. Capturing the fiery ace. He incited a war between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, hastening the demise of the venerable Whitebeard himself. He seized Whitebeard's fruit, ascending to become a new emperor, commanding the new world with fervor. In truth, the 2nd Division captain and all members of his crew were utterly oblivious to the fact that the seemingly simple Blackbeard would transform into a formidable tyrant. To the naked eye, he appeared weak, and no one could have fathomed that Blackbeard would betray his comrades and abandon the Whitebeard pirates. How could someone who repeatedly declined promotion and willingly settled for the life of a mere foot soldier possess such audacity? Yet, after that fateful night, every member of the Whitebeard pirates realized they had misjudged Blackbeard. He had been concealing his true self all along. The moment Fire Fist Ace gazed upon the lifeless body of his dear friend and generous 4th Division captain, Sachi, he was consumed by fury. Upon discovering that the perpetrator was his own subordinate, Blackbeard Teach, he was engulfed in regret and self-reproach. How could he have failed to see Blackbeard's true nature, allowing Sachi to fall in a pool of blood? Thus, Fire Fist Ace set sail, unaware that he had fallen into Blackbeard's cunning trap, designed to lure him out to sea in order to capture him and secure a position among the 7 warlords of the sea. This would ultimately ignite the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy and fulfill Blackbeard's ambitions. Therefore, when Blackbeard encountered Fire Fist Ace on Bonero Island, he feigned weakness, convincing Ace that he was an easy target, ripe for capture and subsequent execution by Whitebeard. Indeed, he seized this opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to Ace, forcing him to unleash his ultimate move, the Great Flame Emperor. Haha. Will fire triumph over darkness, or will darkness consume the flames? Let us find out. In that moment, transformed into the Dark Emperor, Blackbeard held nothing back and engaged fully in combat. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, having defeated Fire Fist Ace. By using Ace as leverage, he successfully supplanted Crocodile's position among the 7 warlords of the sea. With that position secured, and Ace now in the hands of the Navy, all of Blackbeard's carefully laid plans had come to fruition. Indeed, everything that followed unfolded according to his design. The Whitebeard pirates clashed with the Navy. He stealthily infiltrated Impel Down, enlisting a host of notorious prisoners from the 6th level as allies. He timely entered the fray of the Marineford War. Before countless witnesses, he successfully acquired Whitebeard's cataclysmic powers. Haha, can you feel the power surging within me? What is the matter? Why does no one dare to challenge me? As Blackbeard unleashed his might, shattering the heavens, he realized that his schemes had reached fruition. He understood that he was on the brink of ascending to the pinnacle of the world, destined to become one of its ruling figures. After years of patience, all his ambitions were finally realized in a single moment. Ascending to the pinnacle, becoming the victor of life. Such intoxicating allure. In that moment, Blackbeard's formidable punch officially declared to the world that the era of Blackbeard had arrived. By his solitary might, he instilled fear in countless elite members of the Navy, rendering them reluctant to engage. What an awe-inspiring display of power. For a fleeting instant, he comprehended the invincibility of Whitebeard, a state of being so profoundly captivating. Shortly thereafter, wielding the forces of darkness in one hand and the tremor fruit in the other, he decisively vanquished the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, thereby securing his place among the four emperors. His fearsome and unstoppable presence was immortalized in the annals of history. The glorious chapter belonging to Blackbeard would have undoubtedly continued to shine had it not been for the revival of Whitebeard. That last statement stings a little. A heart-wrenching blow. The screen was audacious in its declarations, and I found it delightful. As the subtitles rolled, the saga of Blackbeard's life unfolded, stirring emotions within the audience. Truly remarkable. This man is extraordinary. His cunning was executed with perfection, a truly flawless comeback. Alas, just as the final words suggested, without Whitebeard's revival, he would surely continue to bask in glory. Second among the 10 strongest, Admiral Fujitora's life. He is an admiral of the new era, promoted through the Navy's grand recruitment. He upholds justice rooted in mercy and compassion. He blinded himself to avoid witnessing the world's evils. He harbors a noble aspiration to bring tranquility to the seas. Following this brief introduction, the scenes of Fujitora began to play. However, these revelations created a profound impact among the audience. To sweep away all and restore peace to the sea. Is such a feat truly achievable? What a magnificent aspiration. Regardless of its feasibility, the mere existence of such a thought is already commendable. When Fujitora first appeared, no one could have anticipated that he was an admiral of the Navy. They simply perceived him as a blind swordsman. When he crossed paths with Zoro on a street in Dressrosa, Zoro keenly sensed that this elderly man was far from ordinary. He even contemplated drawing his sword. Yet Fujitora chose to avoid confrontation, merely passing by him. Fujitora inquired about the location of the casino, to which Zoro truthfully directed him. Later, Fujitora encountered Monkey D. Luffy in the casino. Despite being blind, his remarkable ability to discern positions through sound allowed him to achieve an astounding 15 consecutive victories, drawing the attention of some local ruffians. They challenged Fujitora to a duel of men. Fujitora did not decline. However, these ruffians had never intended to adhere to the rules. They merely sought to seize the substantial winnings Fujitora possessed, taking advantage of his blindness and repeatedly twisting the truth to rob him of his money. Amidst it all, Fujitora was acutely aware yet chose not to expose the truth. Rather, he placed his entire wager on the line. Ultimately, in the final round, Fujitora emerged victorious once more. Yet the ruffians once again distorted reality, proclaiming that he had lost. At that moment, the disguised Straw Hat Luffy interjected, stating, "Uncle bet on white. And the result is indeed white. So it is this uncle who has won." Naturally, the thugs were oblivious to the identity of the now-masked Straw Hat Luffy. Infuriated at being unmasked, they threatened, "Speak carelessly, and you'll regret it." These ruffians were subordinates of one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and within Dressrosa, they felt invincible, unafraid of anyone. This audacity was what emboldened them to deceive Fujitora. However, the individuals they provoked were not ones to cower before da Flamingo. Both Admiral Fujitora and Straw Hat Luffy shared this sentiment. Before the ruffians could lay a hand on Luffy, the seemingly amiable Fujitora had already drawn his sword from his blind cane. With a voice imbued with profound intensity, he murmured, "I shall send these wretches to hell." This ignited fury among Luffy's companions, who charged at Fujitora with knives drawn. Observing this, Luffy felt a surge of concern, contemplating intervention. Yet, Fujitora was not one to be trifled with. Upon unsheathing his blade, a flurry of gleaming steel ensued, and miraculously, not a drop of blood was shed as the so-called thugs fell to the ground. Subsequently, Luffy sensed a weighty aura descend upon the scene. Although it did not physically manifest upon him, he perceived the air as if it had solidified, an ominous premonition. In that moment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded as the floor beneath Fujitora began to crack at an alarming rate. The fissures swiftly spread, culminating in a sudden collapse, leaving behind a gaping abyss, truly sending these men to hell in the most literal sense. After this act, Fujitora did not simply depart. He assured the establishment that he would compensate for the damages before stepping outside. Luffy, realizing that this sword-wielding uncle was extraordinary, hurriedly inquired about his identity. Fujitora responded, "It is perhaps best not to unveil the truth, as it is advantageous for both of us." Upon exiting the casino, Fujitora made his way to the arena. where he observed various powerful individuals drawn by the allure of the Mera no Mi. He understood that the forthcoming events in Dressrosa would not unfold peacefully. Thus, he formally donned the mantle of admiral, instructing his subordinates to investigate the audience and the townsfolk, declaring, "Justice exists to safeguard the populace." Following this, he proceeded to Greenbit to mediate the feud between Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law. Ultimately, he officially became embroiled in the chaos of Dressrosa. Compelled to agree to capture the Straw Hat Lad and ally with the pirate coalition led by Trafalgar Law, all in the name of protecting the people. However, before he could apprehend these individuals, the high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Pika, impatiently took action, transforming into a colossal stone giant to assault everyone. This directly conflicted with Fujitora's principle of protecting the populace. Ultimately, after a series of fierce battles, he chose to align himself with the pirates when Don Quixote Doflamingo was poised to unleash the birdcage, which threatened to suffocate all within. When the pirate hunter Zoro gritted his teeth, stating that wolves lay ahead and tigers lurked behind, Fujitora stood firmly alongside the pirates, united against the impending terror of the birdcage that loomed over ordinary citizens. Following the conclusion of the battle in Dressrosa, he made a remarkable move. He knelt before King Riku on behalf of the Navy, apologizing for the harm inflicted upon the nation by the warlord Doflamingo. This scene was broadcasted live to the entire world. While it could be deemed humiliating, Fujitora remained unfazed. Confronted with the Straw Hat crew, who had saved the nation of Dressrosa, he chose to let them go, attributing it to fate, despite being fully aware of their pirate status. For Fujitora, justice is perpetually directed toward the people. As long as it benefits the populace, he is willing to discern right from wrong, even when it involves pirates, making choices that best serve the public interest. On his quest for justice, Fujitora has consistently strived to understand the demands of the common folk. His approach to duty starkly contrasts with that of previous admirals. Among all the admirals, he is the most attuned to the people's needs and the most pragmatic. Any actions that harm the populace will be deemed his adversaries. He cannot bear to witness the world's injustices, evil, and darkness, leading him to sacrifice his own sight. Yet, he tirelessly endeavors to uphold the flickering light of justice that remains, steadfast in his commitment to it. This is Fujitora, a man who unwaveringly clings to righteousness. His profound charisma is undeniable. Is this the essence of an admiral's justice? Truly moving. Long live this remarkable man. Countless citizens were deeply touched. Just gazing upon Fujitora's visage instilled a sense of reassurance, dissipating their innate fears. Ah, such a presumptuous individual. Although Fujitora's efforts significantly bolstered the Navy's image, the mere mention of him kneeling and apologizing to King Riku still darkened Sakazuki's expression. After all, Fujitora is an admiral, even in the act of apology. Such humility seems unnecessary. As for Suyong, he mused that the world could surely benefit from more men like Fujitora. He sighed, recognizing that, regardless of the era, Fujitora is universally adored by the public. The existence of such men undoubtedly contributes to a more stable and secure society. Yet, the next formidable figure to emerge is likely to be quite intriguing. The broadcast of this scene was not only viewed by the citizens of the pirate world. Suyong was also watching. After all, videos are best enjoyed in the company of others, enhancing the atmosphere. The third of the 10 formidable figures, Admiral Kazuru Borsalino. He is a venerable elder who has steadfastly held the position of admiral within the Navy. He harbors little interest in fame or power, instead quietly safeguarding the seas and occasionally being dispatched to execute urgent missions. He epitomizes the laid-back representative within the Navy. His sense of justice is ambiguous, making it difficult for others to grasp his true intentions. As the footage begins to play, the public watches intently, while Borsalino rubs his temples, feeling a headache coming on. His reputation is at risk of being tarnished. As the introduction suggested, he is indeed quite nonchalant, and his ambiguous style leads to confusion regarding his moral alignment. This easily gives rise to suspicions of him being an undercover agent. However, Borsalino's apparent indifference belies his diligence. He has never neglected his duties, albeit in a manner less intense than his contemporaries, Fujitora and Akainu. In the video, the 26-year-old Borsalino, alongside his future fellow admirals, Akiji and Akainu, was one of the first students under the tutelage of the formidable Zifa. His remarkable prowess earned him the moniker of monster among the populace. Yet, He never quite harmonized with his mentor Zifa. Perhaps it was the clash between his carefree nature and Zifa's stern demeanor, or possibly a divergence in their ideologies. The exact reasons remain a mystery. During the era of Joel D. Roger, Borsalino gradually began to emerge, already exhibiting signs of his laid-back disposition. Perhaps his time as a subordinate to Sengoku and the influence of his friend Garp led him to believe that true freedom does not necessitate lofty status. In fact, such high standing could hinder one's liberty. The specifics of this reasoning remain elusive, but Borsalino's nonchalance has become increasingly pronounced, having witnessed the cycles of life and death. Or perhaps due to innate talent, he chose to temper his brilliance amidst a navy abundant with exceptional talent. Thus, he concealed his true nature, presenting a facade of carelessness. Yet, as the adage goes, fate does not always align with one's desires. Despite his intentions to cultivate an image of unreliability, his formidable strength, extensive experience, an impressive record ultimately secured him a position among the 3 admirals of the Navy. When Borsalino once again made a grand appearance before the public, he had already occupied the admiral's seat for many years. His first act upon reemergence was to address the incident involving the celestial dragons being assaulted. Following the ruckus caused by Monkey D. Luffy at the auction house, where he dealt a blow to the celestial dragons, Borsalino, while sipping tea in Sengoku's office, took the initiative to request deployment to Sabaody Archipelago to manage the aftermath of the assault. The reasons behind his proactive request remain unknown. Perhaps it was due to the fact that at the time, there was only Admiral Kizaru available among the Navy's ranks surrounding the Wano country. Or perhaps Kizaru found the situation rather tedious and sought to engage in some activity to pass the time. Nonetheless, his efficiency and accomplishments in this endeavor are undeniably evident. With an exceptionally flamboyant entrance, he arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, stepping onto the island amidst a barrage of cannon fire, causing the multitude of pirates present to flee in disarray. It is easy to imagine the sheer force of Kizaru's presence. In order to effectively capture the pirates on the island, he strategically positioned naval ships evenly around the Sabaody Archipelago, successfully creating a complete encirclement. He also brought along the pacifists from the Navy's scientific division, who efficiently apprehended the pirates. Although he did make a humorous blunder by mistaking a listening snail for a communication snail, it appeared to be a trivial jest in the grand scheme of his control over the situation. His true target was the notorious Straw Hat crew, the culprits behind the suffering of the celestial dragons. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Silver's Rayleigh, it is likely that the Straw Hat crew would have met their demise. Regardless of whether he ultimately captured the Straw Hat crew, Kizaru had already demonstrated a sufficient stance on behalf of the Navy. The celestial dragons would be satisfied with his efforts. This is Kizaru's way of operating. He focuses on the core objective. Once the primary goal is achieved, the finer details may be overlooked, as they are of little consequence. Subsequently, he made his appearance in the world-renowned Marineford War. Amidst the Whitebeard pirates' rapid advance, where the Navy held a disadvantage, his keen vision directed him straight toward Whitebeard, the captain of the opposing crew. Although his decapitation plan was thwarted by the immortal Marco, leading to his temporary retreat, it was evident from Kizaru's immediate alertness to the movements in the sky that he was more than capable of managing the situation and formulating strategic responses. His precision and acumen shone through. Although he appeared laid back, Kizaru proved to be remarkably reliable in critical moments. Later, in the face of Monkey D. Luffy's involvement, Kizaru did not relent, repeatedly targeting Luffy with formidable strikes. However, due to Luffy's exceptional leadership abilities, he was constantly aided by his crewmates in fending off Kizaru's assaults, a circumstance beyond Kizaru's control. Following this, Kizaru temporarily withdrew from the battlefield. Unlike Admiral Akainu's aggressive approach, he opted for a more subtle method, biding his time in anticipation of the right moment. Kizaru understood that confronting a formidable adversary like Whitebeard head-on would not yield the best results. Therefore, during the intense battle between Whitebeard and Akainu, he remained observant, seizing the opportune moments to join the fray and deal significant damage to Whitebeard. He then astutely capitalized on an opportunity to severely injure the distracted Marco, delivering a substantial blow to the Whitebeard pirates. When Luffy charged toward the execution platform, Kizaru showed no mercy in his attempt to repel him, but once again, Whitebeard intervened to defuse the situation. Kizaru then retreated once more, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Soon, the moment arrived. As Monkey D. Luffy prepared to free Port Gas D, Ace with a key in hand. His hopes were shattered in an instant. Subsequently, Kizaru observed the scene, appearing to be at ease. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that his leisurely demeanor stemmed from the fact that the situation was firmly under the Navy's control. Thus, he maintained a relaxed watch, searching for potential openings to seal. If Kizaru were truly indifferent, the events at Sabaody Archipelago would not have unfolded with such fearsome precision, and he could have easily allowed all the supernovas to escape. Even during the pivotal moments of the Marineford War, he could have refrained from taking crucial actions. Yet, he chose not to. At critical junctures, he dealt severe blows to the pirates. Perhaps Kizaru is not the ideal soldier, but as a Marine Admiral, he bears his responsibilities and obligations without evasion, consistently striving to uphold the stability of the seas. If Fleet Admiral Sakazuki embodies the searing flame that consumes all evil, then Kizaru represents a neutral light that dispels darkness without leaving any gaps. Kizaru has always been astute, adept in both interpersonal relations and affairs, leading him to appear quite smooth. Yet beneath this veneer of smoothness, his sense of justice has never wavered. While he may not always align with the populace, he is certain to be present when they are in distress. Humph, such words sound more pleasing than they should. Sakazuki scoffed slightly at the introduction of Kizaru. The Marineford War felt like a battle fought solely by him, with Aokiji paddling and Kizaru slacking off, leaving him to toil without any guarantee of favor. Truly a terrifying thought. This evaluation resonates with me. After reading, Borsellino let out an almost inaudible sigh of relief, returning to his nonchalant demeanor. Though his mind was not as tranquil, the light curtain indeed provided a thorough analysis. The admirals of the Navy each possessed their distinct characteristics. I must say, I greatly admire Kizaru's carefree lifestyle. Alas, it remains only a distant aspiration, as such a state of being is unattainable for most. Kizaru's ease stems from his formidable strength, allowing him to be relaxed when needed and serious when required, a feat beyond the capability of others. Who might be introduced next? Perhaps Admiral Aokiji? It seems likely. I feel a sense of familiarity akin to my first encounter with the three admirals of the Navy. After witnessing this, the members of the Navy no longer feel like distant, unattainable names, but rather tangible individuals with flesh and blood present in our midst. Indeed, I share this sentiment. It is quite reassuring. The words of the citizens across the seas were naturally heard by the Navy through the light curtain. To be honest, many were quite pleased. How could they not be? The sensation of being recognized and trusted by others is truly splendid. Why do they join the Navy? Surely, it is for the pursuit of justice. And justice for whom? For the people. The fourth among the 10 strongest, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. He is the legendary swordsman, standing at the pinnacle of the swordsmanship. He is aloof and cold, able to instill fear across the land single-handedly. Like a falcon, all who meet his gaze cannot help but tremble. He is a legend upon the seas. The fourth position belongs to Dracul Mihawk, a revelation that caught many off guard. They had anticipated a Marine Admiral instead. One wonders what tale the great swordsman Mihawk will unfold for us. The audience expressed their impatience. No one knows when he ascended to the title of the great swordsman, nor where he trained or hails from. Mihawk is indeed a figure shrouded in mystery. His first appearance before the world was in the mystical East Blue, where he pursued the infamous pirate, Don Krieg. For unknown reasons, it was there that he encountered the challenge posed by the pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Initially, he regarded this seemingly feeble man with disdain, dismissively uttering, "I'm sorry, I don't have a smaller sword than this." However, Zoro's indomitable spirit eventually moved him, prompting Mihawk to acknowledge and respect him for the first time. As a friend of Shanks, he has sparred with him on numerous occasions, forging a deep bond. Naturally, he has taken an interest in those whom Shanks holds dear, including Monkey D. Luffy. When Luffy triumphed over Crocodile in Alabasta, earning a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, this man, who typically shunned external affairs, personally visited the red-haired pirates to convey the news. Beyond this, Mihawk remains indifferent to the world outside. Even the reshuffling of the Shichibukai or the convening of meetings fails to stir him. His next public appearance was during the Marineford War, where his swordsmanship revealed the true terror of a great swordsman. Mihawk operates with his own unique philosophies. Participating in the war as a Shichibukai, he diligently fulfills his obligations, even showing no mercy when confronting Luffy, the heir of his friend Shanks. pushing him into dire straits multiple times. It is surprising to witness such fervor from him. Yet, when Portgas D. Ace was slain, he immediately halted his combat, declaring that his duty had reached its conclusion. Though he is proud, he possesses a profound understanding of basic human sentiments. He knows when to draw the line. Later, he encountered the pirate hunter who arrived at his home. Faced with Roronoa Zoro, kneeling and pleading for instruction to rapidly grow stronger in order to better assist his captain, Monkey D. Luffy, Mihawk was rarely moved. He inquired of Zoro, for what purpose? To which Zoro replied, to surpass you. This ignited a flicker of anticipation in his otherwise mundane existence. He yearned for Roronoa Zoro to surpass him, to relinquish his position at the pinnacle, and to experience the solitude that accompanies true mastery. He devoted himself meticulously to mentoring Zoro, akin to nurturing a successor. For the majority of his life, Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, found himself trapped in monotony. With the loss of his rival, the red-haired Shanks, he was left without a worthy opponent to spar with. Yet, he had never encountered anyone of substance until Zoro came into his life, rekindling a sense of hope. He began to perceive a glimmer of color in his once drab existence, transforming his life from tediousness to vibrancy. As an unrivaled master of the sword, he reveled in unparalleled glory, yet he was acutely aware that such triumphs came with their own burdens. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. This encapsulates the essence of Dracula Mihawk, a solitary swordsman. As a formidable force, he achieved considerable success. However, as a swordsman, he experienced profound failure. The absence of a rival left him lost, isolated, and devoid of hope. Yet, Zoro's emergence illuminated his desolate inner world. The portrayal of Hawkeye, though brief, resonated deeply with many, evoking feelings of loneliness and loss. Behind Mihawk's illustrious facade lies an abyss of solitude. One might feel pity for him, but such sentiments would be an affront to a warrior of his caliber. What he truly craves is not sympathy, but a worthy adversary to reignite the fervor of his swordsmanship. It is believed that even in the pursuit of becoming the great swordsman, Mihawk experienced countless moments of passion. No one is inherently aloof or proud. Such demeanor often arises from the trials of life, resulting in an unadorned existence. The essence of humanity is multifaceted, shaped by individual perceptions that craft their appearances. Thus, this is the true nature of Dracula Mihawk. Upon reflection, he no longer appears so distant. Many spectators felt an immediate closeness to Mihawk. In response, he merely offered a disinterested remark. The fifth of the 10 strongest, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, he is the mightiest of the new era. He was once a member of the Rocks Pirates during the Age of Chaos. He is hailed as the strongest creature. He wields a quarter of the dominion in the New World. It is indeed Kaido. Has he finally secured the second place among the 4 emperors? One wonders how he feels about being ranked 5th. Ha ha ha. With Kaido's tempestuous temperament, how could he possibly tolerate such an indignity? The audience across the seas could not help but jest. Being ranked 5th is utterly unsatisfactory, Kaido boomed. He is a man who drinks to excess, indulging until he is inebriated. His subordinates are filled with dread, for Kaido is notorious for his drunken antics. When he succumbs to drunkenness, he becomes especially unrestrained. These underlings cannot withstand the chaotic displays of Kaido's intoxicated fury. It is uncertain how one might introduce the formidable Kaido of the beasts, for he is not merely the brutish figure he appears to be. The titans of the sea ponder this in their hearts. The scene unfolds. Kaido, heralded as the strongest creature, stands as the mightiest of the current oceanic dominion, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Renowned for his formidable strength and indomitable constitution, he once served as an apprentice in the Rocks Pirates during his youth. Alongside notable figures such as Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Big Mom Charlotte Limlin. Following the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, Kaido roamed the seas alone, compelling numerous pirates to submit to his overwhelming might. He later clashed with the young Gecko Moria, vanquishing him and plunging Moria into a profound crisis of confidence, leading to his utter downfall. Subsequently, upon reaching Wano, he provoked the then youthful General Kazuki Oden, only to be defeated and left with a scar upon his chest. As a pirate, he has endured 7 defeats, and during his solitary challenges against the Navy and the 4 emperors, he has been captured 18 times, subjected to unspeakable tortures exceeding 1,000 instances. He has faced the death sentence a staggering 40 times, yet even when subjected to hanging, He can shatter his chains as though they were mere bubbles. When brought to the guillotine, his formidable physique can obliterate the blade, and even when pierced by spears, they cannot penetrate his flesh. He has sunk as many as 9 massive prison ships, and none have managed to slay him. With each capture, he has effortlessly escaped, embodying a terrifying creature of unparalleled strength. Witnessing this, many viewers are stirred with fervor, contemplating the sheer terror that must accompany such a grandiose history. To withstand death at every turn is indeed astonishing, leaving them in awe. The footage continues. However, to presume that Kaido is merely a brutish, volatile man would be a grave miscalculation. His temperament is indeed capricious. At times he is composed, while at others he erupts with rage. He relishes an alcoholic indulgence, often reveling in drunken antics, finding the world mundane and yearning to ignite the most epic war imaginable. Beneath his rugged exterior lies a shrewd intellect and the qualities of a true tyrant. He allied with the Wano general, Kurizumi Orochi, manipulating the naive Kazuki Oden as if he were a mere puppet. Ultimately, he orchestrated the downfall of Oden's family, pursuing and eliminating all who had once followed Oden, thereby crafting a dismal existence for Oden in the latter half of his life. Moreover, he established the Wano country, rich in seastone production, as his vital stronghold. He has effectively suppressed public discourse and information within Wano, preventing the populace from harboring interests in the outside world, thus fortifying his reign. In his quest to eliminate Kazuki Oden and seize control of Wano, he utilized the abilities of the former users of the clone fruit and the barrier fruit, Kurizumi Semimaru and Kurizumi Mushi, ensuring the success of his machinations. Yet, upon achieving his goals, Kaido promptly dispatched individuals to silence both, for the secrets they possessed were far too perilous. Such individuals are destined for demise. Is it truly a feat only a rugged man could accomplish? It is only a formidable leader who harbors such intentions. Subsequently, in a bid to subdue the most nefarious of eras, he conspired with the DJ AP to orchestrate a seemingly serendipitous encounter. This was none other than the fateful meeting that transpired before Captain Kidd and the magician Hawkins, a testament to his cunning strategy. However, should one believe that Kaido is limited to such tactics, that would be a grave misjudgment. When confronted by formidable foes, he exhibits a remarkable disregard for trifles. Even when met with retorts from his subordinates, such as the Flying Six, he remains unfazed, indulging in revelry when the time calls for it. He possesses an extraordinary appreciation for talent, actively seeking to recruit those with combat prowess. His encounter with Captain Kidd and Magician Hawkins was predicated on their formidable abilities. Ultimately, Captain Kidd declined his invitation, while Magician Hawkins acquiesced to his request. Should one aspire to join his ranks, they would find a warm welcome. His stance towards powerful armies has always been one of abundance and favor. Although his demeanor may appear capricious, he maintains rationality during pivotal moments, proving he is no mere lunatic. Regarding the likes of the Red Scabbards, including the likes of Sake Temaru, Monkey D, Luffy, and Captain Kidd, enemies whose strength he acknowledges, he is keen to integrate them into his faction. Kaido's temperament may fluctuate in trivial matters, yet he has never faltered in significant affairs. Upon reflection, the entire ocean has recalibrated its perception of Kaido. It is evident to all that he is no mere hothead, but rather a formidable and ambitious strategist. Indeed, those who ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors are anything but ordinary. Is this what it means to encounter the 4 emperors for the first time? It is undeniably daunting. As the audience across the seas gains deeper insights into Kaido, their trepidation only intensifies. The first half of the top 10 strongest has concluded. Stay tuned for the second half. I anticipated that there would be 2 parts. Could we not have a more gratifying experience and view all 10 formidable figures at once? We must endure the wait once more. The audience across the seas cannot help but voice their frustrations. It is always the same. Just when the excitement peaks, it abruptly ceases. There is a keen desire to learn about the introductions of the other 4 emperors, to understand the essence of their characters. I find myself even more intrigued by the 3 admirals of the Navy. It would be splendid if there were a segment dedicated to the Navy's personnel. I am exceedingly curious about their current capabilities. After the screen faded, the audience across the seas continued their discourse. A segment on the Navy's personnel? I believe such matters need not be unveiled, Sakazuki remarked with a steely gaze. Any faction would likely be reluctant to have their inner workings fully exposed. For their adversaries, this would amount to perfect infiltration. Yet, He could not prevent such revelations. He could only hope that such information would not emerge. As for Su Yang, due to the requirements of job searching, primarily for social engagement, he swiftly secured a suitable position, unburdened by salary constraints. The top 10 formidable figures indeed appear quite impressive, as creating the video is undeniably challenging. Sitting at the computer, Su Yang sighed. The top 10 figures of the new era not only possess striking visuals, but also require eloquent narratives. While the visuals are manageable, crafting the narrative is a true test. Indeed, nothing comes easily. Only the degree of difficulty varies. With another sigh, Su Yang resolved to take a brief respite. Upon awakening once more, night had fallen, and a sense of abandonment washed over him, enveloping his being in a profound stillness. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. This, perhaps, elucidates the wisdom shared by internet users. One should not succumb to slumber in the afternoon nor awaken at the hours of 5 or 6. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Su Yang refreshed himself and returned to his computer, though his task was no longer the creation of the new era's top 10 figures. Instead, he was engaged in the heart-wrenching montage. You are free, Corazon. Corazon truly is an exceptionally gentle man, he mused while editing the clips. In the world of One Piece, many characters have been rescued and healed by others, much like Dr. Hiluluk's influence on Chopper. For Trafalgar Law, who once allowed hatred to cloud his vision and suffered from a terminal illness, Corazon was the beacon that illuminated the darkness within his heart and dispelled the chains of despair that bound him. No one embodies gentleness quite like Corazon, nor kindness like Hiluluk. Perhaps the poignancy of their fates heightens the emotional resonance of their stories. The production of this special episode did not consume much time. After exporting and uploading, Su Yang decided to rest. It was late, and he resolved not to stay up too long. In the world of pirates, an extraordinary event unfolded within the span of a single day. What? The bounty of 1.5 billion on Monkey D. Luffy's head has been vanquished by Kaido and imprisoned? Is this not reminiscent of the dramatic scenes from earlier? Luffy, so audacious, has just provoked Big Mom, and now he has entangled himself with the beast Kaido? Did you not notice? In yesterday's introduction to Kaido, there was a scene depicting Luffy's entrapment. Yes, I recall it was overseen by Queen, one of the calamities. I wonder how the narrative will unfold. Can Luffy turn the tide once more? The seas are alive with anticipation, and audiences from all corners eagerly await the spectacle. Especially now, with the emergence of the light screen, it seems to have incited a series of monumental events across the ocean. In the past, they could not have comprehended such a multitude of thrilling occurrences in an instant. Even if they had known, it would have incited immense panic, unlike the calmness observed today. Buzz, as they were engrossed in discussion, the light screen materialized once again. How did it appear so suddenly and with such rapid updates? This is rather unusual. What surprises does it have in store for us? Many viewers anticipated that this update would not be lengthy. Otherwise, it would not have come so swiftly. An emotional compilation, You Are Free, Law. Featured individual, Rosinante, reason for recognition. Healing a person is indeed a profoundly warm endeavor. Who is Rosinante? I have never encountered this name before. Is he a minor character? Viewers from all corners exchanged glances, bewildered, as none of them seemed to recall him. Rosinante? Sengoku's eyes flickered as long-buried memories of sorrow resurfaced. Rosinante, his adopted son. He had been dispatched to infiltrate the now formidable Don Quixote family. His true identity was that of Doflamingo's younger brother. However, he chose a path entirely divergent from Doflamingo's. Sengoku often pondered, had he not sent Rosinante to Doflamingo's side, would he have met a different fate? Perhaps he would have. At this moment, Trafalgar Law, situated in Wano, stood transfixed before the video, his emotions surging. He earnestly wished for the revival of the man depicted on the screen. Within the frame was Rosinante. He was Doflamingo's brother. In his youth, spurred by the impulsive decision of his naive father, he voluntarily renounced his celestial dragon status, subsequently suffering the wrath and persecution of the common people who despised the celestial dragons. He was beaten, burned, and nearly lost his life. His brother, Doflamingo, amidst overwhelming hatred and threats of death, awakened his conqueror's haki. Thereafter, in a bid to reclaim his place among the celestial dragons, Doflamingo brutally executed their father before Rosinante's eyes. In that moment, Rosinante felt as though his world had crumbled. Later, he was taken in by Sengoku. Over a decade later, He was assigned to infiltrate the now powerful Doflamingo to cleanse the identity of Doflamingo's brother and to halt his atrocities, preventing further suffering of countless innocents. Initially, having been accepted, he could have successfully completed his mission and retired. However, the emergence of a boy from the country of Flevance, afflicted with lead disease, altered Rosinante's destiny. This boy, named Trafalgar Law, was consumed by hatred during this period. His parents and sister perished due to the world's cold indifference. Thus, he harbored animosity towards everyone in existence. His sole purpose was to kill. Yet, Rosinante, having once been rescued by Sengoku, yearned to save this pitiful child. To him, Law was still redeemable. He was merely a child with ample time to be transformed. Nevertheless, Rosinante understood that to save Law, he must distance him from Doflamingo. In Doflamingo's presence, Law could only learn brutality, ferocity, and a complete lack of humanity. To rescue Law, he feigned disdain for children, and upon their first meeting, unceremoniously tossed Law into a garbage bin. For Law, all those who bullied him were deemed villains. Consequently, he showed no mercy and stabbed Corazon. Law believed that his actions against Corazon would incur punishment, for he recalled Don Quixote Doflamingo's words. Rosinante was his brother and his Achilles heel. Who dared to harm Rosinante? Doflamingo would never forgive that person. Yet, Doflamingo appeared oblivious to the incident, facing no repercussions whatsoever. Law could not help but find Rosinante a peculiar individual. Though that was the extent of his contemplation, he was determined to exact revenge on more individuals within his limited time. Thus, Law had no time to ponder why Rosinante had not informed Doflamingo of his assassination attempt. 2 years later, one day, upon hearing Law's name accompanied by the letter D, Rosinante was overwhelmed with excitement and urged Law, "You absolutely cannot remain here. This place is not your true home." Law regarded Rosinante with a look of bewilderment. Yet, Rosinante delicately unveiled the significance of the D clan, enemies of the gods. Such beings, if confined solely to avenging humanity, would be a profound waste. They ought to engage in more beneficial endeavors. This further solidified Rosinante's resolve to save Law. However, Law was impervious to Rosinante's words. The notion of being an enemy of the gods or belonging to the D clan held no relevance to him. In response to Rosinante's various demands, Law stormed off in anger, vowing to inform Doflamingo of Rosinante's statements, intending to reveal that Rosinante had deceived him. Ultimately, Law refrained from betraying Rosinante, mirroring the silence maintained after he had wounded him. This incident led Rosinante to understand that Law's heart was not inherently malevolent. If it were otherwise, Law would have certainly reported him. Thus, he resolved to heal this young lad. "I am determined to cure you, no matter how many small hospitals I must visit," Rosinante declared with unwavering conviction. However, this was a matter of lead poisoning, a dire affliction that evoked dread among physicians. The reactions of the doctors upon discovering Law's condition, their recoiling gestures, disdainful glances, and exaggerated attempts to distance themselves, once again pierced Law's heart. Years prior, his parents and sister had perished at the hands of such individuals who had failed to save them. This time, Law wept bitterly. It was during this moment that the always kind Corazon struck out in anger, leaving the doctors bruised and battered. As time passed slowly, 6 months rolled by. With summer yielding to winter, yet no hospital was willing to treat or even accept Law's case. Disdain and expulsion were rampant, each institution more extreme than the last. Witnessing Law's deteriorating condition caused Rosinante to feel as though his heart were being stabbed. "Let us not speak of despair. We will surely find a cure next time." Rosinante encouraged Law as they traversed the endless snow, urging him not to give up. Night fell. Roxanandi gently placed his hand on Law's shoulder. Speaking softly, "I truly sympathize with you. It is heartbreaking to witness such a young soul, still innocent, uttering the words that you will not live much longer. It is simply too pitiful." As he spoke, tears began to flow, for Law, still so young, had already endured so much sorrow and loss. "Although you had once wounded me with a blade, I felt no pain. The true suffering lies with you, dear child." Roxanandi's tears fell upon Law's hat. Unbeknownst to Roxanandi, Law had heard every word, his own tears streaming down his face. That very night, he began to address Roxanandi as Corazon, the name associated with him. Yet, Law's condition worsened, his consciousness fading. He felt he could no longer hold on. In a panic, Roxanandi exclaimed, "You must persevere, Law. Grant me the opportunity to save you." He cried out to the heavens. Shortly thereafter, he received promising news from Doflamingo. A surgery fruit was to be sold to the Navy by a certain pirate. Consuming it would bestow extraordinary abilities, granting eternal life, provided the user possessed a modicum of medical knowledge. Upon hearing this, Roxanandi was elated, for he knew that Law could be saved. However, he was unaware that this was a trap set by Doflamingo, who had long suspected Roxanandi. This fruit served as bait to determine whether Roxanandi was indeed a spy for the Navy. If the Navy and the world government remained oblivious to the truth, only the Navy would arrive for the transaction, exonerating Roxanandi. Conversely, if they uncovered the plot, Doflamingo would have no choice but to act against him. Yet, Roxanandi remained oblivious to it all. He embarked on a quest with Law to seize the surgery fruit. He had to be swifter than the Navy, faster than anyone, for Law's life depended on it. On a dreary, rainy day, Law felt himself nearing the end. Law, hold on. I will bring back the surgery fruit, Roxanandi vowed. He succeeded, utilizing the powers of his silence fruit to stealthily acquire the surgery fruit, but on the escape, he found himself ensnared by pirates. After a fierce battle, bloodied and battered, he returned to Law. Look, Law, the surgery fruit. Eat it, you will be saved. Upon witnessing Law successfully consume the fruit, Roxanandi, gravely injured, collapsed into the snow. Facing the anxious Law, who sought to heal him, he smiled and reassured, "Do not worry, I will not die." He felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Law was saved, and his nefarious brother would soon be subdued by the Navy. He could now step back in triumph. He entrusted the intelligence he had gathered to Law, instructing him to deliver it to the nearby Navy. Your abilities extend far beyond merely healing. One day, I shall show you the beautiful sights of this world. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Law handed the intelligence over to Virgo, the spy Doflamingo had embedded within the Navy. The true identity of Roxanandi has been utterly unveiled. Don Quixote Doflamingo has transformed this island into a hellish realm. Roxanandi is acutely aware that he has nowhere left to flee. If Doflamingo can slay his own father, he would surely not hesitate to strike at him. Yet, Roxanandi is determined to protect Law. He conceals Law within a treasure chest and employs his abilities to ensure that Law remains silent. Subsequently, he steps forward to draw attention to himself. He cannot bring himself to harm his own brother, but Doflamingo is entirely different. Anyone who obstructs him is deemed an enemy. Roxanandi is shot and falls to the ground. In a desperate bid to prevent Law from being discovered, he strains to maintain his powers, ensuring that Law remains voiceless. When confronted by Doflamingo's inquiries regarding the Ope no Mi and Law's whereabouts, he deliberately states, Law has been entrusted to the Navy for protection. Leaning against the chest, he weakly implores, let him go. That man is destined to die if he wins. He is no longer the lost soul who wandered into the midst of a mad pirate like you. He is free now. These words resonate clearly with Law, who yearns to burst forth and save Roxanandi, yet he finds himself unable to do so. Roxanandi steadfastly holds the treasure chest shut. Doflamingo, frustrated by the lack of satisfactory answers, mercilessly fires at Roxanandi. Go, Law, venture far and wide. There is nothing binding you anymore. You are free. Under the protective veil of Roxanandi's silence fruit, Law successfully escapes, while Roxanandi collapses in the snow. It is only after Law has evaded Doflamingo's encirclement that Roxanandi finally relinquishes his powers. I have perished, but you must remember me. I died with a smile. Roxanandi once whispered to the unconscious Law. A gentle life, healing one's soul. No regrets in death. Analysis. A fleeting thought can lead one to heaven or hell, and some choose to descend into darkness to rescue those who have fallen. Reward. Roxanandi's resurrection, fulfilling the truth of human affection. Mr. Corazon resurrected? Trafalgar Law was left astounded upon witnessing this reward. Is it truly possible? He gazed at the luminous screen, unable to comprehend. Law, it has been so long. Have you grown so much? It seems many years have passed, and I never anticipated I would see a day of resurrection. So much must have transpired in your life. Upon seeing Roxanandi's visage on the screen, Law's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. This poignant moment was broadcast live, moving numerous viewers to tears. The finest Roxanandi. He is truly so gentle. Many female viewers wept openly, envious of such a savior in their own lives. Honestly, an unexpected update with such a bombshell. I cannot contain my tears. Brother Su Yang, why must you make us weep so? I despise you for this. I cried until my eyes were red. wondering how I would face the world outside. Faced with these accusations from the pirate world, Su Yang's response was to entirely disregard them. He chuckled, realizing that shedding tears would only serve to validate their claims. If he did not weep, would it not suggest that his video lacked substance? Very well. Tomorrow he would commence the creation of the latter half of the top 10 strongest in the new era. Having soaked his feet, he reclined comfortably in bed and soon drifted off into slumber. Within the realm of dreams, anything was possible. Time passed, and 3 days elapsed. In the pirate world, whispers spread. Had you heard? Monkey D. Luffy had escaped from prison. What? Luffy had broken free? How did he manage to flee? Even Queen, one of the 3 calamities, could not contain him. He was supposedly wearing sea stone. Truly, he was formidable, having faced Katakuri. It seemed that Kaido would have to intervene personally. If such an exhilarating battle could be accompanied by a video on the screen, it would be nothing short of magnificent. If fate were to intervene, my goodness. The screen truly appeared. Oh, thank you, heavens. As the audience from all 4 seas engaged in casual banter, the screen did indeed materialize. The latter half of the top 10 strongest in the new era. This ranking does not reflect the order of strength. Creator, Su Yang, upon witnessing the screen before them. Many could hardly believe the serendipity of the situation. It had come to pass, just as spoken. 6th place in the top 10 strongest, the Emperor Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin. She is the legendary Queen of Souls. She rules the vast Whole Cake Island, reigning over the new world. She venerates brute force, demanding that all revolve around her. Domineering and powerful. These are her trademarks. Charlotte Linlin was born into a commonplace family. However, unlike her parents, who possessed ordinary physiques, Linlin was extraordinarily large and had an insatiable appetite, causing great commotion. Consequently, her parents abandoned her in the village of Elbaf. Yet, the giants did not take her in. Instead, she was sheltered by a nun residing with the giants, alongside other children in the orphanage known as the Lamb's House. However, the nun was not a benevolent figure. She was a trafficker masquerading under the guise of adoption. During this time, Linlin retained her innocence, often meaning well but inadvertently causing trouble. Her immense size and strength instilled fear in many of her peers. Eventually, due to a bout of hunger-induced rage, she wreaked havoc in the giant village, slaying the heroic Yoru of the giants. As a result, she was cast out of Elbaf. Later, during her birthday feast, she became so enraptured by the food that she lost control once more. Upon awakening the next day, she discovered everything had vanished, and she had inexplicably acquired the powers of the nun's soul fruit. From that moment on, Big Mom wandered the seas alone, often experiencing hunger pangs. Then, she encountered the person who would alter the course of her life, the long-bread man. This individual was a user of the paramecia-type fruit power, capable of transforming anything into food. How could Charlotte Linlin resist the allure of sustenance? Thus, through her association with Longbread, she gradually learned the ways of ruthlessness and violence. Regardless of who it may be, all must heed her commands, and every one of her demands must be fulfilled. Should they fail to comply, she resorts to violence to ensure her will is met. Thus, a once innocent girl has morphed into a paranoid, self-centered, and ferocious pirate. Empowered by her formidable strength, Charlotte Linlin increasingly relies on brute force to resolve all matters and satiate her desires. Within her simplistic worldview, nothing is unattainable through sheer might. If something eludes her grasp, it simply indicates her lack of strength. Consequently, she allied herself with the Rocks Pirates. 38 years ago, following the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, the already formidable Charlotte Linlin embarked on her own path. 18 years ago, she ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, ruling over the new world. What does it take to become one of the 4 emperors? Many would likely cite strength. Charlotte Linlin shared this belief, yet beyond mere power. She contemplated another essential element: intellect. No, wisdom. Indeed, for a considerable period, she was akin to an oversized infant, wielding fear and violence as her sole weapons to fulfill her desires. However, this does not imply a lack of intelligence. Surviving within the Rocks Pirates necessitated both strength and cunning. Charlotte Linlin possesses a mature side as well. Unlike Kaido, who employed strategy to conquer Wano and amass resources for his military force, Charlotte Linlin adopted a different approach: procreation. Through various unions, she forged an extraordinary family-centric pirate crew, producing numerous exceptional offspring with different distinguished men. As for all of Charlotte Linlin's husbands, once she had extracted their genetic material, they met with either murder or abandonment. Within her family, she managed her children through the same principles of fear and violence, a rule that has pervaded her entire life, simple yet effective. Moreover, in her quest to strengthen her family, she devised several plans. First, she attempted to arrange a marriage between her daughter Lola and a member of the giant race to gain their power, but this plan failed when Lola eloped. Second, she invested in Caesar Clown's giantification research technology, only to see it falter due to Caesar's inability to succeed and the interference of Monkey D. Luffy, resulting in yet another failure. Not one to relent, she conceived a third strategy, an alliance with Germa 66 to acquire their military forces. This plan too fell apart due to the meddling of Luffy and others. Perhaps Charlotte Linlin's foresight is lacking, but she undeniably possesses a keen intellect and a strong sense of crisis awareness. Moreover, this seemingly capricious giantess commands the most powerful and comprehensive intelligence network among the four emperors. She maintains deep connections with various influential figures in the dark underbelly of the sea, her network extending far and wide. Should one mistakenly perceive her as a mere headstrong, simple-minded giant infant, they would undoubtedly be in for a shocking revelation. Charlotte Linlin, a seemingly simple-minded individual with the heart of a child, possesses a cunning intellect that belies her appearance. It is evident that those who ascend to the rank of the four emperors are anything but ordinary. The sense of intimidation she exudes surpasses even that of Kaido. Indeed, she may appear foolish, yet her sharpness and ruthlessness are strikingly apparent. This is the essence of a four-emperor, a true titan of this era. As the audience across the seas gazes upon the visage of Charlotte Linlin displayed on the screen, an unsettling chill courses through them. Her words, harsh and unyielding, reveal a lack of mercy. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin, present on Onigashima, observes the luminous screen before her, stating with a sincere smile that belies the frigid aura surrounding her. It is abundantly clear that she is incensed. Do not concern yourself, Linlin. Continue watching. Let us see how these formidable individuals will be appraised, Kaido declares with a hearty gulp of liquor. Indeed, you speak wisely, Kaido, Linlin responds, her emotions inscrutable. The seventh of the new era's 10 great powers, red-haired Shanks. He is the youngest of the four emperors. He possesses the broadest of minds. He inherits the dream of Pirate King Roger and passes it on to the new generation. He has appeared at pivotal moments in history, witnessing the shifts of the times. Oh ho ho, red-haired Shanks approaches. The audience exclaims with delight. I knew he would make the list. Come, let us discover what manner of presence he embodies. The audience is ever enthusiastic, having come to understand the unique natures of Blackbeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. Now, it is time to delve into the story of the youngest of the four emperors. Alas, this could be disastrous. Secrets shall be laid bare, remarks red-haired Shanks with an expression of exasperation. No one desires to have their private matters exposed to the public eye. The footage begins to roll. Little is known about the origins of red-haired Shanks. At a tender age, he became a member of the Roger Pirates, forming a close friendship with the current warlord, Buggy the Clown, both serving as apprentices aboard Roger's ship. His cheerful and lively disposition is well noted. However, as Roger neared the fabled Raftel, Buggy fell ill, and Shanks chose to forego the opportunity to uncover the ultimate secret, staying behind to care for his friend. This act exemplifies his deep sense of loyalty. After Roger succumbed to illness and met his demise, Shanks set out to carve his own path upon the seas. During this period, prior to his ascent as a four-emperor, he encountered all his current crewmates. In Windmill Village, he crossed paths with the inheritor of his captain's legacy, Monkey D. Luffy. He entrusted his straw hat to Luffy, thus passing on the captain's will, and vowed to reunite at the pinnacle of the Pirate King's throne. His character is exemplary. Even when mocked and insulted by the Mountain Bandit King in Windmill Village, he refrained from violence, only unleashing his wrath upon those who truly provoke him. Certainly, during the journey of inheriting the will, in an effort to rescue the young Monkey D. Luffy, he lost an arm in the East Blue. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the entire ocean. No one could have anticipated that, just a few years later, he would become one of the four emperors, yet would lose an arm in such a place as the East Blue. After losing his arm, his strength not only remained intact, but actually increased significantly, solidifying his status as one of the four emperors. He possesses the most formidable mastery of conqueror's haki. His interest in power struggles and territorial resources is minimal. Rather, he is far more concerned with the tranquility of the sea. He once attempted to dissuade Whitebeard from allowing Fire Fist Ace to pursue Blackbeard to prevent turmoil in the era. Later, he appeared in the Marineford War, halting the continuation of the conflict and mitigating losses. Calm and uncontentious aptly describes the character of Shanks, the red-haired. However, to assume that his amiable disposition invites casual provocation would be a grave error. Captain Kidd provoked Shanks, resulting in the loss of an arm. A good temper does not imply one can be taken lightly. He is, after all, one of the 4 emperors. There is no absolute mercy. He seldom reveals his preferences. Being the youngest and most profound among the 4 emperors, no one truly knows his intentions. Compared to the other emperors, he appears the most ordinary, yet remains the most elusive. Is this the essence of Shanks? It sends chills down my spine. Indeed, he carries the aura of a smiling tiger. The more I observe his visage, the more I sense the insincerity in his smile. As described, he is profound and inscrutable in his emotions. In contrast to the portrayals of the other emperors, who either instill awe, like Blackbeard, known for his patience, or amuse, leading to a renewed understanding of them. Such as Kaido of the Beasts, who seems rugged yet is astute, perceptions of Shanks remain nebulous. There is no deeper understanding of him. Instead, he becomes more intimidating. How astutely put, Shanks is indeed a man whose emotions are formless. Such individuals are often the most formidable. The Marine Headquarters Sakazuki wholeheartedly agrees. A person devoid of ambition and opaque in thought is akin to a hidden viper, compelling one to tread cautiously at all times. The 8th strongest of the new era, Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon, he is the leader of a formidable force parallel to the world government, Navy. And 4 emperors, he harbors a grand dream. He speaks on behalf of the populace. He is deemed the most notorious criminal on the seas, Dragon. Oh, I knew of his existence. But isn't his ranking a bit low? Surely, Dragon's power is not to be underestimated. Did I not mention that ranking does not reflect strength? Have you grasped that? The moment Dragon appears, he incites a wave of cheers. Such is the might of the Revolutionary Army. Much like the Navy, it spans across the vast ocean. They maintain a close connection with non-allied nations of the world government. And in terms of sheer power, none of the 4 emperors can compare. Dracul, a man adorned with a vast tattoo upon his visage, the son of the naval hero Garp, and the father of the notorious era's Straw Hat Luffy. He is determined to liberate the seas, to overthrow the world government, to dismantle the privileges of the celestial dragons, and to achieve equality for all. Wherever oppression exists, there lies the fertile ground for the revolutionaries. The extent of Dracul's strength remains unknown, yet it must be formidable. Otherwise, he would not have grown to such prominence, rendering the Navy utterly powerless against him. He harbors the weight of the world upon his shoulders while discreetly monitoring the safety of his son, Straw Hat Luffy. He once rescued his son from Smoker in Lowtown. Nico Robin, the historian of the Straw Hat Pirates, also once studied within the Revolutionary Army. Many members of the revolutionaries are embedded within various factions, poised to strike decisively when the moment arises. He is a man shrouded in greater mystery than even Shanks, a threat more formidable than the 4 emperors. Is that all? Is that the entirety of Dracul's introduction? Many spectators are still processing the information, having only just begun to learn about this figure, and now it abruptly concludes? Must it be so brief? Carrying the weight of the world must be a burdensome endeavor. Nevertheless, I wholeheartedly endorse the ideology of the revolutionaries and hope they swiftly liberate my homeland. It would be splendid to witness scenes of Dracul in battle. However, to oppose the world government, Mr. Dracul's prowess must indeed be formidable. Many citizens inherently harbor a favorable disposition towards the revolutionaries, for they seem to resonate more closely with them. Dracul, humph, we shall extinguish you in due time. The 5 elders scoffed, expressing their discontent. In this world, one world government is quite sufficient. The 9th of the new era's 10 strongest, former Marine Admiral Kazan. He possesses a type of justice known as lazy justice. He wields the terrifying ability to freeze the seas. His strength allows him to approach tasks with an unhurried, composed demeanor. Kazan, from a tender age, was among the first students of Black Arm Zephyr alongside his peers, Kizaru and Akinu. Like the others, Kazan exhibited remarkable strength at a young age. He greatly admired the naval hero Garp and was captivated by Garp's perspective on freedom in life. He found Garp's repeated refusals of promotion to admiral to be incredibly cool. Thus, influenced by this, his sense of justice evolved into a nuanced understanding of right and wrong. Every situation, with its complexities, should be addressed distinctly rather than indiscriminately annihilated. Consequently, during the O'Hara incident, he clashed ideologically with Akainu, who ordered the bombardment of a ship carrying civilians to eradicate the historians deemed threatening to the world government. Kazan believed civilians should be evacuated before addressing the historians. However, Sakazuki believes that such sacrifices are worthwhile in the pursuit of justice. Subsequently, O'Hara Island was decimated by the Buster Call, resulting in the tragic loss of countless innocent lives. This incident instilled a sense of doubt within Kazan regarding his own sense of justice and the mission he bore. As a member of the Navy, he grappled with whether he should wholly uphold the interests of civilians and protect them, or merely obey the commands of superiors, fulfilling their orders at the cost of innocent lives. From that moment, Kazan's perspective on justice began to evolve. He increasingly contemplated the notion that not all pirates are malevolent, and that the Navy and the world government are not inherently righteous. Thus, he clandestinely observed Nico Robin's growth, seeking answers through her journey. Later, when he encountered the Straw Hat crew, he seemingly found a fragment of the answers he sought. Not all pirates are wicked. The maintenance of justice does not necessitate absolute measures. Likewise, the commands from above are not always just. After the battle at Eni's lobby, he ultimately liberated Nico Robin, allowing her to pursue her own life and encouraging her to live well. At this juncture, Kazan's concept of justice had largely taken shape. His laid-back demeanor belied a profound sense of justice, one that entailed discerning right from wrong before enacting justice. Thus, during the Marineford War, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Monkey D. Luffy. However, this did not imply that he would extend the same leniency to all pirates. Countless pirates fell to Kazan's ice during the conflict, as his sense of justice indeed distinguished between good and evil. Yet, should one be inherently wicked, Kazan would show no mercy. His absolute freezing power was sufficient to instill despair in all evildoers across the seas, in stark contrast to Kazuru's ambiguous sense of justice. Kazan's principles were straightforward: to assist the righteous and punish the wicked. Therefore, while he may appear languid, he possesses his own distinctive approach. His reputation among civilians is remarkably favorable. Kazan endeavors to embody the carefree spirit of Garp while infusing it with his unique character. Kazan strives diligently to reshape the Navy in accordance with his ideals. Consequently, when Fleet Admiral Sengoku retired after the Marineford War, Kazan refused to yield, competing against Sakazuki. He understood that Sakazuki's ideology would lead the Navy to an extreme, which he deemed an incorrect path for the organization. Despite his failure, he did not surrender, recognizing that if he could not find answers within the Navy, he would seek them upon the open sea. There are matters he can address outside the confines of the Navy, and certain truths can only be discerned once he is no longer a part of it. 2 years later, after rescuing Smoker from Don Quixote da Flamingo at Punk Hazard, Kazan expressed to Smoker that whether he was betraying the Navy or acting as an undercover agent was inconsequential. He was merely in pursuit of his own brand of justice. Is this truly the esteemed Admiral Kazan of the Navy? It certainly feels remarkably cool. Indeed, the admirals of the Navy each possess their unique characteristics. I am curious whether this final formidable figure is the current Fleet Admiral, Sakazuki, also known as Akainu. It seems quite irrational that such an aggressive individual has emerged victorious and ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral. The prospect of having someone like him at the helm of the Navy fills me with trepidation regarding its future. To attack indiscriminately, without discerning right from wrong, is a troubling trait for someone in such a high position. I cannot fathom the thoughts of the Navy's upper echelons. What else could they be thinking? If you were the commander, would you prefer a subordinate who obediently follows your commands and possesses formidable strength, or one who, despite also being powerful, holds their own convictions? In essence, Sakazuki merely aligns more closely with the desires of the Navy's leadership, which ultimately led to Kazan's defeat. As Kazan's life was recounted, the stark contrast in style between him and Sakazuki became glaringly evident, casting Sakazuki into the fiery furnace of public scrutiny. Ruthless, malevolent, a sycophant to the upper echelons. The scorn directed towards him could not be more severe. Little do they realize that their current ability to denigrate him so freely is a direct result of the peace maintained by the Navy under Sakazuki's leadership. Upon witnessing the public's derision towards Kazan, Sakazuki understood that such backlash was inevitable, though he did not anticipate the intensity of the public's fury, which left him somewhat disgruntled. If the next in line were indeed Sakazuki, I wonder how he would be evaluated? Surely, the criticism would be severe. Akainu, today is your day. Let everyone observe your brutality. There are those who applaud this sentiment. The number of individuals harboring animosity towards Sakazuki is not insignificant, but rather substantial. How will pirates, civilians, and those from non-allied nations perceive Sakazuki? Will they merely focus on his transgressions? Aboard a naval vessel in the New World, Sengoku contemplated this. Top 10 powerhouses of the new era. Rank 10. Current Fleet Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. He wields the most unyielding sense of justice, absolute justice. He possesses the most searing offensive capability, magma, to fulfill orders. He will unhesitatingly sacrifice innocent lives. He loathes deserters, allowing no room for error, and will not tolerate any affront to the name of justice. It is over. Gazing at this imposing introduction, many officers within the Navy silently pondered. They understood that Sakazuki's reputation might very well be irreparably tarnished. The public's perception of him will likely be confined to that of a brute, yet they are powerless to intervene. The footage began to play, showcasing various segments of Sakazuki's exploits, accompanied by text detailing his life. In his early years, Sakazuki was a student of Zifa, alongside Borsalino and Kazan. At that time, he fought with a blade. Due to his immense power, he too was dubbed a monster. His character is forthright, yet his methods are merciless. He permits not a trace of malevolence to exist in his sight. In the O'Hara incident, he ruthlessly sacrificed innocent civilians under the pretext of harboring archaeologists, bombarding refugee ships without a hint of mercy. During the fierce battle, faced with naval soldiers who, out of fear of death, attempted to flee, he executed these deserters with chilling directness, displaying no compassion whatsoever. His unwavering commitment to the dignity of the Navy marks him as a man of iron will. A close examination of his life reveals a man who cannot tolerate the existence of evil. He seeks to eradicate all seeds of malice, denying them any opportunity to take root. His sense of justice is remarkably stringent and pure. Many viewers, upon witnessing his actions, gnash their teeth in revulsion towards Sakazuki. How could such a brutal individual ascend to the rank of admiral? It seems absurd. This situation only serves to alienate the civilians from the Navy, creating significant trouble. The five elders undoubtedly comprehend the anger that will arise among the populace after viewing these videos, as well as the immense pressure this will place on their global governance. But what can they do? Suppress with iron-fisted tactics? Such an approach would only further incite public outrage. However, is Sakazuki merely a figure of brutality? As the screen fades to black, a line of text emerges, sparking considerable curiosity. What else could he possibly embody besides savagery? Fear, someone might thoughtlessly respond. In truth, while observing his ruthlessness and inhumanity, alongside the fear and reverence he instills in his subordinates, one must also recognize the benefits he brings to the Navy as a consummate warrior, as well as the intimidation he exerts over pirates. When the text appears on screen, it answers many questions. It is indisputable that Sakazuki is brutal and iron-willed. He has indeed harmed many civilians in the pursuit of his mission, an extreme transgression. Yet, he is not merely defined by this. As an admiral, his performance during the Marineford War was nothing short of remarkable. He forged alliances, executed deserters, and stabilized morale. Collaborating with the strategies of the fleet admiral, he encircled the Whitebeard pirates. After a failed plan, he personally intervened to provoke squad, dealing a heavy blow to Whitebeard. He mobilized numerous vice admirals to besiege the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, engaging in fierce combat, with Whitebeard himself significantly impeding his advance. Subsequently, in his pursuit of the escaping Port-Gas D, Ace, to prevent any decline in naval morale and avoid the disgrace of failure, he taunted Ace and vowed to eliminate both him and Monkey D, Luffy, two figures capable of inciting chaos in the world. He succeeded. Port-Gas D, Ace was slain. Following this, he led the victorious Navy in the purging of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. While Whitebeard may have been tragic and perhaps never personally harmed innocent civilians, did all the pirates under his command refrain from such deeds? If these individuals were released, lacking Whitebeard's constraints, what kind of turmoil would they unleash upon the seas? How much fear would they instill in the hearts of civilians? In Sakazuki's eyes, there is no room for the existence of evil. Before us stand the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and how many among them are not wicked? Even if Admiral Kazan were to intervene, he would not spare any of them, for many have indeed committed heinous acts. Akainu's relentless pursuit of them is entirely justifiable. However, he later became ensnared in an excessively extreme vendetta. Despite having achieved overwhelming victory and his anticipated objectives, he remained fixated on hunting down pirates, inadvertently costing the lives of numerous Marines. The primary aim of the Marineford War was to eliminate Whitebeard, to propagate the Navy's renown, and to instill fear in other factions. Yet, the Navy itself suffered considerable losses. After securing the desired outcome, it was time to sound the retreat. One should not pursue a desperate foe. After the battle, it would have been prudent to deal with them individually. In the aftermath of the war, Akainu ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral. The state of the Navy under his command is evident to all powers of the sea. Upon becoming Fleet Admiral, Akainu began to transform from a mere subordinate into a figure of authority. He remains intolerant of evil. Yet he does not shy away from questioning the upper echelons when their orders are misguided. For instance, regarding the world government's actions when Don Quixote Doflamingo feigned the dissolution of the 7 warlords, upon learning that the cancellation was merely a ruse, he engaged in a dispute with the Gorosei. His integrity is commendable, yet it does not imply recklessness. When faced with the alliance of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, he rightly intervened to prevent Kizaru from recklessly venturing into Wano alone. As a Marine Admiral, Akainu may have been excessively extreme, but after becoming Fleet Admiral, his actions have left little room for criticism. His steadfastness and resoluteness have instilled a renewed vigor among all Marine personnel when confronting external threats, thereby revitalizing the spirit of the Navy. In just over a year, he successfully restored the chaotic seas to the military strength that existed prior to the Marineford War, achieving remarkable results. His brutality is undeniable. Yet he is not solely a harbinger of violence. He is also strategic and possesses adept management skills. His contributions to stabilizing the seas and safeguarding the populace are profoundly significant. Fueled by the fiercest flames, he is destined to incinerate the world's evils, albeit at the cost of those he seeks to protect. Upon hearing such assessments of Akainu, many spectators were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe their eyes. How could Akainu receive such high praise? Is he not merely a brutal killing machine, a rogue who cannot discern good from evil, solely focused on completing his tasks? Yet, upon further reflection, the portrayal presented is not without merit. In another light, Akainu's brutal style has indeed deterred numerous evildoers at sea, safeguarding the interests and lives of ordinary citizens. They owe him a debt of gratitude. His unwavering nature has certainly upheld the Navy's reputation, showcasing to the world a powerful and resolute admiral capable of confronting any maritime threat. Although they harbor a dislike for Sakazuki and express dissatisfaction with his brutal style, one cannot overlook the contributions he has made to the sea. Even Sakazuki himself was momentarily taken aback, expecting a critique of his character and preparing himself for discontent. To his surprise, the evaluation presented by the screen was quite objective, highlighting both his ferocity and integrity while also acknowledging his achievements and contributions. It was neither biased nor one-sided. It was an authentic portrayal of Sakazuki. Wangwo reflected on the matter, admitting his own aversion to Sakazuki, deeming him excessively rigid and ruthless in his pursuit of tasks. Nonetheless, he conceded that such subordinates are often the most reliable and favored by those in power. As a member of the Navy, one's duty is to obey orders from superiors without the need for independent thought. Thus, the elders favored Sakazuki for the position of Admiral over Akiji. As the presentation of the top 10 strongest concluded, viewers anticipated the next series of videos. Additionally, there was a call for enthusiastic participation in voting for their top contender. This voting would continue until the next video update, with the strongest candidate receiving a reward. Initially, many viewers remained indifferent upon hearing the conclusion of the display. However, when the voting for the top contender commenced, excitement surged as individuals eagerly engaged. Was the screen setting the stage for something intriguing? Indeed, the prospect of competition ignited fervor among the strong, as no one wished to be relegated to the background, particularly with the added incentive of rewards tied to their reputation and gain. The audience across the seas buzzed with exhilaration. Finally, something stimulating had arrived. Kaido of the 100 Beasts scoffed, rallying all his seamen to vote, declaring that the strongest contender must undoubtedly be one of their navy members. Sakazuki decisively proclaimed that as long as the candidate hailed from the navy, not only would it enhance their reputation, but it would also secure a mysterious gift. Achieving a dual benefit, they were determined to claim the title of the strongest. Such a reward had stirred the entire sea into a tempest. The screen truly had a knack for stirring the pot. Su Yang, watching the live broadcast, was keenly aware of all that transpired. Although the idea of the strongest contender originated from him, it would be unattainable without the credibility of the screen. He was eager to witness the unfolding drama, confident that Sakazuki would ultimately emerge victorious. Why, you may ask? Because the Navy's numbers were substantial, and with so many nations in the world government. The audience was not composed of fools who would vote for pirates. Therefore, the Navy's votes would be plentiful. And among the Navy, who was the strongest? It was Sakazuki. Of course, the final outcome might not necessarily align with Su Yang's expectations. Perhaps in the end, it will be the Navy that prevails. But it may not necessarily be Sakazuki. There is also the possibility of Kazan emerging victorious. Kazan's popularity might even surpass expectations. However, that is of little consequence to Su Yang. The next series of videos will focus on this theme, he remarked, glancing at his drafted plan. Ambitious Figures in the Pirate World is the title of Su Yang's upcoming video series. The world of pirates is filled with joy and wonder, showcasing a plethora of extraordinary abilities and landscapes. Yet, amidst all this, there exists a multitude of ambitious individuals. When Su Yang first watched One Piece, he was captivated by its fervor. Later, he began to appreciate its cultural landscapes, and eventually, he became engrossed in its strategies. Whether it was Blackbeard's patience or Crocodile's cunning plans, they left a profound impression on him. However, if one were to ask whom Su Yang found most striking, it would undoubtedly be Kaido of the 100 Beasts, due to the stark contrast he presented. Prior to witnessing the Wano arc, Su Yang had assumed he was merely a brash youth. To his surprise, beneath Kaido's capricious exterior lay a depth of cunning. In terms of strategy, while Crocodile might not rank as the foremost in Kaido's mind, he certainly left a lasting impression. Crocodile, who orchestrated chaos throughout Alabasta without ever participating directly, evoked a sense of despair in Su Yang when he first encountered the Alabasta arc. Had it not been for the plot's intervention, Crocodile would undoubtedly have been a shrewd strategist in the New World. As he commenced the production, gathering materials, and creating the video, a busy morning slipped by. In the afternoon, he saved and exported the completed video before uploading it. After washing his face, he collapsed onto his bed, knowing he would have to go to work later. 3 days had passed since the voting in the pirate world, and now the rankings of the 10 strongest individuals were presented before all. To his astonishment, the top rank was claimed by the Navy's Fujitora. How infuriating! How can he be first? Kaido roared, asserting that he himself was the strongest. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. I knew it would turn out this way. There was no way to compete, sighed red-haired Shanks. During the voting, the overwhelming numbers of the Navy had showcased their significant advantage. Their sheer numbers proved to be a formidable strategy, yielding undeniable victory. Me, in first place? How unexpected, Fujitora mused, unaware of the results until informed by others. Those in the world government, including the fleet admiral, had ulterior motives for placing him at the top. Fujitora understood that his high ranking was not intended to elevate his status, but rather to confer greater benefits upon the Navy, who would not desire a reward. In an era where rewards were increasingly scarce, every single one was too precious to relinquish. However, the rewards were finite, leading to fierce competition. As many continued their final efforts, the luminous screen appeared once more in the sky. This signifies that the voting has come to an end. Numerous buttons, akin to buzzers, have vanished into thin air. The selection for the top 10 strongest has concluded. Congratulations to Mr. Yisheng for being awarded the title of the strongest. Mr. Yisheng, please claim your reward, which consists of a blueprint for a super destructive weapon capable of obliterating an island. What? An island destruction? Is this not akin to the reign of Hades? This reward is rather alarming. Are we to be left with no escape? The pirates upon the seas are now in a state of panic. With such a terrifying weapon in the hands of the Navy, how are they to continue their existence? The mere thought of facing such a formidable weapon fills them with dread. Ha ha ha, this reward is indeed splendid. True to the nature of the light screen's offerings, It is unexpectedly delightful. The Navy personnel cannot contain their applause. This signifies that the strength of the Navy has ascended to new heights, enabling them to execute justice with greater efficacy. The Navy has become exceedingly formidable. Kaido of the Beasts, with his eyes opening and closing, emanates a chilling aura. Will the ever-increasing might of the Navy take action against the four emperors? He cannot be certain. However, he understands that the moment the delicate balance between the four emperors and the Navy is disrupted, war will ensue. It could be a year, or perhaps 7 or 8. Though the day of conflict may seem distant, it is inevitable. A review of the 5 great ambitious figures of the pirate world. This video is purely for entertainment. If any offense is caused, we ask for your understanding. The individuals featured will be ranked based on their methods. Produced by Su Yang. As they finally watch the updated video on the light screen, many viewers' mouths drop in astonishment. Ambitious figures? Blackbeard, Teach, and Kaido of the Beasts must surely make the list. The Revolutionary Army's Dragon, along with the former era's Golden Lion, seem to fit as well. I am quite curious as to who will be featured. The audience across the seas is no longer as they once were. They have grown increasingly aware of the myriad happenings upon the ocean, connecting more deeply with the thoughts of the prominent figures. Who could possibly claim the title of the #1 ambitious figure? This is a matter of great curiosity for many. The first ranking is sure to create significant waves. Ambitious figure number 6, Black Cat Rock. Character introduction. Tired of the pirate life, he planned to seize some wealth and live in obscurity, but ultimately, his plan failed. Ranking evaluation. Highly intelligent, yet his ideas were overly limited. Black Cat Rock? Who is this? I have never heard of him. Is he a renowned pirate? Very few viewers recognize this individual. Only the people of Cybro Village exclaim. Isn't this the pirate who attempted to scheme for Miss Koya's fortune and subsequently failed? The screen then transitions to showcase a strikingly handsome man in a suit, appearing on light screens across the globe. How dashing. What an astonishing revelation that such a man is a pirate. It is utterly unacceptable. I am utterly enamored. This is precisely the type I adore, cultured yet undeniably wild. Countless female viewers have been driven to frenzy. Locke is simply too handsome. 5 years prior to the Great War, as his strength grew and his reputation spread far and wide, Locke found himself increasingly targeted by bounty hunters, which became quite a nuisance. Consequently, he resolved to end his own life during an encounter with the Navy. He solitary approached a naval vessel, vanquished the majority of the sailors, and then instructed his hypnotist subordinate, Zanga, to hypnotize a sailor into believing he was Locke himself. Following this, another sailor, Monka, was hypnotized to capture Locke and return with him as a prize. Thus, Locke was deemed dead, while Monka was subsequently promoted to branch colonel due to this accomplishment. After extricating himself from this predicament, Locke arrived at the village of Cybro, selecting the affluent Kaya family as his target. He feigned being a pitiful sailor dismissed from his ship for a minor infraction, thereby gaining the trust of the Kaya family. Henceforth, he smoothly integrated himself into their household as their steward. For the subsequent 3 years, he diligently served them, and even after the demise of Kaya's parents, he continued to care for Miss Kaya with utmost devotion. Yet, all of this was merely an act, a facade to gain the trust of Kaya and the villagers. Facilitating his acquisition of Kaya's wealth, Locke initially planned to assassinate Miss Kaya and inherit the Kaya family fortune, aspiring to become a businessman. However, the arrival of Monkey D. Luffy thwarted his scheme and unraveled his disguise. Ultimately, Locke faced a dismal failure. What? Abandoning piracy merely to seize another's fortune? My dear brother, have you chosen a most narrow path? Can such a person truly be labeled an ambitious individual? Before this, I had presumed him to be formidable. Yet this is all there is. This, to forsake piracy, expending tremendous effort merely to be a steward and serve others for so long, solely to covet their wealth? How utterly degrading. Brother, you are a pirate. Thus, merely a petty pirate. Some scoffed derisively. With such a limited vision, how could one ever achieve greatness? It is no wonder he ranks at the bottom. Such trivial aspirations for one who calls himself a pirate. Others mocked him openly. However, if this fellow were to broaden his horizons, he could thrive anywhere. Su Yang, holding his phone, watched the video and sighed. Locke possesses a remarkable intellect. On par with Beckman. If only Locke had a greater ambition, his achievements would be far more substantial. His ruthlessness and sharp intellect are indeed essential qualities for great endeavors. Blackbeard would undoubtedly favor such a person. Ambitious individuals ranked 5th, Vinsmoke, Judge. Character introduction. In his youth, he was part of the illegal research team MADS alongside scientists such as Vegapunk and Queen, with aspirations to dominate the North Sea. At last, a character of intrigue has emerged. Is this not the king of Germa 666? His ambition is so grand, yet he can only secure the 5th position? What manner of individuals claim the top 4 spots? I find myself equally intrigued. Vinsmoke, Judge, has achieved such greatness, yet he finds himself ranked 5th. One must wonder the caliber of those above him. This is truly fascinating. Vinsmoke, Judge, known as the Monster Bird, was once a scientist, proficient in the advanced technology of genetic manipulation. His aspiration was to see the Germa kingdom he founded dominate the North Sea. In pursuit of this dream, he applied his genetic technology to his wife, resulting in the creation of 4 flawless warriors: Vinsmoke Ichiji, Vinsmoke Niji, Vinsmoke Yanji, and his daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju. He showed little regard for the potential harm this would inflict on his wife, exhibiting extreme selfishness and coldness. As for the final failed warrior, Vinsmoke Sanji, he treated him as a mere failure, neglecting him and allowing his 3 brothers to bully him. Through the use of his genetic technology, he also produced an inexhaustible army of Germa 66 warriors, formidable in battle, devoid of emotions, and completely obedient, unfeeling to pain. With this power, he established the only mobile kingdom upon the seas, Germa 66, and orchestrated a significant event that decimated the 4 nations of the North Sea, earning him worldwide notoriety. Following his supremacy over the North Sea, Judge's ambitions swelled, leading him to ally with Big Mom to further strengthen Germa 66. He embodies the prideful traits of an ambitious individual, coupled with a ruthless disregard for compassion and sympathy. Unfortunately, his self-awareness regarding his own capabilities is lacking. He chose to ally with those he should not have, placing himself in peril. His excessive arrogance and confidence nearly led to their demise on Cake Island. As an ambitious figure, he falls short. Ranking evaluation, insufficient strength to support his ambitions, excessive arrogance leads to failure. This latest ambitious character is somewhat commendable, possessing a hint of the true ambition. However, he still lacks the essence of a genuine, ambitious individual. While he indeed possesses strength, his arrogance blinds him to his true standing. Being placed in 5th position is hardly unjust. Just by examining the introduction of Vinsmoke, Judge, one can sense the overwhelming air of arrogance and selfishness emanating from him. Few spectators harbor any fondness for him. Does he truly believe that by dominating the North Sea, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 emperors? How naive. 4th place ambition. Kaido of the Beasts. Character introduction. Appearing rough, yet exceedingly astute. What? The Emperor Kaido can only rank 4th? Surely this is a mistake. Are you certain you wish to place Kaido alongside Vinsmoke, Judge, and Black Cat Rock? Many spectators can already envision the extent of Kaido's fury at this ranking. What merit do Vinsmoke, Judge, and Black Cat Rock hold in the eyes of Kaido? Is this not an affront to him? Associating him with such individuals diminishes his stature. How outrageous. Indeed, at this moment, the skies above the Ghost Island were charged with thunder and lightning, as Kaido's furious roar reverberated through the air. How could he, Kaido, be relegated to 4th place? As one of the 4 emperors, how could his ambitions be deemed lesser? Had he known this outcome, he would have preferred to remain unranked. He had previously believed that as an ambitious man, he would undoubtedly secure a place on the list, and surely be at its pinnacle. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself in 4th. What a jest! Who could possibly surpass his aspirations? Kaido was indignant. Kaido being placed 4th only intensified his curiosity about the top 3. What a spectacle! Could there truly be individuals with grander ambitions than his? Even the formidable beings of the New World began to ponder the identities of these 3 so-called ambitious individuals who outstripped Kaido. Could it be that one of the top 3 is me? A sense of foreboding enveloped Crocodile, who believed he classified as an ambitious man himself. However, he was keen to avoid attracting the unwanted attention of a 4 emperor due to such a trivial ranking. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, Blackbeard was filled with anticipation. He was convinced that he would claim the 3rd spot. He also believed that there were indeed many whose ambitions exceeded his own. To be among the top 3 was already a commendable feat. He yearned to discover the identities of these illustrious figures. Some individuals, relishing in chaos, expressed their thoughts. After parting ways with the Rocks pirates, Kaido had set his sights on the bountiful and powerful Wano country. in his quest to seize Wano. He conspired with the nefarious Orochi, both operating in the light and shadows. Kaido, employing ruthless tactics, lured Kazuki Oden into a series of absurd actions. Using his family as leverage after being defeated, he engaged in reckless debauchery, squandering his reputation and standing. Yet, Kaido failed to honor his initial promises. During Oden's prolonged absurdity, Kaido relentlessly honed his strength, and alongside Orochi, they effectively usurped Wano, seizing a significant portion of its power. Upon discovering the truth, Kazuki Oden was consumed with fury and rallied his forces once more. However, Kaido cunningly utilized the powers of the former user of the mimic fruit in a critical moment, transforming into Oden's son, Momonosuke, to disrupt Oden's resolve. Ultimately, he captured Kazuki Oden and all his subordinates. When it came time to administer the ultimate punishment, Kaido subjected Oden to the most excruciating tortures, ensuring his prolonged suffering before death. After accomplishing all of this, Kaido once again severed ties, eliminating the previous users of the mimic fruit, Kazuki Oden and his allies, who were privy to too many secrets. Having achieved all his objectives, Kaido seized the rich deposits of sea prism stone in Wano as his stronghold, employing unique techniques related to this resource to amass wealth. What does it mean to be an ambitious man? This is the very essence of ambition. After enduring in silence, one may erupt with fervor, unrestrained by conspiracy and ruthless in eliminating the superfluous, such is the quintessential approach of an ambitious individual. Poor Kazuki Oden, toyed with as if in the palm of one's hand. His methods, it appears, surpass even those of the notorious Vinsmoke Sanji, leaving one to ponder the astonishing strategies of the three preceding ambitious figures. With Kaido ranking merely fourth, this seems somewhat acceptable. The audience across the seas gradually perceives the evolution of tactics, growing ever more sophisticated. Ranking commentary: a true ambitious soul never shies away from cunning schemes, and their words are devoid of promise. Indeed, is this not the very essence of ambition? Bloodstained hands, yet an unyielding countenance. What extraordinary measures must the top three possess? The crowd gazes eagerly at the screen, yearning to uncover the identities of these three figures who surpass even Crocodile in rank. Third place in ambition, Sir Crocodile. Character introduction: President of Baroque Works, one of the legendary former warlords of the sea, merciless and relentless. Crocodile claims the third spot. How delightful, yet entirely expected. I knew that only he could rival Kaido's ambition. This third position truly commands respect. Upon discovering Crocodile's rank, silence enveloped the crowd. Many are familiar with Crocodile's illustrious record. Manipulating the Grand Kingdom of Alabasta is no small feat, thus a third-place ranking seems entirely reasonable. An ambitious individual should indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. However, Crocodile feels far from pleased. Third, Kaido is fourth, for heaven's sake. This predicament is indeed frustrating, for he now finds himself the target of Kaido's ire. He wishes to express his dissatisfaction. Crocodile at third place? Am I truly among the top two? What a delightful surprise. Blackbeard Teach, witnessing this spectacle, cannot help but laugh. Crocodile fears Kaido, yet Blackbeard harbors no such trepidation. The mere thought of being ranked among the top two ambitious figures fills him with an inexplicable sense of achievement. Crocodile, on this day? A furious roar echoes above Onigashima. Crocodile has set his sights on the ancient weapon Pluton, and in pursuit of its secrets, he has made the necessary preparations. To decipher the ancient stone tablet, he has invited historian Nico Robin to join his cause. Moreover, to acquire the tablet, he has devised a meticulous plan. As a seasoned ambitious figure, Crocodile understands that brute force will not suffice in unearthing a historical tablet buried beneath Alabasta, the location of which remains unknown. Alabasta is a member of the government, and any violent actions would attract the Marines, jeopardizing his position as a warlord of the sea, which is simply not worth the risk. Thus, he first employs his status as a warlord to systematically capture the pirates wreaking havoc in Alabasta. Indeed, many of these pirates are part of his own orchestrations. After performing these noble deeds, he leaves no trace, adopting the guise of an anonymous benefactor. Soon, he garnered the affection of the people of Alabasta, becoming their celebrated hero. However, beneath this facade, he was clandestinely orchestrating a civil unrest within the kingdom. He devised a deceitful scheme involving a substance known as dance powder, which purported to increase rainfall. This ruse was cunningly revealed to King Cobra, who promoted it fervently. Yet, the true nature of this powder was to siphon rainwater from other regions, rather than inducing rain. Consequently, following its widespread use, Alabastus' already arid climate suffered an exacerbation, plunging the land into a relentless 3-year drought. As envisioned by Crocodile, the discontented populace formed a rebel army that clashed with the king's forces. But this was merely the beginning. To intensify the turmoil, he supplied the rebels with weaponry and dispatched his subordinates to impersonate the fruit-powered user, Bon Clay, kidnapping King Cobra and assuming his identity. Under the guise of the king, they executed a series of despotic commands, such as the destruction of towns, further tarnishing Cobra's royal reputation and deepening Alabastus' internal strife. Yet, Crocodile's machinations did not cease there. He would periodically have his subordinates masquerade as either the king's army or the rebels, deliberately inciting conflict between the two factions, allowing animosity and discord to escalate. His objective was to ensure a brutal struggle to the bitter end. Though all these schemes were orchestrated by Crocodile, none suspected his manipulation. On the surface, he remained the hero of Alabasta, and amidst the chaos, he would be perceived as the sole savior, poised to restore order and subsequently seize control of the hearts of the people, ultimately obtaining the historical tablet inscribed with the secrets of the underworld. Crocodile wielded complete dominion over Alabasta, all while maintaining an aloof distance, regarded as a beacon of hope. It can only be said that, as an ambitious mastermind, Crocodile's methods were astoundingly sophisticated. No one realized that King Cobra had been abducted and replaced, nor would they suspect that the hero Crocodile was the architect of this chaos. The rebels were oblivious to the malevolent intentions of the benefactor who supplied them with weapons, believing him to be a comrade simply dissatisfied with the king's tyranny, seeking to overthrow him and establish a new regime. The entire populace of Alabasta was manipulated like pawns in Crocodile's game, paying the ultimate price with their precious lives. The assessment reads, a mature, ambitious strategist, smiling as he drives a knife into your heart. This is the epitome of ambition, evoking a chilling sensation. Such actions transcend mere ambition. They embody the essence of a ruthless tyrant. It is akin to killing without shedding blood, selling you out while counting the profits. While the earlier 3 ambitious figures made an impression of being ambitious, possessing means and determination, it was only when Crocodile emerged that they truly comprehended the meaning of a genuine ambitious soul. The 3 individuals who appeared earlier are, in stark contrast to Crocodile, of an entirely different caliber. It is no wonder they rank among the top 3. Their titles are indeed well-deserved. I find myself increasingly eager to witness the 2 formidable figures yet to make their entrance. Who could possibly rival Crocodile in cunning? Surely, it must be someone whose methods are as ruthless as they are unseen. Crocodile's recent maneuvers have already sent shivers down one's spine. The 2 who have yet to appear must surely possess the ability to captivate hearts and minds. Ambitious figure number 2, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Character introduction. Once one of the 4 emperors, the only individual capable of wielding 2 devil fruits. Both patient and immensely powerful. Upon realizing that the second figure was none other than Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, the crowd, after a momentary shock, settled into a calm acceptance. Although it felt somewhat unjust for Blackbeard to be placed before Crocodile, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. Before the eyes of the entire world, he orchestrated a masterful deception involving the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates, masterminding the war of the best, seizing the Tremor fruit, and ultimately bidding farewell to Whitebeard. Such tactics are undeniably fearsome, justifying Blackbeard's second-place ranking. Some began to comprehend that with Crocodile in third, the only possible contender ahead of him could be Blackbeard. This audacious thief was indeed capable of overshadowing the terrifying Crocodile. As the scene unfolded, prior to his encounter with the dark fruit, Blackbeard had envisioned a mundane existence, even contemplating that a life of tranquility might be quite satisfactory. However, the dark fruit appeared, akin to the key that unlocked the Pandora's box of his ambition, causing it to grow wildly like a vine. Without hesitation, he eliminated his longtime friend, Thatch, seizing the dark fruit and embarking on his path to supremacy. He understood the gravity of committing such a transgression against his comrades within the Whitebeard pirates. Rather than remain a target of their relentless pursuit, he opted to take the initiative. Coincidentally, News of Crocodile's defeat and the vacancy among the warlords of the sea reached him. A bold plan began to take shape in Blackbeard's mind. He resolved to capture those who would seek his demise and hand them over to the Marines in exchange for the warlord position. Given Whitebeard's protective nature towards his crew, it was inconceivable that he would stand idly by while his son was endangered. Thus, a fierce battle would ensue between Whitebeard and the Marines. In the ensuing chaos, he would seize the opportunity to infiltrate Impel Down, seeking collaboration with the notorious prisoners of Level 6. At that moment, he would make a grand appearance in the War of the Best, ready to reap the rewards of his meticulous scheme and emerge as the ultimate victor. The Marines and the Whitebeard pirates wield significant power, indeed, but what of it? There are no rules dictating that one cannot manipulate both factions simultaneously. Yet, he could not have anticipated that as he plotted his grand designs, fate would smile upon him, sending the formidable Fire Fist Ace in pursuit. His extraordinary lineage was enough to capture the world's attention. Moreover, once again, we witnessed the impetuous Monkey D. Luffy, the elder brother of the infamous Fire Fist Ace, who, upon learning of Ace's capture, brazenly infiltrates Impel Down, clearing a path for himself. Fortune, opportunity, and the support of allies align perfectly in his favor. When he ultimately secures the allegiance of the nefarious prisoners from the 6th level and makes his dramatic entrance at Marineford, personally vanquishing the nightmare that has haunted him for so long, Whitebeard, and seizing his formidable powers, all the suppressed desires within Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, erupt in that pivotal moment. His years of meticulous scheming and the constant anxiety he endured have finally borne fruit. No one can hinder his relentless advance any longer. With the powers of the Tremor fruit and the Dark fruit now firmly in his grasp, along with Whitebeard's world-altering abilities, what remains in this world that Blackbeard cannot achieve? Nothing. What of the Marine Admirals? They cannot thwart his ambitions or impede his ascent. Blackbeard reassures himself that his aspirations have only just begun. Expansion. Assimilation. He intends to claim all that Whitebeard has left behind. Why should he not ascend to the throne among the 4 emperors of the New World? Indeed, who could have foreseen that the humble and unassuming Teach would rise to become the formidable Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors of the New World? Who could have anticipated that he would usurp Whitebeard's position, claiming his rightful place among the elite? Who would have guessed that Blackbeard could exercise such restraint, all while having a mind as astute as his? In a perilous situation, he orchestrated a stunning comeback, reaching the pinnacle of his existence. Does Blackbeard require cunning schemes to achieve his goals? No, he thrives on audacity. He relishes the prospect of luring Whitebeard into a trap, fully aware of the dangers, yet compelling him to leap into it. He desires to meet his end in a blaze of glory, under the watchful eyes of the world. Even at his most vulnerable, bold and straightforward, he makes it clear that it is a trap, yet still, one must succumb to the allure.